Chapter 201. This news caused a stir throughout the entire Starnet. Huh? Really? The masked squad is from Clifford? Wasn't there a similar rumor before? It was later proven to be false. Then why is it spreading again this time? And with such detail? Because this time the news came from within the masked squad's internal fan group, it doesn't seem to be a rumor. While the online discussions were raging, inside the Clifford Military Academy's conference room, the Military Academy instructors, and Chu Air, and a few others sat together. This news reportedly came from within the masked squad's internal fan group, and now many people online believe it. Chu Air chuckled a few times. That's good. Since the false news is already spreading, let's stir things up even more. The other team members looked over. What does the captain mean? Let's also release a message that the masked squad is actually a secret team trained by the Jingwei Military Academy, Chu Air said. The other team members hesitated. Can outsiders be trusted? Whether they can be trusted or not is another matter. Let's just spread the word first. The more chaotic the situation, the better. Chu Air smiled, twirling a strand of hair behind his ear, his smile revealing a hint of allure. The Military Academy teacher pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let's do it that way. That afternoon, news about the masked squad spread again. This time, it took a different turn, spreading rumors that the masked squad was a secret unit of Jingwei Military Academy. I'm speechless. Which piece of news is true? They all seem fake. In my experience, the first one is more likely to be true. The second one might be something someone else released to confuse the public. First, it's certain that the masked squad originated from one of the top 5 military academies, right? Yes, only the top 5 military academies could secretly train such exceptional talents. According to the law of facts, the truth is often the least likely. Therefore, the fact that the masked squad is from Jingwei Military Academy might be the truth. After the news reached Jingwei Military Academy, the teachers and students fell silent. In the academy's large group chat, has our academy ever trained such a secret squad? I haven't heard a thing. Is it possible that the academy didn't leak this information to us for secrecy? The great head, who was also watching the group chat, had a subtle expression. If the masked squad really was trained by their academy, then this information was kept incredibly secret. Even she hadn't heard a thing. Alright, I report this to the leadership as soon as possible. Stop gossiping and speculating in private, we handle it. The group chat immediately became even more lively after this message was sent. Director. Is the masked squad really from our military academy? Is our military academy that awesome this year? I really like the masked squad, ha ha ha. Can I get an autograph? The head of the grade. The information is still unconfirmed, don't spread rumors. After replying, she closed the communicator interface and quickly turned to head towards the military academy's conference room. About an hour later, another message was thrown into the already chaotic online world. The masked squad was actually trained by Rectus. Why is this news getting more and more confusing? So which military academy is the masked squad from? Rectus? Possibly. After all, Rectus is the top military academy. It wouldn't be difficult for them to assemble such a squad. Ugh, this news is all over the place. I don't believe any of it anymore. After the topic shifted to Rectus, the Starnet discussion became even more heated. Shortly after, a netizen claiming to be an insider jumped out and revealed, that's right, the masked squad was trained by Rectus. Seriously, where did all these insiders come from? The news is getting more and more outrageous. I'm starting to think the masked squad might not even be from the 5 major military academies. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Next, someone pop up saying the masked squad is actually from the Imperial Military Academy. I make a wild guess. The masked squad might be from the Shiha Alliance Military Academy. Because the situation was so chaotic, nobody actually believed that the masked squad was trained by Rectus. Meanwhile, in the villa dormitory, Song Tianqi and his friends, seeing the chaotic situation online, were all laughing so hard they were doubled over. Hilarious. Everyone's making jokes online now. Nobody believes we're Lexus. It's such a mess, who would believe it? Shui Zhongqi complained. Su Jintang was also leaning back on the sofa, scrolling through online posts. After a while, she slowly sat up and stretched comfortably. Let the rumors swirl for a bit. Everyone go to bed early tonight. Okay. Song Tianqi gave an okay sign. Shui Zhongqi quickly raised his hand to greet them. Good night, class monitor. Yin Yuding and Jiang Shi got up together. Yin Yuding said, then we're going to sleep too. Good night everyone. Su Jintang waved, good night. Night deepened. The villa was still brightly lit. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi, who hadn't slept, occasionally burst into laughter. This is hilarious. The Imperial Military Academy and the Shiha Alliance are dragged into this too. Look at this comment. It's really funny, saying I'm from the Shiha Alliance Military Academy. Until the next morning. Su Jintang finished his cultivation, facing the rising sun, and slowly exhaled. Squad leader. Lots of rumors have surfaced online again. Song Tianqi's loud voice came from outside the door. Su Jintang got up, went to the door, and pushed it open. What rumor? Song Tianqi rushed over. I don't know if it's true or not, but information about the reserve team members of the other 5 military academies suddenly leaked. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow. An unexpected surprise? She went down the stairs to the first-floor restaurant, pouring water as she asked, any news that seems more credible? Song Tianqi quickly reported from behind, yes, the identity of Chu Air from Clifford Military Academy has been exposed. He was specially recruited by Clifford 2 years ago, and it's said that his mental strength level has already reached level 5. Su Jintang paused in her drinking. Is it the Chu Air from the observation deck? Yes, I feel this news is quite true. And the person who leaked this information didn't just release this one piece of information, the other leaks might also be true. Su Jintang carried a hot juice to the living room and sat down. Song Tianqi quickly followed, flipping over from behind the sofa to project the forum information onto the communicator screen. Squad leader, take a look at these. Su Jintang glanced at them. Clifford Military Academy, Chu Air, mental strength level 5. Shiha Alliance Military Academy, the secret squad's average strength is all above level 4. 2 years ago, the Imperial Military Academy secretly recruited a student who claimed to possess a god-level rare superpower. The secret squad at Jingwen Military Academy has recently begun secret special training. Su Jintang stroked his chin. None of these military academies are simple-minded. They all have hidden tricks up their sleeves. Do you think that god-level rare superpower recruited by the Imperial Military Academy might pose a threat to us? Song Tianqi asked curiously. Be confident. You are, after all, a special recruit with divine beast bloodline abilities. Su Jintang glanced at him. At this moment, Yin Yuding came downstairs. Have you seen the news online? I don't know what happened last night, but a bunch of rumors have surfaced. Song Tianqi quickly waved his hand. Quick, quick, I was just talking to the squad leader about this. A little while later, Shui Zhongqi and Jiang Shi also got up one after another. The 5 of them gathered in the conference room. Su Jintang sat at the head of the conference table, his hands resting on the edges. There are a lot of rumors circulating online right now, so please be careful to distinguish between them. Song Tianqi and I just selected a few netizens who seem to be leaking genuine information. You can check out their posts later. Yin Yuding's eyes showed a hint of confusion. But can we be sure these rumors are true? How do they know so much? Song Tianqi also looked up, puzzled. We racked our brains trying to find out this information. How can others know so much? Could it also be a rumor? Or half true and half false? Su Jintang waved his hand, and the image on the screen quickly changed. It displayed the odds for winning the championship in the underground black market casino's various military academy leagues. At the very bottom, the lowest odds were for Rekta's military academy at 1 minute and 0.5 seconds. Second on the list was surprisingly Imperial Military Academy at 1 minute and 0.8 seconds. Following that, the third highest odds were for Clifford, fourth for Jingwen Military Academy, and fifth for Shiha Alliance Military Academy. With a year to go before the league starts, the odds should theoretically be based on the ranking of the 5 major military academies. But the current ranking is clearly unreasonable. Before yesterday's revelation, the odds for all 5 military academies were the same, but after last night, the odds changed completely, Su Jintang said calmly. Shui Zhongqi was the first to react. So, this rumor might be true, otherwise the casino wouldn't change the odds for no reason. Jiang Shi also nodded. The underground black market's information channels are very well connected. To make money, casino owners will definitely try their best to find out all the information about military academies before the game starts, so these rumors might have already been confirmed as true. Casinos are all about real money. Setting the odds too high or too low would result in huge losses. Therefore, changes in the casino's odds are definitely the most accurate standard for judging the strength of each military academy. Then, according to these odds, the biggest threat to us this year might be the Imperial Military Academy. The leak also said that they recruited a student with a god-level rare ability. Song Tianqi clenched his fists, his face showing eager anticipation. Su Jintang braced his hands on the edge of the table, a glint of light in his eyes. This year's Military Academy League is going to be really interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Yan Yuding, Jiang Shi, and Shui Zhongqi exchanged glances, their expressions now brimming with determination. No matter what, we're definitely going to win, Yan Yuding exclaimed, raising his arm excitedly. Yes, we're definitely going to win. Shui Zhongqi's lips curled into a slight smile as he fanned himself with a folding fan. Song Tianqi clenched his fist and shouted, "We definitely win." Chapter 202. The final exam week ended, and military academies welcomed their holidays. The 5 students in the experimental class, including Su Jintang, began their special training arranged by Zhuang Silin. Under a clear blue sky. In the villa courtyard, each of the 5 students, including Su Jintang, carried a weight made of refined iron alloy on their shoulders, holding their breath and repeatedly performing squats. 98, 99, 100. Song Tianqi, having finished all the strength training, breathed a sigh of relief, immediately threw off the weight on his shoulder, and collapsed onto the nearby lawn. So tiring, when will this end? While others enjoyed relaxation during holidays, their holidays in the experimental class were more agonizing and painful than regular classes. Su Jintang also quickly finished her strength training, throwing off the weight. She was panting, her chest heaving. At this moment, the green membrane Archaeopteryx, which had been circling outside, suddenly flapped its wings and flew over. My people have been attacked by you humans. I have to go back and save them. The green membrane Archaeopteryx's telepathic voice entered her mind. Su Jintang subconsciously looked up. Is it serious? A little? We can't delay any longer, or our people will be wiped out. His tone was grave. This was the first time Su Jintang had seen the green membrane Archaeopteryx so serious. The situation was indeed urgent. She pursed her lips, thought for only 2 seconds, then stood up and decided, I go with you. The others couldn't hear the conversation between Su Jintang and the green membrane Archaeopteryx, only noticing her sudden movement, and all turned to look. What's wrong, class monitor? Yan Yuding spoke first. Su Jintang straightened her clothes. I have something to take care of. You guys practice first. After speaking, she turned and walked into the villa. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, transformed into a parrot, immediately followed. Back in the room, the green membrane Archaeopteryx reverted to its original form, its tone becoming serious. This situation is a bit dangerous. Are you sure you want to come back with me? Yes, let's go. With that, Su Jintang took out her communicator and sent a message to Zhuang Silin requesting leave. The green membrane Archaeopteryx was stunned for a moment. It believed Su Jintang definitely knew how dangerous the situation was, yet she had decided to go with him without any hesitation. The resentment it had accumulated towards Su Jintang over this period instantly dissipated. The green membrane Archaeopteryx nodded, okay. A few minutes later, Su Jintang quietly left the villa area and headed towards the Xingqing border defense post. Halfway there, the Ice Soul Dragon, who had been sleeping, suddenly awoke. The situation over there might be a bit dangerous. Be careful. Hearing his voice, the green membrane Archaeopteryx immediately sneered, knowing it's dangerous. Why don't you lend a hand later? The Ice Soul Dragon pondered for a moment. I help if necessary. After all, the 3 of them were now partners bound together, and it was impossible to stand by and watch someone die. On the border defense terminal platform, the terminal attendant raised his hand and shouted, recently, the Federation Army has been conducting an annihilation operation against the demon beast race. The situation outside the city is quite chaotic. For everyone's safety, all flights from this terminal to other star systems are currently suspended and will resume after the fighting stops. Su Jintang, who was waiting outside the platform to buy a ticket, frowned slightly. The only way to leave Star City was by taking the hover train. But now that all flights were suspended, she would have to find another way to get out. The green membrane Archaeopteryx transformed into a parrot and perched on her shoulder. How about I fly you out? Su Jintang glanced around. Not here yet, there are too many surveillance cameras nearby. If they were caught on camera, with the green membrane Archaeopteryx carrying her, she guaranteed she'd be in jail the next day. The area between Star City and the monster forest was a lawless, chaotic zone, neither under federal jurisdiction nor a monster habitat. It was extremely dangerous, and had always been a restricted area. Passing through it was impossible. Ugh, why are they fighting again? I was planning to visit other star systems, but with this shutdown, who knows when we'll be able to go back? These monsters are endless, no matter how many we kill. When will this war end? The people around her shook their heads and sighed, then dispersed and turned away. Soon, The crowd on the terminal disappeared. Only Su Jintang remained. A staff member approached and reminded her, "Miss, we completely shut down here. The station will close in 10 minutes. You should go back now." "Okay." Su Jintang snapped out of her daze and turned to leave. A few minutes later, a blurry figure intruded into the unmanned area. At the same time, the satellite surveillance system installed nearby was destroyed by a powerful force, and the monitor screen went black instantly. At that moment, the green membrane Archaeopteryx transformed into its original form, spread its wings, and landed in front of Su Jintang. Su Jintang quickly jumped onto its back, supporting its wings with both hands. "Let's go!" The green membrane Archaeopteryx gazed ahead, slowly unfolded its wings, and with a single, graceful flap, soared into the sky. "How are things on your people's side?" Su Jintang asked. The green membrane Archaeopteryx increased its flight speed. "Not good. Your human army has already begun its attack, so I need to speed up and get there. Hold on tight." With that, the green membrane Archaeopteryx accelerated even further. Su Jintang instinctively gripped it tightly. The swift wind stung her cheeks. Meanwhile, at the green membrane Archaeopteryx tribe settlement, the general in charge of this extermination mission was a military commander. His brows gleamed with a sharp edge, and his entire being exuded a chilling aura. He was clearly a seasoned warrior, a veteran of countless battles. "General, the attack has begun. According to our mission plan, we should be able to completely annihilate the green membrane bird tribe within 3 days." The general stood with his hands behind his back, a confident expression on his face. This is an unexpected bonus. Their leader has disappeared somewhere. We can take advantage of his absence and launch a quick wipeout. We can even get military merits when we return." The two exchanged a smile, appearing ready to conquer the green membrane bird tribe. At this moment, the area outside the green membrane bird tribe had become a battlefield of carnage. "Don't panic, everyone. The leader is on his way. We can definitely survive this disaster." The deputy leader, who had developed human-like intelligence, stood on the hillside, wings outstretched, speaking in human language, constantly encouraging his comrades. Most of those fighting were adult demonic beasts of the green membrane bird tribe, among the stronger ones. They spread their wings, repeatedly swooping down on missiles flying from the sky, almost risking their lives to protect their tribe. The deputy leader appeared calm on the outside, but was actually in a state of extreme panic inside. The human offensive outside was too fierce. He feared the tribe would be wiped out before their leader could return to reinforce them. "General, why don't we use high-speed missiles to create a breakthrough, then infiltrate the green membrane bird tribe's ranks and dismantle them from within?" The general nodded and gestured. "Okay, increase the speed just in case." After all, he still didn't know where the green membrane Archaeopteryx leader had gone. If he suddenly returned, it would be disastrous for their annihilation mission. A few seconds later, the military received instructions to accelerate missile launches. After confirming the instructions, everyone immediately opened fire. More and more high-speed missiles were launched from the military. The green membrane bird horde, which had initially managed to put up a slight resistance, was quickly scattered. The army, which had previously been unable to break through, immediately found a breakthrough and surged in. "Enter from this side. Charge. Killing one is no loss. Killing two is pure profit." Each monster hunted by the army could be exchanged for corresponding military merits. For them, killing more meant earning more. In just a few minutes, countless green membrane birds died at the hands of the army. Since most of the soldiers had taken advantage of the situation to rush into the tribe, which was mostly populated by young monsters that hadn't yet matured and had little combat power, they were powerless against the soldiers' murderous aura. Various screams rang out. Bright red blood splattered in the air. When the green membrane Archaeopteryx arrived at the tribe with Su Jintang, this was the scene that greeted them. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, which had been relatively calm, instantly turned red-eyed. Ignoring Su Jintang, it quickly raised its hand and charged towards the attacking army. A deafening bang resounded. The overwhelming force instantly shattered the attacking army. The irresistible impact forced many soldiers back, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. "The leader is here. Everyone cheer up. We're saved." Soon, someone noticed the arrival of the green membrane Archaeopteryx and shouted with joy. This shout immediately boosted the morale of the green membrane bird tribe. The green membrane birds, who had been somewhat demoralized, rallied and launched a renewed attack on the human army. At the same time, the army received news. "General, something bad has happened. The green membrane Archaeopteryx leader has returned. We must retreat immediately." Upon hearing the report, The general's expression instantly turned grave. How could he return so quickly? Before the attack, he had been secretly observing for a long time. The green membrane Archaeopteryx hadn't appeared in the tribe for almost half a year. He guessed that the green membrane Archaeopteryx had likely reached a bottleneck in its strength and found a safe place to cultivate in seclusion. Logically, this period of seclusion should have lasted at least several years. Without their leader's protection, the green membrane bird tribe was no threat at all. That's why he decided to annihilate the green membrane bird tribe. Moreover, our satellite surveillance detected that the green membrane Archaeopteryx brought a human with it. However, it was flying too fast, and we couldn't get a clear view of the human. The general narrowed his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. How could a human be mixed up with the green membrane Archaeopteryx? The enmity between demonic beasts and humans was always irreconcilable. A level 8 expert like the green membrane Archaeopteryx would never tolerate a human riding on its back. Is it possible that a human has betrayed the demonic beast tribe? A team member speculated. The general pondered for 2 seconds, then raised his hand and gestured, "Notify everyone to prepare for retreat." The news of a human suspected of colluding with demonic beasts might bring more battle merits than annihilating the green membrane bird tribe. He needs to go back and report to his superiors as soon as possible. Chapter 203. The arrival of the green membrane Archaeopteryx immediately changed the course of the battle. The army, which had been launching a fierce offensive, was quickly repelled. The general's retreat order was also relayed to the front lines, and the already retreating army quickly withdrew. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, now bloodthirsty, clearly didn't want them to retreat so easily, and quickly pursued them from behind. Su Jintang seized the opportunity and leaped down from the sky. Another human. The green membrane Archaeopteryx commander in charge didn't recognize Su Jintang, and immediately became defensive upon seeing her suddenly descend from the sky. A flock of green membrane birds quickly surrounded Su Jintang. Su Jintang immediately raised her hands. "Friendly troops, I'm a friendly ally." At this moment, the deputy leader jumped down from the hillside, raising his hand to stop. "Don't harm her, this is a guest our leader brought back." The green membrane birds, whose momentum had been building, immediately stopped. The green membrane Archaeopteryx pursued the enemy for a distance, only stopping when all the troops had withdrawn from the tribe. He turned and flew back to the tribe with a grim face. The deputy chief immediately rushed over to report. "Chief, this enemy attack was too sudden. We had no time to prepare, and the losses are quite heavy." "I know." The green membrane Archaeopteryx's voice was low. "First, treat the wounded tribesmen's wounds, then count the total number of casualties." "Yes." Su Jintang came to the green membrane Archaeopteryx's side, remained silent for a while, and then spoke. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." The green membrane Archaeopteryx lowered its head, its sharp claws clenched tightly. Su Jintang could tell that he was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything more, just silently stayed by his side. After a while, the green membrane Archaeopteryx recovered somewhat. He looked up at Su Jintang. "I might need to relocate the tribespeople. You can wander around the area, but don't go too far. The monster tribes here are very densely packed. If you offend the leaders of other tribes, I might not be able to save you. Go ahead and do your work. I just wander around by myself." Su Jintang waved her hand. Since the Ice Soul Dragon was still there, the green membrane Archaeopteryx wasn't too worried and quickly turned to work. Su Jintang looked around. The green membrane bird tribe was located in a lush, verdant forest. The dense trees blocked out the sunlight, with only a few slivers of sunlight filtering through the leaves. She started walking towards the woods. The monster forest was home to a large number of rare spiritual herbs. Because monsters had a strong sense of territoriality, the area outside the tribe was always the most heavily guarded. Therefore, the rare spiritual herbs outside the tribe were better protected than in other areas. Su Jintang had previously worked as a spirit herb gatherer for a period to earn money, so she was quite knowledgeable in this area. After walking for a short while, patches of spirit herbs swaying in the wind appeared before her. The herbs were surrounded by faint light, and many appeared to be at least 100 years old. After surveying her surroundings and confirming there was no danger, Su Jintang quickly rushed to the edge of the herb patch, squatted down, and retrieved her gathering tools and storage bottle from her storage space. She had performed the spirit herb gathering process hundreds of times before, and soon finished harvesting all the herbs in the patch. There's a spirit herb nearby that's over 1,000 years old and about to mature. It's ice type, it'd be useful to you. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Su Jintang paused in her picking, looking around. "Where?" "Go northeast, about 10 kilometers. That spirit herb grows in the territory of the Crimson Flame Lion tribe. Stealing it would be quite dangerous. Su Jintang pursed her lips. Can you help? Yes, but if I do, my aura will be exposed, easily attracting your attention. You should think about how to extricate yourself from this situation. Su Jintang clenched her hands, slowly flexing her wrists. Alright, let's go then. She was already here. She couldn't just take some low-grade spirit herbs back. She slightly raised her eyes, activating her supernatural ability. An invisible domain of power rapidly spread outwards, synchronizing the terrain within a radius of several miles into her mind. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Su Jintang stopped and turned to look. A blue-eyed, long-eared rabbit lurked behind the bushes, chewing on a low-grade spiritual herb. These blue-eyed, long-eared rabbits weren't very aggressive or dangerous, posing little threat to her. However, the little creature looked rather unusual. Su Jintang raised her hand, summoning ice that quickly enveloped the blue-eyed, long-eared rabbit. The rabbit was slow to react, completely unaware that it had been discovered, still chewing on the freshly picked spiritual herb. The air temperature plummeted. The silently covering ice rapidly climbed up the blue-eyed, long-eared rabbit's body, instantly freezing it. As it was frozen, the rabbit's two blue eyes widened in an adorably stunned expression, before it turned into an ice sculpture. Su Jintang parted the weeds and approached the frozen blue-eyed long-eared rabbit, crouching down slightly. This little thing is quite cute. She lightly touched the frozen rabbit with her fingertip, and the previously hard ice began to melt. The long-eared rabbit immediately began to struggle frantically, its drooping ears bobbing up and down, its attempts quite adorable. Su Jintang chuckled and tapped the rabbit's nose. Be quieter next time you eat. The rabbit's eyes widened, staring at Su Jintang in terror, looking utterly panicked, as if facing imminent disaster. Luckily, Su Jintang only wanted to tease it. After a while, seeing the rabbit trembling with nervousness, she stopped. Su Jintang clapped her hands, stood up, and retracted the ice. The blue-eyed long-eared rabbit was only at the second tier. It had clearly sensed that Su Jintang's strength far surpassed its own, and even with its body free, it dared not make a move. Go! Su Jintang waved to it. The blue-eyed, long-eared rabbit seemed to understand her meaning. Reacting quickly, it turned and scurried away. It disappeared from sight in no time. Su Jintang cracked her neck and continued towards the location of the spirit herb. After leaving the territoryless area, a clean stream appeared ahead. Further ahead was the location of the mature spirit herb mentioned by the Ice Soul Dragon, but again, it was also the territory of the Crimson Flame Lions. Su Jintang crouched down, hiding behind a large tree, peeking out only half her head, her gaze fixed on the Crimson Flame Lions drinking water on the other side of the stream. The Crimson Flame Lions were always primarily social animals. Even when hunting, they would set off in groups of male lions. This was also the main reason they were so difficult to deal with. Provoking one is like provoking a whole pack. The lion pride here all have a mental strength level of at least 4th rank. Further in, there are probably commander level and deputy leader level Crimson Flame Lions. Be careful, Ice Soul Dragon warned. He naturally hoped for a smooth journey without too many obstacles. Although he could intervene, having his aura exposed would be dangerous. Su Jintang pursed her lips. Tell me a few seconds in advance, when the spirit herbs mature, and I charge in. Ice Soul Dragon, sure. Rushing into the Crimson Flame Lion Pride's territory now was too dangerous. It was better to wait until the spirit herbs matured, and then launch a thrilling sneak attack. The lions drinking water over there clearly hadn't noticed Su Jintang. They finished drinking, and soon left in groups. Su Jintang turned around, leaned against a tree trunk, closed her eyes, and began to rest. Time flew by. Soon, another pride of lions arrived to drink. Su Jintang didn't pay much attention, crossing her arms, and continuing to rest with her head down. Just then, a lion's roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, hurried footsteps approached. Su Jintang, who had been well hidden, immediately opened her eyes. It's the Crimson Fire Green Sun Beast from the neighboring tribe. Ice Soul Dragon warned in time. Su Jintang quickly turned around and leaped into the nearby treetops. However, her movements were still a beat too slow. The Crimson Fire Green Sun Beast, whose tracks had been exposed, had already darted over. The Crimson Flame Lions chasing behind charged forward one after another. Various lion roars rang out in succession, startling the lion pride drinking water nearby. A few seconds later, a violent tremor came from the ground. To the untrained eye, it might have looked like an earthquake, but it was simply the sheer number of lions that had been disturbed, the powerful tremors caused by their collective running. A lion's roar came from behind. Before Su Jintang could even settle into the treetop, a burning sensation swept over him from behind. It was the blazing lion's attack, blazing fireball. Sizzle. The glacier swiftly pressed down on the incoming fireball, quickly extinguishing the flames above it, leaving plumes of white smoke. Su Jintang gripped the tree trunk, quickly turning and charging towards the nearby woods. Roar. The appearance of a human enraged the lions even more. All the blazing lions stomped their feet, opening their gaping maws to unleash fireballs. More and more fireballs appeared, scalding the surrounding air. Su Jintang raised his hand, instantly summoning countless layers of frost, rapidly cooling the scorching air. She raised both hands, her spiritual energy frantically gathering in her palms. In an instant, frost descended. Small ice lotuses appeared before her eyes. Bang bang. The collision of the ice lotuses and the blazing fireballs erupted with violent sounds. The spirit herbs are almost ripe, speed up. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice rang out again. Su Jintang pursed her lips, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. Her spiritual energy instantly coalesced, and she raised her hand, waving it towards the opposite side. The massive energy impact instantly extinguished all the fireballs. Su Jintang seized the opportunity to leap down from the treetop and race towards the blazing lion pride's territory. The lions, having been toyed with, recovered their senses, roaring angrily as they turned and chased after Su Jintang. The sun blazed overhead. Su Jintang led the way, followed by a large group of blazing lions, who spewed fireballs at her from time to time. How much longer until it's ripe? Su Jintang had already circled around quite a bit, her breath slightly ragged. Ice Soul Dragon, 30 seconds left. Go ahead and grab it, I cover your retreat. Su Jintang felt a little more confident. Okay. Chapter 204. Having said that, Su Jintang took a deep breath and accelerated, quickly creating a significant distance between herself and the lion pride behind her. Time ticked by. The roars of the lions continued to echo from behind. Su Jintang covered her ears as she ran, occasionally dodging fireballs spewed from behind. Sensing that time was almost up, Su Jintang abruptly changed direction and charged towards the location of the spirit herb. The allure of spirit herbs over 1,000 years old was considerable, and many high-level flame lions were already eyeing the herb with burning desire, ready to snatch it at any moment. A human has trespassed into our territory. Send some of your men to guard it, the Lion King at the front of the pride suddenly spoke in human language. The nearby flame lions immediately roared and turned to run away. More and more flame lions surrounded her, blocking Su Jintang's path. She was forced to stop. She paused for only a moment before the pack of crimson flame lions caught up from behind, while those in front split up to surround her. Su Jintang's eyes darkened, and she silently gathered her spiritual energy in her hands. Ice instantly spread from beneath her feet outwards. An ice blade storm rapidly formed, attacking the lion pack ahead. A fierce collision resounded. Several crimson flame lions in front were immediately repelled by the storm. Su Jintang pushed off the ground with her toes, her body leaping into the air, using the momentum of several crimson flame lions charging from behind his footsteps, propelling her forward once more. The lions' roars grew more ferocious. Several male lions furiously stomped the ground, raising their paws to pounce on Su Jintang. Su Jintang dodged to the side, once again using the crimson flame lions beneath her feet to surge into the air. After several dodges, Su Jintang quickly distanced himself from the lion pride, and the shimmering spirit herb soon came into view. Sensing the approaching human presence, the leading lion narrowed its eyes, raised its paw, and angrily slammed it at the nearby crimson flame lion. Useless. You can't even stop a human. The crimson flame lion was instantly knocked back dozens of meters. The other flame lions, witnessing this, trembled with fear, their bodies quivering as they prostrated themselves. At this moment, Su Jintang had already reached the spirit herb. The spirit herb, which had previously only emitted specks of starlight, suddenly erupted with a blinding beam of light, a blinding pillar shooting into the sky, the resulting shockwave distorting the surrounding air. Grab the spirit herb first. The leading lion's attention immediately turned to the spirit herb, raising its paw and slamming it into the ground, the violent shockwave radiating outwards from beneath its claws. Su Jintang, who had been charging towards the spirit herb, stumbled. The surrounding flame lion seized the opportunity to pounce. I handle this. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice rang out, followed by a surge of domineering power erupting from Su Jintang's forehead. The surrounding crimson flame lions were utterly powerless against it, all being repelled. Even the leading lion froze for a moment. Taking advantage of the opening, Su Jintang rushed to the spirit herb, grabbed it, and uprooted it. The spirit herb, once pulled from the ground, instantly lost its luster. Su Jintang tossed the spirit herb into her storage space, and quickly turned to flee the way she had come. Grab her! The leading lion roared angrily after regaining its senses. The other blazing flame lions also reacted one after another, rushing towards Su Jintang. A massive fireball, gleaming with crimson and golden light, spewed from the leading lion's mouth. The dominant lion's strength was at least at the 6th rank, and Su Jintang couldn't withstand its attacks. Just as the fireball was about to catch up with Su Jintang, the Ice Soul Dragon attacked again. A blanket of frost descended instantly. The raging fireball was quickly extinguished by the ice. At the same time, the Ice Soul Dragon unleashed its ultimate attack. A massive amount of ice energy instantly pressed down on the fireball. The dominant lion, chasing behind, keenly sensed the approaching aura of an unfamiliar demonic beast. Who? The other flame lions also stopped warily, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The Ice Soul Dragon increased its power. Its dragon aura intensified, and in an instant, the previously aggressive dominant lion's eyes turned panicked. He looked up, fearfully surveying his surroundings. It's the Ice Soul Dragon. How did it appear in our tribe? The other flame lions, feeling the oppressive aura of the dragon, fared even worse, all collapsing to the ground, unable to lift their heads. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Jintang broke through the encirclement and sped away, disappearing from sight in no time. The Ice Soul Dragon's aura still lingered within the Blazing Lion tribe, even alerting its leader, the Blazing Lion King, who was in seclusion. By this time, Su Jintang had already covered 2 miles. It's safe now, they didn't chase us, the Ice Soul Dragon reminded him. Su Jintang breathed a slight sigh of relief, patting his chest lightly. That was terrifying. The Ice Soul Dragon. But there was an unexpected situation. When my aura was exposed just now, it seems I was accidentally detected by a nearby advanced satellite. Su Jintang? ? A satellite here? It's probably because your human army retreated in such a hurry that they forgot to take the satellite with them. Su Jintang paused for 2 seconds. Is the situation urgent now? A bit urgent. Just as Ice Soul Dragon finished speaking, a sharp siren blared. The piercing warning echoed through the clouds, startling many of the demonic beasts within their territories. The leaders and deputy leaders of the various demonic beast tribes were all puzzled. What's going on? Was that the aura of the dragon just now? Why is Ice Soul Dragon coming to our side again? Is it trying to seize our territory? Not likely. A divine beast of his level probably wouldn't even look at a small territory like ours. The warning from the high-level satellite hovering in the sky continued to sound. The warning message was quickly relayed to the Star City Border Defense Forces. General, our advanced satellite in the Monster Forest has issued an alert. After comparing the auras, it seems to have detected the oppressive aura of the Ice Soul Dragon. The general's brow furrowed slightly. The Ice Soul Dragon? Wasn't it in the Blizzard Forest? How did it get out? I'm not sure. Should we report this to our superiors immediately? The general was silent for a moment. Yes. This extermination operation was very successful. We have at least 2 major pieces of information. I will personally report to the federal headquarters later. Yes. Crack. The advanced satellite hovering in the air instantly shattered into pieces, turning into mechanical fragments scattered all over the ground. It's resolved. We need to get going quickly. The green membrane Archaeopteryx clapped its hands and turned to look at Su Jintang. With the alarm sounding just now, the military must have received the message, and they likely already know it's the Ice Soul Dragon's aura. Su Jintang pursed his lips and decisively decided, let's go. She quickly climbed onto the back of the green membrane Archaeopteryx, gripping its wings with both hands. Let's go! The green membrane Archaeopteryx slowly spread its wings, pushed off the ground, and quickly soared into the sky. However, they hadn't flown far when a new satellite alarm sounded ahead. It seems there's another satellite surveillance ahead. We need to change our route, the green membrane Archaeopteryx said cautiously, looking ahead. Su Jintang glanced down. She quickly spotted a small path. Let's go down, she said, gently patting the green membrane Archaeopteryx's shoulder. The green membrane Archaeopteryx immediately turned and flew down the path. This path connected the Monster Forest and the Star City Border Defense Area. Many people who came to the Monster Forest for training would use this path to return to the city. After landing, Su Jintang dismounted from the green membrane Archaeopteryx's back. Just as they were searching for a way back to the city, they suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. The green membrane Archaeopteryx reacted quickly, transforming back into its previous green feathered parrot form, fluttering its wings and landing on Su Jintang's shoulder. Soon, a group of people came into view. This federation is really something, always fighting. They shut down all the hover trains, and we have to walk back. Sigh, who would have thought we'd run into this? Let's go, we should be in the city in 2 more days. Consider it strength training. Su Jintang leaned casually against a nearby tree trunk. When the group reached them, she immediately smiled and waved. What a coincidence, are you also heading back to the city? The leader, Song Ziqian, looked up warily. Who are you? After all, this was uninhabited territory, and everyone was naturally wary of strangers. Su Jintang smiled and raised his hands, trying to express his goodwill. I'm a student of Rectus. I came to the monster forest for training, but all the hover trains have stopped running, and I ended up alone. I found this path by trial and error. Song Ziqian looked Su Jintang up and down, pondered for a few seconds, and then sheathed her sword. Why did you come here alone for training? Didn't your military academy instructors lead you? Su Jintang replied without batting an eye. I came by myself. Our instructors didn't assign any training missions, but my strength isn't very good, so I wanted to train in the monster forest during this holiday to try and get a good grade at the military academy when school starts. Song Ziqian frowned. When did Katas become so unreliable? They didn't even arrange any training during the holiday. Sigh, maybe it's because my skills are average, so I'm not highly regarded. You know, our military academy has a great reputation. Many genius students are here. It's inevitable that an ordinary student like me will have a lower profile. Song Ziqian's brows gradually relaxed, and she gently patted Su Jintang's shoulder. It's okay, come with us. It's too dangerous for you to return to the city alone. Su Jintang immediately smiled and then asked, Are you sent by the military academy for training? Yes. Song Ziqian nodded, tossing her high ponytail. I'm from Shiha Alliance Military Academy. Just call me Ziqian. She smiled confidently and extended her hand to Su Jintang. Su Jintang's eyes widened in surprise. She was from Shiha Alliance Military Academy. She recovered and smiled, shaking Song Ziqian's hand. Hello, I call you Sister Ziqian. Song Ziqian turned around and waved to her teammates. We have a new member joining us on our return trip to the city. Everyone come over and get to know each other. A group of people immediately gathered around and began introducing themselves to Su Jintang. By the way, what's your name? Song Ziqian's gaze fell on Su Jintang. Su Jintang smiled slightly. Just call me Xiao Su. Okay. Song Ziqian returned to Su Jintang's side. Coming to the monster forest alone this time was really reckless. Do you know how dangerous it is here? Just now, on our way here, we encountered the Federation army annihilating the green membrane bird tribe. Then, their leader returned halfway through, and that's a peak 8th tier monster beast. Luckily we ran fast. If their leader had discovered us, he could have easily wiped us all out. A teammate added, yeah, and just now, for some reason, that blazing lion pack next door suddenly went berserk. It was really scary. Su Jintang, the one who started all this, maintained a calm expression, smiled slightly, and pretended to be innocent. Huh? Really? That dangerous? It's okay, it should be resolved now. There's no movement over there. But just in case, let's hurry back to the city. Song Ziqian said seriously. Su Jintang nodded obediently. Since the path wasn't an official, properly constructed passage, its safety wasn't particularly high, and the group occasionally encountered stray monsters on their way back to the city. Fortunately, Song Ziqian and her group were all quite strong, and before Su Jintang even had a chance to act, they had quickly dealt with the monsters. Everyone, stop and rest for a bit. We continue in 10 minutes. Song Ziqian gestured for everyone to stop. The team members immediately and efficiently split into 2 groups. One group sat down to rest decisively, while the other group quickly turned around, lined up in a row, and became alert to their surroundings. Song Ziqian pulled Su Jintang to sit down on the ground. She looked over curiously and began to inquire, Is your curriculum at Lakitas particularly strict and intensive? Su Jintang hesitated for a while. Yes. It's quite strict. Their experimental class usually had almost no curriculum. It was mostly self-study. She really didn't know about the curriculum of other classes. Song Ziqian looked puzzled. Your answer sounds hesitant. Are you not strict usually? Su Jintang laughed and quickly brushed it off. No, I just suddenly remembered those painful experiences in class, and I paused for a moment. Oh, I see. Song Ziqian continued. Those 5 team members from your military academy performed quite well in the league's warm-up activities a while ago. Yeah, They are indeed impressive. After all, they are the official team that will represent our military academy in the league in the future. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. The two chatted idly. The break time quickly ended. Song Ziqian stood up, clapped her hands, and began to call out, "All right, break time is over, everyone get ready to go." The team members, who had been resting, quickly stood up and lined up again. Roar. The familiar roar of the fiery lion pack came from behind. What's going on? Song Ziqian froze, stopped, and turned to look behind her. The other team members also sensed something was wrong and turned around, assuming defensive postures. The leading lion is catching up, Ice Soul Dragon warned. The Ice Soul Dragon's intervention had temporarily repelled the blazing lions, but their fear was only of the Ice Soul Dragon's suppression. They weren't afraid of Su Jintang, who had stolen their spiritual herbs, so they quickly caught up after regaining their composure. "Captain, these blazing lions seem to be coming for us? What's going on? I don't remember us provoking them, right?" A team member asked hastily. Song Ziqian was also confused. The blazing lions' territory was at least 10 kilometers away from their location. What had they done to make these lions go to such lengths to catch up? "Sister Ziqian, should we run now?" Su Jintang reminded them. Song Ziqian snapped out of her daze. "Right, run. These blazing lions come out in droves. We can't possibly defeat them all." She gestured for them to retreat. The team members reacted instantly, each one scattering in terror. Roar. The blazing lions' roars echoed continuously. Song Ziqian and the others ran forward as fast as they could. Su Jintang mixed in, her mouth tightly shut as she sped off. With outsiders present, the green membrane Archaeopteryx and Ice Soul Dragon couldn't intervene, so their only option was to flee. "Damn it! What's wrong with these lions? Why are they chasing us like this?" Someone roared in fury. "Did someone raid their lair? Bullshit, we didn't even provoke the blazing lions." "It's alright, I call my tribesmen for help." The voice of the green membrane Archaeopteryx entered Su Jintang's mind. Su Jintang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Okay. After running for about 10 minutes, Su Jintang and his group's stamina was almost completely depleted. The blazing lions not only chased them, but also unleashed fireball attacks along the way. Whenever Su Jintang and his group had a spare moment, they had to defend against the fireball attacks, and their mental energy was being consumed at an increasing rate. "Damn it! Captain, something's wrong. It looks like another group of monsters is coming from behind." Song Ziqian, who was leading the group, stumbled. She turned around in disbelief. "Another group? Let's confirm what kind of monsters they are." "It's the green membrane bird tribe. We're doomed. We can't outrun the green membrane bird's flight speed." The team member's voice was tense. They could still outrun the blazing lions, but against flying monsters, like the green membrane birds, they had no chance. The team members, who had been desperately trying to escape, were instantly plunged into despair. Su Jintang felt a surge of joy. These green membrane birds arrived so quickly. There was hope. "Don't give up, everyone. We will never give up until the very last moment," Su Jintang shouted. Song Ziqian quickly regained her composure, a fighting spirit rising in her eyes. "The people of Shiha Alliance Military Academy are unyielding to the death. Everyone, prepare for battle. Even if we die here today, we will take a few demonic beasts with us." "Yes." The team members answered in unison. Time ticked by. The army of green membrane birds quickly caught up, and everyone prepared for the impending battle. However, to everyone's surprise, the army of green membrane birds stopped just behind Song Ziqian and her group, then collectively flapped their wings and landed on the ground, blocking the path of the blazing lions. Chapter 205. The once mighty fiery lion pack was instantly halted. What's going on? Several people noticed something was wrong and turned around in surprise. Song Ziqian, who had been leading the pack, also stopped, looking back with a surprised expression. At this moment, the green membrane birds were already fighting the fiery lion pack. Due to the green membrane birds' unique flying skills, they were highly agile and quickly spun around the fiery lion pack with precise dodging techniques. Roar! One roar after another rang out. The battle was fierce. Su Jintang seized the opportunity to speak. They started fighting. "Let's run!" This brought everyone back to their senses. Song Ziqian quickly gestured. "Everyone, hurry up and retreat. We're not far from Star City. Everyone give it your all." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned around and continued toward Star City. About 15 minutes later, everyone was completely out of the battle zone. Song Ziqian breathed a slight sigh of relief, stopped, and looked back at Su Jintang. "That was so close. I thought we were all going to die there." Su Jintang patted his chest, looking shaken. Yeah, it almost scared me to death. The other team members also stopped one after another. How amazing! The green membrane birds actually fought with the blazing lions. When did these two groups start this feud? Never heard of it, but we're lucky we managed to escape in the chaos. Su Jintang looked up. From here, they could already see the faint outline of Star City buildings in the distance. They estimated they'd be able to enter the city smoothly after walking for a while. Everyone, rest a little longer. We head straight back to the city later, Song Ziqian called out, turning her head. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. Song Ziqian sat down next to Su Jintang, leaning closer with a curious expression. What exactly happened just now? These two tribes are completely unrelated, yet they went to such lengths. Maybe they just don't like each other. Su Jintang casually offered an excuse. Song Ziqian couldn't think of any other reason, and could only believe that. Forget it. We're lucky to have escaped this time. Song Ziqian waved her hand, no longer dwelling on it. After resting for a while, the group quickly resumed their journey. They encountered no further trouble along the way, and returned to Star City smoothly. The hover train is back in operation. Anyone wanting to go to the monster forest for training can buy tickets on site. Phew, after being locked down for so long, we can finally leave the city. So the army has successfully wiped them out? I heard they weren't quite successful. Halfway through, the leader of the green membrane bird tribe returned, and then the army retreated. The green membrane bird tribe leader must have been at the peak of the 8th rank, right? Yeah, definitely. Upon entering Star City, the atmosphere immediately became lively. Su Jintang listened silently to the discussions. She actually wanted to find out more about how the army was dealing with the Ice Soul Dragon, but it seemed the army hadn't leaked any information yet. After listening for a long time, she hadn't heard a thing. Xiao Su, we need to go straight back to school later to report the mission results to the teacher. What are your plans? Song Ziqian asked as she approached. Su Jintang snapped out of her reverie, looked up, and waved with a smile. I have some things to take care of. I return to school after I'm done. Okay, then we head out first. See you again sometime. Song Ziqian waved and quickly led her team away. After watching them walk away, Su Jintang turned and headed towards a nearby tea house. Tea houses are the places where gossip spreads most, and they're also good for gathering information. Su Jintang ordered a bowl of mixed tea and sat down in a corner of the hall. She had only been sitting for a short while when she heard various gossips around her. Have you heard? The Ice Soul Dragon seems to have escaped from the Blizzard Forest. It appeared in the monster forest near us this morning. Huh? Really? Doesn't that mean we're at risk of our city being wiped out? Should we run away immediately? It shouldn't be that bad. If there were real danger, the border troops would definitely notify us to evacuate first. That's true. Oh right, I also heard that the Green Membrane Bird and the Blazing Lion clans are fighting. That's quite unusual. I tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. I heard that some humans seem to be colluding with demonic beasts. They chatted about all sorts of things, and Su Jintang listened to all the recent news while drinking tea. The news of the Ice Soul Dragon appearing in this demonic beast forest had obviously spread, but they hadn't yet found out the specifics of how the army planned to respond. Secondly, someone mentioned the collusion between humans and demonic beasts. Su Jintang lowered his head, toying with his teacup. It must have been when we went back to rescue our people that someone saw you on my back. The green membrane Archaeopteryx spoke. Su Jintang pursed her lips. It's alright, I doubt anyone saw me. If the surveillance satellites had captured her image, someone would have already come knocking. The current calm clearly indicates that those people haven't figured it out yet. Having understood the whole situation, Su Jintang raised her teacup, drank the tea in one gulp, and then got up to pay the bill. After half a day's flight, Su Jintang returned to the Federation starfield before sunset. Inside the villa courtyard, Song Tianqi and the others had just finished training and were preparing to go back to their rooms to rest. The squad leader is back. Yin Yuding saw Su Jintang immediately. The others all turned to look. Song Tianqi rushed over with a gossipy expression. Squad leader, what fun things have you been up to this time? Shui Zhongji also looked over curiously. Su Jintang had been gone for 2 days, without telling anyone what she had been busy with before she left. It was hard not to suspect that she had gone off to do something bad again, just like before. Su Jintang waved her hand, and quickly delivered the lie she had prepared on the way back. The day before yesterday, I felt like I had hit a bottleneck, so I wanted to go to the monster forest for some real combat experience to see if I could make a breakthrough. But I didn't expect to encounter train cancellations and various other unexpected events, and it took me a long and complicated journey to get back. Song Tianqi's eyes lit up. So, squad leader, your strength has improved again this time? Su Jintang sighed and shook her head. Not yet, but I have some new insights, and I plan to digest them properly tonight. You guys practice first. I'm going back to my room to rest. After saying that, she waved her hand, and the others, naturally not daring to disturb her any further, nodded in agreement. Back in her room, Su Jintang locked the doors and windows, sat down in the living room, and took out the ice-type spiritual herb she had previously snatched. The herb's branches and leaves curved in an S shape, and wisps of cold air swirled around it, instantly lowering the temperature in the room. Su Jintang opened her communicator and took a picture of the herb. A few seconds later, information about the herb was retrieved. Name: Frostvine Grass. Rarity: extremely rare. Age: over 1,000 years. Effects: suitable for ice-type ability users. After ingestion and absorption, it can enhance ability strength and mental purity. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. Su Jintang rubbed her hands expectantly. Brother Long, protect me. Ice Soul Dragon gave a steady mm. After greeting him, she confidently entered the cultivation room. Night fell. The lights in all the rooms of the villa remained bright. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere of everyone staying up late playing games and laughing before this holiday, Su Jintang and the other three had worked exceptionally hard. Every day, they trained from the moment they opened their eyes until evening. Occasionally, when they were in a good mood, they would even have an extra training match. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The start of the school year was approaching. In the training room, Su Jintang sat cross-legged, her hands resting on her dantian. Dense strands of spiritual energy swirled around her body until, at a certain moment, all the strands of spiritual energy suddenly condensed, then burst forth, with a blinding light, illuminating the entire room. Phew, finally reached the peak of the 4th rank. Su Jintang slowly lowered her hands to her sides. She took a deep breath, stood up, feeling her spiritual energy more than double its previous size, and stretched. A portion of my dragon blood power has also been unsealed. Your physical strength should be stronger now. You can try it out later, the Ice Soul Dragon said. Su Jintang waved her hand. Okay. She pushed open the door to leave her room and ran into Yan Yuding, who was coming downstairs. Class monitor, school starts tomorrow. New semester, new look. Shall we go shopping and buy some new clothes? Yan Yuding looked at her expectantly. Su Jintang thought for a couple of seconds. Sure, I'm free anyway. Let's go! Let's not bring Song Tianqi and the others this time. They're too noisy. Let's have a girls' get-together with Sister Shi. Yan Yuding chuckled and took Su Jintang's arm. Not long after, Jiang Shi also came out of her room. The three of them met in the living room downstairs and quickly set off. At the commercial street in the central city, banners announcing the Military Academy League were plastered all over the streets, and even the large screen above the central square was showing highlights of the 5 major military academies' exhibition matches, creating a lively atmosphere. I feel like this year's Military Academy League is going to be really exciting. The exhibition matches of the 5 major military academies were so well done. Sigh, I rather see a dark horse military academy make a comeback than the 5 major military academies, ha ha ha. You never know, after all, the policy changed this year, and many newly established military academies can participate. Take a look at the odds at the underground black market casinos. Currently, Rectus has the lowest odds, so they probably have a lot of cards up their sleeve. Wasn't there a rumor recently that the masked squad was trained by Rectus? Huh? Isn't the masked squad from Clifford? Su Jintang listened intently as she walked. Yan Yuding's attention, however, was focused on the clothing and merchandise displayed in the shops on both sides. Oh my god, this is so beautiful, and the style is so trendy right now, and the price is so reasonable. This headdress suits you so well, want to try it on? Yan Yuding pointed to a silver beaded headdress in the glass display case. Jiang Shi has a cool and aloof temperament, which suits this kind of simple headdress perfectly. It enhances her icy beauty. Su Jintang also looked over, carefully examining the silver beaded headdress, then nodded. It really suits Shi. Okay, I try it on. Jiang Shi stepped into the shop. The shop owner immediately greeted her warmly. Hello, all 3 of you. What can I do for you? Let me try this one on. Jiang Shi pointed to the silver beaded headdress she had just seen in the glass display case. The shop owner smiled brightly. Sure thing. Yan Yuding and Su Jintang then dispersed to examine the jewelry in the other display cases. Su Jintang pointed to a row of jewelry inside. Could you please get these for her to try on as well? A shop assistant beside her smiled sweetly. Okay. A quarter of an hour later, Jiangxi stared at the row of jewelry displayed on the counter, falling silent. The headpieces she had just tried on were all quite beautiful, but the total price was indeed a bit expensive. Yan Yuding spoke up. I feel that the silver beaded headpiece suits you best. Why don't you choose that? Su Jintang nodded. Indeed. Jiangxi hesitated for 2 seconds, then said, never mind, just pack them all up. They're not that expensive. This generous attitude stunned the shop owner. After regaining his composure, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Okay, I packed them up for you right away. His headdresses were all made of rare alloys, so the cost was indeed high, and the price was naturally higher. Normally, selling even one piece was a rare feat, but today he had encountered a very important customer. The shop owner was overjoyed, beaming as he turned to help pack them up. Su Jintang stood beside her, stroking his chin and observing Jiangxi. He had almost forgotten that this was the young lady of Wanbage. However, after the last Wanbage auction, her net worth had skyrocketed to over 100 million, so indulging in such extravagance occasionally wasn't out of the question. Su Jintang pursed his lips, deciding to go shopping later as well. So that afternoon, the three of them embarked on a shopping spree. Until the sun was almost setting. Song Tianqi called immediately, followed by a loud, wailing voice. Where did you three go? What are you doing, leaving Shui Zhongqi and me in the dorm like this? Shui Zhongqi's wailing echoed. Yeah. Did you go off to find some handsome guy behind our backs? Su Jintang. No. You two are the most handsome guys in our eyes. How could we go off to find someone else behind your backs? Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi, who were about to complain, froze simultaneously. Song Tianqi. ? Something's not right. The class monitor's attitude has suddenly changed. She's actually praising them? Shui Zhongqi also looked incredulous. You said we're handsome? Su Jintang nodded. Yes. Is there anything else? The two were silent for a few seconds, then cleared their throats simultaneously. Shui Zhongqi. Nothing else. When are you coming back? We're going back right after shopping. Bye. Su Jintang replied dismissively, and quickly hung up. Across from them, Yan Yuding winked at Su Jintang. The class monitor's got a sharp mind. Let's go see some handsome guys, without taking those two along. Chapter 206. Night gradually fell, and the city lights began to illuminate the scene. Inside the circular stadium in the northeastern part of the city center, fans queuing to enter held up various support banners and wristbands, their expressions filled with excitement. Shen Mucheng. Shen Mucheng. Mu Lingxiu will always be number one. Brother is so handsome. The air was filled with excited screams, and Su Jintang and his two companions were also swept up in the excitement. Yan Yuding raised the glow sticks they had just received at the venue and waved and shouted along with the fans. Shen Mucheng. Shen Mucheng. Just 15 minutes earlier, Su Jintang and his companions had finished their shopping spree and were about to leave when the shop owner suddenly and enthusiastically presented them with 3 tickets to the Mu Lingxiu Idol Group's concert. With tickets, why not go? So the three of them immediately headed to the concert venue. After queuing for a short while, the three of them entered the stadium one after another. Their tickets were in the first row of the inner area, VIP seats, closest to the stage and with the best view. Su Jintang leaned back comfortably in her chair, toying with her light stick, her gaze fixed on the stage. The stage was vast, adorned with various lights all around and above, creating a dazzling spectacle. Thank you for coming to support us, everyone. There are 10 minutes left before the Mu Lingxiu group's performance begins. Please look forward to it. The host's voice slowly echoed throughout the venue. The fans already seated began chanting in unison, Mu Lingxiu. Mu Lingxiu. The shouts for Shen Mucheng were the loudest, indicating that he had the largest number of fans. Shen Mucheng is so handsome. Shen Mucheng. Yan Yuding, standing nearby, joined in the excitement, shouting excitedly. Jiangxi remained relatively calm, merely gazing at the stage, presumably waiting for the performance to begin. Su Jintang rested her hands on the armrests of her chair, half closing her eyes, as if taking a nap. A moment later, rhythmic accompaniment began. At the same time, all the lights suddenly illuminated the venue, creating a dazzling spectacle. Su Jintang opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the stage. A small platform slowly rose from the center of the huge circular arena, and all the members of the Mu Lingxiu group stood on it, each striking a stylish pose. Shen Mucheng stood in the center, bathed in the soft glow of the overhead lights. He crouched slightly, his hands resting on his knees, and when he looked up, his bright, clear eyes were revealed. Ah, Shin Muchung. Shin Muchung is so handsome. The venue was instantly filled with screams from fans. Class monitor, Shin Muchung is getting more and more handsome. Yin Yuding nudged Su Jintang's arm with a sly smile. Su Jintang stroked her chin, a slight smile playing on her lips. He really is handsome. I heard Shin Muchung's mental strength level is already at level 6, which is quite good for his age. Sigh, and he's so handsome too, no wonder he has so many fans. Yin Yuding remarked. Jiangxi crossed her arms, gazing at the stage, and quietly said, Shin Muchung's ability is the illusionary butterfly, a special type of ability that can create illusions. You think he's handsome, probably because of the effects of his ability. Su Jintang looked over curiously. There's such an effect? Yes, I heard of it too. Yin Yuding nodded. Some people on the forum have mentioned Shin Muchung's illusory butterfly ability, but this power doesn't harm most fans. In fact, it might even provide a boost to their mental energy cultivation. That's probably why he has such a large fanbase. Some people who don't like him might come to his concert specifically for the mental energy purity boost. That's right. Jiangxi replied. Su Jintang's eyes widened. No wonder Shin Muchung is so popular. Watching his concert can even provide a mental energy purity boost. Then I have to watch carefully today. Su Jintang immediately sat up straight, adopting a serious attitude as she looked at the stage. Soon, the stage lights dimmed. A cheerful accompaniment began. The spotlight shone on Shin Muchung, drawing everyone's attention. Shin Muchung slowly rose, raising his eyes and simultaneously holding the microphone. His sensual lips parted slightly, and a gentle, affectionate voice rang out. Su Jintang swayed her glow stick to the rhythm of the song. Yin Yuding also closed her eyes in rapture, swaying her body along. As the song reached its climax in the chorus, the tempo quickened, and the drum beats intensified. At that moment, a faint blue light emanated from Shin Muchung, spreading towards the surrounding audience. The blue light, like fireflies, twinkled and drifted towards the entire audience. A small dot of light landed in front of Su Jintang. She instinctively reached out to touch it. The dot of light instantly entered her fingertip, followed by a warm current flowing into her body, bringing a pure sense of comfort. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jintang's eyes. It really did improve the purity of her spiritual power, albeit slightly. But over time, the cumulative effect should be considerable. Shin Muchung's singing grew louder, and the accompaniment more intense. Sparkling dots of light rained down on the audience in waves, until the song ended. Su Jintang stretched comfortably. Cultivating while listening to music is definitely profitable. Right? I suggest we 3 organize more gatherings like this in the future. Yin Yuding nodded repeatedly. Jiangxi, on the other side, was also experiencing the beneficial effects of the song. After absorbing all the energy from the light dots, she opened her eyes and nodded. If you listen long term, the benefits are indeed quite good. However, the price of tickets for the Mu Lingxiu group's concert has been inflated 5 or 6 times over. If we collect tickets ourselves, each one will probably cost at least tens of thousands. Considering everything, it's actually not worthwhile. Su Jintang also began to do the math. A single ticket cost over 10,000, but the effect on her mental energy purity was estimated to be only 0.1%. The cost-benefit ratio was indeed not worthwhile. Sigh, watching one now, and then is just for eye candy. She shrugged and leaned back in her chair. Yin Yuding nodded. Yeah, watching handsome guys always makes me happy, ha ha ha. The atmosphere throughout the concert was very relaxed and cheerful. It didn't end until evening. After the concert, Su Jintang and the other 2 stretched and walked out of the venue. Let's go back to sleep, so sleepy. Yin Yuding yawned repeatedly, already extremely sleepy. Su Jintang didn't look as energetic as when she arrived either. She waved her hand. Let's go back to the dorm. The 3 returned to the villa before dawn. They assumed Song Tianqi and Su Jintang would be asleep, but as soon as they entered, Song Tianqi roared, "Class monitor. Have you 3 lost your conscience?" Su Jintang paused awkwardly. She touched her nose and explained, "We ran into some trouble on the way, so we're late." Snap, all the living room lights switched on. The dark villa instantly lit up. Shui Zhongqi stood with his arms crossed, his face stern, staring intently at Su Jintang and the other 2, looking like he was about to interrogate them. Song Tianqi stood beside them, hands on his hips, his face sullen, occasionally letting out a cold laugh. "Ha, you think we believe your nonsense? Tell me, What did you do all afternoon leaving us here? Yin Yuding was also a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat, head bowed. Okay, I admit it, we went to Shinmuching's concert. Su Jintang nodded repeatedly beside her. Jiangxi remained silent, which also implied agreement. Fine. Fine. You three treat us like this. This isn't over. I'm going to tell Teacher Zhuang. Tell her that the league hasn't even started and our experimental class is already fighting amongst ourselves. With that, Song Tianqi looked aggrieved and stormed upstairs. Shui Zhongji merely glanced at the three of them, giving them a "you better watch yourselves" look, before turning and going upstairs. After a moment of silence, Yin Yuding leaned close to Su Jintang and whispered, "Did we go a little too far? They're just being dramatic. They'd be fine once they're done." Su Jintang waved her hand. "Let's go back to sleep." Hearing this, Yin Yuding didn't think much of it and nodded, okay. Jiangxi probably didn't take it to heart either, and quickly went back to her room to rest. Until the next morning, when Su Jintang came downstairs to have breakfast. Song Tianqi, who was sitting at the table eating bread, gave her a cold look, then without saying a word got up, picked up his plate, and sat down at another table. Su Jintang paused, then chuckled and teased, "Oh, still angry?" Song Tianqi snorted, "Don't try to get close to me, we're not familiar." "That's right, you never take us out shopping, even for something as nice as shopping. From now on, we're just classmates at best. Let's keep our distance and not get too close," Shui Zhongqi added sarcastically. Yin Yuding, left out at the other table, cleared her throat and beckoned to Su Jintang, "Come on, class monitor, sit here." Su Jintang had no choice but to sit down. A little while later, Jiangxi also came downstairs for breakfast. She stared at Su Jintang and the others, who were seated at two separate tables, for a few seconds. "Come sit over here," Yin Yuding beckoned to her. Jiangxi sat down with her juice. It was as if a cliff separated the two tables, they ignored each other, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Until the doorbell rang. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi both got up to open the door, but stopped immediately when they saw the other move. Su Jintang gestured first, "You go, you go." "Heh." Song Tianqi crossed his arms, "You go." "Men first, you go." "It's clearly ladies first, class monitor, you go." The two of them politely deferred to each other for a while before Zhuang Silin's call came in. Su Jintang answered the call. Zhuang Silin's questioning voice immediately came through. "Aren't the five of you in the dormitory?" "Yes, I opened the door for you right away." Su Jintang hurriedly ran to open the door. Zhuang Silin looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Why did it take you so long to open the door?" Su Jintang shrugged, "It's nothing, just a little dispute." Zhuang Silin frowned slightly, not understanding what she meant. "What dispute?" "The five of you need to intensify your team training recently. The league is about to start, and other military academies are all preparing enthusiastically. Don't fall behind." "Don't worry, we definitely won't fall behind." Su Jintang nodded and agreed. Zhuang Silin entered the living room, her gaze sweeping over the two separate dining tables. Seeing Song Tianqi and the others suddenly seated apart, she finally realized something. "Don't tell me the five of you are having a fight now?" Song Tianqi, who had been holding it in all night, immediately slammed his fist on the table angrily. "Teacher." It was those three. He rattled off a long string of complaints, basically saying that Su Jintang and the other two had abandoned them first, and this matter had seriously affected the internal unity of the experimental class. Zhuang Silin rubbed her temples. All right, it's just a small matter. You five can handle it yourselves." She had thought something serious had happened. The five of them looked like they were about to break up. "I emphasize again, the number of military academies participating in this year's Military Academy League is 3 times that of last year. The pressure on us is definitely greater. You five must remain calm and composed." "Understood," Su Jintang shouted, taking the lead. When it came to serious matters, Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi also became serious, nodding in agreement. "Understood. Also, I come to share some new information with you." Zhuang Silin waved. "Let's go upstairs to the conference room." A few minutes later, Su Jintang and the other 4 temporarily put aside their differences and sat down harmoniously to begin the meeting. Zhuang Silin adjusted the projected image on the screen. The news this time concerned Shiha Alliance Military Academy, one of the 5 major military academies. Through some means, we obtained some information about their reserve team members. Su Jintang looked up at the screen, where Song Ziqian's figure slowly appeared. She raised an eyebrow slightly. "I've seen this substitute team member before." Zhuang Silin turned to look at her. "You met Song Ziqian?" She should be the captain of the secret squad trained by Shiha Alliance Military Academy. Su Jintang pursed her lips and nodded, replying, yes, we met once. Jiangshi looked over. How strong is she? I don't know. We only spent some time together, so I haven't seen her in actual combat. When Su Jintang returned to the city with her, she only witnessed the other's impressive escape ability. She knew nothing else. Zhuang Silin switched the screen display. No problem. I already gathered a rough outline of her information. Song Ziqian, peak 4-tier mental strength level. She has the highest cultivation talent among her peers at Shiha Alliance Military Academy. Her specific abilities are still unclear, but it's certain that she can challenge opponents of higher levels. You should keep that in mind. Chapter 207. Song Tianqi asked with a gossipy look, Teacher, where did you get all this information? The 5 major military academies each have their own intelligence networks, so getting this information is relatively easy. Zhuang Silin didn't reveal much, only giving a brief explanation before continuing to introduce the Shiha Alliance Military Academy's reserve team. Besides Song Ziqian, the rest of their team are relatively average. The 5 of you should be able to handle them. Also, you saw the odds at the underground black market casino, right? Zhuang Silin's gaze swept over everyone. Su Jintang nodded, raising his hand. I saw it. Currently, our odds of winning are the lowest. Zhuang Silin replied. So someone must already have information about our military academy. Hiding it now is useless. The key is to quickly gather information about the other military academies. Teacher, we heard some rumors before. Do you think they're reliable? Yan Yuding asked, looking up. Zhuang Silin leaned slightly forward, her hands resting on the edge of the conference table. 2 years ago, the Imperial Military Academy specially recruited a student with God-level superpowers. We verified this news, it's true. As for what those God-level superpowers are, we haven't been able to find out. Su Jintang clicked his tongue. God-level superpowers? How powerful are they? At least not weaker than Song Tianqi's Vermilion Bird token, Zhuang Silin replied. Song Tianqi, who had been a little nervous, immediately relaxed. Ugh, so I can handle him by myself, right? Zhuang Silin was cautious. Don't be overconfident. Besides the 5 major military academies, our competitors include other newly participating military academy teams. We can't guarantee there won't be any dark horse contenders among them. Shui Zhongqi rested his hands on the back of his chair, leaning back slightly. I understand the general situation. Anyway, there are still several months left, so let's keep practicing. Well, in a while, military academy students from other star regions will probably be heading here. Keep an eye on things. I won't say more, you can handle things yourselves. After giving her instructions, Zhuang Silin waved her hand. Alright, go resolve your internal conflicts. The meeting ended, and Zhuang Silin hurriedly left, presumably to attend to other matters. Only Su Jintang and the other 4 remained seated in the meeting room. The 5, who had just been in a harmonious atmosphere, immediately split into 2 factions. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi sat on one side, neither of them taking the initiative to speak. Yan Yuding and Jiangshi also remained unmoved, seemingly unwilling to back down first. Until Su Jintang broke the silence. I suggest that we pause our internal conflicts before the Military Academy League ends, and argue again after we finished all the important matters. What do you say? The group remained silent for a moment. Jiangshi raised his hand. I agree. Seeing someone take the lead, Yan Yuding followed suit. Then I agree too. Alright, let's argue after the league. Shui Zhongqi agreed. Only Song Tianqi remained silent. He looked at the others, and could only surrender. Then I join in. Thus, the 5 reconciled and continued their team battle training that afternoon. Not long after, the Federation starfield gradually became lively. People from various military academies and other starfields arrived one after another. Squad leader. Long time no see. Song Duo rushed over excitedly and hugged Su Jintang tightly. Since they entered different military academies, their contact had decreased significantly. This was their first meeting in almost a year. I heard you're representing Red Ridge Military Academy in the league this time? Su Jintang teased, looking at her. Song Duo smiled shyly, straightening her back. Yeah, I didn't expect I qualified to represent a military academy. But you know how strong our academy is. Our goal is at most to get into the top 100. Great, a bright future ahead. Su Jintang patted her shoulder and pulled her into his arms. Come on, let's go eat. By the way, where's Song Tianqi? Song Duo asked, remembering something. Su Jintang. I had him wait at the restaurant beforehand. You see him soon. Okay. Song Duo rubbed her hands expectantly. 15 minutes later, the two entered a private room in the restaurant. Song Tianqi sat by the window, the table in front of him already laden with dishes, the rich aroma of food wafting through the air. Song Duo didn't stand on ceremony, pulling up a chair and sitting down before even saying hello. I'm starving. Let me eat something first. Song Tianqi stood up and handed her cutlery. Don't rush, don't rush. Order whatever you want to eat today, it's on me. He patted his chest, resting his hands on the back of the chair, striking a lavish pose. Song Duo, who had just taken a bite of food, glanced at him. So generous today? Of course, it's been a long time. I can afford to treat you to a meal. After the one-page auction, Song Tianqi's net worth skyrocketed, and he was now a bona fide small-time tycoon. Su Jintang pulled out a chair next to her, sat down, and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Song Tianqi sat down opposite her and began to inquire gossipily, Duo, you're representing Red Ridge Military Academy in this competition. Did you have any secret preparations? Song Duo chewed her food heartily, and shook her head. No. We're just a small military academy, with a little over 100 students. What secret preparations could we possibly have? But, she changed the subject, winking at Song Tianqi, I heard quite a bit about other military academies. Su Jintang looked over while eating, tell me about it. The league policy changed this year, and many military academies that weren't eligible before have registered this time. However, the students from these academies are generally not very strong, so several academies are planning to form a joint team. Let's all compete together. Each military academy will send their strongest member from their class to form a formal team. That way, they might be able to secure a higher ranking. Song Tianqi looked at him with surprise. If we do it this way, which military academy will get the final ranking? They say it'd be decided by drawing lots, based on luck. Song Duo finished chewing her food and continued, actually, they're not at a disadvantage. If they compete individually, they might not even make the top 200, but by joining forces, they can probably break into the top 100. Su Jintang chewed his food. Any inside information about the 5 major military academies? Song Duo paused, her hand holding the food hovering in midair. I haven't heard anything about it. The competition among the 5 major military academies this year is probably quite fierce, and they're doing a good job of keeping their team members' information confidential. It's common knowledge that the formal teams of the 5 major military academies aren't their true trump cards, so most people are quietly inquiring about the reserve team members of their respective academies. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze. Looks like they've done a great job keeping things secret. So what secret preparations has Rectas made for this year's league? Song Duo asked gossipily. Su Jintang immediately sat up straight and waved her hand seriously. I don't know. Song Tianqi also shook his head. I don't know. Seeing that the two were so tight-lipped, Song Duo didn't press further and continued eating. Okay, I won't say any more. Let's eat. Just then, the communicator vibrated. Su Jintang put down her utensils and tapped the communicator's screen. It was teacher Jiang Lu calling. Su Jintang paused for a moment, then quickly answered the call. A miniature version of Jiang Lu immediately appeared in front of her. Jintang, your teacher is in the Federation Star region. Are you free now? Jiang Lu's voice came through the phone. Su Jintang was taken aback. Teacher, what brings you to the Federation? I'm free right now, having dinner with Song Duo and Song Tianqi. Where are you? We come pick you up. Jiang Lu, I just got off the aircraft, still at the terminal. I brought you juniors with me this time. Su Jintang, okay, we be right there. She hung up the communicator and looked at Song Duo and Song Tianqi, who were still eating. Stop eating, let's go pick up teacher Jiang. Song Tianqi quickly shoveled down a couple of bites. Let's go! Song Duo swallowed her food, picked up her water glass, and took a few sips. Let's go! About half an hour later, Su Jintang and the other two appeared at the Federation's main terminal. Jiang Lu, leading a large group, waved and walked over. We're here. The juniors following behind him looked on expectantly. Those youthful, smiling faces radiated youthful energy. Su Jintang walked up to them, smiling and waving, hello juniors. Hello senior. A unified, loud voice rang out. Jiang Lu's face still wore that familiar, gentle smile. Jintang, how's it going? Are the course schedule and training requirements at Laikita stricter? He walked over and gently patted Su Jintang's shoulder, his tone warm and friendly. Su Jintang's lips curled into a smile as she scratched her head. It's all right, we're all used to it. Song Tianqi, standing beside her, also scratched his head, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a well-behaved and obedient one. "Teacher, why did you suddenly bring the team here? The Military Academy League is about to start, so I brought the students over for a look around, and also to let them exchange experiences on how to get into Lexus." At this point, Jiang Lu turned to the students behind him. "These are Senior Su Jintang and Senior Song Tianqi, whom I often mention to you. They are model students in our academy. You should learn from them." The students' eyes lit up, and they instantly surrounded Su Jintang and Song Tianqi. Song Duo, fearing she would be implicated, quickly slipped to the side. "Senior, I always heard the teachers talk about your amazing achievements in getting into Rectus. You're my idol now. I must learn from you. I strive to get into one of the top 5 military academies. Senior, I heard you were specially recruited into Rectus? Your abilities must be amazing." Seeing this noisy scene, Jianlu raised his arm and gestured, all right, stop arguing. Let's go check into the hotel first, and you can go ask them for advice and exchange ideas later when you have time." The students finally quieted down and lined up again. Su Jintang walked out beside Jianglu. "Teacher, how long are you staying this time?" "Jianglu, we plan to stay for a week so the students can experience the atmosphere before the league starts. We come back after the league officially begins." "Okay, call me anytime if you need anything," Su Jintang said readily. The group quickly checked into the hotel. Several younger students surrounded Su Jintang, bombarding her with questions. "Senior, were you particularly diligent in the academy? A student as academically excellent as you, of course you're hardworking. Is that even a question? But I heard you used to be a bit unruly in the academy? You must have misheard, right, Senior?" Su Jintang cleared her throat and nodded seriously. "Yeah, attending classes regularly is still necessary. I used to be considered a model student by the teachers, so stop spreading rumors about me." Song Tianqi, listening nearby, couldn't help but cough twice. The class monitor had the nerve to call herself a model student. She wrote the most self-criticisms. But outwardly, he still wanted to set an example for the younger students, nodding along with Su Jintang. "Yeah, I was also a good student back in the academy, getting up early and leaving late. I listened intently in every class." Su Jintang glanced at him silently. Chapter 208. Jian Lu, who was standing nearby, finally couldn't stand it anymore and raised his hand to interrupt their conversation. "All right, stop causing trouble for your seniors." After saying that, he walked over, patted Su Jintang and Song Tianqi on the shoulders, and looked at them earnestly, saying, "You two go and rest for a while." Su Jintang coughed lightly, becoming slightly more restrained. "Okay." Song Tianqi straightened his back, put his hands behind his back. "Listen to Teacher Jiang, we be leaving now, see you again sometime." "Goodbye, seniors." A clear and youthful voice rang out in unison. Jianlu gave a few brief instructions, then directly announced that everyone was dismissed. The students dispersed in a large group, each going about their own business. Song Duo, who had been watching the drama unfold for a while, walked over with a smile. "The former underachievers have transformed into top-performing seniors. You two have really turned your lives around." Those who were in the same class as Su Jintang and Song Tianqi back then knew that one of them was always getting into trouble and writing self-criticisms, while the other was always slacking off and dozing off in class. Song Tianqi shrugged and said casually, "It proves that academic performance has nothing to do with ability. Anyway, we ended up getting into Lectas." Jianlu walked over and interrupted them. "All right, since the teacher has come all this way, I treat you to a meal today. Let's get together." The three of them replied in unison, "Yes." So, shortly after finishing their meal, the three went to another restaurant. Inside a private room, Jianlu sat at the head of the table, raised his glass. "Come on, let's have a drink." The three of them raised their glasses and clinked them together. A crisp clinking of glasses rang out, a soft ding. Jianlu, in high spirits, downed a glass on the spot. "Jintang, Tianqi, and Duo, the three of you are all people I personally mentored. Seeing you three doing so well makes me truly happy. I believe your future prospects will surpass mine. Come on, let's have another drink." With that, Jianlu filled his glass to the brim and downed it again. Su Jintang and the other two exchanged glances. Seeing his high spirits, they all raised their glasses in response. "Come on, let's drink with Teacher Jiang." Su Jintang also stood up, filled her glass, and clinked glasses with Jianlu again. "Back in the day, I also dreamed of attending the top military academy. I thought I was pretty good, but after participating in the All-Starfield joint examination, I realized what it means to be outmatched. Sigh. As he said this, a hint of sadness and disappointment appeared on Jiang Lu's face, as if he were reminiscing about the past. Su Jintang silently put down his glass, saying nothing more. Song Tianqi and Song Duoduo exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Inside the private room, only Jiang Lu's drinking voice rang out, his mood growing increasingly somber. Everyone knew that Jiang Lu's academic journey in his youth hadn't been particularly smooth. His special ability was a support-type ability, not valued by many, and he suffered countless cold shoulders and neglect until he graduated from military academy and became a teacher, at which point this neglect began to improve. Alright, let's not dwell on sad things on a happy day, Jiang Lu said, bringing his thoughts back to the present. He downed his drink in one gulp and sat down at the table. Let's eat. I should drink less. I have to take the students to visit various tourist attractions tomorrow. Su Jintang smiled. Don't worry, teacher, we definitely live up to your expectations and prepare well for the league. I'm absolutely confident in the three of you. Jiang Lu, as if remembering something, looked up at Su Jintang. By the way, I heard that the players on the Recta's official team this year are all quite strong. Why didn't you and Song Tianqi make it onto the official team? Su Jintang and Song Tianqi exchanged a glance, then simultaneously lowered their heads, avoiding Jiang Lu's gaze. We too. Song Duoduo covered for them. Their skills are just average. They wouldn't rank that high on Rectas. Jiang Lu, who was about to pick up some food, paused. Their skills are just average. Rectas is that bad? Yeah, that's true. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. Jiang Lu, seemingly lost in thought, looked at Su Jintang and Song Tianqi with increasing affection and encouragement. Don't overthink it, you two. After all, Rectas is the top military academy, so there are bound to be many geniuses. You already achieved a lot. Don't blame yourselves. Besides, leagues are inherently stressful. Not participating is actually a relief for you. You can just watch the excitement. Jiang Lu offered many words of comfort. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi nodded and drank with him. Soon night fell. A tipsy Jiang Lu was carried to the hotel by Su Jintang and the others, and he immediately fell asleep on the bed. Phew. After leaving the room, Song Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't know Teacher Jiang was under so much pressure. It's not so much pressure. He's probably thinking about some experiences from his youth, and he's feeling a bit sentimental. Song Duoduo explained. Su Jintang stretched and walked out of the hotel, looking up to see the Milky Way galaxy on the horizon. The entire starry sky was dazzling and magnificent, exuding a sense of mystery and vastness. Class monitor, I'm heading out now. See you at the league. Reaching the fork in the road, Song Duoduo stopped and waved with a smile. See you at the league. Song Tianqi waved back. After saying goodbye, the three turned and headed towards different intersections. A floating light nearby emitted a soft glow, illuminating their path. Song Tianqi put his hands behind his head and stretched out. Wow, it's already been over 2 years. Teacher Jiang seems to have aged. Don't let him hear you say that, or he'd be furious, Su Jintang silently replied. Song Tianqi, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly laughed. I remembered how old Jiang used to be driven crazy by the two of us, but deep down he always cared about us. Su Jintang also fell into reminiscence. Indeed, her time at the academy was the most carefree and joyful of her life. Although there wasn't a cheat code like Brother Long back then, she didn't have to live in constant fear of the Ice Soul Dragon's secret being exposed. Squad leader, do you think we can defend the championship position for the military academy? Song Tianqi suddenly asked. Su Jintang looked up, gazing into the distance. Of course we can. Song Tianqi seemed encouraged, immediately igniting his passion. Yes, we definitely can. Since the Military Academy League's pre-tournament activities began, the Federal Star region had become increasingly lively. Military academies from other star regions began arriving early to scout the area. Visiting groups like Jiang Lu's academy were countless. Inside the villa dormitory. On the training ground arena. Su Jintang gestured for a break. Take a rest. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, her face slightly flushed. The recent battle had completely drained her stamina and mental energy. During this period, the five of them had been training together almost daily to improve their teamwork and coordination. Although it was tough, their progress was undeniable. Even more excitingly, Jiang Shi's mental energy level had finally broken through to the peak of the 5th rank. Song Tianqi had also broken through to the 4th rank. Next, Yin Yuding had reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Shui Zhongqi was also at the peak of the 3rd rank. Vermilion bird descends. The still energetic Song Tianqi shouted. He slowly opened his arms, and the phantom of the vermilion bird immediately appeared behind him. This was the skill effect he received after advancing to the 4th rank. Possessing an extremely powerful divine beast bloodline skill, its destructive power and impact have increased several times over, far exceeding the damage that an ordinary 4th tier ability user could unleash. Alright, stop showing off. Yin Yuding stood to the side, hands on her hips, waving her hand dismissively at Song Tianqi. Ever since he got this skill, he's been using it all the time. If you have that kind of strength, go use it on your enemies, stop showing off in front of us. Song Tianqi scoffed, I use it right in front of you, and show off to you. Soon, the two resumed their usual banter. Shui Zhongqi, supporting his back which he had strained during the fight, walked off the stage. I'm going to get some water. Jiangxi sat down on the ground, closed her eyes, and immediately entered a meditative state, her mind processing the combat experience she had just gained. Let's stop here for today. Su Jintang stretched, raising her hands. We continue tomorrow. I'm going out for a bit. Wait, class monitor. I have a question about inscription engraving I'd like to ask you. Shui Zhongqi immediately raised his hand. Su Jintang stopped, turned around, and waved. Quick, I explain it to you now. Coming. Shui Zhongqi rushed over. After explaining the engraving techniques, Su Jintang left the villa and headed towards the central commercial street. Recently, while training in team battles with others, she found that her current magical weapon was slightly lagging behind her progress, and she planned to switch to a more suitable one. A short while later, Su Jintang entered the Wanbage flagship store, greeted by a shop assistant. Because she was a regular customer, and given the huge profits the previous auction had brought to Wanbage, Su Jintang had already been promoted to the highest level member. The shop assistant, all smiles, bowed slightly and gestured for Su Jintang to come in. We have a private lounge prepared for you here. Please feel free to tell me what you need. I'd like to see if you have any particularly agile magical weapons. The shop assistant immediately understood. I bring over the magical weapons that meet your requirements and show them to you one by one. Su Jintang entered the VIP lounge and sat down on a sofa. A short while later, other shop assistants brought in tea and desserts. The shop assistant, who had just served her, returned, followed by a team of shop assistants in uniforms, each carrying a tray displaying various weapons and magical weapons. We have quite a few weapons and magical weapons that meet your requirements. We like to show you the first batch. If you're not satisfied, we look at the next batch. After speaking, the shop assistant began to explain the function and level of each magical artifact to Su Jintang. Su Jintang listened while picking up the cup beside him and sipping tea. When she heard the introduction of a hidden weapon, a throwing dart, she raised her hand to interrupt the shopkeeper. Could you describe this weapon in more detail? The shopkeeper smiled slightly, of course. This weapon is called a phantom dart. As the name suggests, it's a hidden weapon. When launched, it automatically switches to a phantom state, making its trajectory difficult for enemies to track. It's highly agile, and all the dart's edges are made of refined iron alloy, making them extremely sharp. If you're interested, we also offer a poisoning service, directly poisoning the dart to achieve even greater damage. Su Jintang stroked her chin. Can this weapon be inscribed with runes? Of course. This weapon is a 4th tier weapon, capable of holding 6 runes, and rare metals can also be added to the dart. If you're interested in modifying the weapon, we can also provide a range of modification design options. Su Jintang stood up, walked to the phantom dart, and picked it up. Shall I give it a try? Sure. The shop assistant clapped his hands, and soon a staff member brought over a fully automatic strength damage testing device. The staff quickly set up the device, and the shop assistants all stepped aside to make room for Su Jintang. Su Jintang picked up the dart, quickly channeled his mental energy into it, then his eyes changed, and he forcefully threw the dart. As the dart flew, its form instantly became a blur, its speed so fast that it was almost imperceptible in the air. Half a second later, the dart struck the power testing device, and the display screen immediately showed peak 4th tier. This dart can reach peak 4th tier even with ordinary attacks? Su Jintang looked at the shop assistant in surprise. The shop assistant nodded, yes, because the edge of the dart has been specially modified, so the damage is actually higher. Su Jintang pursed her lips, thinking for a moment. She really liked the dart's agility, and it could even be inscribed with runes. Later, with further modifications to the edge, the damage might be increased even more. Okay, this one then. A smile flashed in the shop assistant's eyes. Alright, I pack it up for you. After paying, Su Jintang quickly put away the phantom dart and returned to the villa. Back in her room, she closed the door and began her plan to modify the dart. This dart was similar in attack style to the previous ruby hidden blade, both being highly agile, but with weak locking capabilities. She first installed a tracking rune, then successively added attack runes, critical strike runes, and other runes with buff effects. Finally, she took out the remaining life alloy and added it to the edge of the dart. After completing this series of steps, it was already evening. Everyone else was asleep, and Su Jintang went alone to the training arena to test the dart's attack. Whoosh! Less than half a second after the dart was launched, the power tester's dial rapidly changed to peak 5th rank. Chapter 209. Su Jintang stared in astonishment at the display screen above the testing device. A 4th-tier magic weapon, after being improved, could actually reach the peak of a 5th-tier weapon in terms of damage. This improvement was quite exaggerated. Recovering from her daze, she stepped forward, pulled out the dart that was already embedded in the testing device's target, and stored it in her storage space. It was getting late, so she quickly returned to her room to rest. The next day, as dawn broke, in the conference room of the Federal Headquarters Auditorium, the mid to high level leaders of various federal branches sat around the conference table with serious expressions. Commander-in-Chief Jing Hongyi sat at the head of the table, his hands resting on the edge, his expression grave. Regarding the suspected human betrayal and collusion with the demon beasts, what are everyone's thoughts? A 2-second silence followed, then a cacophony of voices erupted. Does this even need consideration? We should just issue an arrest warrant. The conflict and enmity between humans and demon beasts has accumulated over hundreds of years. Betrayal is an unforgivable crime. Yes, once caught, punish them severely. The problem now is how to find them. All satellite surveillance has been destroyed, and the only remaining footage hasn't captured a clear face. The group argued incessantly for a long time without reaching a concrete solution, until Jing Hongyi slammed his hand on the table, signaling for silence. I have my own arrangements for this. There's another important matter. The Ice Soul Dragon's aura suddenly appeared in the Demon Beast Forest. This means he has already escaped from the Blizzard Forest. The leader's expressions gradually turned grave. The Ice Soul Dragon is nearing the end of its lifespan and probably won't last much longer, but the damage inflicted by a divine beast of this level in its death throes is likely beyond our ability to withstand. Moreover, its whereabouts are currently uncertain, and we don't know what it's up to. What's strange is that the Ice Soul Dragon suddenly went to the Monster Forest. The overlap of these two events left many leaders somewhat bewildered. Jing Hongyi pursed his lips and said, I suspect that the Ice Soul Dragon's appearance in the Monster Forest is related to the sudden appearance of the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Perhaps, the human who betrayed the Federation has allied with both of these monsters simultaneously. The atmosphere in the meeting room became tense. The Ice Soul Dragon and the green membrane Archaeopteryx are both high-level demonic beasts. Someone who can gain their trust must be at least a 9th-tier powerhouse, right? Our entire Federation has no more than 10 people at the 9th tier. In that case, we just investigate them one by one. At this point, someone shook their head. Those 9th-tier big shots have terrible tempers. Who dares to investigate them? 9th-tier powerhouses are powerful figures who dominate their respective regions within the Federation. Unless the Federation faces a crisis of destruction, these people rarely even show their faces. Even Jing Hongyi isn't qualified to order them around. Betraying the Federation is already crossing the line, isn't it? Even if he's 9th tier, we can't be afraid. What if he really brings about the Federation's annihilation? We understand the logic. But if the person who betrayed the Federation is indeed one of the 9th-tier powerhouses, how do we deal with him? Ugh, what a mess this is every day. The usually aloof and serious leaders outside were now exasperated, and the entire conference room descended into chaos. Jing Hongyi remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the room. Alright, arguing won't solve anything. I handle these matters. Just don't disclose anything to anyone else for now. Yes, sir. Everyone immediately quieted down. Meeting adjourned. Jing Hongyi slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and turned to leave the conference room. Commander Jing, what about this matter? A subordinate following behind him tentatively inquired. Jing Hongyi pursed his lips. First, issue a warrant for the traitor's arrest. Anyone who provides information leading to the traitor's whereabouts will receive a reward of 10 million plus a high-level magic weapon. Yes, sir. The subordinate quickly turned to carry out the order. Shortly afterward, the official federal warrant was released, along with a blurry satellite image. The image showed the green membrane Archaeopteryx about to land, with a blurry figure slung over its back. What's going on? Is someone colluding with demons? Could it be someone from the Reformed Society? Possibly. They're all born with criminal genes. They're certainly capable of betraying humanity. But the footage is so blurry, you can't even make out faces or body shapes. That's why the bounty is so high. The wanted poster immediately attracted attention across the internet. The feud between humans and demons has lasted for centuries. Such an incident is bound to provoke widespread outrage. Various insults quickly followed. Many people directly targeted the reformed society, convinced that the person colluding with the demons must be from them. Until a few people with a modicum of rationality spoke up. Look at this photo, that person is riding on the back of a green membrane Archaeopteryx. The green membrane Archaeopteryx must be at least rank 8, and anyone willing to submit to it must be at least rank 9. That's true. That narrows down the scope considerably. There aren't many rank 9s in the entire Federation. We can investigate them one by one. Don't you think a rank 9 powerhouse would let you investigate them so easily? Not long after, the news reached the experimental class. Good heavens, why would a rank 9 powerhouse be so foolish as to collude with a demon beast? Song Tianqi exclaimed, leaning back on the sofa. Who knows? Yan Yuding replied, resting his chin on his hand. Su Jintang leaned against the bar, her eyes lowered in thought. I initially thought this might pose a threat to me, but everyone's suspicion fell on the rank 9 powerhouse, perfectly clearing my name. Since that's the case, then I just pretend I know nothing. Su Jintang snapped out of his reverie and stretched. Let's go practice some more. Let's go! Song Tianqi, having rested, was the first to get up. The news of the wanted poster continued to spread, sparking increasing discussion, but no one dared to confirm which 9-tier powerhouse had colluded with the demonic beast. The news didn't simmer for long before the hype gradually died down. Another 2 months flew by. This time, Yan Yuding and Shui Zhengqi both broke through. Their spiritual power levels simultaneously reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Chapter 210. Custard Cheese Bun. Yan Yuding shouted excitedly, a small, pale yellow cheese bun immediately appearing in his palm. Willows of steam rose from it. Even Su Jintang, standing nearby, could smell the rich aroma. Song Tianqi looked over curiously. So what's the effect of this custard bun? Yan Yuding quickly summoned another custard cheese bun, handing one to Su Jintang and the other to Song Tianqi. You know once you try it. The custard bun was small enough to be held in one hand, and Su Jintang immediately popped it into her mouth and swallowed it whole. The rich milky aroma quickly spread in her mouth, the cheese filling melting instantly. The next second, a faint warmth rapidly spread throughout her body. While there were no significant changes in her physical strength or mental power, Su Jintang could clearly feel her consciousness and thoughts suddenly becoming exceptionally clear. This custard bun can negate illusion attacks? Song Tianqi quickly realized. Yan Yuding nodded. Yes, it's a rather targeted skill effect. Su Jintang looked down at her palm. The energy within her was different from the pineapple bun and taro bun from before. It was neither forceful nor gentle, possessing an extreme calmness and restraint, making it perfect for resisting illusion attacks. How long does this effect last? Su Jintang continued to ask. Yan Yuding, within 5 minutes. Song Tianqi, if you encounter a particularly powerful illusion-type ability, this custard bun will be very useful. Yes, but such situations are rare. Yan Yuding shook his head. This skill depends entirely on luck. 5 minutes later, the custard bun skill effect disappeared. The calm power within Su Jintang also dissipated. Come on, who wants to try my new skill? Shui Zhongqi asked excitedly from the side. Seeing his excited expression, Yan Yuding and the others immediately became wary. They all knew that Shui Zhongqi's skill effects were always particularly insidious. Trying his skill meant being prepared to be tricked to death. Seeing that no one was willing to try, Su Jintang volunteered, I do it. Okay. Shui Zhongqi slightly raised the corners of his lips, rolled up his sleeves. Class monitor, come to the arena. Su Jintang was also intrigued by his imposing manner. She coughed lightly, becoming slightly more serious. Come on. Half a minute later, the two stood facing each other on the arena. The protective shield around them slowly rose. Shui Zhongqi raised his hands, drawing an arc composed of silver light on either side of his body. His hand gestures changed constantly, altering the arcs formed by the silvery light. You've been preparing this ability for so long? Su Jintang commented, arms crossed. Slow and steady wins the race, Shui Zhongqi replied silently, continuing to manipulate his gestures. After another 5 seconds, a round mirror with a radius of 2 meters gradually appeared before Shui Zhongqi. This round mirror was different from ordinary mirrors. It was composed of a vast expanse of the Milky Way, with mysterious ripples spreading outwards in concentric circles. Su Jintang frowned slightly, examining the round mirror before him. The power fluctuations emanating from this mirror were strange. It lacked both offensive aura and simple defensive power. A mirror? A defensive skill? Song Qianqi, watching the spectacle from below, asked. Jiangxi shook her head. It doesn't seem like a simple defensive skill. Yin Yuding stroked his chin, guessing along with him. Could it be a reflection effect? At this moment, Shui Zhengqi shook his finger at everyone. It's a delayed reflection effect. My skill is called Star Mirror. The entire mirror surface is crafted from star attributes, possessing an extremely strong devouring effect. When an enemy's attack touches the mirror surface, it will be instantly devoured into a parallel universe. Then, 30 seconds later, I can control the star mirror at any time to release all the attacks it previously devoured. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow. Delayed reflection, this skill is interesting. Simple damage reflection skills are not uncommon, but delayed reflection is quite unexpected. What is the maximum range of attack damage your mirror can withstand? Jiangxi asked. Shui Zhongqi shook his head. I'm not sure yet. I guess I have to try it out. Then, he looked at Su Jintang with great interest. Class monitor, come on. Let's test the limits of my skill. Su Jintang looked away and shook his wrist. Then I go all out. Shui Zhongqi hesitated for a moment. Going all out might be a bit much. The class monitor's mental strength level was already higher than his. Plus that monstrous ability to fight beyond his level. If he really went all out, even 3 of him probably wouldn't be enough. Alright, then hold back a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jintang's eyes darkened, his lips tightened, his fists clenched, and he quickly charged towards the opponent. In an instant, a raging storm of ice blades descended. Then, 3 delicate ice lotuses slowly appeared around Su Jintang. The temperature of the entire arena plummeted. Sensing the terrifying power rushing towards him, Shui Zhongqi's lips twitched. Didn't I tell you to hold back? It was too late to back out. Shui Zhongqi could only grit his teeth and increase the mental energy he poured into the star mirror. The already dazzling star mirror erupted with an even more intense light. At the same time, Su Jintang's attacks all arrived. Bang bang bang. After a series of loud crashes, Shui Zhongqi was thrown off the stage. The star mirror in front of him shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments scattered everywhere. Jiangxi, watching from below, frowned slightly. The maximum endurance is probably only at level 4. Yin Yuding showed a hint of regret. Then the effect will be greatly reduced. Shui Zhongqi's skill could be considered a divine skill. But the maximum endurance is only level 4. Under this limitation, the skill's effectiveness will be reduced by at least half. Hey, this is a skill derived from a support ability. It's already incredibly powerful to have this effect, okay? Shui Zhongqi argued in defense of his skill. Su Jintang lowered his fist, turned around, and nodded. Indeed, it's quite good that his skill can be used to this extent. Jiangxi nodded in agreement. In team battles, this skill has a lot of potential. We can study several tactics and try to maximize its effectiveness. And my vermilion bird descent. Song Tianqi shouted, raising his hand. Okay, take a break for a bit, we continue later. Su Jintang waved his hand, pausing the special training. With the Military Academy League approaching, the friction and competition between the various military academies increased. Yuan Yao and her 4 teammates, all official members of the team, faced challenges from 6 military academies within a month. I'm speechless. They're using us as target practice, challenging us whenever they have a spare moment, and we can't refuse. At this rate, I turn into a fighting machine. Qin Shuxue was the first to complain. Yeah, you're right, Wei Zixuan shook his head, looking exhausted. Yin Zitao and Mu Guang also leaned back in their chairs helplessly. The league is about to start. It's normal for the military academies to want to test our strength. Just hang in there, everyone. Once the league starts, things will be easier, Yuan Yao reassured them. Okay, let's hang in there a little longer, Wei Zixuan nodded in agreement. Su Jintang and his group of 5 were much more relaxed. Under recent intensive training, their teamwork and combat skills had been improving rapidly, especially with the addition of Shui Zhongqi and Yin Yuding's new support skills. Their overall team combat strength had at least doubled. 2 months remain until the start of the league. The federal government has released the specific rules and procedures for this year's league. Considering the sheer number of participating military academies, over 1,000, a preliminary round will be added this year. The main purpose is to optimize and streamline the teams participating in the official league, providing viewers with more exciting and thrilling matches. This league is terrifying. Over 1,000 military academies are participating. Yin Yuding exclaimed repeatedly, clicking his tongue in amazement. It's alright. The top 5 military academies don't need to participate in the preliminary rounds, they advance directly. We can just watch the show. Shui Zhongqi opened his folding fan, leaning back on the sofa with a relaxed expression, fanning himself. The preliminary rounds are essentially a large-scale open selection process. The 5 military academies members are all top tier, so participating in the preliminary rounds is a piece of cake for them. Therefore, the organizers gave the 5 academies a special privilege, a kind of green light. These preliminary rounds will probably last a month. It's a good opportunity for us to see the strength of the other military academy members, Su Jintang said, stroking his chin. Mainly to see if there are any dark horse teams, Jiang Shi pointed out. The biggest threat to them is definitely the other 4 of the 5 military academies. Besides that, they also need to be wary of teams that might be hiding hidden talents. News of the preliminary round spread rapidly across the internet. Shortly afterward, the preliminary round schedule, venue arrangements, live broadcast time, and on-site ticket sales links were released. The preliminary rounds will be held in the central auditorium in the form of a points-based tournament, with the entire competition streamed live. The website crashed as soon as the pre-sale link for on-site tickets was released. After a few seconds of lag, all 100,000 tickets were sold out, a frenzy comparable to the superpowered individuals competition. The organizers gave us 15 tickets this time. If you guys have time, you can go check it out, Zhuang Silin said, handing Su Jintang a stack of tickets. While other military academies might not pose a significant threat, it wouldn't hurt to learn more. Understood. Su Jintang replied readily. Song Tianqi and the others then answered in unison, understood. Chapter 211. On the opening day of the preliminary rounds, topics related to the league began to explode on the StarNet forum. This year's Military Academy League started so early? It's not even the official competition yet, just the preliminary rounds. This year is really lively, there's even a preliminary round now. Laughing, I waited for 2 hours yesterday and still couldn't get a ticket. Sigh, if the preliminary rounds are this popular, I guess it'd be even more impossible to get a ticket for the official competition. At this moment, outside the venue where the preliminary rounds were being held, Su Jintang and his group were already quietly queuing to enter. I didn't expect so many people to come to the preliminary rounds. Luckily, I was quick. Maybe some dark horse team will emerge from the preliminary rounds. That alone makes it worth looking forward to. And the members of the 5 major military academies might also come to watch the games. If we can bump into them and take a picture, wouldn't that be a huge win, ha ha. The discussions of the passers-by reached Su Jintang and his group's ears. The group exchanged silent glances, all choosing to lower their heads in unison. 15 minutes later, Su Jintang and his companions entered the arena and took their seats. The preliminary rounds were similar to the superpowered individuals competition, using a point-based elimination process to select the remaining teams for the main league. Soon, the arena lights came on. The host, seated on a floating sphere and microphone in hand, began enthusiastically, "Thank you all for coming to our preliminary rounds. There's still half an hour before the official start of the competition. Before that, please welcome the Mulingxiu Idol group to the stage for a warm-up performance." As the words fell, the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed. All eyes turned in unison to the center of the stage. The platform slowly rose. The group, led by Shen Mucheng, appeared. Light shone on them, creating a soft halo. A cheerful, upbeat rhythm began. The stage lights flashed continuously. Shen Mucheng and his group danced in perfect unison to the accompaniment. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Shen Mucheng. Shen Mucheng. Many fans had come specifically for Shen Mucheng, and their shouts instantly echoed throughout the venue. The accompaniment gradually became more intense and powerful. Shen Mucheng's lips were tightly pressed together, every dance move was practiced and precise. Under the lights, he seemed to radiate a dazzling glow. In the audience, Su Jintang leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed, beginning to enjoy the enhanced effects of Shen Mucheng's superpower. 15 minutes later, the warm-up show ended. The waiting area for the teams was already packed with people. Each team member held their head high, back straight, looking energetic and ready to welcome the qualifiers. A moment later, the host walked onto the stage. With a snap, the spotlight shone on him. The host smiled slightly. Due to the large number of participating teams in the qualifiers, our competition will be held over a week. Next, we will proceed with the team draw. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge light screen appeared behind him. The images on the screen flashed continuously. The names of the various teams changed back and forth above. Su Jintang leaned back leisurely in his chair, his head slightly tilted back, his gaze fixed on the light screen. A few seconds later, the screen froze. The team matchups were announced. Damn it, we're in the first match. Thank goodness, that scared me to death. We don't play until the day after tomorrow, we still have time to prepare. Oh no, we're playing against the United Military Academy team. Some were happy, some were sad, a cacophony of voices filled the room. The host raised the microphone and continued, now, players from the teams matched for today's matches, please proceed to the waiting area to prepare. Other teams can decide whether to stay and watch. Today's first match is between the UR Military Academy team and the United Military Academy team. Every match in our qualifiers will be a 5-player team battle. Now, please have the two teams proceed to the pre-match preparation area. The qualifiers will officially begin in 10 minutes. Soon, the teams not matched for today's matches left. In the pre-match preparation area, only the two teams waiting to go on stage remained. The 5 members of the Joint Military Academy team came from different military academies, all being top performers within their respective institutions. The captain, arms crossed, exuded arrogance, displaying a haughty demeanor. The other team members shared similar expressions. After all, each a top student from their respective academies, such an aura was perfectly normal. A satellite camera hovering overhead captured this scene. The already open live stream chat quickly filled with comments. This Joint Military Academy team looks pretty strong. Definitely, these 5 are all top students from their respective academies. But they probably haven't been together for very long. Their teamwork in team battles might not be very high. Sigh, we see when the match starts. On the other side, in the pre-match waiting area, the 5 members of the UR Military Academy team huddled in a circle, their faces grave. Captain, this United Military Academy team is tough to deal with. The captain, raising his hand to interrupt his teammate, the match hasn't even started yet, stop with the pessimism. No matter how strong they are, we just do our best. The team members exchanged hesitant glances, then nodded, yes. Time ticked by. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Various predictions and discussions began to emerge from the audience. Come on, let's bet. Who do you think will win? Definitely the United Military Academy team. What if the UR Military Academy team has a killer move? Song Tianchi and his friends nearby also started chattering. Keep a close eye on these 5 from the United Military Academy team. See if they could pose a threat to us. Song Tianchi spoke first. Yin Yuding, chin in hand, sized up the 5 men. They seemed to have a strong presence. I wonder how they perform in actual combat. Wei Zixuan raised his hand. I looked at their stats a few days ago. They seem decent, but they're probably not quite enough to threaten us. Su Jintang, hands supporting her cheeks, turned to look. Let's see. Everyone stopped their discussion and turned their attention to the arena. The 10-minute break ended. The host reappeared on the arena. He raised the microphone high. Please welcome the members of both teams to the stage to prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, the Joint Military Academy team and the UR Military Academy team simultaneously walked onto the arena from either side. Satellite cameras took off simultaneously, taking close-up shots of the members of both teams. The members of both teams took their positions and began shaking hands and introducing themselves. Sun Mingze of the Joint Military Academy team, mental strength level 4. The Joint Military Academy team. The 10 quickly finished their introductions. Meanwhile, the host, acting as referee, remounted his hovering sphere and gestured downwards. The first match, Joint Military Academy team versus UR Military Academy team, begins now. As soon as the words were spoken, the smiling members of both teams turned cold and quickly activated their powers, charging towards each other. Intense sounds of fighting filled the arena. A dazzling array of skills and techniques were displayed simultaneously before the audience. Su Jintang's gaze followed the members of the Joint Military Academy team as they moved back and forth. After watching for about 2 minutes, she rubbed her shoulders and looked away. These two teams pose no threat to us. Song Tianchi next to her yawned. Hey, I thought they were so strong. The 5 members of the joint team aren't bad individually, but their teamwork is terrible. All their tactics are full of holes. In a 1v1, they might be a threat to us. In team battles, they have almost no chance of winning. Wei Zixuan sighed along. Whether it's Yu Wanyao's team or the 5 members of Su Jintang's experimental class, their teamwork is extremely high, and their combat power far exceeds their individual strength. In this respect, the Joint Military Academy team poses no threat. After another 15 minutes, the last member of the UR Military Academy team was knocked out of the arena, marking the end of the match. The host jumped down from the floating sphere and raised his hand to stop the match. The Joint Military Academy team wins this match. A cheer erupted from a section of the stands. United Military Academy. United Military Academy. The defeated UR Military Academy team stood dejectedly below the ring, remaining silent. The subsequent matches unfolded exactly as the audience had predicted. No Dark Horse team staged a comeback. Until the last two matches remained. Su Jintang was getting drowsy, yawning incessantly. She was about to go back to sleep when a sudden exclamation rang out. Holy crap! I never heard of this military academy before. They actually beat the United Military Academy team. That's pretty impressive. Is this a Dark Horse team? Su Jintang immediately opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the ring. What's going on? Song Tianqi beside her also opened his eyes, leaning forward in surprise, scrutinizing the situation on the ring. It seems an unassuming little military academy team beat the United Military Academy, Yin Yuding said with a look of surprise. Huh? Wei Zixuan and the others looked up in surprise. Although they hadn't taken the Joint Military Academy seriously, in terms of overall strength, it was still quite formidable. To defeat them, the team would have to be at least ranked within the top 100. But the winning team was just a small military academy ranked at the very bottom. Green Sail Vine Military Academy wins this round of team battle. Chapter 212. As the host finished speaking, all eyes immediately turned to the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team on the stage. The Green Sail Vine team members wore matching bright green uniforms. The 5 team members varied in height and build, all with their hands on their hips, displaying relaxed and calm smiles, seemingly unaffected by their victory. The 5 members of the opposing United Military Academy team, who had lost the match, all looked rather grim. Although this round was just a points-based competition, and losing wouldn't mean elimination, it was still somewhat humiliating for these 5 top students from various military academies to be defeated by a team from an unremarkable military academy. The match ended, and the Green Sail Vine team members left the stage one by one. Su Jintang's gaze followed their opponents until the 5 Green Sail Vine team members disappeared from sight. Have you ever heard of this Green Sail Vine Military Academy? Song Tianqi asked curiously, leaning closer. Yin Yuding shook his head. No, it must be a small, unknown military academy, otherwise we would have heard some news about it. Yuan Yao said calmly, I just checked. Green Sail Vine Military Academy is a small military academy newly established last year, with a total of less than 100 people. But the 5 people who just went on stage all have a mental strength level of over level 4, which is comparable to the top 5 military academies. TSK. Shui Zhongqi clicked his tongue. Their average strength is over level 4, which is stronger than ours. It's quite exaggerated that a military academy established last year could put together a team of this caliber. Su Jintang chuckled, interesting. After the first day of the preliminary rounds, the 5 members of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team became an internet sensation. Good heavens. Yesterday we were guessing if a Dark Horse team would suddenly emerge, and today it has. This Green Sail Vine Military Academy is truly amazing. Everyone's mental strength level is above level 4. Their strength has already surpassed the top 5 military academies. Great. This league seems even more interesting now. After leaving the venue, Su Jintang and the others immediately returned to the villa and held an emergency meeting. I just checked online. This Green Sail Vine Military Academy was established last year, and the entire faculty is quite average, even poor. Moreover, the person who established the academy applied in an individual capacity, and their mental strength level is only level 7. Qin Shushua reported the information she had found. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow slightly. So how did an obscure military academy manage to recruit 5 players, whose abilities far surpass their peers? Yuan Yao pursed her lips, her tone becoming serious. I'm worried this military academy isn't as simple as it seems. Sigh, definitely not simple. What kind of military academy could casually produce 5 4-tier members? Song Tianqi rubbed his wrists, cracking his knuckles. The others' expressions gradually turned serious. The appearance of these members from Green Sail Vine Military Academy clearly put a lot of pressure on them. Moreover, in today's competition, those members obviously hadn't used their full strength, and the information they could obtain was limited. A Dark Horse team has appeared on the first day. Sigh, there's still a week of competition ahead. Yin Zitao sighed, holding his head in his hands. Yin Yuding shook his head. Forget it, let's focus on training. If we can break through to the 4th tier before the official league starts, our chances of winning will probably be much better. Sigh, I'm going to train too. Shui Zhongqi waved his hand, turned, and walked out of the meeting room. The others exchanged silent glances, then got up and left the room one after another. In the following days of the preliminaries, the situation gradually stabilized. Until the last day, a dark horse team suddenly emerged. Where did Grand Military Academy come from? Where did these newly established military academies get so many talented athletes, and their team members' strength is generally comparable to the top 5 military academies? How could such genius-level students be willing to study at such a small military academy? Various rumors and discussions circulated online. Su Jintang and his group of 5 were not greatly disturbed, simply continuing their training schedule as usual. Inside Grand Military Academy. On the training ground. Shiranyu, wearing a gray school uniform, rested his hands on the arena behind him, leaning back slightly. Sunlight bathed him, casting a soft golden glow. "Boss, we risked our lives to get into the league this time. Was it worth it?" a teammate asked hesitantly. Shiranyu looked up calmly at the distant scenery, and said lightly, "Of course." Song Ye crossed her arms, her expression calm. "We already done it. What's the point of giving up halfway?" The others exchanged glances, their previous hesitation and uncertainty vanishing. "Yeah, we already done it, no hesitation. Shall we practice some more?" Song Ye pushed herself up from the ground, brushing the dust off her palms. "Let's go some more practice." Shiranyu also stood up, straightened his back, and stepped onto the ring. "Also, to ensure the plan goes smoothly, please wear your disguise masks at all times during this period to avoid being identified." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. Wang Qian stood in the far corner, a hint of worry in her eyes. For some reason, the plans of this reform council made her feel uneasy. The preliminary rounds lasted a week. During this time, several Dark Horse Military Academy teams emerged. The most famous among them were Grand Military Academy and Green Sail Vine Military Academy. The members of these 2 military academy teams were all above the 4th rank, their overall combat strength basically on par with the 5 major military academies. Their appearance directly ignited the heat of this preliminary round. In the conference room of Rekta's military academy, Miao Mingji, Zhuang Silin, and several other core leaders sat around the conference table. In front of them was a huge projection screen, playing a battle video of Green Sail Vine Military Academy's preliminary rounds. The entire video was 5 minutes long. Miao Mingji and the others silently watched the entire video, falling into silence. A few seconds later, Zhuang Silin spoke first. "The 5 members of Green Sail Vine are highly skilled and agile in combat, and they remain calm and composed when facing enemies. They definitely have a lot of practical experience. This means that these 5 members of Green Sail Vine Military Academy have received very professional special training." Miao Mingji's expression turned serious. "It seems that this year's league will be more stressful for us than in previous years. In previous years, they only needed to deal with the other 4 military academies, but this year, even in the preliminary rounds, 2 teams comparable to the 5 major military academies have already emerged. Yes, I give the experimental class and Yuanya's team some special training during this time," Zhuang Silin replied. Inside the villa courtyard, Zhuang Silin stood in front of the 2 teams, her hands behind her back, her feet apart. "Today we have a mixed team training session. The 10 of you will be randomly shuffled and divided into 2 new teams for a 5v5 team battle." Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a fierce fighting spirit. Half a minute later, the new teams were drawn. Su Jintang, Qin Shushua, Yan Zitao, Song Tianqi, and Mu Guang formed one team. Yuan Yao, Yan Yuding, Jiang Shi, Wei Zixuan, and Shui Zhongqi formed another team. Zhuang Silin jumped onto the training arena first. "Both teams, get ready. This training session will be a friendly spar, so please be mindful of your strength." She gestured downwards. Su Jintang's team and Yuanya's team followed suit. The duel began, and the smiles on both teams vanished instantly. Su Jintang's palm instantly gathered spiritual energy, a chilling aura spreading through the air until it covered the entire arena. At the same time, Mu Guang Xiaoshan Ding was summoned. The golden light emanating from Xiaoshan Ding intensified, and the energy it contained became even more concentrated. Clang! A loud crash followed as Xiaoshan Ding collided with Jiang Shi's rocket launcher, creating a violent shockwave. Several people nearby were thrown back by the force. Su Jintang raised his hands, his face cold, and summoned an ice blade storm. The entire area instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow, with delicate, small ice lotuses appearing one after another. "Everyone retreat!" Yuan Ao shouted. The phantom of a Xuanjia turtle immediately appeared behind her, followed by glaciers surging from the ground. Those affected by the blast quickly retreated, moving away from the battle. Sigh, when these two start fighting, even the seasons change. Song Tianqi muttered a soft sigh. Just then, a small, upgraded attack rune flew towards him. Ding! Shui Zhongqi's teasing voice followed. What are you daydreaming about? Song Tianqi quickly looked away, his expression turning serious. Trying a sneak attack, huh? He then swiftly made a summoning gesture with his hands. A blazing inferno, enveloped in intense heat, rose from behind him, blazing flames of the nine heavens. The arena, previously shrouded in chill, rapidly heated up. The ice near Song Tianqi melted instantly under the intense radiation. Because both teams had been reshuffled, the newly formed teams clearly lacked the coordination of the original teams. Furthermore, with their skill levels evenly matched, the training session remained deadlocked for over 20 minutes. It ultimately ended with Su Jintang's team narrowly winning. After the training, the group sat down, panting, to rest in various spots around the arena. Zhuang Silin, hands behind her back, began her debriefing. This competition was rather impromptu. In this new team battle mode, your individual weaknesses and shortcomings were exposed very clearly. These are what you need to improve and address in the coming period. Su Jintang and the others answered in unison yes. The qualifiers continued. As the competition intensified, more and more outstanding Dark Horse teams emerged. This spurred the members of the 5 military academies to continue their extra training. Half a month later, the qualifiers entered the final elimination stage. At the competition venue, the pack stands resounded with synchronized cheers. Green Sail Vine. Green Sail Vine. Grand Team will win. In less than 2 weeks, these two Dark Horse teams had attracted countless fans, and their popularity and support were now roughly on par with the teams from the 5 military academies. Su Jintang leaned back lazily in the front row of seats, his body slightly reclined. Hey, it would be interesting if these two teams were matched together today for a knockout tournament. It's unlikely to be that coincidental. Yin Yuding hesitated. Song Tianqi rested his chin on his hands. It would be best if they were matched together, that way one team would be eliminated, which would relieve some of the pressure on us. Chapter 213. Soon, the on-site draw for matchmaking began. The names of the teams on the screen quickly flashed and changed. A few seconds later, the image froze. The highly anticipated Green Sail Military Academy and Grand Military Academy were drawn into opposite halves of the bracket, one in the upper half and the other in the lower half, perfectly separated. The anticipated clash between the two military academies did not occur. What a pity, these two teams didn't meet. I thought we'd get some excitement beforehand. Let's wait until the official league starts, ha ha ha. Su Jintang in the audience leaned back slightly, spreading his hands to the side. Alright, they didn't meet. Song Tianqi also shook his head and sighed softly. With this, the pressure on us in the official league won't be reduced at all. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on the arena. The preliminary elimination round soon began. The first match was between two relatively unknown military academies. The two teams were locked in a fierce battle for 20 minutes, until one team, exhausted, unleashed its power and ultimately emerged victorious. Due to the large number of teams remaining, the elimination rounds will be held over a week. It wasn't until evening that the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team took to the stage. Su Jintang and his companions, who had been yawning, immediately perked up. Su Jintang straightened his back slightly, opened his eyes, and focused his gaze on the arena. The Green Sail Vine Military Academy team was facing off against a military academy ranked outside the top 100. As soon as the Green Sail Vine team members stepped onto the stage, enthusiastic applause erupted from the surrounding stands. Green Sail Vine. Green Sail Vine. The unified chant echoed throughout the arena. Su Jintang surveyed his surroundings. Near their seats, numerous fans held up green glowing support signs, turning the entire venue into a sea of green, a truly spectacular scene. Meanwhile, the Green Sail Vine Military Academy duel began. Both teams started aggressively, quickly becoming locked in a stalemate. 15 minutes later, both sides unleashed their trump cards, beginning a final tug-of-war. Phoenix Feathers? The Green Sail Vine Military Academy team captain cried out. Instantly, countless golden phoenix feathers appeared behind her, shimmering with intense light, like sharp arrows ready to be launched. The previously quiet stands erupted in gasps. That's a combo skill? It should be. The Green Sail Vine Military Academy captain has never used this move before. Wow, they were hiding a trump card. After the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team unleashed their trump card, the opposing team was immediately overwhelmed and forced to retreat. In less than 2 minutes, the battle was decided. Green Sail Vine Military Academy team wins this 5v5 team battle. The next second, enthusiastic applause erupted. The fans' cheers grew louder. Green Sail Vine will win. Green Sail Vine. Green Sail Vine. Su Jintang crossed his arms in front of him, his gaze sweeping over the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team members on the stage. Those 5 probably have other trump cards up their sleeves. They'd probably be tough to deal with later. That phoenix feather was comparable to my vermilion bird descent, Song Tianqi commented quietly. Yin Yuding looked over with surprise. That strong? Yes, these Green Sail Vine Military Academy team members are indeed quite extraordinary. Shui Zhongqi nodded deeply. Our elimination rounds have now concluded. Thank you all for coming and supporting us. We will continue to bring you more exciting battles in the future. See you next time. With that, the host rode his hovering ball around the arena, waving goodbye to the surrounding audience. The match ended, and the audience gradually left. Su Jintang and his group walked out of the venue discreetly. Just as they reached the corner of the exit, a burst of enthusiastic shouts suddenly erupted. Green Sail Vine! Green Sail Vine! Ah, they're out! Su Jintang stopped and looked up at where everyone's eyes were focused. From the exit of the adjacent player passage, the 5 members of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team walked out in an orderly fashion. Faced with the cheers and shouts of the fans on both sides, the 5 members of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy simply walked past them with nonchalant expressions, their arrogant demeanor unmistakable. The fans were even more excited by the 5's cool demeanor, and screams rang out continuously. Su Jintang, hands on her hips, leisurely observed the 5 figures of Green Sail Vine. Those opposite her, seemingly sensing the gaze, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Su Jintang. Their eyes met in midair. The Green Sail Vine captain narrowed her eyes slightly. Her long, narrow phoenix eyes, when narrowed, held a slightly cold edge, a gaze that most people would find unbearable. Su Jintang, however, merely smiled calmly, then casually looked away. Let's go, she gestured to the others behind her. Song Tianqi and the others quickly followed. A moment later, their figures disappeared at the end of the road. The 5 members of Green Sail Military Academy snapped out of their daze and looked away. Captain, the girl who was looking at you just now, was she? Yes. Don't worry about it. Continue with our plan. Yes. The preliminary rounds continued for a week, and another popular team, Grand Military Academy, was drawn to compete. The military academy they faced was also quite well known, a top 100 team. Both sides were evenly matched, and the match was fiercely contested from the start. It was thought that Grand Military Academy might suddenly unleash some killer move and win decisively, but until the very end, the 5 members of Grand Military Academy only secured victory through their highly skilled combat techniques and perfect teamwork. Grand Military Academy wins this match. The referee announced the result, and cheers and shouts from the fans immediately resounded throughout the arena. Su Jintang, sitting in the stands watching, pursed his lips slightly, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The 5 members of the Grand Military Academy team were very evenly matched, clearly professionally trained, quite different from the 5 members of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team. These 5 from Grand are all wearing the highest level disguise masks. Soul Dragon's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Su Jintang was taken aback. Disguise masks? Yes, only their appearance is disguised, and the disguise masks they're using are upgraded versions. Su Jintang turned around, carefully examining the people on the stage. Because the disguise masks were of a high level, she couldn't see any flaws. Only their appearance is disguised? Soul Dragon replied, yes. Su Jintang pursed her lips slightly. Disguising only their appearance, not their strength, could only mean that the identities of these 5 people were questionable. In a federation where identity information is so transparent, the only possibility for questionable identities is that the person is a criminal. Soon, the 3 characters reform society flashed through her mind. Her gaze towards the 5 members of the Grand Military Academy gradually darkened. Squad leader, did you discern the strength of these 5 from Grand Military Academy? Song Tianqi leaned over and asked. Su Jintang shook her head. The strength they've shown so far is definitely not their full potential, but it's hard to say exactly how much. Jiang Shi suddenly spoke up. Their combat techniques are extremely refined. It shouldn't be something an ordinary military academy could teach. Strange. Grand Military Academy and Green Sail Military Academy are both rather unremarkable small military academies. How did they produce such a professional team? Yin Yuting muttered with a puzzled expression. Of course, Su Jintang and her group weren't the only ones wondering. The students from the other 4 military academies were also puzzled. How could so many dark horses suddenly emerge in this year's league? The match ended, and the highlight reel of the Grand Military Academy's 5-person battle gradually appeared on the giant screen. Su Jintang glanced over and noticed one of the Grand Military Academy members charging forward. The other's movements, posture, and even demeanor exuded a strange familiarity. "Squad leader, shall we go?" Song Tianqi called out. Su Jintang snapped out of her reverie, stood up, and nodded. "Let's go!" The group left one after another. As they reached the outside of the arena, Su Jintang suddenly remembered something and stopped in her tracks. The fighting movements of that female member from Grand Military Academy seemed somewhat similar to Song Yaya, whom she had encountered before. Grand. Ah! A sudden scream snapped her out of her reverie. Su Jintang took a deep breath and continued walking out, pretending to be nonchalant. Her hands were in her coat pockets, and she slowly lowered her head, calculating in her mind. If the Grand Military Academy team was involved with the Reform Society again, this year's Military Academy League was definitely going to cause a huge uproar. "I think you better not leak this. If someone becomes suspicious of you because of this, we easily be exposed," Ice Soul Dragon reminded her at the right moment. Su Jintang's thoughts returned, and she hummed in agreement. "I know. Anything related to the Reform Society is prone to trouble. Anyway, it's best for her to pretend she knows nothing. If something really happens, the Federation will take the fall." Another half-month passed. The elimination rounds were coming to an end. Grand Military Academy and Green Sail Vine Military Academy advanced smoothly as the top teams in their respective halves of the bracket. Wow, this year's Military Academy League is going to be interesting. 2 dark horse teams have already emerged in the qualifiers. The 5 major military academies have held these positions for so many years. I wonder if they changed things up this year. Ha ha ha, let's watch the show. Inside the villa dormitory, Zhuang Silin stood before the conference table with her hands behind her back, her expression serious. She said, "You all seen the strength of the athletes from those 2 military academies? They're indeed extraordinary. However, we're not bad either, so don't panic too much." "Teacher," Yin Yuting looked over curiously, "have the rules for the official league been released yet?" Zhuang Silin nodded. "I came here today to talk to you about this." Chapter 214. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Zhuang Silin. Zhuang Silin rested her hands on the edge of the table, her gaze sweeping over everyone. This year's league rules will be significantly different from previous years. A new team-based format will be used. Each military academy's participating teams will compete independently. The league will last 7 days, with all teams participating in a unified survival elimination tournament to determine the top 5 military academies for the new season. Su Jintang looked up. "What exactly is the format of the survival elimination tournament?" Zhuang Silin shook her head. "This year's format is quite special. Specific information will be released after the league officially begins. But what is certain is that this league will be entirely team-based." Song Tianqi immediately raised his hand. "So, will the official teams and reserve teams participate together this year?" Zhuang Silin nodded. "Yes. You all seen the preliminary elimination rounds recently. Dark horse teams are emerging one after another. With such a significant change in the league rules this year, the pressure on you will only increase. So, I decided to give you all a long collective break before the league starts." Su Jintang and the others' eyes lit up. Yin Yuting looked up in surprise. "A holiday?" They've been training intensively and hadn't had a single free moment lately. Zhuang Silin nodded. "Yes, a holiday. There are still 2 months until the league officially starts. You can make your own training plans, or relax and do whatever you want. I won't assign you any special tasks during this time." This decision was made unanimously by Zhuang Silin and the military academy leadership. They had almost no worries about Su Jintang and his group of 5. Their only concern was to give them maximum autonomy, allowing them to perform at their best. Song Tianqi and the others exchanged glances, then cheered. "It's so great. We actually get a holiday. Damn. I need to relax for a few days. This special training almost ruined me." Shui Zhongqi leaned back lazily in his chair, resting his chin on his hand. "That's perfect. I spend some time at the Inscription Master Association." Yin Yuting didn't hesitate for long before deciding, "I travel around other star regions, just to relax. I'm planning to go to the underground black market and try my hand at that arena match." Song Tianqi's tone was excited, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Su Jintang stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. I think about it some more. After the meeting, the five of them went their separate ways. The villa quickly emptied, leaving only Su Jintang alone. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, which had been disguised as a parrot, finally relaxed and revealed its true form. It comfortably spread its wings, stretched, and turned to look at Su Jintang. How about I take you to the monster forest for some training? Su Jintang pursed her lips. That's fine too. Let's go to the North Sea. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice suddenly rang out. Su Jintang was taken aback. The North Sea was a well-known training ground, but its danger level was quite high, and ordinary people dared not go there. Most people who went there for training would spontaneously form adventure teams to avoid unexpected accidents. I have an old friend in the North Sea. He can help you with your training. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice rang out again. Su Jintang finally agreed. All right, let's go to the North Sea then. 3 days later, the large manned aircraft bound for the North Sea landed safely. Su Jintang donned a disguise mask and discreetly blended into the crowd. One short. Join us, and we form a team to go to the North Sea right away. A burly man in a black vest called out, raising his hand. Su Jintang glanced over and leaned closer at me. Li Caiza withdrew his hand, turned around, and sized up Su Jintang. Is your mental strength level at level 3? There are strength level requirements to join our team. Su Jintang nodded, of course. Li Caiza seemed unsure and looked Su Jintang up and down again before waving his hand. All right, you're in. Li Caiza beckoned to Su Jintang. Come with me. Su Jintang turned and followed Li Caiza. After walking for a short while, they saw several adventure team members appear ahead. The group stood on opposite sides, their calm gazes tinged with a barely perceptible ruthlessness, clearly seasoned veterans with years of combat training. One of the tall, slender girls looked up and scanned Su Jintang, sizing her up. These are the team members you recruited? She asked, her tone laced with arrogance. Judging from her appearance, Su Jintang looked exactly like a military academy student. The adventure team always looked down on such young and inexperienced members, as they lacked practical experience and were often seen as a liability. Li Caiza glanced back at Su Jintang. She just said her strength has reached level 3. The other 4 glanced at Su Jintang, their expressions tentative. Su Jintang shrugged, a relaxed smile on his face, and silently began to channel his spiritual power. A vast amount of spiritual power was instantly mobilized. An aura of strength far exceeding the 3rd rank immediately spread outwards. Li Caiza and the others showed slight surprise. Not bad. So young and already has this kind of strength. Li Caiza was the first to react, speaking up. The others looked at Su Jintang with a different kind of intensity. However, at least no one objected to Su Jintang's joining. The North Sea is located in the northernmost part of the Federation starfield. It's a sea-like area floating in the air, hence the name North Sea. The climate of the North Sea is generally cold, somewhat similar to the temperature of an extreme cold forest. But the actual temperature is several tens of degrees colder than an extreme cold forest. Everyone, put on your tinder. The tinder we bought will only last for 108 hours, so we must leave the North Sea before the time runs out. Remember the time? The team leader, Li Caiza, announced loudly. Got it. Let's hurry up and get going. We don't want to wait in line when we get to the checkpoint, the other team members urged. Su Jintang was here for the first time, and hearing about this trial, her eyes lit up with curiosity. What kind of checkpoint? Li Caiza turned to look at her. You never participated in the North Sea's checkpoint trials before? No, Su Jintang shook her head, bewildered. The other 3 team members looked at her with surprise. Then what are you doing in the North Sea? The North Sea is most famous for its trial levels, isn't it? The North Sea's trial levels are divided into 4 levels: beginner, advanced, hard, and hell. Each level grants corresponding rewards upon completion. Currently, over 10,000 have passed the beginner level, less than 3,000 have passed the advanced level, and only a little over 100 have passed the hard level. No one has even been able to unlock the hell level. Su Jintang fell into deep thought. So the North Sea has these trial levels. This trial level was organized by my old friend. Let's go with them first, and then find a chance to pretend we got separated. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice rang out again. Su Jintang snapped back to reality and casually nodded to the others. Understood, let's go. Half an hour later, Su Jintang and his group of 5 arrived in the North Sea. As soon as they entered the North Sea region, the surrounding air temperature plummeted. Despite carrying a fire for warmth, Su Jintang still felt a chill. Li Caiza and the others were already used to this temperature change, and continued walking without flinching. A prominent danger warning sign stood at the entrance to the Beihai area. They paid little attention and quickly stepped into the Beihai area. After entering the core area, the area gradually became more lively. Outside the threshold of the entry-level trial, the largest crowd gathered, mostly standing in small groups, whispering about the trials inside. Do you think Song Ziqian can reach the hard level this time? I think there's a 90% chance. Last time she almost passed the advanced level, and her strength has improved a lot recently, so she definitely had no problem this time. These are top students from the 5 major military academies. It's normal for them to make it to the difficult level. Hearing a familiar name, Su Jintang subconsciously looked up. He saw Song Ziqian standing at the threshold of the innermost checkpoint, her face tense, her lips tightly pressed together, looking somewhat serious. She went in, someone called out. Song Ziqian stepped into the checkpoint entrance. Su Jintang's gaze immediately fell upon her. The sign for the advanced level trial flashed. Song Ziqian's figure then disappeared from sight. Let's go into the beginner level trial first. Li Caizo waved his hand, gesturing to the others. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, and was the first to step into the beginner level trial checkpoint. Upon entering, the surrounding scenery immediately changed. Before him lay a clear blue lake, with a few lotus leaves floating sparsely on its surface. The lake was calm and undisturbed. Everything seemed peaceful and serene. 2 seconds later, a message slowly appeared on the lake surface. This level's trial objective: cross Blue Lake safely and successfully without falling into the water. Su Jintang's gaze fell, sweeping across the lake's surface. The only thing on the screen capable of supporting a person across the lake was a lotus leaf. She took a deep breath, gathering her inner energy, her body instantly becoming light. With a mere tiptoe, she nimbly landed on a lotus leaf. The lotus leaf was very strong. Su Jintang sank only slightly before regaining her balance. Su Jintang raised her hands to maintain her balance, and quickly jumped to the next lotus leaf. After jumping across 4 lotus leaves, Su Jintang had successfully reached the center of the lake. At this moment, the calm lake surface finally stirred. First, a ripple appeared, then the ripples began to spread outwards, forming violent waves. A gigantic, jet-black creature suddenly burst forth from the lakebed. Then a roar rang out, and huge waves surged around them. Chapter 215. The sudden appearance of the unknown monster caused the entire lake to ripple. Su Jintang lost her footing and stumbled. The lotus leaves swayed with her shift, creating small ripples. Su Jintang quickly channeled her spiritual energy to stabilize the lotus leaves. A thin layer of ice gradually froze the leaves. The unknown creature suddenly raised its barbed tendrils to entangle Su Jintang with lightning speed. Su Jintang raised her hand and channeled her spiritual energy. An ice pillar instantly solidified, reaching for the unknown creature. However, she underestimated the creature's brute strength. It only held for 2 seconds before breaking free, the ice pillar shattering into fragments that sank into the lake. The next second, dozens of the creature's tendrils enveloped her again, like a net trying to trap her. Su Jintang's face darkened, and she slowly raised her hands. Instantly, a glacier rose from the lakebed, unleashing a massive wave that crashed towards her. Just as she was about to strike, the lotus leaf beneath her feet suddenly shifted. Su Jintang was abruptly pulled away, her attack missing its target. Several other tendrils of the unknown creature followed suit, drilling through the water. Be careful, this monster can control the position of the lotus leaf, the Ice Soul Dragon warned. When Su Jintang regained her senses, the lotus leaf beneath her feet had already been dragged 10 meters away. She used the momentum to lean back, lunging backward. At the same time, immense spiritual power rapidly expanded from her palms, quickly covering the entire lake surface. A layer of hard ice instantly covered the entire lake surface, refracting light to create a faint, colorful halo, freezing the lotus leaf along with it. Su Jintang quickly regained her footing and leaped again to attack the unknown creature. This time, she didn't hold back. She swiftly gathered her spiritual energy in her palm and struck the creature with all her might. The delicate, small ice lotus instantly exploded, creating an extremely powerful blast. Dozens of the unknown creature's tendrils were immediately severed, breaking off one by one and sinking to the bottom of the lake. Su Jintang didn't linger. She quickly leaped into the air, swiftly jumping onto the lotus leaves, and in a few leaps, successfully reached the other side of the lake. At the same time, the text floating above the lake automatically updated to entry-level trial completed. The original mountain and lake scene vanished. Su Jintang returned to the trial entrance. But the text floating in front of her had changed to advanced trial level. She looked around. Figures were constantly appearing out of thin air nearby, presumably those who had just completed the trial. But Li Saija and his group of 4 were nowhere to be seen. Su Jintang waited a while, but still didn't see Li Saija and the other 3. She guessed they might be entangled by the unknown creatures from the first level. She decided not to wait any longer and stepped directly into the entrance to the second advanced trial level. The surrounding scenery quickly changed again. Everything she saw was dazzling glass, refracting different lines and vibrant colors under the light. Su Jintang looked around. The entire area was completely enveloped by various shapes of prismatic glass. Because there were no ventilation openings, the air inside was completely stagnant, making it a bit stuffy. Soon, her forehead was covered in sweat. She took a deep breath, feeling a wave of heat enter her lungs, and couldn't help but cough several times. At this moment, the requirements of the second level appeared. Find the disguised illusory glass within 10 minutes, and shatter it to escape the glass maze. Su Jintang quickly scanned the surrounding prismatic glass panes. Each pane looked remarkably similar, almost indistinguishable from the others. She tentatively raised her hand and struck one of the panes. The attack bounced off quickly. Su Jintang swiftly retreated to the side to dodge. The bounced attack didn't disappear, instead, it was deflected onto another pane, then continued towards the next one opposite. Su Jintang paused, quickly realizing the peculiarity of the prismatic glass, and swiftly withdrew her hand. The attack had bounced dozens of times, the force of the impact undiminished, continuing to bounce within the glass enclosure. To avoid the bounces, Su Jintang had to constantly shift her position. She pursed her lips and pondered for a few seconds, then a flash of inspiration struck her. The entire glass enclosure covered at least 200 square meters, and the total number of prismatic glass panes assembled together must have been tens of thousands. To quickly determine which prismatic glass panes could be shattered, she could simply unleash multiple attacks simultaneously. Su Jintang swiftly attacked, unleashing dozens of mental energy beams. The mental energy beams instantly dispersed, bouncing throughout the glass enclosure, creating a dazzling spectacle. Su Jintang's dodging speed increased accordingly. While dodging the bouncing attacks, her eyes remained focused on each prismatic glass pane that was touched. All the prismatic glass panes touched by the mental energy beams remained intact. Time ticked by. With 5 minutes remaining, less than half of the prismatic glass panes had been hit by the mental energy beams. Su Jintang had no choice but to increase the number of mental energy beams. Dozens more waves of mental energy began refracting towards the surrounding prismatic glass. The number of prismatic glass pieces touched increased rapidly, but strangely, no shatterable illusory glass was found. Until the last minute, the mental energy waves had refracted all the prismatic glass pieces. Su Jintang remained silent for 2 seconds. All the prismatic glass pieces had been touched by the mental energy waves. If there was a shatterable illusory glass piece among them, the damage from these waves would be enough to shatter it. But this hadn't happened. She raised her eyes, her gaze quickly sweeping across the surroundings, scanning all the prismatic glass pieces. There must be some loophole she had overlooked. The final 50-second countdown began. The countdown timer slowly appeared in front of her, and a sense of urgency rose. Su Jintang's mind raced. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She slowly raised her head, revealing a pair of cold eyes. She had almost forgotten that the rules didn't mention that the illusory glass was always fixed in one position. In other words, during the gradual bouncing of the prism-shaped glass, the illusory glass might have been moving randomly. Su Jintang pursed her lips and swiftly raised her hands. A power even stronger than the previous mental energy wave surged forth. A large amount of mental energy rapidly concentrated and condensed between her palms, forming a sphere of concentrated mental energy in just a few seconds. With only 10 seconds remaining, Su Jintang raised her hands, burning the power of her dragon blood, and channeled a drop of mental energy condensed from the essence of dragon blood into the sphere. Bang! A deafening buzzing sound, almost shattering eardrums, rang out. The seemingly indestructible glass house was blasted apart, all the prismatic glass shattering into countless fragments within seconds. At the same time, a notification sounded. Congratulations on clearing the advanced trial. A few seconds later, the surrounding scenery changed again. Su Jintang was teleported back to the entrance of the level. Li Saija and the others were already waiting nearby. Upon seeing Su Jintang, Li Saija strode over. You cleared it? Su Jintang paused, then nodded. Yes. Alright, let's team up for the second level. Li Saija turned and waved to the other team members behind him. Come gather here. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment. Can we team up for the second level? Of course. The difficulty of the advanced level in the second stage is on a completely different level from the beginner level. Clearing it is quite difficult, but if we team up, the probability will be higher, although the rewards for team completion will be less. Liziza didn't think much of it, quickly explained, and immediately went to call the others over. Su Jintang stood there silently for a while. Clearly, Liziza mistakenly thought she had just cleared the beginner level trial. At this moment, the other team members had already gathered. Su Jintang didn't say anything more, only asking, what was the reward for clearing the trial again? Liziza replied, mental energy infusion. After you finish the trial and leave the area, the system here will automatically check your level and number of attempts, and give you the corresponding mental energy infusion. Mental energy infusion? Su Jintang had never heard of this before. Liziza stopped and turned to look at her in surprise. You came to the North Sea for the trial, and you don't even know what mental energy infusion is? I really haven't looked into it. Su Jintang scratched his head. Liziza stared at Su Jintang as if he were an idiot, and explained, mental energy infusion is a unique amplification method in the North Sea trial area. Simply put, it directly infuses you with a certain amount of pure mental energy, which can increase your cultivation progress. I see. Su Jintang replied. So if I pass the beginner level twice, I also get the rewards for 2 beginner level trials? Yes. Liziza nodded. Alright, now that we understand, let's move on to the second level. Su Jintang didn't say anything more, quickly nodded, and followed the group back into the entrance to the second level. Liziza and the others had obviously participated in these trials many times before, and already knew how to break through the illusory glass of the second level. Upon entering, Liziza immediately raised his hand and shouted, Everyone, attack the glass house with all your might. Don't hold back, let's hurry. Since the illusory glass in the second level moves randomly throughout, the only feasible way is to smash the entire glass house. However, the glass house is heavily defended, and breaking it by one person alone is virtually impossible. Therefore, many experienced players spontaneously formed adventure teams to tackle the level together, greatly increasing the success rate. Su Jintang didn't use his full strength, only pretending to exert himself to the utmost. At the last moment, he slightly channeled his mental energy, helping the team shatter the glass house. The completion notification sounded again. Liziza and the others were overjoyed. We actually cleared it on the first try. This improvement is amazing. It seems our strength has indeed improved a lot. We made a profit this time. We can try a couple more times. The group excitedly hugged each other in celebration. Seeing this, Su Jintang could only cooperate and perform a similar act of ecstasy. After clearing the trial, Liziza and his companions were still basking in their joy and quickly attempted the advanced trial a second time. Su Jintang, as always, discreetly helped them. After successfully clearing it again, they were ejected from the entrance to the second trial, and a notification sounded. An excessive number of members have been detected in the team. Further participation in the trial is prohibited. To prevent members from repeatedly farming rewards, each level of the North Sea trial allows a maximum of 3 participations per day. Exceeding this limit will restrict entry to the level. Su Jintang had clearly exceeded the limit. Chapter 216. Liziza and his companions, suddenly teleported out, were all stunned. What's going on? Did someone in our team exceed the limit? That shouldn't be the case. It's not like everyone can only do it a maximum of 3 times a day. We only done it twice already. Liziza frowned deeply. It's probably another bug. There have been too many people coming from the North Sea lately, so these low probability bugs occasionally occur. Ugh, so unlucky, we even ran into this. We just have to forfeit one of our spiritual energy infusion rewards. But, should we try the hard difficulty trial? Liziza fell into deep thought. Their team strength was only ranked in the upper middle tier among many adventure teams, and clearing advanced trials would require considerable effort. But this time, their success was quite unexpected. It's possible that their strength had improved by leaps and bounds during their recent training. Alright, let's give it a try. Liziza looked up, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. Su Jintang stood silently to the side, rolling up her sleeves, ready to get to work. She was actually quite curious about just how difficult the hard level trial would be. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance to the hard level trial. Liziza stood at the front of the group, taking a deep breath, a glimmer of eager anticipation on his face. Let's go! With that, Liziza led the way into the trial entrance, his figure quickly disappearing ahead. The others exchanged glances, then turned and stepped into the trial entrance together. Su Jintang was the last to enter. Upon entering the trial grounds, the scenery instantly changed. This time, a bamboo forest appeared, with a faint white mist swirling around it. Then, a line of glowing text appeared before her. The bamboo forest trial is an illusionary array. You must defeat all enemies within the illusion to escape. Su Jintang quickly scanned the text, understanding the mission requirements, and then withdrew her gaze to observe her surroundings. The bamboo forest was dense, stretching as far as the eye could see. Moreover, because the bamboo stalks all looked similar, the scenery was almost identical from any angle, making it easy to lose one's way after just a few steps. Su Jintang pursed her lips, her expression becoming serious. She clenched her fists slightly, gathering her mental energy in her palms. She took a step forward, beginning to explore. After walking about 10 meters, a gentle breeze blew towards her. Accompanying it was a faint, strange fragrance. Su Jintang frowned slightly, recognizing the fragrance as somewhat familiar. Class monitor. What are you doing here? A clear voice called out from behind. Su Jintang quickly turned around. Standing opposite her was Song Duo, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, her face beaming with surprise as she waved. A cluster of datura flowers grew at her feet, blooming beautifully. Su Jintang was taken aback. Duo? It's me. What a coincidence, we run into each other here. Song Duo ran over with a smile. Su Jintang hesitated for 2 seconds, then quickly realized something was wrong. How could Duo be in Beihai at this time? The other military academies were probably busy preparing for the start of the league, only their experimental class was special, given a temporary leave, which gave them the opportunity to come out and train. After regaining her composure, Su Jintang's eyes immediately darkened, and she quickly raised her hand, summoning an ice lotus and throwing it towards the other side. Song Duo, who was running towards them, stopped, a look of confusion on her face. Squad leader, what are you doing? As the ice lotus flew past, Song Duo immediately dodged to the side. Su Jintang didn't hesitate, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks. Caught off guard, Song Duo had no time to react. Her expression gradually turned cold, and she raised her hand to counterattack. The battle instantly intensified. The sounds of clanging and banging filled the air. After several exchanges, Song Duo gradually revealed weaknesses. Even the real Song Duo, going all out, could only exchange less than 10 blows with Su Jintang. But this Song Duo had already fought her for dozens of rounds, and was still holding her own. Who are you? Su Jintang asked, staring at her opponent during a brief moment of weakness. The imposter Song Duo smiled, raising her hand to attack again, your nightmare. In this new round of fighting, the imposter Song Duo's aura of power surged, only stopping when it subtly surpassed Su Jintang's. Bang! Su Jintang, caught off guard, was knocked back several steps. She slammed on the brakes, kicking up a cloud of dust. The imposter Song Duo leaped into the air, attacking from the opposite side. Just then, the sound of an arrow rang out. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot directly at the imposter Song Duo. It was as fast as lightning. The imposter Song Duo had no time to react, and the arrow pierced her left chest. The expected scene of splattering blood did not occur. The imposter Song Duo's body seemed to be an illusion. After being struck in the left chest, she vanished instantly, turning into a wisp of smoke. Are you alright? The man who had just shot the arrow walked out of the bamboo forest. Reaching Su Jintang, he casually lowered his bow and arrow. That was an illusory enemy created by the bamboo forest illusion array. Her left chest was her fatal point. If hit, she would disappear immediately. Su Jintang turned to look at him. How did you know her left breast was her fatal weakness? She'd been fighting the imposter Song Duo for ages, and had felt something was off. It seemed her opponent's strength adjusted based on hers. If she increased her strength slightly, her opponent would quickly follow suit, which was why they'd been locked in a prolonged struggle. The man's face was unfamiliar. Su Jintang was certain she'd never seen him before, making his sudden show of friendliness rather odd. Is this your first time entering the difficult level trial in the North Sea? You didn't even know that? The man countered, a hint of surprise on his face. Su Jintang nodded. Yes, first time. That's understandable. The difficult level trial in the North Sea has always had this rule. Anyone who's participated a few times knows. Hearing that Su Jintang was a newcomer, the man's attitude noticeably cooled, his gaze becoming perfunctory. Su Jintang took a small step back, maintaining a safe distance from him. The man quickly noticed her movement, a slight smile playing on his lips. What? On guard against me? It's our first time meeting, Su Jintang replied. However, before she could finish speaking, the man suddenly attacked. Several arrows, gleaming with cold light, flew towards her. Su Jintang swiftly raised her hand and retreated, instantly conjuring a storm of ice blades imbued with destructive power, which she used to attack the incoming arrows. A fierce clang rang out. The man raised his hand and drew his bow, unleashing a barrage of sharp arrows, his own body retreating a considerable distance. One after another, storms of ice blades were summoned, a chilling light flashing in Su Jintang's eyes. She then clenched her fist and charged forward, chasing after the retreating man. The ice blade storm was incredibly destructive. The man had taken 2 hits and was already feeling the strain. Just as he was preparing to strengthen his defenses, a blur flashed towards him. The man was momentarily stunned, but it was too late to defend himself. Su Jintang's fist slammed down, carrying the destructive power of dragon blood. With a single punch, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Jintang gave him no time to catch his breath, and continued her attack. After several more punches, the man was forced back over 100 meters. With a final punch, Su Jintang's face turned cold, and she forcefully struck his left chest. The man's face instantly turned pale, and the next second, his body slowly disappeared from sight. Everything returned to calm. Su Jintang withdrew her hand, and landed back on the ground. She shook her numb hand, glanced around to make sure no one else was there, and then relaxed slightly. The warning text she had received upon entering the bamboo forest clearly stated that all enemies within the illusion must be defeated to escape. In other words, everyone appearing in the bamboo forest was considered her enemy. Although the man had just helped her, Su Jintang could sense that he had ulterior motives. It's possible the man had witnessed her fight with the imposter Song Duoduo, realized her strength was considerable, and planned to eliminate her by approaching first and then ambushing her. In short, the man was definitely suspicious, otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked so directly. Su Jintang stood there reviewing her actions for a while, then quickly turned and headed in another direction. The bamboo forest was vast. After walking a distance, she found herself in another dense bamboo grove, but a clean stream appeared not far ahead, with a bamboo house nestled beside it. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, then walked towards the bamboo house. The bamboo house was entirely constructed of green bamboo. Outside, a private courtyard enclosed by bamboo walls held drying provisions and dried fruit, exuding a strong sense of home and suggesting someone lived there. "Is anyone home?" Su Jintang called out from outside the courtyard. A reply quickly came from inside the bamboo house. "Who is it?" The voice was somewhat aged, tinged with sadness. Squeak. The door of the bamboo house opened, and an elderly man with a white beard stepped out. The old man was hunched over, wearing a patched, coarse cloth robe. His gray hair was tied up, with a few stray silver strands falling loose, giving him the air of a hermit descending from the mountains. Seeing this, Su Jintang secretly put his hands behind his back, gathering his spiritual energy in his palms. The old man noticed her wariness and smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid, I have no hostility. Since you're here, please come in and sit for a while. My tea is ready." With that, the old man put his hands behind his back, slowly turned, and walked towards the bamboo table in the courtyard. He pulled out a bamboo chair and sat down, looking up at Su Jintang with an inviting smile. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, quietly withdrawing her spiritual energy, regaining her relaxed state, and entered the courtyard. This old man possessed not a trace of spiritual energy. One possibility was that he truly lacked the ability to cultivate. Another possibility was that his strength was so overwhelming that she couldn't perceive his true power. If it was the latter, Su Jintang probably wouldn't be able to resist. She could only observe and wait. Su Jintang arrived at the bamboo table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The old man sat opposite her, smiling. Then, with a wave of his hand, a tea set instantly appeared on the empty bamboo table. Steam rose from the teapot spout, its delicate aroma soothing. The old man smiled kindly, poured a cup of hot tea, and handed it to Su Jintang. "Want to try some?" Su Jintang was somewhat surprised by the old man's ability to conjure objects so suddenly. Since he possessed such abilities, he couldn't be an ordinary person. Therefore, she guessed the old man's strength was extraordinary, completely overwhelming her. Without further thought, Su Jintang picked up the teacup and took a sip. The rich aroma of the tea quickly filled her mouth. Then, a warm current flowed into her body, and her previously calm mental state suddenly became active, her spiritual energy beginning to circulate automatically. "My bamboo hut is always bustling with visitors. Every guest is incredibly hospitable, and seems reluctant to leave." The old man took a sip of his tea and continued with a smile. "You're so young, yet you possess abilities far exceeding your peers. Your life must be extraordinary. Su Jintang put down her teacup and looked at the old man. I'm alright, just an ordinary person. Would you like to experience the charm of my bamboo hut? The old man's gaze was inquiring. Su Jintang paused for 2 seconds. How? The old man laughed heartily and pointed to the bamboo hut behind him. You find out once you go inside. A few seconds of silence followed, until Su Jintang stood up and stepped into the bamboo hut without hesitation. Upon entering, the surroundings instantly darkened. Then a familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over her. Su Jintang's body began to fall endlessly, and she didn't know how long it lasted before the feeling of falling subsided. At the same time, a figure that was both incredibly familiar and strangely unfamiliar appeared before her. Chapter 217. It was herself. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jintang's eyes as she looked at the stranger opposite her, who looked exactly like her. From appearance to demeanor to temperament, it was completely her own. But under normal circumstances, one cannot maintain prolonged face-to-face contact with oneself, so the Su Jintang opposite her was both familiar and strange. It seems you're surprised to see me. The Su Jintang opposite her spoke with a smile, a hint of amusement in her expression, her tone and attitude no different from her own. Su Jintang quickly regained her composure. So, defeating you will allow me to pass this trial? Smart, as expected of me. The Su Jintang opposite her smiled and praised. The conversation ended, Su Jintang's face turned cold, and without wasting any more time, she clenched her fist and attacked. The Su Jintang opposite her swiftly raised her hand to block, summoning a storm of ice blades with a wave of her hand. As it turned out, fighting herself was a bit difficult. All the moves were the same, making it impossible to find a way to attack. After several exchanges, Su Jintang's arm was numb from the impact, and she was forced back several steps. Her opponent, Su Jintang, didn't fare any better and was also forced back. The situation became a stalemate. Neither side could gain the upper hand, but a winner had to be decided. Su Jintang took a few breaths, gathered her mental energy again, and charged towards her opponent. Bang! This time, Su Jintang directly mobilized the power of her dragon blood, greatly increasing her physical strength and destructive power. However, her opponent, Su Jintang, also activated her dragon blood power. The two were once again evenly matched, neither giving an inch. Repelled, Su Jintang bent slightly, hands on her knees, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The Su Jintang opposite her reacted similarly. She rested for a moment, then slowly stood up, a slight smile playing on her lips. Don't waste your energy. You can't defeat me. How can a person possibly defeat themselves? Su Jintang, regaining her composure, looked up at her. So the reason this level is so difficult to pass is because you have to overcome yourself? Of course. Everyone who has come here is initially surprised, but ends up exhausted and desperate. Has anyone ever succeeded? The Su Jintang opposite her paused, then smiled slightly. Yes. I will become one of them. With that, Su Jintang stood up again, her palms rapidly gathering spiritual energy. Suddenly, a flurry of snow and ice descended, and the air temperature plummeted. A cool wind blew past her ears. A massive storm of ice blades slowly formed before her, a faint mist of ice spreading around them, and delicate, small ice lotuses appeared. The entire area instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. Don't waste your energy. We both possess ice-based abilities. Your attack can't defeat me, Su Jintang said coldly. Who knows? Su Jintang replied calmly, then intensified her mental exertion. The temperature dropped even lower, a chilling cold that seemed to freeze everything around it. The bone-chilling cold made one shiver uncontrollably. Seeing her persistence, Su Jintang's face also hardened, and she too began to unleash her abilities. A clash of ice against ice instantly began. A dangerous aura of rapid destruction emanated from both of them. Half a minute later, their attacks collided, producing a piercing, sharp sound. The entire area began to tremble from the explosion. It was another exchange where neither side gained the upper hand. Su Jintang was forced back, the shockwave reaching her chest, a sharp pain shooting through her body, followed by a faint taste of blood in her mouth. Su Jintang opposite her also frowned, her face grim. After catching their breath for a few seconds, they attacked again. This time, the fight was even more intense, and the duration was considerably longer. Su Jintang's mental energy began to deplete rapidly. After a full half hour, her mental energy was more than half depleted, yet neither side had gained the upper hand. I told you, you can't defeat yourself, Su Jintang mocked again, seemingly certain of her defeat. Su Jintang remained unfazed, gathering her strength before attacking again. The result was the same as before, neither side gained the upper hand. Round after round of grueling combat gradually exhausted both. Su Jintang's patience was dwindling. At this rate, we only be able to wait until both of our mental energy is depleted. Undeterred, Su Jintang focused intently on her opponent, launching a sustained, rhythmic attack. Each attack was a light tap followed by a swift retreat, conserving energy and avoiding being entangled. As the fight dragged on, Su Jintang began to show weaknesses. Sometimes her reactions weren't quick enough, and her counterattacks lacked agility. Under Su Jintang's relentless onslaught, she began to lag behind. Upon noticing this, Su Jintang smiled knowingly. From the very beginning, she wondered if there truly existed someone in this world whose thoughts and consciousness were completely identical to hers. Not only were their strength levels and attack techniques the same, but even their thoughts were identical. Wasn't that too overpowered? So, from that moment on, she speculated that the person opposite her, who looked exactly like her, might just be a figment of an illusion or someone else in disguise. In fact, their thought processes and judgments would definitely differ. When did you realize it? After being forced back, Su Jintang coughed up blood, clutching her left chest, her face pale, and asked. Su Jintang smiled slightly. The first time I saw you. As soon as she finished speaking, the Su Jintang opposite her realized her disguise was useless. For some reason, she felt a sense of relief, then smiled slightly, and when she stood up again, her body had returned to its original form. Like a slow-motion movie, her features and figure began to slowly change until she became the white-bearded old man Su Jintang had seen in the bamboo house courtyard. Congratulations, you passed my test. The old man smiled kindly, raising his hand and waving casually. As he waved, the surrounding scenery changed again. The pitch-black world vanished, and Su Jintang returned to the lush, verdant bamboo forest. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek, bringing a refreshing coolness. The old man reappeared before her, leaning back dignifiedly in his bamboo chair, his face still bearing that kind smile. Go, return to the real world you should return to. He waved his hand, his tone carrying a lingering, resonant quality. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Jintang, as if guided, turned around uncontrollably, walked out of the bamboo house courtyard, and continued walking deeper into the bamboo forest. Go, return to the real world you should return to. The old man's voice echoed in her ears. Su Jintang continued walking blankly, not knowing how long she had walked, until it was almost dark. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Startled awake, Su Jintang sat bolt upright in bed. The takeout is here. Is anyone home? A loud voice came from outside the door. Su Jintang rubbed her temples blankly, opened her eyes, and looked around in confusion. This was her home. To be precise, it was her home before she transmigrated to interstellar space. After graduating from university, she rented a small one-bedroom apartment. There was a small sofa with a plush rug in front of it. On hot days, she would buy half a watermelon, sit on the rug, and watch TV shows while enjoying the air conditioning. Is anyone home? The knocking sounded again. Su Jintang snapped out of her reverie, and quickly got out of bed to open the door. The door opened, and a delivery guy in a yellow uniform appeared in her sight. Your takeout. The delivery guy seemed a little rushed, probably busy delivering the next order. After handing over the food, he hurriedly turned and ran towards the elevator. Su Jintang hesitated, looking down at the takeout in her hand. Had she returned to Earth? She blankly took the package back into the house. The familiar interior decor, and the car horns blaring outside the open window, made her feel somewhat disoriented. Su Jintang opened the takeout, sat down on the coffee table in the living room, and leaned back instinctively. It took her a while to gradually come to her senses. Clearly, this was yet another illusion. No wonder the old man said some people who entered his bamboo hut would linger. This illusion was indeed adept at uncovering the deepest secrets of the human heart. Su Jintang took a deep breath, tilted her head back slightly, leaned back on the sofa, and calmly gazed into the distance. The blue sky and white clouds outside the window calmed her mind. It had been a long time since she had felt this relaxed. It was truly something to cherish. After a while, Su Jintang opened the takeout box and took out a hamburger and cola, something she hadn't had in ages. The cola had ice in it, giving it a refreshing coolness. She closed her eyes and slowly exhaled a long breath. After an unknown amount of silence, she opened her eyes and sighed with regret. What a pity, it's just an illusion. With that, Su Jintang downed the last sip of cola, put down the cup, raised her hand, gathered her spiritual energy, and struck the opposite wall. The wall, which had been adorned with adorable murals, shattered and collapsed instantly under the powerful attack. Bang! The entire house-like world began to collapse. Su Jintang closed her eyes, her body trembling. The surrounding scenery changed drastically again. This time, she was back at the entrance to the trial. A notification sounded in her ear. Congratulations, player, for completing the difficult level trial. Sigh, Song Ziqian failed again. The difficult level trial is really too hard. Once inside, it's full of various targeted illusions, making it impossible to defend against. I also tried the difficult level trial last time and I couldn't even withstand the first round of illusions. Whispering discussions came from the side. Su Jintang opened her eyes, and after seeing her surroundings clearly, she realized that she had successfully completed the trial. Just then, Song Ziqian, who had failed the trial, walked over from the opposite side. Her face was grim, and she seemed quite upset. She didn't notice Su Jintang and hurried past with her head down. Su Jintang stretched, crossed her arms, and turned to walk towards the exit. This was the first time she had experienced the reward of mental energy infusion, and she was genuinely curious about what it would feel like. Since Li Caija and the others hadn't come out yet, she decided to experience it first. The moment she stepped through the exit, a massive surge of mental energy poured down from above her head, like a refreshing spring. Su Jintang immediately closed her eyes, immersing herself in a meditative state. A large amount of mental energy rapidly flowed into her body, continuously being transported to her meridians, and finally reaching her sea of consciousness. A strong sense of fullness arose. The mental energy infusion reward for completing the difficult level trial was quite substantial. It took her over half an hour to fully absorb it. After this trial, her sea of consciousness had grown by at least 1/5. Such a powerful effect. Su Jintang explained in surprise. We can try the final level again, my old friend is there. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice came from the depths of her consciousness. Su Jintang thought for 2 seconds, how difficult is the final level? It should be quite difficult, but we can use the back door, the Ice Soul Dragon said succinctly. Understood. After fully absorbing the mental energy reward, Su Jintang turned and walked back into the trial entrance. Li Caija and the others hadn't come out yet, probably still entangled in the illusion. Su Jintang didn't think much more about it. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, she quietly stayed at the entrance of the Purgatory level trial and quickly entered the level. A few seconds later, the scenery before her rapidly changed. This time she was on a cliff. The sky was misty, a large patch of dark clouds covered her head, and lightning was hidden within, ready to erupt at any moment. A continuous gale blew, making her sway. Boom! A thunderous roar shook her ears. A few seconds later, a torrential downpour began. The scene was hellish from the moment she entered. Wait, where's your old friend? Su Jintang cried out, shielding her head with her hands. Chapter 218. The Ice Soul Dragon spoke calmly. Normal, this is his daily environment. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck from above. Fortunately, Su Jintang reacted quickly, summoning an ice blade storm to meet it. The lightning attack was blocked, exploding completely in midair with a deafening roar. Thunder Dragon King, long time no see, let's catch up. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice wasn't confined to his spiritual sea, but projected outwards to the entire outside world. The crackling lightning suddenly stopped, and the surrounding environment fell silent. Who? Another aged voice, tinged with doubt, rang out. Clearly, it was the Thunder Dragon King. Then, a Thunder Dragon slowly emerged from in front of the cliff. Its body was covered in black scales, and faint arcs of electricity crackled around it, leaving a trail of lightning wherever it passed. Can't you even recognize my voice? The Ice Soul Dragon continued. After a 2-second pause, the Thunder Dragon King finally remembered something, his tone turning shocked. You're not dead. You were hoping for my death? The Thunder Dragon King coughed twice. Of course not. I just heard that humans have been hunting you down, and I thought you were already. But speaking of which, what's your situation now? What's your relationship with this human? It's a long story. Find a quiet place first, and I tell you slowly. The Thunder Dragon King's tail swept lightly through the air, and the lightning and thunder vanished instantly. In its place appeared a clear sky. The cliff beneath Su Jintang's feet transformed into a wide, flat field, with all sorts of wildflowers growing at her feet. Have a seat. A handsome man approached from the opposite side, waving his hand to conjure a wooden table and chairs. Su Jintang curiously sized up the man. You are? That dragon from earlier? Yes. The Thunder Dragon King responded, pulling out a chair and sitting down. You should know that high-level demonic beasts can transform into human form. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the Ice Soul Dragon appeared beside him. Su Jintang had never seen the Ice Soul Dragon in human form before, and glanced at it curiously. A few seconds later, a handsome young man appeared before them, dressed in a light blue robe, exuding a refined air. Su Jintang's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected the dragon's human form to be such a handsome man. What's going on? You and this human are. The Thunder Dragon King teased with a gossipy expression. We're currently in a cooperative relationship. I reside in her spiritual sea. I come here to ask you to help her improve her strength, the Ice Soul Dragon explained calmly. The Thunder Dragon King's gaze towards Su Jintang shifted with surprise. So you sought cooperation with this human when your lifespan was nearing its end. And your dragon bones and blood. Yes, I already given them to her. The Ice Soul Dragon nodded. TSK, young lady, if word gets out, all of humanity will probably start hunting you down. The Thunder Dragon King looked at Su Jintang with a mocking expression. The Ice Soul Dragon was the only 10th-tier divine beast in the entire interstellar space. Its dragon bones and blood could be considered the strongest tonic. Su Jintang smiled and spread her hands. So I need to ask you to help me improve my strength, otherwise dealing with all of humanity's pursuit will be too difficult. The Thunder Dragon King chuckled. No problem, come with me. With a thought, Su Jintang was forcibly pulled into a void. The void resembled a galaxy, with countless glittering stars twinkling in the sky. All around was pitch black, creating a sense of endless nothingness. This is my lightning space for cultivation. This space is a small parallel world where time flows at half the rate of the outside world. Furthermore, you can summon lightning power at will to temper your physical strength. If you can completely absorb the lightning power, it will also greatly enhance your spiritual power, explained the Thunder Dragon King. Su Jintang looked up at the galaxy above. Wow, that's amazing. Then do as you please. I'm going to catch up with Brother Long. Call us anytime if you need anything. The Thunder Dragon King said goodbye, then vanished from sight. Su Jintang was left alone in the lightning space. She curiously wandered around, quickly discovering that there wasn't much special scenery in the space. Everywhere she went, the view was the same. After watching for a while, and finding it uninteresting, Su Jintang casually found a place to sit down. She crossed her legs, closed her eyes, and with a thought, a powerful surge of lightning tore through the sky, striking down from above. Boom! The lightning struck Su Jintang, and intense pain surged through her body. The power of the lightning numbed her entire body. She bit her lower lip, enduring the pain, and closed her eyes to enter a meditative state. The tempering effect of the lightning made her body feel as if it were being torn apart, but it was precisely this pain that made her will stronger. After enduring it for a few seconds, Su Jintang began to manipulate her mental energy. Lightning bolts relentlessly struck from above, each strike causing Su Jintang's body to tremble, but she quickly regained her composure and began absorbing the power contained within the lightning. After an unknown amount of time, the lightning struck again and again. Su Jintang, initially forcing herself to endure it, gradually began to enjoy it. The power of the lightning caused her spiritual energy to surge dramatically. Outside the void, the Ice Soul Dragon and the Thunder Dragon King sat facing each other, a bottle of fine wine, treasured for hundreds of years, laid out before them. Brother Dragon, your methods are brilliant. This way, who can know your hiding place? The Thunder Dragon King picked up his wine cup and downed it in one gulp. The Ice Soul Dragon remained calm, raising his eyes to look at the other man. And you? If you don't break through to the 10th rank soon, you probably have to consider what to do after a while. The Thunder Dragon King, who had been all smiles, suddenly looked somewhat dejected. He put down his wine glass and gently shook his head. Sigh, I have a feeling I can't break through to the 10th rank. If all else fails, how about I learn from you and find a human to cooperate with? The Ice Soul Dragon pondered for a moment. Then you don't need to look for one, just come with me? The Thunder Dragon King was stunned. Can her spiritual sea handle it? Yes, she has 2 special abilities, and her spiritual sea is already twice as large as others. Later, I used dragon bones and dragon blood to help expand the area of her spiritual sea, and now it can completely accommodate you. Alright. The Thunder Dragon King nodded. Let's see after she finishes her cultivation. Time passed day after day. Su Jintang was completely immersed in cultivation, and had lost track of how much time had passed. Until her spiritual power suddenly reached its peak. She realized she was about to break through again. Su Jintang took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, steadied her mind, and began to attempt the breakthrough. She had been stuck at the peak of the 4th tier for a long time. She hadn't expected this trial to actually lead to a breakthrough. Hey, you broke through so quickly. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice rang out. He was also surprised by Su Jintang's speed of progress. Prepare to break through. I protect you, and help you unseal some of the Dragon Bone power. With that, the Ice Soul Dragon returned to its spiritual sea, and a domineering and powerful force began to spread throughout her body. This breakthrough took a long time. Su Jintang's consciousness began to waver. At this moment, the Ice Soul Dragon's cool power flowed into her, waking her up. Hold on a little longer, I'm going to try releasing the energy of the Dragon Bone, the Ice Soul Dragon reminded her. Su Jintang's consciousness returned instantly, and he straightened his back again. Okay. The energy of the Dragon Bone was immense. With Su Jintang's strength at the time, he naturally couldn't fully digest and absorb it. Therefore, to ensure Su Jintang's safety, the Ice Soul Dragon directly sealed 90% of the Dragon Bone's power. This time, Su Jintang broke through to the 5th rank, and his strength would increase significantly, naturally allowing him to unlock a portion of the Dragon Bone's power. Boom! After the Dragon Bone's power was released, it exploded instantly, surging throughout Su Jintang's body. A new wave of pain struck. Beads of sweat appeared on Su Jintang's forehead, and his eyes revealed a hint of suppressed pain. The powerful energy fluctuations even caused the surrounding air to distort. 2 full hours passed. The vortex of power gradually shrank, and the fluctuations of Dragon Bone power within her body weakened accordingly. As everything returned to calm, Su Jintang slowly finished her practice and opened her eyes. She could already feel her spiritual energy had directly broken through to the 5th rank. Not bad, this breakthrough directly unsealed 30% of the Dragon Bone energy, the Ice Soul Dragon said with satisfaction. Su Jintang raised her hands and stretched her body. Comfortable. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. The Thunder Dragon King has been at the 9th rank for over 100 years now, and it's estimated that he won't be able to break through when his lifespan ends. So he's planning to find a human to cooperate with, just like me. Su Jintang immediately reacted, he wants to find me. Yes. His strength is top tier in the demon beast world. Having him follow you won't be a loss. Having had one experience, a second attempt is actually quite easy to accept. Su Jintang quickly nodded in agreement, sure. Including the green membrane Archaeopteryx and Jin Xiaobao, her mental sea was already big enough for a mahjong table. A little liveliness was good. Okay, I go tell him. The Thunder Dragon King was also a decisive person. After hearing Su Jintang's agreement, he immediately got to work. 2 days later, the Thunder Dragon King successfully moved into Su Jintang's mental sea. His arrival immediately drew complaints from Jin Xiaobao. I'm speechless. Another one? How are so many people supposed to live together? Just bear with it, Su Jintang said, trying to help. Jin Xiaobao snorted coldly, and quickly disappeared. The Thunder Dragon King transformed into a small dragon, swam around the mental sea, and looked at the Ice Soul Dragon with a teasing expression. This place is really nice. No wonder you're so comfortable. Chapter 219. The Ice Soul Dragon chuckled, now that you're here, I won't be bored anymore. The 2 old friends began catching up in Su Jintang's mental sea. Su Jintang's consciousness quickly returned to the present. She had already been teleported out of the final trial. A noisy murmur reached her ears. Oh my god, have you heard? A newbie seems to be trapped in the difficult level trial, and can't get out. That's scary? The difficult level trial is full of illusions and phantoms. If you can't hold your ground, it's easy to get lost in it. Ugh, that's terrifying. I was thinking of trying, but I think I pass. Su Jintang turned her gaze to the group discussing. She strongly suspected that the newbie they were talking about, trapped in the trial, was herself. She had been cultivating in the lightning space for at least half a month. Calculating the time, more than a week had passed in the real world. After Li Saija and the others came out and couldn't find her, they naturally assumed she was trapped in the trial. Thinking for a moment, she didn't explain anything and simply turned to walk towards the trial entrance. She intended to try the difficult level trial again. However, a sudden change occurred. Someone shouted, "What's going on? It seems we can't enter this trial level." This quickly attracted everyone's attention. Huh? Can't enter? Su Jintang's gaze turned to them. She stood at the trial entrance and tried. She could normally enter the trial level with a thought, but after standing there for a long time, she still couldn't enter successfully. It seemed there really was a problem. I forgot to tell you, the trial levels in the North Sea rely on my energy to remain open. I now infused all my power into your body. Without my energy support, the North Sea is naturally useless. The Thunder Dragon King's voice echoed from within her spiritual sea. Su Jintang showed a hint of regret. The spiritual energy infusion from the North Sea was indeed quite effective. However, the thought that all of the Thunder Dragon King's power was now hers quickly dispelled that regret. No matter how you look at it, she was the biggest winner. Strange, the North Sea has never had this kind of bug before in all these years. Could it be that the energy here is insufficient? Can this bug be fixed? We just arrived. The discussions grew louder. More and more people discovered the problem of being unable to enter the trial levels, but no one could solve it. Of course, no one knew that the Thunder Dragon King, who had been stationed in the North Sea, had disappeared. After leaving the North Sea, Su Jintang headed toward Star City. With over a month to go before the league started, she could think of ways to kill time. In a grove of trees 100 miles from Xingqing, a sudden downpour began under a clear blue sky. Su Jintang, her face cold, raised her hand and summoned a new skill effect. Frost Path. With a wave of her hand, a wide road covered in thin ice rapidly spread beneath her feet. Sunlight shone on the ice, refracting into a dazzling array of colors, occasionally emitting wisps of cold air that sent shivers down one's spine. Frost Path was a skill she acquired after reaching level 5. All enemies covered by the Frost Path will instantly suffer damage from a mental backlash and be frozen solid. Not bad. After experiencing the damage of this new skill, the Ice Soul Dragon silently commented. Su Jintang looked down at her palm. However, I feel that my biggest improvement is probably in melee combat ability. Of course, you just absorbed 30% of the Dragon Bone power, plus the new Dragon Bones and Dragon Blood injected into you by the Thunder Dragon King. Your physical strength is already comparable to a 6-tier expert. Su Jintang slowly clenched her fist, instantly gathering power, and slammed it at the large tree opposite her from a distance. The next second, the originally thick tree trunk snapped and collapsed. It fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing the ground to tremble. Su Jintang looked at her palm in astonishment. Her physical strength had actually become strong enough to strike objects from a distance. Friends in front, make way. A clear, sweet voice came from behind. Su Jintang froze for a moment, then quickly turned and assumed a defensive stance. She saw Song Ziqian running towards her from behind, her face tense. Two men in black seemed to be chasing her, one wielded a sword, the other a gourd of wine. They relentlessly attacked Song Ziqian. Single-handed, Song Ziqian was clearly struggling to withstand their pursuit, retreating steadily and sustaining numerous wounds. Su Jintang snapped out of her daze, and quickly retreated to the edge of the fray. However, for some unknown reason, the two men chasing Song Ziqian suddenly exchanged a glance. Then the man with the gourd of wine turned and attacked Su Jintang directly. Wine spreads across the wilderness. A man's slightly hoarse voice rang out as he slowly raised the gourd of wine in his hand. A surge of immense power erupted from the gourd's spout, engulfing Su Jintang. Su Jintang felt the terrifying power emanating from it. It was likely the most powerful and irresistible attack she had ever encountered. The man holding the gourd of wine possessed a mental strength level of at least 7th rank. Run! You can't beat these two! Thunder Dragon King's warning suddenly rang out. Su Jintang snapped out of her daze, and, without hesitation, turned and ran. She didn't know how Song Ziqian had offended these two. Su Jintang felt as if she had wings on her feet, running forward with all her might. Sorry for dragging you into this, Song Ziqian, who was also desperately fleeing, said apologetically after catching up. Who are they? How did you get involved? Su Jintang asked as she ran. Song Ziqian frowned slightly. I don't know either. I finished my training in the North Sea, and was preparing to return to the city. But before I even reached the city gate, while I was resting, I encountered these two. Without saying a word, they started chasing and attacking me, and I fled all the way here. Su Jintang was even more puzzled. Chasing and attacking Song Ziqian from the start clearly indicated a premeditated attack. Did you offend someone? Song Ziqian shook her head and sighed. I've been busy preparing for the league lately, either cultivating or traveling for training. I haven't had the opportunity to offend anyone. Forget it, let's split up. Otherwise, we'd be too conspicuous and easily captured. Su Jintang didn't think further, and made a decisive decision. Song Ziqian nodded. Okay. At the fork in the road ahead, the two naturally separated, running off to the left and right respectively. The two pursuers behind them, seeing them split up, quickly followed suit. The man with the gourd of wine immediately caught up with Su Jintang, chasing after her. Who are you? Why are you chasing us? Su Jintang shouted as she ran. But the man behind her showed no intention of answering, remaining silent and only continuing the pursuit. Su Jintang calmed herself and had no choice but to quicken her pace. As the chase dragged on, the man behind her gradually lost patience. He stopped holding back and suddenly tossed the gourd of wine into the air, shouting, "Wine gourd heaven!" With that, a powerful suction force erupted from the gourd. Su Jintang, who had been running ahead, felt the pull and began to be dragged backward. The path of frost. Realizing she couldn't escape, Su Jintang decisively turned and attacked. A dazzling path of frost rapidly spread from beneath her feet, extending towards the man behind her. The man was also taken aback, probably not expecting Su Jintang to dare to attack. After regaining his composure, his eyes turned cold, and he raised his gourd of wine, no longer holding back. The two attacks collided, producing a violent roar. But as it turned out, challenging someone 2 levels higher was simply impossible. Su Jintang's frosty path didn't even last 2 seconds before being destroyed by the man's attack. Seeing the man's gourd-shaped attack about to catch up, the Ice Soul Dragon and the Thunder Dragon King finally couldn't sit still any longer and attacked simultaneously. A cold glint flashed in Su Jintang's eyes, and then a powerful and domineering force shot out from her forehead. The man's gourd-shaped attack was instantly halted. The man was startled, then quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Su Jintang. He frowned, staring at Su Jintang. "You're so young. Where did you get such strength?" That force far surpassed his own, yet he was a peak 7th-tier cultivator. This girl looked like she was still in military school. How could she possibly be stronger than him? Su Jintang smiled without replying, and taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, turned and continued running. The man, regaining his composure, turned cold and continued his pursuit. "He's leading you towards the Sawtooth Lizard's territory. If you really get inside, Brother Long and I might not be able to intervene," Thunder Dragon King warned. Su Jintang paused. "Why?" "The Sawtooth Lizard's territory leader has already reached the 9th rank. After my and Brother Long's physical bodies are destroyed, our strength will at most reach the 8th rank, a far cry from the true 9th rank. Moreover, our identities are easily exposed. Frequent attacks will definitely attract the Sawtooth Lizard leader's attention." Su Jintang's expression turned serious. If the Thunder Dragon King and Brother Long can't intervene, she definitely can't handle the man behind her on her own. "Where's Jin Xiaobao?" Su Jintang asked again. Jin Xiaobao, who had been silent all along, shouted irritably, "I helped you so many times before, my energy is used up, don't call me." Now, the only one who can intervene is the green membrane Archaeopteryx. But if it shows itself, Su Jintang's collusion with the demon beasts will also be exposed, so it's best for the green membrane Archaeopteryx not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. "Wine gourd cave heaven." The man launched another attack. A torrent of wine poured from the gourd in his hand, quickly forming a semi-enclosed grotto-like enclosure. Su Jintang was immediately trapped inside. The gourd-filled wine was highly corrosive and airtight. Once trapped, Su Jintang quickly felt suffocated, and the skin exposed to the wine began to burn intensely. "Don't struggle. Once this gourd-shaped grotto-like enclosure traps you, you can't escape," the man said coldly. Chapter 220. Su Jintang's entire mental energy was locked, rendering her completely unable to unleash any counterattack. The suffocating feeling grew stronger, and Su Jintang's consciousness began to dissipate. "Should I make a move?" The voice of the green membrane Archaeopteryx rang out. Su Jintang was caught in a dilemma. If the green membrane Archaeopteryx made a move, their cooperative relationship would be exposed. And the identity and background of the man opposite her were still unknown. Just as she hesitated, a surge of refined energy suddenly erupted from her storage space. She was stunned. The energy release grew increasingly intense until it completely enveloped the man's gourd-shaped cave, easily breaking free of the restraints. Crack! A clear shattering sound rang out. The originally solid and sturdy gourd-shaped cave instantly shattered. Su Jintang, trapped within, was also successfully freed. A surge of even more refined energy followed, and it was extremely vast and terrifying. Su Jintang finally realized that the energy originated from the Tongbao Lingjing Heaven and Earth token. "You still have a Tongbao Lingjing token?" the Thunder Dragon King asked in surprise. The man was also shocked after the wine gourd cave was shattered. He stared at Su Jintang in astonishment. Not to mention them, Su Jintang herself was also surprised. She was learning for the first time that the Tongbao Lingjing token had an automatic protection function. Immediately afterward, a bright light burst forth from the token. A notification sounded, "Protection function activated." Due to energy leakage, the Tombao Lingjing will be forcibly opened prematurely in 30 minutes. At the same time, everyone who possessed a Tombao Lingjing token received the same notification. Urgent notice. The Tombao Spirit Realm will be forcibly opened ahead of schedule in 30 minutes. Su Jintang was bewildered by this situation. Could this be? Well, if the Tombao Spirit Realm opens early, you can hide inside. It's not a bad option, said the Thunder Dragon King. Su Jintang pondered for a few seconds and realized it was a feasible plan. At this moment, the man chasing her had recovered. Su Jintang didn't hesitate any longer and immediately chose to enter the Tombao Spirit Realm ahead of schedule. She turned around, and with a thought, her body was quickly pulled into another small void world. The surrounding scenery instantly changed. Under a clear blue sky, she was surrounded by continuous mountain ranges, all lush and green. Blue sky and white clouds, along with the occasional gentle breeze, created a comfortable and relaxing atmosphere. Su Jintang's feet touched the soft grass as she looked up and surveyed the surrounding scenery. The spirit realm of Tombao is a good place. You can't fully absorb the power I just injected into you yet, so it's a good place to train. It should be quite helpful. The Thunder Dragon King's voice rang out again. Su Jintang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Leaving aside the spirit realm, the man chasing the outside was really strange. That man's strength has reached the peak of the 8th rank, and his companion chasing him is also at the peak of the 8th rank, the Thunder Dragon King added. Su Jintang was even more puzzled. Experts of this strength are considered top-tier even in the Federation. Why would they bother chasing Song Ziqian and a student like her with relatively weak abilities? Moreover, she was completely innocently dragged into this mess. The only possibility is that Song Ziqian offended someone, and Su Jintang accidentally witnessed their chase, thus becoming a target herself. Sigh, an undeserved disaster, Su Jintang sighed, shaking her head. But since she was already there, she might as well make the best of it. The early opening of the Tombao Spirit Realm made her somewhat excited. Su Jintang clapped her hands and turned to look at the surrounding scenery. At this moment, the Tombao Spirit Realm had already opened throughout the entire interstellar space. Su Jintang, possessing the Heaven and Earth token, had the qualification to enter the Spirit Realm early. So far, she was the only one who had entered ahead of time. Everyone else had to wait for the 30-minute countdown to end before entering. Su Jintang's thoughts returned to the present, and she slowly raised her arms, stretching. The Tombao Spirit Realm was an independent small world separate from the interstellar continent. This world was self-contained, with even richer spiritual energy, and contained all sorts of treasures and rare gems. For cultivators, it was practically a paradise. Su Jintang walked north along the lawn. A village lay not far ahead, deserted. Soon, Su Jintang entered the village. All was quiet, only the sound of her own footsteps could be heard. Congratulations on entering Yao Family Village. This village is a rest area. Fighting is prohibited. Violators will be expelled from the spirit realm. The notification sounded from the horizon. Su Jintang paused, looking up at the sky. The sound had come from the sky. Impressive, even a rest area. After a moment of admiration, Su Jintang looked away and continued walking into the village. The entire village was quiet. Small wooden houses were arranged in a haphazard yet orderly fashion, and empty stalls lined both sides of the road, their scattered arrangement revealing a touch of everyday life. After walking for half a day without seeing a single person, Su Jintang simply pulled up a wooden chair and sat down to rest. The Heaven and Earth token offers far more advantages than others. I remember you should also have the ability to view the entire Spirit Realm map at any time, the Thunder Dragon King reminded her again. Su Jintang opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. You have that ability? How do I view it? Try injecting your spiritual energy into the token. Su Jintang quickly activated her spiritual energy. After the energy was injected into the token, a map immediately popped up, encompassing the entire Spirit Realm and even detailing the locations of every treasure and trial level. Su Jintang, who had originally intended to lie down, immediately sat up straight. She straightened her back and focused intently on studying the Spirit Realm map. She was currently in one of the rest areas, the Yao Family Village. To her north was another rest area, the Fishing Village Pier. Besides, between the two rest areas were many treasure locations and trial level entrances. The map marked the availability of each treasure location and trial level. A treasure location can only be activated once, and will be immediately destroyed afterward. Trial levels can be activated repeatedly without limit. After understanding the entire situation, Su Jintang's gaze immediately locked onto the treasure location closest to her. It was less than half an hour's journey away, allowing her to loot it before others entered the spirit mirror. After a moment's thought, Su Jintang didn't hesitate any longer and immediately set off towards the treasure location. A quarter of an hour later, Su Jintang arrived near the treasure location. Treasure locations are hidden until they are activated. One must first find the method to activate them to successfully trigger them. Before her lay a cave, obscured by large trees. Cobwebs hung at the cave entrance, and the ground was covered in dust, clearly indicating it hadn't been visited for many years. Su Jintang clenched her fingers together, focusing her spiritual energy and striking the tree trunk blocking the cave entrance. With a crack, the thick trunk snapped and collapsed instantly. A powerful tremor followed. Su Jintang's gaze slowly rose. The trees that had previously blocked the cave entrance fell to either side, completely revealing the entrance within seconds. The dark entrance exuded an eerie and mysterious aura. Su Jintang withdrew her hand and quickly strode into the cave. The surroundings darkened, leaving only the sound of her footsteps. Su Jintang held her breath, bending slightly as she walked deeper into the cave. The further she went, the narrower the cave passage became, and Su Jintang became even more cautious. The rare treasures at this treasure trove weren't free. Generally, there were guardian beasts of comparable strength near the treasure locations. Squeak! A sharp cry rang out. Su Jintang immediately stopped. Her gaze swept quickly across the area ahead, finding the path completely dark. The squeak had come from within. The sound resembled that of a fancy rat. Su Jintang slowed her steps and continued walking. The squeak grew clearer. Suddenly, a blur rushed out from the opposite side. A fancy rat, half a person's height, bared its teeth, its claws outstretched, lunging at Su Jintang. Its movements were agile and swift, leaving only a blur behind it. Clang! Su Jintang raised her hand, summoning an ice blade storm to meet the attack. Sharp ice blades clashed against the claws of the fancy rat, producing a sharp, grinding sound. This fancy rat was at least at the peak of the 4th tier. Due to its agility, it could probably fight a 5th tier or higher demonic beast for a long time. After a few exchanges, the fancy rat vanished in a flash. Su Jintang clenched his fists, his gaze scanning his surroundings. The entire cave was dark and quiet. Su Jintang stealthily moved further in. He hadn't taken 2 steps when the squeak sounded again. Su Jintang swiftly attacked, striking in the direction of the sound. Squeak! The fancy rat's cry was tinged with misery. Clearly, Su Jintang's attack had hit, and quite hard. Soon, the fancy rat reappeared. Su Jintang raised his hand and continued his pursuit. The path of frost. The entire cave was instantly covered in frigid ice, and the air temperature plummeted to freezing. The fancy rat sensed danger and sped up its escape. However, the ice spread even faster. The fancy rat had only run a few meters when the glacier behind it caught up, instantly freezing its tail. The ice rapidly spread along its tail to its entire body until it was completely frozen. Su Jintang walked up to the frozen fancy rat and bent down slightly to examine it. The frozen fancy rat could no longer move, only its eyes could still move slightly. Su Jintang smiled and snapped her fingers at it. Frozen for now, I release you after I get the treasure. With that, she looked away and turned to continue walking into the cave. There were no other guardian beasts inside. Soon, a faintly glowing spiritual herb appeared in Su Jintang's sight. This is wood frost grass, a spiritual herb with combined wood and ice attributes. It be somewhat useful to you, so you can take it, the Thunder Dragon King reminded him. Su Jintang walked over and bent down to pick it. Whether it's useful or not, it's a spiritual herb. Getting it is a good deal. A few minutes later, Su Jintang emerged from the cave. The frozen flower rat regained its freedom, squeaking. At the same time, the entire treasure site began to close, entering a sealed state. Meanwhile, the outside world was in complete chaos. Firstly, the Tombao spirit realm had been forcibly opened ahead of schedule, completely disrupting the plans of many resellers who wanted to resell tokens at high prices, while those who wanted to enter the spirit realm but hadn't yet obtained a token were also plunged into immense confusion. Secondly, the official and reserve team members of the 5 military academies were suddenly and mysteriously hunted down by an unknown group. Currently, students from Shiha Alliance Military Academy, Jinghui Military Academy, and Imperial Military Academy have all been killed and seriously injured and sent to the emergency center. Whether they can participate in the Military Academy League in more than a month is still unknown. Chapter 221. Starnet Official Forum. I'm speechless. So many things happening lately. The members of the 5 major military academies were all attacked. Could it be the Reform Society again? Probably. They're just looking for trouble. But the Tombao spirit realm also suddenly opened ahead of schedule. That's strange too. It said that someone holding a heaven and earth token forcibly opened it early. They probably wanted to get in quickly. Sigh, I was really looking forward to this year's Military Academy League. But now 3 of the 5 major military academies have members seriously injured. How can they compete? Isn't there a reserve team? I heard that members of the reserve team were also attacked. Everyone is discussing the attack and serious injury of the members of the 5 major military academies. Due to the significant impact of the incident, the forced opening of the Tombao spirit realm has been temporarily suppressed. In the highest conference room of the federal headquarters, the principals and corps leaders of the 5 major military academies are gathered together. The expressions on everyone's faces are somewhat serious. Commander-in-Chief Jing Hongyi sat at the head of the table. His face was stern, his hand resting on the edge of the conference table. This matter is extremely serious. The Federation will definitely investigate thoroughly and give everyone an explanation. Miao Mingji turned to look at him. Currently, only we and the students from Clifford Military Academy haven't been attacked, but those people came with great force. It's clear they planned this in advance. We're thinking, could we postpone this year's league? It would be good to wait for the students from the other 3 military academies to recover. The principals of the other military academies nodded in agreement. I think it's a good idea. The situation feels too dangerous right now. What if those people are still watching us? Yes, I agree with Principal Miao's suggestion. Everyone echoed their agreement. This scene, however, made Jing Hongyi uncomfortable. He cleared his throat, expressionlessly adjusted his posture, crossed his arms, and assumed a defensive stance. But the league's schedule has already been announced. We can't let the misfortune of your military academy students affect the participation of other military academies. Miao Mingji frowned, turning her gaze to him. But if we force the league to proceed, those people are very likely to continue causing trouble, which will affect all the students in the military academies. Jing Hongyi smiled slightly at her. I think Principal Miao is overthinking it. With the Federation involved, how could those people dare to cause trouble at the league? I estimate they only did this because we weren't on guard. But now that this matter has attracted attention, they certainly won't dare to continue. Miao Mingji was somewhat displeased, but she didn't want to contradict Jing Hongyi in front of so many people. After thinking for a moment, she said nothing more, only lowering her head in silence. Seeing Miao Mingji remain silent, the others didn't say anything more. Finally, Jing Hongyi looked up and decided, let's leave it at that for now. I have someone continue the investigation, but the league will not be affected. Please go back and remind your students to be careful when going out recently. After the meeting, Zhuang Silin followed Miao Mingji out of the conference room. She lowered her voice, Principal, what do you think Commander Jing is thinking? This is clearly deliberately targeting our 5 major military academies, yet he insists on continuing to hold the league on time. Miao Mingji pursed his lips and raised his hand to interrupt Zhuang Silin. We talk about it back home. Zhuang Silin glanced around immediately, and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, nodded. The two didn't speak further, silently leaving the federal headquarters. Only after boarding their private aircraft did Zhuang Silin continue, Principal, just now. Jing Hongyi has harbored resentment towards our 5 military academies for years, so his actions are understandable, Miao Mingji said calmly. Zhuang Silin paused, resentful towards us? Yes, the power and influence of the 5 military academies are growing, and they're trending towards surpassing the Federation. Naturally, he's dissatisfied. Over the years, the 5 military academies have cultivated many outstanding talents, who, after graduation, have successively entered various bureaus of the Federation. Most people still cherish their alma mater, so to some extent, the influence of the 5 military academies completely surpasses that of the Federation. Even the prestige and reputation of the principals of the 5 military academies have begun to rival Jing Hongyi's. As the highest-ranking commander in the Federation, Jing Hongyi is a leader with absolute authority. However, the current situation is that he often has to consider and respect the ideas of the 5 major military academies. This feeling of being constrained is certainly not pleasant. Zhuang Silin quickly understood the reasons behind this. She shook her head and sighed softly. Jing Hongyi is overthinking things. We have no intention of competing with him for power. The principals of the 5 major military academies are all high-ranking figures at the top of the pyramid. For them, power is nothing to cling to. They would rather spend their time pursuing higher levels of cultivation. Miao Mingji leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Jing Hongyi is petty and cunning. His attitude today clearly shows he's been unhappy with us for a while. From now on, everyone should be more careful in their actions and avoid offending him to prevent any trouble. Understood. Zhuang Silin nodded. But what about the league? Are we giving up on trying? Let's see how things go. If things get serious, we deal with it then. Miao Mingji replied. Okay. At the same time, the opening time for the Tongbao Spirit Realm arrived. Those holding Xianhuang tokens were successively pulled into the Spirit Realm. As expected of the Tongbao Spirit Realm, the spiritual energy here is purer than outside. Well, luckily I stockpiled tokens beforehand, so I didn't miss this opening. I heard there are many treasures and trial levels inside this Spirit Realm. Finding even a few won't be a loss. The Spirit Realm opened early this time, probably because someone obtained a Heaven and Earth token, forcing its opening. The owner of the Heaven and Earth token has a lot of power. I wonder who's so lucky. Su Jintang, who had just come out of a treasure point, was walking this way when she heard the crowd's discussion. She continued walking casually and greeted everyone. You guys just came in too? How was it? Any discoveries? Everyone assumed she had also just been pulled into the Spirit Realm and didn't think much of it, naturally sharing with her. I knew there should be many treasure points inside this Spirit Realm, but we need to search slowly. Also, there will definitely be guardian beasts near the treasure points. They're probably quite powerful. We better team up. Yeah, that's about all I know. It's fate that we were all teleported here. How about we team up? Sure. Everyone responded. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. Okay. After confirming the team, they began discussing which direction to head. Su Jintang glanced at the Spirit Realm map. There was a treasure location a few dozen miles to the northwest. Back to the present, she said. How about we head that way? I see a lot of mountains and caves there. Maybe there's a treasure location. That works too. The person in charge of organizing the team nodded. Generally speaking, caves are the easiest places to find treasure. Let's head that way then. We might encounter other monsters along the way, so everyone be prepared for battle. Yes. The group set off with great fanfare. Su Jintang blended in, attracting little attention. As time passed, more and more people were summoned into the Spirit Realm. Su Jintang was surprised to discover that she could not only view the entire Spirit Realm map, but also clearly see the total number of people currently in the Spirit Realm. In just a short while, over 10,000 people had flooded into the Spirit Realm, filling every spot on the map. Hey girl, what are you daydreaming about? Be careful, there might be a lot of monsters hiding here. A teammate nudged Su Jintang, reminding her. Su Jintang snapped out of her reverie, smiling and thanking him. Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant winged tiger flew out of the bushes not far ahead. The white tiger had two enormous silver wings on its back, and its thick claws lunged at the group, followed by a loud roar. The tiger's roar reverberated in all directions, causing many who were affected to momentarily lose consciousness. Everyone be careful. It's a mental attack. Someone shouted in the group. With the powerful figures guarding her mental sea, Su Jintang's mind was so stable that it was impossible for her to be affected. The attack had no effect on her whatsoever. She acted immediately, gathering mental energy in her palm and swiftly summoning an ice blade storm to meet the white tiger. At the same time, several gleaming throwing knives flew from another direction, accurately piercing the white tiger's abdomen. Blood splattered in the air. The once ferocious white tiger instantly collapsed, lifeless. Su Jintang withdrew her hand and turned to look in the direction from which the throwing knives had come. A man dressed in a long black robe stood not far away, one hand behind his back. He had a side-swept fringe, a thin face, a well-defined jawline, and an air of arrogant elegance. Brother, thanks for your help just now. The leader of the group clasped his hands in thanks to the man opposite him. Lu Zicheng raised his hand and retrieved the throwing knife. The 2-meter-long knife instantly shrank to a miniature size in his palm. He put his hand back behind his back and waved at them, just a small favor. By the way, you already teamed up? Lu Zicheng continued to ask. The leader quickly nodded yes. Would you like to join us? The white tiger they had just encountered was at least at the 4th level, but this man had defeated it in a single move. His strength was definitely above that. If he could join the team, he would be a great help to them. Lu Zicheng raised his chin high, looking around at everyone with an air of superiority, finally fixing his gaze on Su Jintang in the corner, and nodded slightly. All right, let's go together then. Everyone felt the arrogance emanating from Lu Zicheng. However, because of their respect for his abilities, everyone just kept quiet and didn't say anything more. Chapter 222. With Lu Zicheng joining the team, everyone felt more at ease. After all, having such a powerful fighter would definitely make the journey safer. After traveling several dozen more miles, they were getting closer to the treasure location, but a disagreement began to arise within the team. "We've gone quite far this way, but haven't found anything. I don't think this direction is reliable. Should we change direction?" Lu Zichang suddenly stopped and suggested. The others hesitated. "Didn't they say there might be a treasure spot in the cave? We're only a few dozen miles from the mountains. Changing direction now would be like giving up halfway." Lu Zichang immediately objected. "You said yourself that there's only a possibility of treasure in the cave. But what if there isn't? We walked so far, isn't the time and energy we wasted a cost?" Su Jintang, who hadn't spoken much until now, finally looked up and interjected, "I have a feeling there's definitely a treasure spot in the cave. Maybe we should persevere a little longer." The map showed that the treasure spot in the mountains was only a dozen miles away, and it was quite large, so there should be a lot of treasure inside. Luckily, they had a lot of people. If they went together, they should be able to take it easily. This displeased Lu Zichang. He turned to look at her. "Young lady, what makes you say that? Don't you know everyone's time is precious? Our time in the spirit realm is limited. If there's no treasure spot there, then we all wasted our time." The argument between the two made the rest of the group feel somewhat awkward. The team leader quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "You two don't need to argue. I know you're both doing this for the sake of our team. How about I go check out the mountains first? If there's nothing there, we can try another direction. After all, we come this far, it'd be a shame to give up halfway." Lu Zichang waved his hand and sneered, "If you insist on believing her, then so be it. I don't plan to continue with you, to avoid wasting time. No, Brother Lu, everyone has witnessed your strength. If you retreat, our team's cohesion will definitely decrease significantly," someone anxiously advised. "Yes, it's rare for us to get together, don't separate now." Lu Zichang's arrogance also grew. "Sigh, I don't care, but if you insist on going to the mountains, I definitely won't go." Su Jintang pursed her lips, looked up at him. "Which way are you planning to go?" Lu Zichang paused, then casually pointed in the opposite direction, "Over there." Su Jintang frowned. The map showed nothing there. The only treasure location was 1,000 miles away. If they followed this man, their entire trip to the spirit realm would likely be a complete loss. "I still insist on going to the mountains," Su Jintang insisted. Lu Zichang also became stubborn. "I think you're just deliberately trying to go against me." The others in the group were also hesitant. The team leader raised his hand to interrupt them. "How about this? If it really comes down to it, we split into two groups. Those who want to go to the mountains can continue, and those who want to follow this brother can form another group." Upon hearing this, several people immediately raised their hands in agreement. "We go with Brother Lu." Even the team leader nodded in agreement. "Yes, I also plan to go with Brother Lu." Finally, only two remained. After hesitating for a moment, they looked at Su Jintang. "Shall we continue into the mountains with you?" Su Jintang nodded. "Okay." Although it was a bit dangerous for three people to go to the treasure site in the mountains, it wasn't a major problem. Lu Zichang gave Su Jintang a cold glance, his expression saying, "You better watch yourselves." "Fine, let's go then." With that, he turned and led the group in the opposite direction. The others in the group gave Su Jintang apologetic looks, then quickly turned and followed Lu Zichang without saying anything more. Su Jintang looked away, and at the two remaining people. "We're going too." The other two nodded hurriedly. The three of them continued towards the mountains. After walking less than a kilometer, Su Jintang and her group encountered a sudden attack by monsters. Fortunately, there weren't many monsters, and they were all dealt with in no time. This time, Su Jintang didn't stop. She took care of about 80% of the monsters. At this moment, the other two realized something. One of the boys stared at Su Jintang in disbelief. "Sis, you've been hiding your strength all along?" Su Jintang looked away. "Not really, it just wasn't my turn to act yet." The other boy swallowed hard in shock. The two boys exchanged a glance. At that moment, they both realized they had chosen the right person to follow. Based on Su Jintang's strength just now, it was definitely far superior to Lu Zichang's. After dealing with all the monsters, Su Jintang continued leading the team. Everything was peaceful on the way back. The three of them arrived at the edge of the mountains without incident. As they got closer to the treasure location, the surrounding environment became increasingly quiet. Su Jintang slowed his pace and raised his hand to signal the two people behind him to be alert. Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps came from the side, followed by a group of people coming into view. "The treasure hunting needle should be around here." A girl with 2 braids walked towards them, carrying a rhomboid disc. Su Jintang immediately stopped and looked over. Behind the girl was a group of people, both men and women, all carrying sharp weapons. They looked like a formidable team. "Who are you?" the girl asked warily, her body in a defensive stance. Su Jintang raised his hand, gesturing, "We're also looking for the treasure location here. Want to come together?" The girl frowned slightly, looking Su Jintang up and down. "You also have treasure hunting needles?" Her tone held a hint of doubt. "No, we just have a feeling there might be a treasure location around here," Su Jintang explained. Feng Qianwei put away her treasure hunting needle. "Your hunch was pretty accurate. There really is a huge treasure spot here." Su Jintang looked curiously at the needle. "This thing can automatically search for treasure spots." Feng Qianwei nodded. "Yes, I got it by chance when I first entered the spirit realm. The needle shows this treasure spot is huge, probably the largest in the entire spirit realm. It's safer with more people, so let's go together." Su Jintang checked the map. This treasure spot was indeed large, but not the largest. The larger one was in a more remote location and probably wouldn't be discovered anytime soon. She turned to her 2 teammates behind her. "Shall we go with them?" The 2 teammates naturally had no objections, and nodded in agreement. Feng Qianyue's team already had 8 people. With Su Jintang in his group, the team size jumped to 11, making it much larger. "My name is Feng Qianwei. Just call me Qianwei," Feng Qianwei said enthusiastically, introducing herself after confirming Su Jintang and the other 2 had joined the team. Su Jintang followed suit, saying, "Su Jintang, just call me Jintang." After everyone introduced themselves, they had a better understanding of each other. "Okay, if there are no problems, let's continue." Feng Qianwei continued leading the team forward. With the team larger, everyone relaxed and began chatting as they walked. "Everyone still needs to be careful," Feng Qianwei continued, reminding everyone that once we entered the spirit realm, I wouldn't be the only one who obtained the treasure-detecting needle. There might be other teams nearby, and if we encounter them, there could be a struggle for it. Feng Qianwei added. Su Jintang glanced at the map of the spirit realm, and saw several groups heading this way. However, the treasure spot was large enough, with sufficient resources for everyone to share, so the competition shouldn't be too fierce. She silently lowered her head, and continued following the group. After walking for about half an hour, Feng Qianyue's treasure-finding needle began to buzz. "This is it." She stopped and raised the needle. "Are you also here to find the treasure spot?" a voice asked from behind. Feng Qianyue and the others immediately turned around. Across from them was another group, about a dozen people, the man at the head of the group holding a similar treasure-finding needle. "Yes, you guys also came here using the treasure-hunting needle, right?" Feng Qianyue took the initiative to strike up a conversation. The man opposite her looked somewhat reserved, hesitated for a moment before nodding yes. "It's alright, everyone has the same chance of getting the treasure anyway. Once the treasure point officially opens, we just rely on our own abilities," Feng Qianyue quickly said. The man opposite her and his teammates exchanged glances. It was indeed unnecessary for them to start fighting before the treasure point even opened. "Alright, let's open the treasure point together first." After reaching an agreement, everyone split up and began searching for the location to open the treasure point. Su Jintang actually already knew how to open the treasure point, but with so many people around, she couldn't show it too obviously, so she pretended to know nothing and started searching with the others. Not 2 minutes later, another group of footsteps approached. "There are quite a few people here, that's unusual." A familiar voice came from behind. Su Jintang recognized the voice and turned to see Lu Zicheng, whom they had recently parted ways with, leading his team towards them. The 2 team members behind Su Jintang were also taken aback. "Didn't he go that way? Why is he back here?" they whispered. "I don't know." The group who had chosen to follow Lu Zicheng looked somewhat embarrassed upon seeing Su Jintang and her companions again. "What a coincidence, we meet again." One of them greeted Su Jintang. Su Jintang remained relatively calm, replying only, "Yeah, quite a coincidence." Lu Zicheng, perhaps feeling a little guilty, cleared his throat and explained, "We ran into a group on the way here. They had treasure-hunting needles, and said there was indeed a treasure spot around here, so we came together. Looks like my intuition was a bit more accurate than yours." Su Jintang glanced at her casually, her tone slightly teasing. Chapter 223. Lu Zicheng's expression immediately froze. He could hear the mockery in Su Jintang's tone, but he was powerless to refute it. Finally, he could only manage a forced smile indeed. The others were also somewhat embarrassed, their gazes towards Su Jintang filled with awkwardness. The atmosphere fell silent. Feng Qianwei walked over, casting an inquiring look at Su Jintang. What happened? Su Jintang, naturally, wouldn't let the accusation go unpunished, and directly recounted the events in detail. Nothing serious. He and I had a disagreement before. He felt there were no treasure spots in the mountains, so he led the others in another direction. I didn't expect to run into him here. Feng Qianwei frowned, glancing at Lu Zicheng. There are people like that. Her words made no attempt to hide her dislike for Lu Zicheng. The already awkward atmosphere solidified even more. The other two teams also heard Su Jintang's words. The gazes of everyone towards Lu Zicheng became strange. Lu Zicheng and his teammates instantly became the center of attention. Although no one said anything openly, their gazes towards Lu Zicheng were clearly filled with contempt. We found something over here. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to that spot. Su Jintang turned to look as well. Next to the person who had just shouted was a winged, half-human statue, covered in cobwebs and dust. The person must have accidentally touched something on the statue. Now, the wings on the statue slowly unfolded, as if it were about to take flight. Feng Qianwei walked over, bent down slightly, and carefully examined the details of the statue's wings. There's definitely something strange about the statue. It's very likely the key to unlocking the treasure point. She then looked up at the person who had discovered the statue's problem. Where did you touch the statue just now? The man opposite her was also a little confused. He scratched his head. I remember accidentally touching this statue, and then it suddenly started moving. I don't know anything else. Su Jintang walked to the statue and gently patted its wings. The statue's wings, which were almost fully unfolded, moved again, this time completely opening. Immediately afterward, a tremor spread from beneath their feet. Everyone's bodies swayed. It's open. There really is a treasure point. Someone in the group exclaimed immediately. The massive mountain range trembled, then slowly unfolded to the sides, revealing a huge cave. The cave was pitch black, its silence tinged with mystery. Occasionally, a roar could be heard. The overwhelming aura of ferocious beasts made everyone want to retreat. Su Jintang looked up at the cave and roughly estimated that there were at least 5 or 6 demonic beasts with a spiritual power level of at least the 5th rank inside. There were countless other smaller demonic beasts of the 4th rank. There are probably quite a few demonic beasts inside. Everyone be careful, Feng Qianwei warned. The opening of the treasure point had drawn everyone's attention. Before long, the cave entrance was surrounded by the group. Who should go first? We need to find someone strong to scout ahead. At this point, Su Jintang, who had been standing at the back of the group, immediately raised his hand. Brother Lu from our previous group is very strong. Why don't we let him lead the team? Lu Zicheng, suddenly called upon, was taken aback. This? Feng Qianwei turned to look at him, pondered for a couple of seconds, and said, I think it's a good idea. Since this brother is so skilled, let him lead the scouting. The captain of the other team quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, it's definitely safer to have this brother lead the team. The cave was fraught with danger, and the person leading the scouting at this time would be in the most danger. It was clearly not a good thing. Lu Zicheng was essentially being held hostage. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he didn't even have a chance to object, and could only grit his teeth and take on the task. Okay, I lead the team. Lu Zicheng's tone was no longer as relaxed as before, and the few steps from the back of the team to the front felt incredibly heavy. Until he took a deep breath, preparing to enter the cave. The moment he stepped into the cave, a dangerous aura rushed towards him. He instinctively wanted to turn back, but when he turned around, he saw that everyone behind him had already caught up. He had nowhere to retreat. Lu Zicheng had to suppress his tension and turned back to continue scouting ahead. Su Jintang followed discreetly at the back of the group, in a very safe position. The first few hundred meters into the cave were safe, until a deafening roar came from the depths of the cave. Lu Zicheng immediately stopped, summoning a special flying knife from his palm, his expression tightening. The roar had contained a sonic attack, likely a mental attack inherent in 5th-tier demonic beasts. After the first roar, a series of ferocious beast roars followed. Lu Zicheng's expression turned grim. There must be at least 5 5th-tier or higher demonic beasts in there. This is going to be difficult. The space inside the cave is too small. With so many of us crammed together, it's difficult to exert our full strength. Besides, the monsters inside are familiar with the terrain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, Feng Qianwei added. Lu Zicheng naturally didn't dare to explore further, and immediately turned to stop. He pondered for a moment, then suggested, how about this? I use myself as bait to lure the monsters out, and then we could all hunt them down together. The cave's confined space would definitely make it inconvenient for everyone to work together. This was currently the most feasible method. Feng Qianwen nodded. Okay, let's do it that way. You're responsible for luring the monsters out of the cave, and I lead the others to surround and kill them from the outside. Having received approval, Lu Zichang finally showed a hint of pride. He straightened his back and nodded slightly. Alright, you guys go out first. I lure them out again. Su Jintang didn't offer any opinions, silently cooperating with the others throughout. A few minutes later, Feng Qianwen led the others out of the cave. After confirming that no one was blocking the way inside the tunnel, Feng Qianwen shouted into the tunnel, "We're ready." "Okay, coming right away." Lu Zichang's voice echoed through the tunnel. "Captain, there are quite a few level 5 or higher demonic beasts in there. Can that kid handle it alone?" Someone quietly asked Feng Qianwen. Frankly speaking, no one really trusted Lu Zichang that much. Feng Qianwen crossed her arms expressionlessly, glancing into the cave. "I don't know, let's see." The team members fell silent. Su Jintang stood in the corner of the group. The two team members behind her exchanged a furtive glance, then simultaneously moved closer to Su Jintang, as if this would provide them with the best protection. Their strength was at best average among all the teams. Facing a 5th tier or higher demonic beast, they would be utterly helpless. Therefore, in this situation, they definitely needed to cling to Su Jintang's coattails. Not long after, commotion arose from the cave. The roars of ferocious beasts and the sounds of fierce fighting drew everyone's attention. Feng Qianwen raised her hand, signaling for battle. The others behind her became alert, each summoning their magical weapons. Less than half a minute later, footsteps and the sounds of fierce fighting echoed from the cave. Feng Qianwen slightly bent over, ready to intervene at any moment. They thought Lu Zichang would come out soon. However, a few minutes later, Lu Zichang's cry for help suddenly came from inside. "There are too many demonic beasts inside. I can't handle them all by myself." Feng Qianwen and the others froze. Sure enough, I knew he couldn't handle it. A teammate behind Feng Qianwen muttered under his breath. Feng Qianwen frowned slightly. She stayed outside mainly as a backup. There were quite a few 5th-tier demonic beasts in this cave, and with the other team members' strength, it would be difficult to restrain them immediately. If she went in to help Lu Zichang, the danger to those outside would increase significantly. Just as she was pondering what to do, Su Jintang's voice came from behind. "I go help him." Feng Qianyue's thoughts were pulled back to the present, and she turned to look at Su Jintang. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "You're going?" "Yes." After replying, Su Jintang immediately stepped into the cave. After her figure disappeared, the others finally reacted. "Who is she?" "Don't know her. She seemed to have been with the group the whole time." "There's a 5th-tier demon beast inside. Can she handle it?" As everyone hesitated, even more intense fighting sounds came from the cave. Feng Qianwen sensed something, immediately snapped back to reality, and turned to look at the cave. "The demon beast inside is out. Everyone prepare for battle." At her command, the team members behind her immediately returned to combat readiness. The next second, a thick, furry wolf claw pounced out of the cave. Su Jintang's figure swiftly leaped into the air, and appeared before everyone. "Attack!" Feng Qianwen looked up and met Su Jintang's gaze, then without further hesitation, quickly activated her supernatural power to attack the demon beast. The others reacted one after another, following suit. Various supernatural attacks landed on the demon beast, quickly halting its forward lunge. While everyone was busy fighting the monster, Lu Zichang emerged from the cave in a disheveled state. Since everyone's attention was focused on the monster, no one noticed Lu Zichang's sorry state. Only Su Jintang, who had lured the monster out first, was watching him. Su Jintang stood with her arms crossed, a mocking expression on her face. She didn't say a word, but Lu Zichang felt a strong sense of sarcasm. He gritted his teeth, staring at Su Jintang with anger, and insisted, "You deliberately hid your strength so you could embarrass me at a time like this." Su Jintang spread her hands. "You're overthinking it. You're not worth making me waste so much energy." These words hurt Lu Zichang even more than a direct insult. He clenched his fists, the veins in his arms bulging. At this moment, Feng Qianwen and the others had finished dealing with the monster. Everyone's attention returned to Su Jintang, some with curiosity, some with scrutiny, and some with speculation. That girl is quite skilled. She lured out a level 5 pine wolf not long after going in. Chapter 224. Before this, Su Jintang had always maintained a low profile within the group. Therefore, everyone was surprised by her sudden change. Feng Qianwei also cast a glance at her, so even experts are this humble. Su Jintang smiled slightly. Leave the task of drawing the monster's fire to me. Her performance just now was enough to prove her strength. Everyone naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. All right, then we leave it to you, young lady. In contrast, Lu Zicheng, who had emerged in a disheveled state, was completely ignored by everyone. Having lost face, he naturally dared not be arrogant anymore, only lowering his head and trying to shrink into the crowd, not daring to speak. With Su Jintang's addition, the encirclement and suppression operation proceeded exceptionally smoothly. In no time, they had almost annihilated all the monsters in the cave. Su Jintang clapped her hands at the cave entrance. There might be some low-level demonic beasts inside, but they're not much of a threat. Everyone can go in directly. Okay. Feng Qianwei stepped forward and nodded to her. Thank you for your hard work. Before everyone entered the cave, Feng Qianwei spoke up again. Miss Su contributed the most to this demonic beast extermination, so when we distribute the supplies later, I suggest giving her an extra 10%. What do you all think? No problem. Agreed. If it weren't for Miss Su, we might not have been able to succeed so smoothly. Great. I wholeheartedly support it. The reactions from everyone were very enthusiastic. Su Jintang didn't stand on ceremony. After all, she had contributed a lot. She smiled and nodded. Okay, then I won't refuse. An hour later, everyone finished counting all the supplies at the treasure point. Only then did someone notice Lu Zicheng, who had been lurking in the group. Hey, there's a question. If someone in the group is just slacking off, does that mean they don't need to be allocated supplies? The person spoke while glancing at Lu Zicheng out of the corner of their eye. The others quickly realized what was going on, and their gazes also turned to Lu Zicheng. Lu Zicheng, already embarrassed, instantly turned ashen-faced. What do you mean by slacking off? I did contribute. To be fair, I was standing right next to him when we were fighting the monster. Someone next to Lu Zicheng suddenly raised their hand. He continued, he did contribute, just not as much. He couldn't handle most 5th-tier monsters, but he could barely manage a couple of hits on 4th-tier monsters. A chuckle rippled through the crowd. At first, seeing Lu Zicheng's high-profile and flamboyant manner, everyone assumed he was incredibly strong. But when it came to actually fighting, he could only barely manage a couple of hits on a 4th-tier monster. Alright, let's not delve into it further. Since they put in the effort, let's distribute the resources as usual. The gazes of the crowd towards Lu Zicheng became even more mocking. Su Jintang also glanced at Lu Zicheng, and seeing his constantly changing expression, said nothing more. In the final distribution of resources, Su Jintang received the most, followed by Feng Qianwei, and then the others divided the remaining resources equally. Soon, a week passed. In the central area of the spirit realm, in a lush forest, dozens of small teams cautiously huddled together. Chu Er, dressed in silver-white robes, stood conspicuously at the front. Listen up, everyone, we've been in the spirit realm for quite a while now, and we'd be teleported out in a week. This central treasure point is vast and rich in resources. There's definitely enough for everyone to share, so there's no need for conflict now. Besides, there are many high-level demonic beasts here, so we should cooperate. Su Jintang and Feng Qianwei exchanged a glance and remained silent. The whole incident started when Feng Qianyue's treasure hunting needle first discovered the central treasure point. On their way there, they encountered several other teams that had also discovered it. The central treasure point is the largest secret realm in the entire spirit realm, containing the most treasures and resources, so naturally no one wanted to give it up. Thus, more than a dozen teams all gathered around the treasure's opening point. That's true, but with so many people, if someone tries to cheat and take advantage of the chaos, there's nothing we can do. In my opinion, let's just leave it to fate, who gets what depends on their strength. If you're strong enough, just grab it yourself, what you grab is yours. Too many people, hard to manage, it's an unsolvable problem. Hearing this, Chu Er immediately rolled his eyes, and sighed resignedly. Since arriving here, he had been trying to persuade everyone to cooperate. The monsters within the central treasure are definitely not something any small team can handle. It requires everyone's combined efforts to have a chance. But with so many people, their minds are scattered. They already been here for over an hour without reaching any decision. Hey, to be honest, how about our two teams cooperate? Seeing the other team still hesitant, Chu Er leaned close to Su Jintang and whispered. Su Jintang glanced at him. How do we cooperate? Our two teams are about the same strength, so let's go together and split the supplies 50-50, Chu Er said. Su Jintang looked at Feng Qianwei. What do you think? Feng Qianwei hesitated. You two know each other before? Chu Er cleared his throat. Yes, we're old friends. You can trust me unconditionally regarding my character. Su Jintang hadn't seen Chu Er since the last 5 military academies exhibition match. It was quite a coincidence that they met in the Tongbao spirit realm. Su Jintang pursed his lips, lost in thought. Chu Er was likely to be a key player in this league. Cooperating would also be a good opportunity to test his strength. Sure, let's cooperate. Su Jintang readily agreed. Feng Qianwen nodded in agreement. Okay. While the other teams were still suspicious of each other, Chu Er quietly slipped to the treasure activation mechanism and quickly twisted the stone statue. After the statue twisted, the treasure activation mechanism immediately activated. The attention of everyone nearby shifted. Who opened the treasure point? Weren't we still discussing how to distribute the supplies? Sigh, we've been discussing for so long without any results. Might as well just open it and let everyone use their own methods. After activating the mechanism, Chu Er quickly slipped back into the group, unnoticed by the others. After waiting a while, Chu Er stepped forward, pretending to be nonchalant, to take charge. Alright, since it's already open, there's no point in wasting any more time. Then let's each use our own methods. He then winked at Su Jintang. Su Jintang gestured, let's go. The next second, the two teams led by Chu Er and Su Jintang were the first to rush into the treasure point. The treasure is located in an underground tomb. The entrance leads directly to a seemingly endless staircase. The underground environment is dark, with a faint musty smell in the air, and layers of moss grow on the corners of the steps. Chu Er leads the way. Damn, it's chilly in here, pretty creepy. Do you think there are still people in here who aren't quite dead? And turned into one of those weird vegetative states? Damn. You scared me. Why did the lights suddenly turn on? At first, no one found it scary, but Chu Er's constant chatter was unbearable. Brother, can you be quiet? It wasn't that scary to begin with, but your jump scares really frightened us. Feng Qianwei finally couldn't help but speak up. The thing is, it's really scary here, don't you guys think? Chu Er looked surprised. Just as he finished speaking, the lights on both sides of the corridor suddenly went out, then inexplicably came back on. The flickering lights instantly made the atmosphere eerie. At the same time, the sound of rushing water rang out. Su Jintang was startled and quickly turned to look at the source of the sound. He saw that a small opening had suddenly appeared in the left corridor wall, as if some mechanism had been triggered. Water flowed gently from the opening. This must be a mechanism in the tomb chamber. It automatically activates these lamps and water features when someone enters, Feng Qianwei explained calmly. Chu Er patted his chest, still shaken. That scared me to death. Su Jintang snapped out of it and grabbed Chu Er. You go to the back, I lead the team. That's great. Chu Er quickly retreated to the back. Su Jintang went to the front. They had been walking along the underground steps for over an hour, but the path ahead still seemed endless, leading nowhere. Even if this treasure trove was vast, it was impossible to have been stuck inside for over an hour without reaching the interior. Something must have gone wrong. Su Jintang reached the newly activated mechanism, bent down, and placed his hand over the flowing water. The clear water flowed in his palm, bringing a slight coolness. The water must be flowing from next door. There might be a hidden passage nearby. Everyone search. Su Jintang quickly made his judgment. The group immediately dispersed, searching in different directions. About half a minute later, someone spotted a lamp that appeared to be the activation point of the mechanism. Look at this lamp, a team member said, raising his hand. Su Jintang quickly approached, his gaze sweeping over the lamp hanging in the corner of the wall. The light was dim and yellowish, casting a faint golden glow on the ground. The team member who first discovered the lamp reached out and turned the lamp base. This lamp base seems to be able to turn, but I don't know what mechanism it holds. Su Jintang raised her hand and gestured, prepare for battle. The others behind her immediately drew their magical weapons, each gathering their spiritual energy to prepare for battle. Su Jintang nodded to the team member beside the lamp, turn it. The team member took a deep breath, looked away, and gripped the lamp base. A creak was heard. The long-neglected lamp base was turned. Immediately afterwards, the entire underground passage began to shake. Su Jintang and the others swayed along with it. A few seconds later, the intense shaking subsided, and a hidden door had silently opened in the left wall. Everything returned to silence. A faint light emanated from within the hidden door. Su Jintang waited a while, and seeing no further movement, gestured to go in and take a look. With that, she stepped into the hidden door first. Feng Qianwei and Chu Er then led their team to follow. The interior of the hidden door was quiet, with a faint woody scent in the air. This environment is nice, there must be something good here. With the lights on, Chu-er finally gained courage, puffed out his chest, and strode in. Chapter 225. In underground tombs, generally only the main chamber, and the large chambers, contain truly precious treasures. What Su Jintang and his group had just entered through the underground passage was merely the outer perimeter of the tomb. No matter how long they walked, they were ultimately going in circles, and would return to their starting point. After entering the hidden door, the group was finally inside the core area of the tomb. Watch out! Feng Qianhua, who was leading the way, noticed something and suddenly shouted. As soon as she finished speaking, various hidden weapons shot out from the walls on both sides of the path. The hidden weapons were of various shapes, darts, sharp blades, and all sorts of cold weapons, each gleaming with a cold light. Su Jintang quickly entered combat mode, raising his hand and immediately activating his special ability. Ice power rapidly covered the entire area, and the surrounding air temperature dropped accordingly. Chu-er also abandoned his previous carefree state, his expression becoming serious, raising his hand and activating his special ability. The hidden weapon attacks were dense and swift. The clanging sounds of clashing supernatural attacks rang out. There are too many hidden weapons. Everyone be careful, Feng Qianhua shouted. Just as she finished speaking, several more darts flew towards her. The attack continued after several rounds of attacks. More and more people were finding it difficult to defend themselves. A few who reacted slowly were even directly injured by the darts. Su Jintang realized something was wrong and immediately increased the activation of her ice power. The incoming hidden weapons were blocked and delayed in midair. Then, she summoned a phantom dart and hurled it at the attacking weapon. The afterimage-like dart collided with the incoming weapon, bouncing off each other forcefully. At the same time, frost spread outwards from Su Jintang. The air temperature plummeted, freezing many of the aerial projectiles in place before they fell to the ground. The attention of many nearby was drawn to this. This is a domain-type skill? Don't just stand there, attack! Feng Qianhua and Chu-er were the first to react, both attacking simultaneously. The other team members followed suit, their immense mental energy rapidly spreading outwards. The projectile firing continued for over 10 minutes before finally ending. When everyone stopped, their mental energy was mostly depleted. Damn, there are so many traps and mechanisms here. Sigh, I wonder if there will be more of these traps later. These projectiles might be poisoned. Injured people should heal themselves and expel the poison immediately. Su Jintang swept her hand, retrieving the fallen phantom darts. She bent down to where the projectiles had fallen, picked up one, and examined it closely. The hidden weapon in her hand was shaped like a dart, with a sharp blade and a faint dark black hue, clearly poisoned. Chu-er walked over, squatted down beside her, picked up another hidden weapon, examined it for a moment, and then spoke up. So many hidden weapons in one tomb? The tomb owner must be someone of considerable status and power. Su Jintang nodded, tossing away the dart in her hand. You guys rest first, I go scout ahead. Chu-er frowned slightly. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Shall I come with you? Sure. Su Jintang didn't refuse. Having someone else would always be safer. After telling Feng Qianhua, Su Jintang and Feng Qianhua immediately got up and set off. After passing through the hidden weapon corridor, the lights inside became increasingly bright and conspicuous. After walking about 600 meters, a crystal coffin appeared before them. The crystal coffin was exquisitely crafted, shining even brighter under the overhead lights. This is the tomb's owner, Chu-er said curiously, circling the crystal coffin and examining it closely. Su Jintang followed her to the crystal coffin. She stopped at a certain spot, raised her hand, and tapped the coffin 3 times. After no response, she finally spoke. Shall we open it and see? Chu-er, fearless as ever, immediately rolled up his sleeves. I do it. A few seconds later, the crystal coffin lid was lifted. A skeletal skeleton, its flesh already decomposed, came into view. Besides that, there was only a palm-sized token inside the coffin. Chu-er bent down, picked up the token, and handed it to her. This should be the token that controls the mechanism in this tomb chamber. Su Jintang took the token and looked around. I go find a mechanism to place the token. Together. The two immediately turned and began searching in different directions. The tomb chamber was square, roughly the size of a basketball court. A crystal coffin sat in the center, with a constantly lit crystal chandelier hanging above it. Su Jintang began circling the left side, searching for the mechanism. The tomb walls were made of stone bricks and tiles, hard and sturdy. Even a sharp blade would barely leave a mark. Su Jintang walked a short distance, and then bent down to tap the walls. All the sounds were solid, until one spot, where the tapping became hollow and muffled. She stopped and tapped twice more. After confirming that the wall was hollow, she immediately raised her hand and focused her spiritual energy. A devastating force blasted from his palm. The stone and brick walls collapsed instantly, revealing a hollow mechanism inside. Hearing the commotion, Chu Er ran over from the opposite side. What happened? The wall was hollow. I smashed it open, Su Jintang said succinctly, then bent down and stepped inside. Inside was a small secret chamber. Inside were various treasure chests, clearly the most precious burial goods in this tomb. Damn! So many high-level magical artifacts and rare metals here. Chu Er exclaimed in surprise upon opening a chest, the treasures inside causing him to gasp. Su Jintang also casually opened a treasure chest. This one contained rare spiritual herbs still planted in pots. The soil in the pots was rich in spiritual energy, perfect for the growth of these herbs. The supplies here are really good. You stay here and guard it. I go call the others, Chu Er instructed, quickly turning and running back the way he came. Su Jintang remained where she was, her gaze sweeping across the entire area. She roughly counted the number of treasure chests, 25 in total. These supplies alone were enough for all their teams. She withdrew her gaze, pursed her lips, and looked down at the mechanism token in her hand. What was the purpose of this mechanism token? After thinking for a moment, Su Jintang began searching her surroundings for clues again. The walls of the secret chamber were solid. There couldn't possibly be a second secret chamber. After searching around without finding anything, Su Jintang's attention turned elsewhere. If there was a token, there must be a reason to use it. Moreover, this token was buried with the remains, which spoke volumes about its importance. Thinking of this, Su Jintang suddenly remembered something. She turned and walked towards the crystal coffin placed in the central hall. Upon reaching the coffin, she immediately stopped. Su Jintang took out the token and affixed it to the crystal coffin. Only 2 seconds later, a blinding light erupted from the coffin. The token seemed to melt, quickly merging into the coffin. The light emanating from the crystal coffin became even more dazzling. Immediately afterward, the entire tomb chamber began to shake. Su Jintang had to hold onto the crystal coffin to avoid stumbling and falling. The tomb chamber is about to collapse. Get out quickly. The shaking of the tomb chamber attracted the attention of the Thunder Dragon King, who suddenly warned her. Su Jintang was stunned for a moment. It took her a while to realize that the mechanism token had directly caused the entire secret chamber to self-destruct. After regaining her senses, she didn't have time to think anymore, immediately turning and rushing into the secret chamber, quickly collecting all the treasure chests inside. The shaking grew stronger, and Su Jintang had no choice but to quicken her pace. There's an emergency exit to the northwest, Thunder Dragon King continued to remind him. Su Jintang glanced towards the northwest exit, and saw that a hidden exit had been activated at some point. Su Jintang quickly turned and rushed towards the exit. Just as the tomb was about to collapse, Su Jintang slipped out. Have Chu Er and the others come out? Only after escaping safely did Su Jintang remember that the main group of members were still there. Thunder Dragon King, they're out. Before the tomb collapsed, all the emergency exits opened, and they escaped through the other exit. Su Jintang felt slightly relieved. 72 hours left until the Tombao Spirit Realm closes. The Spirit Realm map will soon be fully opened. 72 hours left until the Tombao Spirit Realm closes. As soon as they emerged, a notification sound rang out from the horizon. Following this, a real-time map of the Tombao Spirit Realm's coordinates popped into the minds of everyone still within the Spirit Realm. Damn, so many treasure points haven't been opened yet. Only 72 hours left. We probably won't have enough time to find all these treasure points. Let's pick the big ones first. Su Jintang snapped out of his daze and looked up at the horizon. With only 72 hours left, and everyone having a real-time map of the Tombao Spirit Realm's coordinates, the competition would only intensify. This is difficult. At this moment, chaos reigned outside the Spirit Realm. Most of the members of the 5 military academies' regular and reserve teams were inexplicably ambushed and seriously injured. And there was only 1 month left until the start of the Military Academy League. In the conference room of the Recta's Military Academy, Miao Mingji sat at the conference table, his expression serious. The situation regarding the serious injuries sustained by members of the 5 major military academies is still unclear. I suggest calling all members of the experimental and regular teams back to the military academies to ensure everyone's safety. Zhuang Silin pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. Okay, I notify them to return to school now. Meanwhile, within Tombailing territory, most of the people simultaneously began heading towards the last remaining large treasure location. Su Jintang received Zhuang Silin's message on his way to the treasure location. The risks outside the academy are high recently. If there are no delays, return to school immediately. What happened outside? Su Jintang asked, his thoughts returning to his spiritual sea. The Thunder Dragon King replied, it seems your 5 major human military academy members were ambushed and injured. The matter has escalated significantly. Su Jintang was taken aback. All 5 military academy members were ambushed? Before entering the spirit realm, Song Qianwei was indeed ambushed, and she was implicated as well. Are the injuries very serious? Thunder Dragon King, it's said that many will need more than a month to recover. Su Jintang calculated the time. It seems there's only a month left until the start of the Military Academy League. In that case, wouldn't most of the members from the 5 military academies be unable to participate in the Military Academy League as usual? Su Jintang frowned. The ambush of almost all members of the 5 military academies was clearly not an accident. Moreover, the timing of the incident, right before the Military Academy League, was too coincidental. If you want to leave early, you can use your Heaven and Earth token to directly terminate your training in the Spirit Realm, Thunder Dragon King said. The Heaven and Earth token has that use? Su Jintang asked in surprise. Chapter 226. Of course. And with this token, even if the Spirit Realm ends early, you can still freely enter and exit here in the future. However, all the supplies within the treasure point of the Spirit Realm will disappear. Simply put, this Spirit Realm can serve as a storage space for your future use. As long as you allow it, others can also enter the Spirit Realm. Ordinary storage spaces can only hold inanimate objects, but this Spirit Realm can hold a person and living things. In a sense, it can be considered a more advanced storage space. Su Jintang pondered for a moment. That works too. Without further hesitation, she directly took out the Heaven and Earth token. With a thought, the option to close the Spirit Realm early immediately popped up before her eyes. Close early. After 2 beep sounds, a notification sounded throughout the entire Spirit Realm. The holder of the Heaven and Earth token has decided to close the Spirit Realm early. The Spirit Realm will close in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The crowd, who were rushing to the treasure point, were all stunned. What? It's closing early? No, we were so close to the treasure point, and now it's closing early. Damn it! Why is it closing early? Who has the heavenly token? Everyone was groaning. Chu Er and his group, who had just come out of the central treasure point, were also a bit confused. Damn it! We didn't even get the supplies from the central treasure point, and now they're closing the Spirit Realm early? Chu Er couldn't help but curse. Who is the holder of the heavenly token? Why is it closing early? I'm speechless. Ugh! Let's not go anymore, let's rest. Those who had originally planned to raid the treasure point gradually stopped. Some rested on the spot, while others sat down to chat and complain. Everyone in the Spirit Realm was talking and complaining. The holder of the Heaven and Earth token had already left the Spirit Realm. After leaving the Spirit Realm, Su Jintang immediately went to the hub terminal, bought a ticket, and boarded the vehicle. Once Su Jintang was on the manned aircraft, she opened the Star Network official forum. Students from the 5 major military academies are all seriously injured. Is it a coincidence or a conspiracy? The Military Academy League is starting in a month. The fact that the 5 military academy team members are in trouble at this time is probably premeditated. TSK, this league is a bit unusual. It's already full of intrigue before it even starts. But now that the students from the 5 major military academies are all injured, can this league still proceed as scheduled? Who knows? Let's see the official announcement. Su Jintang was also surprised when she saw these messages. She hadn't expected so many unexpected events to happen outside while she was in the Spirit Realm. Not long after, Song Tianqi called. Squad leader. Where are you? I want a spaceship in an underground arena match, and I'm picking you up on my way back to the Federation Starfield. Su Jintang, you received the notice to return to school too? Yes, things have been quite turbulent outside lately. There are people attacking the 5 major military academies everywhere. It's safer for us to go back to school. Su Jintang recalled the time Song Ziqian was being hunted down. This happened suddenly, without any warning. Okay, let's talk when we meet. After hanging up, Su Jintang quickly sent an address. About half an hour later, a large manned spaceship slowly descended from the sky. The spaceship landed smoothly on the ground. Then, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, and a silver-white metal automatic staircase extended from inside. "Squad leader, you're here." Song Tianqi waved as he ran towards Su Jintang. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yuting and Shui Zhongqi emerged from the cabin door one after the other. "Damn, the atmosphere outside is terrifying lately. We better get back to school for safety." Shui Zhongqi strolled over casually, fanning himself with a folding fan. Although he said this, his expression showed no sign of nervousness. "Do you think it's the Reform Society again?" Yin Yuting followed closely behind. Su Jintang wasn't sure either. "Let's go back and talk about it first." The group exchanged glances, said nothing more, and turned to enter the cabin. "To be honest, a lot has happened lately. I have a feeling it's related to the Military Academy League." Shui Zhongqi leaned back in his armchair, legs crossed, lightly fanning himself with a folding fan. "Definitely. Otherwise, why would those guys specifically ambush the members of the 5 major military academies? I just don't know what their motives are." Song Tianqi replied. Yin Yuting was sitting next to him, browsing forum posts. The successive serious injuries to members of the 5 military academies had indeed caused a great stir, and even now, the forums were still filled with posts discussing it. "It seems like only our academy and Clifford's Academy's members are unharmed. The other 3 academies have all suffered," Yin Yuting remarked. "Sigh, they probably think we and Clifford are not to be trifled with," Shui Zhongqi said calmly. Song Tianqi rolled up his sleeves, his fighting spirit instantly ignited, his face beaming with eagerness. "Definitely. Let those pursuers come after me. I want to see just how strong they are." Su Jintang glanced over. "I encountered those pursuers before. At first, 2 of them were chasing Song Ziqian, but then they encountered me and sent one of them to chase me. They were very strong, at least at the 7th rank or higher. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the scene." Shui Zhongqi looked surprised. "How did you escape being chased by such powerful people?" "The Tombao spirit realm just happened to open early, so I just hid inside," Su Jintang said casually. Yin Yuting looked surprised. "That's incredibly lucky." Shui Zhongqi felt something was off. Even with good luck, this was too much of a coincidence. Besides, based on his understanding of his class monitor, he felt it couldn't be that simple. Song Tianqi, with his straightforward thinking, didn't think much of it. "Damn, someone above the 7th rank was chasing me. This hunting group is pretty big." He said this, but his expression showed he was extremely excited, even a little eager to try. Just then, a loud clang sounded. A violent jolt came from inside the cabin. Su Jintang and the others all shook violently. "Damn it, enemy attack!" Song Tianqi suddenly received an emergency warning in the cockpit, and quickly stood up, shouting. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of warning beeps filled the cabin. The red warning lights flashed frantically. Su Jintang raised his hand, channeling his mental energy, his gaze rapidly sweeping outside the cabin. What had just collided with their aircraft was a small satellite reconnaissance drone. These reconnaissance drones possess strong exploratory and offensive capabilities, and are generally only used by the federal military. However, it's almost impossible for such a professional reconnaissance drone to accidentally collide with a private aircraft. Therefore, it must have been intentional. Immediately afterward, an even more violent collision resounded. The aircraft shook violently again. This time, the cabin windows shattered, scattering fragments across the floor. Su Jintang swiftly turned and rushed out of the cabin window. At this moment, the spacecraft was still traveling in the Milky Way. Floating in the Milky Way, the air pressure was higher, causing the entire body to levitate. Su Jintang grabbed the cabin door and nimbly circled the spacecraft. Immediately afterward, a gleaming hidden weapon flew from midair. Su Jintang paused, instinctively raising his hand and flicking it. A phantom dart hidden in his sleeve shot out swiftly, striking the incoming weapon precisely. A crisp clang sound followed. The hidden weapons fell to the ground. Su Jintang frowned, his gaze sweeping around. The hidden weapons came from all directions, but he couldn't pinpoint their exact origin. The projectiles must have been launched from the unmanned reconnaissance drone, Shui Zhongqi quickly realized. When I was interning in the army, our equipment battalion's unmanned reconnaissance drones used this attack mode. This drone is probably being operated remotely. Just as he finished speaking, another, even more powerful attack of magical artifacts flew in. All the incoming magical artifacts were imbued with attribute damage runes, making them far more terrifying than ordinary runes. "Yu Ting, stand behind me." Song Tianqi raised his hands, and quickly activated his supernatural power. 9 clusters of golden red flames appeared behind him. Yin Yuting didn't hesitate either, rushing behind Song Tianqi at the same time, activating her supernatural power and summoning a pineapple bun, which she tossed to Song Tianqi. Catch. Bang. The clusters of red flames collided with the incoming projectiles. Beep beep. The aircraft cabin has malfunctioned. Autopilot will be deactivated in 30 minutes. Please find a landing point in advance. Aircraft cabin malfunction, autopilot mode activated. Hearing the warning, Song Tianqi couldn't help but curse, damn it, my newly acquired aircraft. Stop cursing. Quickly figure out how to deal with the hidden weapon attacks, then get back to the aircraft and find a landing spot. Shui Zhongqi shouted anxiously. The universe contains a large amount of trace elements, making it extremely unsuitable for human survival. Even cultivators with spiritual power protecting them cannot stay in space for long. Su Jintang pursed her lips, thought for 2 seconds, and then said directly, this drone has too many hidden weapon attacks, I just blow it up. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jintang clenched her fist and rushed towards the opposite aircraft. Golden light flashed on her clenched fist, and the dragon blood power within her instantly burned and boiled. With a bang, the previously powerful drone exploded instantly. Get back to the aircraft. Having resolved the danger, Su Jintang immediately turned and rushed towards the spacecraft. The others quickly followed. The spacecraft's core components had been damaged by the reconnaissance aircraft's hidden weapon attack, rendering it completely unusable. The remaining 30 minutes of autopilot time relied entirely on the cabin's reserve energy. Once all energy was depleted, the spacecraft would lose all propulsion. Su Jintang followed the emergency exit to the cockpit. A warning red light flashed on the cockpit screen. She accessed the satellite navigation system, searching for nearby landing sites. Only F-Sector Border City remains. Let's go there first. With that, Su Jintang quickly selected a landing destination. The spacecraft, previously stranded in space, quickly turned around and began its journey to the new destination. Teacher, our spacecraft has been attacked. We can only temporarily land in F-Sector Border City. Su Jintang immediately contacted Zhuang Silin to report the situation. Chapter 227. A miniature version of Zhuang Silin's illusory image was projected before her eyes. Her brows furrowed tightly. All right, I report to the military academy immediately and personally come to pick you up. The border situation has been quite turbulent lately, so be careful. Yes. After replying, Su Jintang hung up the communication and her gaze returned to the cockpit screen. The spacecraft had already departed for the F-Sector Border City and was expected to arrive and land in 27 minutes. At this time, in the Federal Starfield, in the Federal Headquarters conference room, the principals and leaders of the 5 major military academies sat around the conference table. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, and everyone's expression was anxious. Now, more and more of the 5 major military academies are being attacked, and the Military Academy League must be postponed. Yes, if the League proceeds as scheduled, many of our military academies will not have any members to participate, and other smaller military academies will be able to take advantage of this and seize our positions. Yes, the Military Academy League must be postponed. The people from the 5 major military academies naturally all supported postponing the League. But Jing Hongyi remained adamant. I understand everyone's feelings, but our League has never been postponed or delayed for any reason. After all, this incident was just an accident. If we postpone the League because of this, it would be unfair to the other participating military academies. Miao Mingji frowned deeply, his displeasure reaching its limit. I understand Commander Jing's meaning, but everyone has witnessed the contributions the 5 major military academies have made to the Federation over the years. Shouldn't these contributions warrant an exception for us? The other principals nodded in agreement. Yes, the 5 military academies have supplied a considerable number of talents to various federal bureaus and the military. Whenever the Federation needs them, the 5 military academies are always the first to step up. If these contributions don't warrant the Federation making an exception for us, then everyone should truly be disheartened. That's right, and now many demon beast clans in Border City are starting to show signs of unrest and migration. We're still unsure of their intentions. It's really unnecessary to waste so much manpower and resources holding a league at this time. The principals of the 5 military academies were clearly in agreement on this matter. Jing Hongyi, besieged, gradually looked grim. His hand resting on the table clenched quietly. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Hongyi finally spoke. All right, since everyone insists, this year's league will be postponed for now. I have someone issue a notice at a later time. Border City, F District. A nearly wrecked aircraft slowly landed on the terminal platform. After landing, the aircraft hatch opened automatically. Su Jintang and the others quickly jumped out of the aircraft. The city gates are closed? Song Tianqi asked, frowning. Su Jintang looked across the way. He saw that the border city gates were tightly shut not far ahead, and various satellite reconnaissance aircraft hovered above the city walls, indicating a state of high alert. A bad feeling rose in Su Jintang's heart. Under normal circumstances, Border City wouldn't be on such alert. Should we try calling out? Yan Yuding asked. Su Jintang raised her hand to stop her. No, if strangers approach while on alert, it's easy to attract the attention of the reconnaissance aircraft. Yan Yuding stopped abruptly. Shui Zhongqi looked around. There's no one outside. It looks like they really entered a state of alert. Damn, does that mean we can't get into the city? Song Tianqi shouted. Under alert conditions, to prevent enemies from infiltrating, the gates of Border Star City will remain closed. Our luck is incredible, Shui Zhongqi remarked. First the enemy attacked, and now we're trapped outside the city. It's too dangerous to force our way into the city now. Let's find a safe spot outside, and make do for the night, waiting for the school's rescue, Su Jintang decided. That's the only way, Yan Yuding nodded. A few minutes later, a bonfire was lit in a corner of the outer perimeter of Border Star City. The warm yellow flames dispelled the surrounding chill. The group leaned against piles of stones, preparing to rest. Su Jintang couldn't sleep, and began to take stock of the supplies they had obtained from the spirit realm. The central treasure point yielded the most supplies. Rare spiritual herbs and high-level magical treasures were dazzlingly abundant. There were also some other unidentifiable items, but they were all clearly treasures left over from many years ago. All the supplies filled half of the storage space. Su Jintang clicked his tongue in amazement. Making money is getting easier and easier these days. Squad leader, there seems to be movement over there. Song Tianqi suddenly shouted. Shui Zhongqi, who was almost asleep, was woken up. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. What's wrong? Just as he finished speaking, a tremor came from the ground not far away. That tremor was probably caused by a horde of demonic beasts rushing towards them. Immediately afterward, Yan Yuding was also startled awake. What's going on? Su Jintang's thoughts returned to the present, his gaze turning towards the direction from which the sound came. It seems a horde of demonic beasts has launched a surprise attack. It looks like we're going to get caught up in this. Shui Zhongqi frowned. The F-sector border city is usually peaceful. It's quite strange that an entire horde of demonic beasts has come to ambush us. Don't worry about that now. A demonic beast attack means war is imminent. What should we do? Yan Yuding's tone was tense. Once the two sides are at war, they certainly won't consider such things. And Su Jintang and the others, unexpectedly stranded outside the city, are likely to be used as cannon fodder and wiped out. Let's run. The Federation's tactics for dealing with a surprise attack will definitely involve bombers or missiles in the first round. Just as he finished speaking, a buzzing missile launch sound came from within the city. Yan Yuding and the others exchanged glances, their expressions utterly hopeless. Boom! The sound of a missile launch rang out. Just as Su Jintang and his companions had run a short distance, a missile was launched from Star City. A red glowing missile shot into the night sky. Su Jintang and his group quickened their pace, fleeing towards safety. Here are some pineapple toast buns for you. Yan Yuding quickly summoned a pineapple toast bun and tossed it over. Su Jintang caught one and popped it into his mouth. The energy from the pineapple toast bun rapidly merged into his body, making him feel lighter. A few seconds later, the missile launched from Star City exploded in midair, then disintegrated into smaller missiles, each flying towards the direction from which the monsters were charging below. The red light emitted by the exploding missile illuminated half the sky. It reflected on Su Jintang's cheeks, giving them a faint orange-red glow. In just a few minutes, the once peaceful border city was instantly engulfed in the smoke and fire of war. Fearing being caught in the crossfire, Su Jintang and his companions ran back and forth rapidly through the flames. Damn! It's the Dragon Tiger Lion clan launching a surprise attack. Song Tianqi exclaimed in surprise after spotting the approaching horde of demonic beasts. The Dragon Tiger Lion is a type of demonic beast whose combat power far exceeds its own spiritual power level. It can automatically switch between 3 different forms, dragon, tiger, and lion, in battle. Each combat form has unique offensive and defensive advantages, making these demonic beasts relatively difficult to deal with. The Dragon Tiger Lion clan has always been aloof from worldly affairs. Why would they initiate a battle? The Thunder Dragon King and his spiritual sea spoke in surprise. The Dragon Tiger Lion clan is probably the most peace-loving of all the demon beast clans, Ice Soul Dragon added. Su Jintang dodged missile attacks while pondering the current situation. First, Members of the 5 military academies suffered serious injuries one after another, and their aircraft were subsequently attacked. Now, a sudden war has broken out in the border city. Everything is unexpected, even bizarre. Moreover, all these events suddenly piled up. It's highly unlikely that they weren't connected. Then, another loud boom. Another missile was launched from within the city, exploding in the air and illuminating streaks of crimson light. My God, we just returned from our training, and now there's war here. A cry of alarm came from the opposite side not far away. Su Jintang was drawn by the sound. The 7-person adventure team stood bewildered a short distance away on the opposite side. They seemed to be facing this situation for the first time as well, looking somewhat lost. The battle has begun here. The city gates are closed. You should quickly find a safe place to hide and avoid being caught in the crossfire, Yin Yuding explained to them when he had a moment. At this moment, the Dragon Tiger Lion clan charged forward. The leader, the Dragon Tiger Lion King, had a thick, fiery red mane, and its strong, powerful claws left scratches on the ground. Roar! The Dragon Tiger Lion King raised its 2 front paws high, revealing sharp fangs. At the same time, its powerful aura of Lion Kingdom spread outwards. The Dragon Tiger Lion clan following it trembled. Holy crap! It's the Dragon Tiger Lion clan! A cry of surprise came from the opposite adventure team. Stop talking nonsense, run! If the Dragon Tiger Lion clan catches us, we're all finished. Someone reacted quickly, turning and fleeing in the opposite direction. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance, quickly devising a strategy. Use the array patterns to hold them off first. Shui Zhongqi nodded. I'd do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly pulled out runes from his storage space. Hundreds of runes instantly formed in the air, gradually outlining an array pattern. Shui Zhongqi was responsible for the main connection, while Su Jintang assisted from the side. With their combined efforts, the array pattern quickly took shape. A powerful surge of energy erupted from it. Yin Yuding and Song Tianqi safely hid behind the two. The adventuring team next door sensed the mental energy fluctuations, and quickly moved closer. What's going on? Did you also get unexpectedly trapped outside the city after your training? The leader of the adventuring team asked. Our aircraft malfunctioned, forcing us to land here prematurely. We found the city gates locked as soon as we arrived, Yin Yuding explained. These kinds of demonic beasts, like the dragon, tiger, and lion, are much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. They're extremely difficult to deal with. We must find a safe place to hide immediately, otherwise, if a fight breaks out, we definitely become cannon fodder. Chapter 228. The adventure team leader had barely finished speaking when the Dragon Lake Lion Pride charged forward. The array pattern blocked the lion's path, its power temporarily forcing them back. Roar! The Dragon Tiger Lion King, leading the pride, roared. The mane on his side stood on end. His thick claws lunged fiercely at the array pattern. The once stable array pattern trembled violently, rapidly spreading with fine cracks. After holding out for a few seconds, a crack was heard. The entire array pattern shattered. By this time, Su Jintang and the adventure team had already escaped to safety. The terrain around the F-sector border city was complex, a combination of mountains and plains. Their hiding spot was precisely at the angle between the mountains and the plains. What do we do? We probably can't hold out in this position for long. The adventure team leader frowned, his expression tense. Once war begins, it's a fight to the death. The entire battle zone is vulnerable to the spread of the flames. Silence fell. The dragon, tiger, and lion packs are too numerous, the fighting will never end. We must find a way into the city, Shui Zhongqi pondered. The fighting has already started, the city won't let us through, the adventure team leader sighed. Su Jintang thought for a moment, so we need to find a way to get into the city ourselves. The defenses outside the city were indeed very strong, but not without flaws. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi both turned to look. Get into the city ourselves? Su Jintang slowly raised his gaze, his eyes falling on the Star City not far away. Star City launches missiles at a fixed frequency. As long as we figure out its launch pattern, we can jump onto the city walls when it's quiet and enter the city directly. But wouldn't that be a bit dangerous? Yin Yuding asked with concern. Su Jintang, it's better than us staying outside the city any longer. The others exchanged glances. That's one way, but figuring out the missile launch frequency isn't so simple. Su Jintang looked up at the city gate tower. Let's try it first. About 5 minutes later, another missile was launched from within Star City. The missile, flashing red, exploded in midair, then transformed into countless tiny, precisely targeted missiles that hurtled towards the group of dragons, tigers, and lions. Several loud booms resounded. The missiles struck the group of dragons, tigers, and lions and exploded instantly. Several dragons, tigers, and lions were blown away on the spot, landing as mangled, bloodied and mangled. Su Jintang and the others crouched in a hidden corner not far from the city gate tower. Shui Zhongqi crouched at the front of the group, holding a palm-sized compass, its surface divided into equally sized fan-shaped sections. Each sector was marked with a direction. This compass of mine can detect the exact source of the power fluctuations. Follow my instructions, Shui Zhongqi said. All right, who wants to scout ahead? The adventure team leader asked, looking up. Silence fell. No one answered for a long time. Even the toughest monsters couldn't withstand the destructive power of satellite missiles, let alone them. Until Su Jintang spoke up, I go. All eyes immediately turned to him. Su Jintang stood up, looking toward Star City not far ahead. The entire city was under martial law. Only the occasional missile launch from within the city could be seen exploding in the air. Missiles were launched every 5 minutes. Meanwhile, nearby satellite surveillance drones would continue operating to monitor external enemy activity. Therefore, she had to find an opportunity to slip into the city within those 5 minutes, while ensuring she wasn't detected by the satellite surveillance. Another loud boom. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the sky. Su Jintang pursed her lips, suppressing her breathing, and quickly rose, rushing into Star City, her figure disappearing from everyone's sight. Beep beep. Unknown creature detected approaching. The satellite surveillance sent a warning signal to the control room. The defense personnel on duty looked up alertly. What unknown creature? It looks like a person too fast. The surveillance cameras didn't capture it. Activate emergency warning mode. If anyone tries to force their way into the city, attack immediately. The atmosphere in the control room became tense. The command captain, sitting in front of the main control room, became serious, his eyes fixed on the screen. Captain, this person outside was probably accidentally left behind outside the city. Should we just attack indiscriminately? A teammate suggested tactfully. The captain gripped the control lever tightly, his thin lips pressed together. Rules are rules. Under alert conditions, opening the city gates is strictly prohibited. The person outside should know this rule. Knowing the danger and still trying to force their way in, she's asking for it. Meanwhile, the battle outside the city was raging. The dragon, tiger, and lion pride surged forward wave after wave. One satellite missile after another exploded in the sky, transforming into countless smaller missiles that precisely struck the lion pride. Su Jintang nimbly charged into the lion pride. With each small satellite missile that landed, she swiftly dodged towards safety. Several times, she leaped directly toward Star City using the backs of the dragon, tiger, and lion. Beep beep. An unknown creature is rapidly approaching Star City. The warning sounded again. In the communication room, the command captain's expression gradually turned serious. He was also debating whether to continue activating the attack mode. After all, there was a living person outside. Just as he was hesitating, the alarm inside suddenly sounded. An unknown risk has been detected approaching the city. Emergency alert status has been automatically activated. The satellite missile system activated immediately after the notification. With a loud boom, the superpowered missile cannon was launched remotely, its lock-on range encompassing Su Jintang. The superpowered missile cannon is firing this way. Be careful. The Thunder Dragon King's reminder rang in her mental sea. Su Jintang quickly gathered her mental energy and continued toward Star City. The superpowered missile cannon's bombardment was wide and dense, making it impossible for ordinary people to dodge. Several people waiting for news nearby witnessed the scene, their expressions turning grave. It's over, the superpowered missile cannon has been launched. Is there any way to get into the city? The superpowered missile cannon's destructive power is quite fierce. It feels like we're doomed. Don't just stand there, quickly provide cover. If she can't get in, we're all finished. With that, everyone activated their superpowers and attacked. As the superpowered missile cannon struck, various superpowered lights flashed. The booming sounds of impact echoed continuously. Feeling the firepower support from her teammates behind her, Su Jintang's forward movement became even faster. Missiles rained down from above, rapidly covering the entire area outside the city. Su Jintang raised her hands, her palms condensing ice energy. In a mere second, the entire area transformed into a world of ice and snow. The falling artillery fire was also extinguished. Satellite surveillance detected Su Jintang's rapid movement, began scanning and locking onto her location, and launched even more precise targeted attacks. Bang bang bang. A continuous barrage of attacks swept towards Su Jintang. She spread her arms for balance, lifted her leg, and somersaulted backward, narrowly escaping a missile. Having dodged the attack, Su Jintang clenched her fists, channeling her mental energy to her feet, and once again assumed a charging stance, sprinting toward Star City. In just 2 minutes, Su Jintang reached the foot of Star City. The city gates were tightly shut, and targeted missile attacks continued to be launched from the city walls. Warning! Warning! The enemy is attempting to breach the city gate defenses. The satellite surveillance emitted a sharp alarm. Immediately, the satellite surveillance lights fell on Su Jintang. Satellite surveillance within a radius of several miles simultaneously locked onto Su Jintang. Satellite missile number 1 is about to launch. 3 seconds countdown. Satellite missile number 2 is about to launch. 3 seconds countdown. Upon hearing the notifications, Su Jintang cursed inwardly, but had no time to think further. She only paused for a moment before quickly turning and leaping onto the city wall. At the same time, several satellite missiles launched towards her flew straight towards her. These missiles were all newly developed, each equipped with tracking runes. Su Jintang had just jumped onto the city wall when the missiles pursued her. Whoosh! Su Jintang turned and flung out a series of afterimage darts. Several darts struck the oncoming missiles, exploding with a series of bangs. Su Jintang's eyes narrowed slightly. She clenched her fists, instantly igniting the dragon blood power within her. A terrifying power erupted from her body. The next second, she directly punched the incoming missile. The missile was instantly deflected, shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Stop immediately, you people outside! A shout came from the city's security room. Su Jintang paused. Turning her head, she saw a man in a work uniform rush out of the security room. He was burly, and the veins on his arms bulged when he clenched his fists. Do you know that Star City is under martial law? No one is allowed to enter or leave. The man glared at Su Jintang menacingly, his tone harsh. Su Jintang immediately stopped and explained, many of us just returned from training and were unexpectedly locked outside the city. Now that the battle has broken out, it's too dangerous outside the city, so we had to find a way to force our way in. The man frowned even more. Star City is under martial law. You should know the rules prohibiting entry and exit. To some extent, your forced entry into the city is already a violation of Federation regulations. Can't you make an exception? Su Jintang's tone softened. The man's expression relaxed slightly. He looked Su Jintang up and down, then waved his hand. Come with me first. I will definitely report your forced entry to the leadership. As for how to deal with you, that's up to the leadership. Su Jintang smiled. Okay. Once inside the city, the sounds of artillery fire gradually subsided. Su Jintang followed the man into the city, and was soon led into the command center. A tall, imposing man sat in the command center. His back looked somewhat familiar. Su Jintang was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, the man sitting in the main seat turned his head, revealing that familiar and handsome face. It was Gu Xiaowen. Chapter 229. Gu Xiaowen turned around, his gaze falling on Su Jintang, his expression unchanged. Commander Gu, this is the person who forced his way into the city, triggering the emergency alert, the man reported, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Su Jintang quickly explained, it's too dangerous for us to be locked outside the city. We had no choice but to resort to this. Gu Xiaowen's gaze swept over Su Jintang, his tone calm. How many people are still outside the city? I know of a dozen or so in total, Su Jintang replied. Gu Xiaowen pursed his thin lips and ordered, open the city gates and let the people in. The man standing beside him was stunned, his tone somewhat incredulous. Open the city gates? In all the years since the Federation was established, no one had ever broken this rule. Open the city gates, Gu Xiaowen repeated. As the commander-in-chief, Gu Xiaowen's orders held absolute authority. The man snapped out of his daze and immediately replied, yes. Meanwhile, the fighting outside the city intensified. The panic among the adventure team members hiding somewhere outside the city began to spread. She should have gone in already. Why hasn't she made a move yet? Forcing her way into the city violates federal regulations. Could she have already been arrested and taken to the authorities? I told you this method was unreliable. We should hurry and find another safer place to hide. The adventure team members immediately started fighting amongst themselves. Xue Zhongqi and Yin Yuding exchanged a glance. Both remained relatively calm. Based on their understanding of their squad leader, once she got into the city, she had a way to handle everything. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Another satellite missile exploded in midair, sending up a massive mushroom cloud. The aftershocks of this explosion directly affected the location where Yan Yuting and his companions were hiding. Damn it! Run! The adventure team leader was the first to react, quickly getting up and running in the opposite direction. The slower reacting team members had just gotten up when the incoming missile exploded behind them. The impact of the explosion sent them all flying. Shui Zhongqi's expression tightened. He immediately stood up and flicked out his runes. Hundreds of runes instantly transformed into a formed array in midair. The array's intense light was blinding, and the power it emitted almost completely distorted the surrounding air. The adventure team members, who had been frantically fleeing, stopped in their tracks, turning back to look at Shui Zhongqi in astonishment. The array blocked Shui Zhongqi's path, instantly erupting with a violent burst of light, causing the nearby wind to pick up. A gust of wind ruffled everyone's clothes. Shui Zhongqi raised his hands and forcefully pressed them against the array pattern. Come on, let's all work together. The adventure team leader snapped out of his daze, and immediately turned to rush toward Shui Zhongqi. The other team members also gradually recovered and turned to surround Shui Zhongqi. The group combined their powers, aiming at the oncoming satellite missile. No, this missile is too powerful. We can't withstand it alone. Shui Zhongqi felt the pressure of the array pattern on his hands about to break. The others were also channeling their mental energy to the fullest, but against the destructive power of the satellite missile, a few people were no match. Yan Yuting frantically chanted incantations beside them, and one pineapple toast spun after another appeared in her palm. Here, one for each of you. You get a boost after you finish. Song Tianqi took the pineapple toast and stuffed it into his mouth, taking a big bite. A dense energy rapidly spread throughout his body. Vermilion bird form, crimson flames of the 9 heavens. With a loud shout, Song Tianqi raised his hands, and 9 golden, crimson flames appeared behind him. The blazing flames scorched the surrounding air even higher. The impact of the satellite missile was temporarily forced back. The group caught their breath slightly. However, they hadn't held on for more than a few seconds when an even more terrifying force erupted from within the missile, hurtling towards them. This missile has accumulated too much energy. At this rate, we'd be exhausted sooner or later. Shui Zhongqi frowned deeply. The others also began to feel the strain. What should we do? Should we retreat? We can't retreat any further. The dragon, tiger, and lion clan's battle is just around the corner. Retreating now will only make our situation more dangerous. Are we just going to die here? Many team members began to despair. Song Tianqi gritted his teeth, continuing to increase his mental energy output. His mental energy was being depleted at an accelerated rate, as if it were about to be completely drained. Shui Zhongqi frowned, his hand supporting the array pattern trembling. Crack. The cracks in the array pattern deepened, showing signs of breaking. At this moment, a shout came from the city wall. Alert status lifted, open the city gates. As soon as the words were spoken, the satellite missile that was still preparing to launch immediately shut down. Song Tianqi and the others were stunned. The city gates are open? Yan Yuting looked surprised. Shui Zhongqi put away the array pattern in his hand, showing the same surprised expression, and looked at the opposite city wall. The previously tightly closed city gates slowly opened. A man in uniform stood inside the city, waving to the crowd, his brows furrowed with a stern expression. The gates will only be open for half a minute. Enter the city as quickly as possible. His booming voice echoed outside the city. The adventure team, nearly driven to despair, froze. Half a second later, they snapped out of their daze and rushed towards the city gates. Holy crap! We can actually get into the city. With excited shouts, the dozen or so people surged into the city. As the last person rushed in, the city gates slammed shut behind them with a loud thud. In the command center, only Gu Xiuwen and Su Jintang remained. Commander Gu, long time no see. Su Jintang scratched his head and smiled slightly. Gu Xiuwen glanced at her. Long time no see. You caused such a huge mess right off the bat. Su Jintang coughed lightly. Luckily, Commander Gu is here. Just as they finished speaking, a loud rumble rang out. Then the entire command center began to shake. Beep beep. Emergency combat status activated, please be aware. Su Jintang and Gu Xiuwen exchanged a glance and simultaneously rose to go to the main control room. A striking red light flashed on the control screen, each flash accompanied by a sharp alarm. The leader of the Dragon Tiger Lion clan has been dispatched. Gu Xiuwen's voice was stern. All the leaders of the Demon Beast clans were at least at the 7th rank. The combat power of such high-ranking demon beasts was enough to destroy the entire Star City. Their appearance would immediately trigger a citywide alert. Beep beep. The satellite missile system has been destroyed and will be temporarily suspended. The drone monitoring system has malfunctioned and will be temporarily suspended. Within minutes, numerous missile systems within the city had been destroyed. Alarms blared from various systems. What's going on? Song Tianqi, who had just entered, scratched his head and asked. Shui Zhongqi and the others were equally bewildered. The adventure team leader was the first to react, his tone tense. It's probably the leader of the Dragon Tiger Lion clan. The Dragon Tiger Lion clan leader must be at least at the 7th rank. Ordinary satellite equipment simply can't withstand it. Immediately afterward, a violent tremor was felt. A large number of satellite devices within the city have been damaged. All personnel within the city are requested to prepare for battle. The broadcast followed. Outside the city. After the satellite systems were destroyed, the Dragon Tiger Lion clan broke through the defenses and rushed to the city walls. The city walls' automatic protection mechanism activated, forming a semi-transparent protective shield around the entire city. The Dragon Tiger Lion clan continuously unleashed fireballs, the blazing fireballs striking the protective shield and causing violent tremors. Clusters of flames nearly shattered the protective shield. Su Jintang stood atop the city wall, his gaze sweeping down at the situation below. Hundreds of Dragon Tiger Lions had already charged to the city walls, their powerful claws repeatedly striking the protective shield. It looked as if they were about to tear it apart. The Dragon Tiger Lion leader's strength level is at least at the 8th rank, Gu Xiaowen said, standing beside him, his gaze fixed on the city below. The protective shield won't hold for long. At most 10 minutes, the Dragon Tiger Lion pack will storm the city. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze and turned to Gu Xiaowen. You're here to restrain the Dragon Tiger Lion leader? Of course, Gu Xiaowen replied. What about the other Dragon Tiger Lion beasts? Gu Xiaowen's gaze fell on Su Jintang, looking directly at her. There are still quite a few defenders in the city. You lead the team. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment. Me? Gu Xiaowen's voice was firm. You will. Inside the federal headquarters. The battle situation in every border star city currently embroiled in conflict was being monitored in real time by the federal headquarters. The battle footage between the F-Sector Border Star City and the Dragon Tiger Lion Pack was also being projected onto the monitoring screens in real time. The personnel responsible for monitoring stared intently at the screens, their expression serious. The F-Sector border has always been peaceful, and the Dragon Tiger Lion Pack isn't usually that warlike. Why did they suddenly start fighting this time? Who knows? Anyway, with Commander Gu there, it's probably not a big problem. Many satellite systems in the F-Sector Border Star City have been destroyed. Should we send reinforcements? Wait a minute. If reinforcements are needed, Commander Gu will send a signal. A few minutes later, the last protective shield of the F-Sector Border Star City was breached. Hundreds of Dragon Tiger Lions charged into the city. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared atop the city wall. Su Jintang raised a finger to the sky, a vast amount of spiritual energy gathering at his fingertip. A terrifying chill spread throughout the city, and the air temperature plummeted to freezing. Crack. Ice rapidly covered the entire city. The Dragon Tiger Lion Pack, which had been charging into the city, was instantly halted. Everyone, charge with me. Song Tianqi was the first to rush out of the city gate. Immediately afterward, bursts of crimson flames rose from behind him, hurling them at the opposing Dragon Tiger Lion Pack. Shui Zhongqi and the other supernatural attacks followed. Several Dragon Tiger Lions were blasted apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Shui Zhongqi's array patterns also took shape, bursting forth with intense light. A massive energy fluctuation spread outwards. Su Jintang stood atop the city wall, overlooking the battle below. The Dragon Tiger Lion Pack had practically swarmed into the city without any strategy. Shui Zhongqi and his companions methodically unleashed their supernatural attacks. One wave of attacks after another landed systematically on the Lion Pride. Roar! The lion leader raised its paws and roared angrily. Its mane stood on end, its eyes widened and turned crimson. A powerful pressure swept over the people inside the city. Chapter 230. Retreat immediately. The Dragon Tiger Lion King must be at the peak of the 7th rank, we can't withstand it. Shui Zhongqi was the first to react, shouting urgently. The others gradually regained their senses and turned to retreat. The Dragon Tiger Lion King raised its paw and slammed it into the air, the terrifying power distorting the surrounding air. The next second, it opened its mouth and spewed a fireball. The fireball was covered in magma, constantly spewing sparks in all directions. The enormous fireball blocked out half the sky. When its scorching magma flowed to the ground, it emitted a puff of white smoke. The temperature of the surrounding air continued to rise, making people restless and irritable. At this moment, a silver light suddenly descended from the sky. The previously sweltering environment instantly cooled down. A palm-sized star compass slowly appeared in the air, then continued to grow larger until it completely covered most of the star city. Sizzle. The scorching magma of the fireball was extinguished by the star compass, wisps of white smoke rising. The previously menacing Dragon Tiger Lion King was also suppressed beneath the star compass. Shui Zhongqi and the others looked up. Atop the silver glowing star compass stood a ramrod straight figure. Gu Xiaowen stood with his hands behind his back, feet apart, his silver-white military uniform accentuating his imposing stature. It's Commander Gu. We're saved. The adventure team members immediately recognized Gu Xiaowen and shouted excitedly. The others looked over as well. After confirming that it was Gu Xiaowen, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it really is Commander Gu. Shui Zhongqi and the others knew Gu Xiaowen's strength, and their tense mood gradually relaxed. Song Tianqi immediately withdrew his attack, recalled the vermilion bird token, and looked up. Gu Xiaowen stood on the star compass, a gentle breeze ruffling his robes. He calmly placed his hands behind his back, the star compass beneath his feet emitting a white light. Although Gu Xiaowen only possessed auxiliary abilities, his mental strength and imposing aura as a 9th-tier ability user were enough to overwhelm the 7th-tier Dragon Tiger Lion King. Roar! The Dragon Tiger Lion King roared, attempting to tear apart the star compass pressing down on its head. However, its claws struck the star compass without causing any movement. All its attacks were completely absorbed by the star compass. At this moment, Su Jintang was the first to react. She raised both hands, condensing a large amount of mental energy in her palms, instantly summoning several storms of ice blades. The storms, swirling with icy blades, attacked the Lion Pride. In just a few seconds, several gaps were forcibly blasted open in the densely packed Lion Pride. Shui Zhongqi and the others snapped out of their daze, and followed closely behind. Blazing flame burst. 9 clusters of golden red flames rapidly condensed together, compressing into a fireball brimming with explosive energy. The blazing fireball, followed by an ice blade storm, slammed into the Lion Pride. The Lion Pride was blasted open in several more places. The previously aggressive Dragon Tiger Lion Pride was quickly forced back. The rest of the adventure team also began to exert their strength, unleashing their ultimate attacks. The suppressed Dragon Tiger Lion King raised its front paws and lunged at the star compass, repeatedly missing its target, which gradually fueled its rage. A deafening roar resounded continuously. Nearby Lion Prides were affected by the Lion King's roar. The lions, who had been temporarily forced back, began to riot, sharpening their claws and roaring angrily. The reason the Dragon Tiger Lion Pride was feared by other prides was precisely because of their internal unity. The entire pride was united as one, moving in unison whether attacking or defending. Damn it, the Dragon Tiger Lions have rioted. Everyone retreat. The adventure team leader shouted anxiously. In their riotous state, the beast's combat power increases by at least 2 times. In this state, the Dragon Tiger Lions were simply beyond the group's ability to withstand. Retreat to the city. Shui Zhongqi shouted, throwing out hundreds of inscribed runes. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of runes condensed into a huge circular array, blocking the lions' path. The advancing lions were temporarily halted. Shui Zhongqi and the others quickly retreated, returning to the city. Su Jintang casually tossed a few ice lotuses into the lions, and quickly turned and rushed up the city wall. Gu Xiaowen, standing on the star compass, noticed the riotous change in the lions. He slowly raised his hand, and the star compass beneath his feet rose, completely lifting him up. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm, flowing into the star compass. An even more dazzling white light flashed. Gu Xiaowen, unfazed, stepped onto the compass. The compass grew larger and larger, its suppressive force overwhelming the dragon, tiger, and lion pride below. Oh! Various screams of agony rang out from the dragon, tiger, and lion pride. The energy released by the star compass was domineering and powerful. The dragon, tiger, and lion pride were completely suppressed before they could even react. The compass continued to press downwards, forcing the lion pride outside the city to retreat. Many dragon, tiger, and lion prides, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed on the spot. In just half a minute, hundreds of dragon, tiger, and lion prides lay lifeless on the ground. Su Jintang, who had already retreated back into the city, stood on the city wall watching the battle unfold. Damn, Commander Gu is so awesome. Yin Yuding shouted, her eyes sparkling. That's a 9th tier ability user. How could he not be powerful? Shui Zhongqi echoed. Song Tianqi clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with a burning fighting spirit. One day, I become a 9th-tier ability user like Gu Ji. The star compass beneath Gu Xiuwen's feet shifted constantly, flashing white light one moment, then silver the next, the two lights intertwining and changing. The powerful energy fluctuations caused gusts of wind nearby, billowing his clothes. His bangs fluttered in the wind, his sculpted face revealing a resolute expression. With a simple downward press, the star compass flashed, then slowly pressed down. The screams of the Dragon Tiger Lion pack intensified, countless Dragon Tiger Lion members collapsing instantly lifeless. The Dragon Tiger Lion King was also suppressed. Although his condition wasn't as dire, he still couldn't resist the star compass's pressure. So Commander Gu can control the situation all by himself. I was so nervous just now. The adventure team leader breathed a sigh of relief. The other team members also relaxed. The dragon, tiger, and lion pride outside the city was completely suppressed, utterly powerless to resist. The attacks released by the star compass were growing stronger, threatening to encircle and annihilate the entire pride. At this moment, the dragon, tiger, and lion king roared, issuing a retreat command to the pride. Awah! The lions responded in unison. Those dragon, tiger, and lions that still had some resistance immediately began to retreat. A rumbling shockwave spread in all directions. Retreat! The dragon, tiger, and lion pride is retreating. Yin Yuding shouted from the city wall. Su Jintang also looked down. They saw large swathes of lions beginning to retreat. The dragon tiger lion king raised its paw and slammed it against the star compass, forcibly buying the lion pride a chance to retreat. Gu Xiuwen stood on the star compass, one hand behind his back, his gaze lowered, observing the lion pride below. He didn't finish them off. Seeing the lions begin to retreat, he slightly raised his palm and slowly released his power. A few minutes later, the dragon tiger lion pride had completely retreated. Gu Xiuwen floated onto the city wall using the star compass. He slightly raised his hand, and the star compass disappeared beneath his feet. He slowly landed on the city wall floor. Commander Gu. The dragon tiger lion pride has all retreated. The guard rushed up excitedly to report. Gu Xiuwen glanced at him. Back to base. Yes, sir. The guard immediately went to relay the message. Su Jintang, standing to the side, flexed his wrists. The others, seeing the dragon tiger lion pride retreat, breathed a sigh of relief and excitedly ran to Gu Xiuwen, surrounding him. Commander Gu, are we safe now? Commander Gu is amazing. He single-handedly repelled the entire lion pride. But the dragon tiger lion pride is usually peaceful. Why would they suddenly attack Star City? Gu Xiuwen didn't answer their questions, only silently scanning the area before his gaze finally settled on Su Jintang. It's still uncertain whether we're safe, because the dragon tiger lion pride has only temporarily retreated and may very well return. Shui Zhongqi immediately chimed in. With Commander Gu here, dealing with the dragon tiger lion pride is a piece of cake. That battle was practically a one-sided rout by Gu Xiuwen. The entire lion pride, including the dragon tiger lion king, was completely powerless to resist. Gu Xiuwen glanced at him and said calmly, the problem now is that many nearby demon beast clans are experiencing migration and unrest. A single group of dragons, tigers, and lions is manageable, but if other demonic beast groups launch a surprise attack, things could get complicated. The previously relaxed atmosphere tensed up again. Su Jintang frowned slightly and turned to look at them. The F-sector border has always been peaceful, so why has it started acting strangely lately? It's probably related to those high-level demonic beast lords. A while ago, the Ice Soul Dragon was nearing the end of its lifespan and was being hunted by the Federation. We don't know where it's hiding. This has panicked many high-level demonic beast lords. They're probably trying to save their lives, which is why they started planning to unite against the Federation, Gu Xiuwen explained. Should we request support from the Federation headquarters? Shui Zhongqi asked. Gu Xiuwen hummed in agreement. I apply right away. He then glanced at Su Jintang and the others. You were all unexpectedly left outside the city. Logically, you shouldn't have needed to participate in this conflict, but the entire city is on alert right now, so we can't send you back to the Central Star region for the time being. We just have to wait. It's all right. We're willing to stay and defend the city together. The adventure team leader answered first. The other team members echoed, yes, we're willing to defend the city together. Song Tianqi, without thinking, clenched his fist and shouted, I defend the city too. Seeing such an enthusiastic response, Gu Xiuwen didn't say anything more, only emphasizing, be careful. Beep beep. Abnormal activity detected by the border monster clans in District F. Please be on guard. An alarm sounded in the Federal Bureau's monitoring room. Damn! What's going on at the border in District F? Several monster clans are starting to move around. The monitoring room staff instantly snapped to attention. Another staff member quickly investigated the details. Besides the Dragon Tiger Lion clan, more than a dozen nearby monster clans seemed to be acting strangely. He hesitated for a moment, his brows furrowing this. Could it be that a monster war is about to break out? The atmosphere in the entire monitoring room froze. Then the duty officer snapped out of it, his expression turning serious, and pressed the citywide alert button. Report the situation to federal headquarters immediately. Chapter 231. Outside the F sector border city. Several nearby demon beast clans began to rally, and the roars of various ferocious beasts echoed continuously. The usually peaceful F sector border was now bustling with activity. Inside the city's command center, the leaders and heads of various systems sat together. Su Jintang and his group, along with the members of the adventure team, also participated in the meeting. All eyes were fixed on Gu Xiuwen, who sat at the head of the table. The federal administration has sent a message that there is a very high probability of a large-scale demon beast war breaking out at the F sector border. Other troops have been urgently dispatched to provide support. We are to prepare, Gu Xiuwen said, surveying the room. The system leaders, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, fell silent. After a long silence, someone finally couldn't help but complain. Our F-zone border has been peaceful for so many years, and now this big one comes? The problem is, our border defense resources have always been limited. One attack by the Dragon Tiger Lion pack destroyed our entire satellite system. If a few more demon beast groups come, can we withstand it? Didn't they say they already sent other troops to support us? It should be alright. Su Jintang sat in the corner of the conference table, head bowed and eyes closed, pretending to be deep in thought, but actually conversing with the Thunder Dragon King in his spiritual sea. What's the situation with the demon beast groups on the F-zone border? Thunder Dragon King, not really. The demon beasts on the F-zone border are always war-averse. Normally, when we try to incite them to fight, they don't respond. I don't know what's going on this time. The Ice Soul Dragon also chimed in. The Dragon Tiger Lion pack and other demon beast groups are unlikely to initiate a war on their own. There must be a third party instigating them, prompting these demon beast groups to launch a collective attack. Su Jintang fell silent. A third party instigating this? If the federal army and the demonic beasts were to fight, it would most likely result in mutual destruction. Therefore, whoever benefits from this conflict is likely the one instigating the war. Beep beep. Enemy detected rapidly approaching the border area. Please be on alert. The alarm suddenly sounded. The discussion in the meeting room abruptly stopped. Gu Xiuwen withdrew his gaze, placing his hand on the table. The other border troops will take some time to arrive. Until then, everyone stay at your posts. Don't panic, I'm here. This last sentence slightly eased the anxiety of the group. Regardless, Gu Xiuwen's status as a 9th-tier ability user was a pillar of stability. After the meeting, Su Jintang and the others walked together towards the combat camp's rest area. Damn, this is so exciting. They're going straight into a demonic beast war. Song Tianqi said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. What's so exciting about that? Battles between monsters are always epic wars, with countless casualties, Yan Yuding retorted. Shui Zhongqi, fanning himself with a folding fan, shook his head. If we had a choice, it's better not to fight. Song Tianqi awkwardly touched his nose and coughed lightly. I was just saying. The members of the adventure team all looked serious, clearly annoyed at having inadvertently gotten involved in this war. Night gradually fell. Su Jintang rested her hands behind her head, leaning against the headboard, gazing at the night view outside the window. Compared to the past few days when she had to constantly hide from the war, this peaceful moment tonight felt especially precious. In the next bed, Yan Yuding was still cultivating, dense strands of spiritual energy swirling around her, flickering with her breathing. The night grew deeper. Su Jintang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, she got up and left her room, taking a walk outside the camp. The night sky was ablaze with stars, seemingly flowing like a Milky Way curtain. Still not asleep. A clear, gentle voice came from behind her. Su Jintang stopped and turned to look. Gu Xiuwen, dressed in a silver military uniform, his right hand in his coat pocket, stood there, his upright figure accentuated by the uniform. Moonlight shone on his shoulders, reflecting a silvery glow, exuding a touch of aloofness. Can't sleep. Thinking about when the demon beast war will begin. Su Jintang looked away, stretching her arms. Gu Xiuwen naturally followed, walking alongside her. It could start at any time, but don't worry too much, the Federation will handle it. Su Jintang pursed her lips, suddenly stopped, and turned to look at him. Commander Gu, don't you find this surprise attack on the F district border unexpected? It was somewhat expected, Gu Xiaowen replied calmly. Su Jintang was a little surprised. Expected? Gu Xiaowen only glanced at her. My ability predicted unrest here a week ago, but I didn't predict it would be this big. Su Jintang then remembered that Gu Xiaowen's ability was for prediction and intervention. She quickly had a new question. So you can also intervene in this monster war? Yes, but intervening in the future takes too much to me. I try not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Su Jintang lowered her head, lost in thought. Since Gu Xiaowen was so calm, it proved that this matter was still under his control, so her worries were somewhat unnecessary. It's getting late. Gu Xiaowen looked up, gazing at the distant night view. Su Jintang looked up at the same time, her gaze following his gaze. Go to sleep. They both looked away, their eyes meeting. Without saying anything more, they nodded to each other and turned to leave. The sun slowly rose, its rays bathing the earth. The F district border, which had only recently enjoyed peace, was thrown into turmoil again. A violent tremor reverberated through the city. Soon, the resting city guards were awakened. Beep beep. Enemy intrusion detected. Please be on alert. A sharp alarm sounded. Su Jintang immediately snapped out of her meditation. She opened her eyes and glanced out the window. The sky was just beginning to lighten, but the turmoil outside continued unabated. Attention all city defenders. More than 7 groups of demonic beasts have been detected attacking Star City. Please prepare for battle. The broadcast repeated itself over and over. At this moment, everyone realized that a demonic beast war might truly be about to break out. At the same time, the federal headquarters received the same emergency warning. The red lights in the entire command center blared and flashed. The F-sector border has been peaceful for so many years, and now this is the first time something like this has happened. Sigh. More than 7 demonic beast groups attacking. This level of combat has escalated to a global war. Wasn't Commander Gu supposed to be guarding over there? How did such a large-scale battle occur? I don't know, let's wait for orders from higher-ups. Since the last global demonic beast war, the Federation hadn't experienced such a large-scale battle for hundreds of years. After the highest level of alert was activated, everyone looked on incredulously. Soon, the message began to circulate upwards, layer upon layer, until it reached Jing Hongyi at the very top. In the command center, he rested his hand on the edge of the table, head bowed as if lost in thought. Commander Jing, we detected more than 7 groups of demonic beasts launching a surprise attack on the F-sector border. The situation is quite serious. We're dispatching nearby troops to provide support. It probably take another 2 hours, a subordinate reported. Jing Hongyi tapped his knuckles lightly on the edge of the table. After a moment, he looked up and grunted and passed the word down. This F-sector border attack is serious. To ensure the stability of the federal headquarters, I will personally lead the defense of the city. Don't worry. Yes, sir. The subordinate quickly turned to carry out the order. In less than 2 minutes, news that Commander Jing would personally lead the attack spread throughout the Federation. Holy crap, what kind of bomb did the F-zone border defenses set off? How did things escalate so much? Even Commander Jing is getting involved. This battle doesn't look small. No wonder the Military Academy League was postponed. Oh my god, they're fighting again. Won't this be like the war hundreds of years ago? Many people, while not having experienced the war hundreds of years ago, have heard of that history. War is always bloody and cruel, and there are never any winners. Therefore, after that great war a century ago, humans and monsters signed an alliance pact, agreeing not to engage in any large-scale battles of global scale or higher for 1,000 years. Inside the federal headquarters' highest conference room, the leaders and heads of various departments were already arguing noisily. This surprise attack on the F-sector border was a unilateral breach of the alliance by the Beast tribe, and it deserves condemnation. What's the use of condemnation? They're about to start fighting over there. Arguing like this is pointless. Alright, everyone, don't panic. Commander Jing has said he personally lead the charge. What's there to worry about? That's right, with Commander Jing leading the way, we will definitely win this war. At this moment, Jing Hongyi, who had been silent all along, raised his head. A solemn look flashed across his resolute face. Don't worry, with me here, the Federation won't collapse. These words completely stabilized the situation. The previously noisy conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone stared intently at Jing Hongyi, a sense of unity rising within them. Outside the F-sector border city, The satellite protection system, repaired overnight, was back in operation. Infrared shields completely enveloped the entire Star City. The city walls were already filled with defenders. A resolute glint shone on everyone's face. They were ready for battle. Gu Xiaowen stood at the head of the column, his military uniform crisp and his posture straight and broad. Commander Gu, the head count is complete. Currently, there are 109 combat-ready personnel in the F-sector border city, and 7 pieces of military equipment available for combat, including a protection system, a drone reconnaissance system, and an automatic missile launch satellite system. Silence fell over the scene. More than 7 groups of demonic beasts were already launching attacks. Their current arsenal and personnel wouldn't last even 2 minutes. How long until the reinforcements from the Federal Bureau arrive? Gu Xiaowen asked, his thin lips barely moving. The subordinate hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's not certain yet. They say it'd take another 3 hours." 3 hours? That's impossible. The monsters are almost at the city walls. Our infrared shields will only last 10 minutes at most. With so many monsters attacking in swarms, we can't possibly withstand it. Didn't we already report to the Federation yesterday requesting reinforcements? Why will it take another 3 hours? Hearing this, everyone panicked. Because if Federation reinforcements couldn't arrive within half an hour, they would likely all be wiped out. Chapter 232. Su Jintang, standing in the group, frowned slightly. They had clearly requested assistance from the Federation yesterday. How could it be taking so long for reinforcements to arrive? Soon, various whispers and discussions spread around them. Panic was clearly creeping into the crowd. Yin Yuding and the others also grew increasingly tense. Federal support is usually very swift. Why is it so slow this time? Yin Yuding's brow furrowed deeply. Song Tianqi's tone was tinged with frustration. The infrared protective shield is almost giving way. At this rate, we're all doomed. Shui Zhongqi, no longer so nonchalant, became serious. Since the Federation can't be relied upon, we need to find a new solution. What solution? With so many demonic beasts attacking, even if Federation reinforcements arrive, we might not be able to withstand it, let alone the fact that we have nothing right now. Why don't we just run away? I think the Federation is abandoning us too. What are we doing here waiting to die? Yeah, let's just run away. Otherwise, we're going to die anyway. The panic grew louder. The atmosphere became tense. Su Jintang surveyed his surroundings. Everyone's face was filled with panic. The morale of the people here was crumbling. At this moment, in the plaza in front of the Federation headquarters, large numbers of troops had assembled. Jing Hongyi stood at the very front of all the formations. He was clad in silver-white metallic armor, a subtle air of authority emanating from his brows, his murderous aura impossible to conceal. The Boer War in Sector F is imminent. Everyone, prepare to depart with me. A booming voice echoed across the square. Yes, sir. A unified response rang out from each military formation. As the words fell, a large military manned aircraft, parked not far away, slowly ascended. The aircraft hovered in midair before stopping, and then all the hatches automatically opened, revealing a staircase extending downwards. Proceed. All the military personnel orderly began boarding the aircraft along the staircase. Outside the F-sector border city, more than 7 demonic beast groups had already assembled and begun their attack. The sturdy infrared shield was being tottered by the demonic beasts. Judging by the damage, it wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. This won't do, we have to retreat now. The infrared shield can only hold for another 10 minutes at most. We haven't received any news of military reinforcements yet. We need to make plans in advance. Su Jintang frowned, beginning to discuss with Bing Pelong and the other man. With the city's current defenses, we simply can't withstand the onslaught of the monsters outside. Prepare for an early retreat, the Thunder Dragon King calmly analyzed. The Ice Soul Dragon echoed, if the situation becomes urgent, both the Thunder Dragon King and I will protect you. And me! A clear child's voice rang out, clearly belonging to Jin Xiaobao. Su Jintang temporarily withdrew from his spiritual sea, returning his gaze to what was before him. The sounds of panic around him grew louder. The situation was already out of control. Never mind, I'm retreating. After someone took the lead in retreating, the others couldn't sit still any longer and responded one after another. We retreat too. Let's all stay together. It's safer to stick together. The infrared protective shield covering the entire city began to sway precariously. The attacks from the monster hordes blocked outside the shield grew increasingly fierce, each wave stronger than the last. Sensing the danger, Su Jintang didn't linger. He turned and gestured to Song Tianqi and the others, preparing to retreat immediately. Go. Receiving the instruction, Song Tianqi quickly followed. Yin Yuding and the others also reacted and followed. Su Jintang led the way, rushing to the front of the group and reaching the city exit first. Each border city was built with an emergency underground passage, leading to a safe buffer zone hundreds of miles outside the city. However, abandoning a city and fleeing has a bad reputation, and over the years, the Federation's control has been very strict, rarely requiring the abandonment of a city. Therefore, the emergency underground passages had never been activated and were long since worn and solidified. Damn it, the activation button for this passage isn't working. The lead member suddenly turned around and shouted in panic. The members behind him stopped in their tracks. Why isn't it responding? What's going on? Could it be that it's been in use for a long time and has aged? If all else fails, let's all break open the passage. Su Jintang was the first to act. She coldly raised her right hand, a thin layer of frost quickly covering her palm, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Crack. The ice layer covered the safety door at the passage entrance, instantly freezing it. Su Jintang slowly clenched her right hand, a large amount of mental energy surging into the opposite ice layer, causing cracks to appear in the originally hard and solid ice. Song Tianqi and the others behind her exchanged glances. Attack! Led by Song Tianqi, the others attacked together. In an instant, a massive surge of mental energy erupted within the narrow passage. A gust of wind swept through, ruffling the hems of countless people's clothes. Su Jintang's hair, hanging over her forehead, danced wildly in the wind. Blazing nine heavens. Swift feather arrow. With everyone's combined strength, the safety door at the entrance of the passage was smashed open in a mere 2 seconds. Bang! The heavy stone door collapsed backward, kicking up a thick layer of dust. The doors open. Everyone hold on tight. The leader shouted, immediately turning and rushing into the passage. The group hurriedly surged into the passage, their figures quickly disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, atop the gate tower of the border city, Gu Xiaowen stood atop the city wall, hands behind his back, his gaze lowered, surveying the situation outside the city. The infrared protective shield was already teetering on the brink of collapse, yet the attacks from the demonic beasts outside were growing increasingly fierce. A great battle seemed imminent. Buzz! A violent tremor resounded. Immediately afterwards, a star compass, gleaming with silver light, slowly emerged from beneath Gu Xiaowen's feet. The moment the star compass appeared, the intense smoke and fire outside the city seemed to pause. The attacking demonic beasts all looked up, their eyes fixed on the still spinning star compass, a flicker of panic in their eyes. Roar! The Beast King's roar echoed through the air. The demonic beasts, initially stunned by the star compass, regained their senses. The collective attack of the demonic beasts resumed. This time, the already precarious infrared protective shield shattered completely. The demonic beasts at the forefront broke through the city gates and stormed into the city. For a moment, the demonic beast's offensive was completely unstoppable. Gu Xiaowen's gaze darkened slightly. He raised his hands, and the star compass beneath his feet enlarged and rose. When the star compass reached above his head, it was large enough to cover the entire star city. The light emanating from it was a pale silver, like tranquil moonlight, draping the entire star city in a silver veil. A peaceful and serene atmosphere spread throughout the city. What's going on? Why is there no movement outside the city? The team members, who had just exited the city through the passage, stopped in surprise. Su Jintang also happened to emerge from the passage. She looked up at the sky. The enormous star compass completely enveloped the star city, and the strands of spiritual energy within it fell like shooting stars. This is Guji's ability. The team member looked at the star compass in the sky with a surprised expression. I followed Guji for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen him use this skill. What kind of skill is this? It must be pretty powerful. Song Tianqi's eyes also sparkled as he looked up in awe, exclaiming, "Is this the strength of the youngest 9th-tier ability user in the entire Federation?" Meanwhile, Jing Hongyi, who had already led his team on the expedition, received the situation report. Report? The satellite system has detected a mental energy fluctuation exceeding that of a 9th-tier ability user emanating from the border city of Sector F. The demonic beast horde there has been brought under control, presumably due to Gu Xiaowen's personal intervention, temporarily halting their attack. Please provide further instructions, Commander Jing. Jing Hongyi's brows furrowed immediately. He intervened? The army captains surrounding him were also stunned. Gu Xiaowen intervened. This major battle probably won't happen. He's usually not one to intervene much. Why is he getting involved this time? Everyone knew the unique nature of Gu Xiaowen's ability. His intervention and future predicting skills had a cooldown period before each use, so Gu Xiaowen generally wouldn't intervene unless in a particularly serious situation. The team members who came to report were still awaiting instructions. Jing Hongyi's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Since Commander Gu has already taken action, this major battle should be temporarily avoided. Notify all armies to withdraw. Yes. The group, who had been excitedly preparing for the expedition, collectively froze. We thought we were going to have a major battle. Well, it's good that we're not fighting. It's always better to be peaceful. But to be honest, this attack by the Demon Beast clan was indeed strange. I estimate that after this matter is settled, the Federal Bureau will conduct a thorough investigation, so it won't be so peaceful. Hearing that there was no need for fighting, the atmosphere within the team immediately relaxed, and everyone's tone and demeanor became more relaxed. But behind him, unseen by the others, a cold glint flashed in Jing Hongyi's lowered eyes. Outside the F-sector border city, the star compass covering the entire star city began to descend. Gu Xiaowen slowly pressed down with both hands, the solemnity in his eyes growing stronger, until the star compass was completely overhead, pressing down on the charging monster horde. Clang! The star compass emitted a crisp clanging sound. Then, a white halo emerged from the center of the compass. The halo expanded continuously until it became completely invisible. Sparkling silver light fell. The monsters, whose eyes had been bloodshot, froze completely, the bloodlust in their eyes gradually fading, and their ferocious aura slowly dissipating. A few seconds later, the Beast King who had led the charge let out a roar. The frozen monster horde snapped back to reality, then turned and ran towards their retreat. They're retreating. The monster horde is starting to retreat. The team member who first saw the situation outside the city shouted excitedly. Su Jintang flashed a few times, quickly leaping to a high position, his gaze sweeping across the area outside the city. The dark mass of monsters began to retreat in droves. In a short while, the area outside the border city was empty. Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding exchanged glances, realizing that the major battle, which hadn't even started yet, was already over. Chapter 233. According to federal records, in Star Calendar 7092, a major battle between demonic beasts, which had not yet erupted, was averted by Gu Xiaowen, a 9th-tier ability user. All personnel guarding the border city of F District survived without any casualties. The staff member responsible for recording the event stared at the 2 lines of text they had just typed and muttered, "How many years has it been since the Federation has witnessed such a major event?" The day after the battle was averted, the federal headquarters held an emergency meeting. Jing Hongyi sat at the head of the conference table, hands resting on the edge, back straight in his chair, his expression serious. According to reports from the front lines, the fighting in border city of District F has been quelled, and all personnel within the city are resting and awaiting orders. This incident happened suddenly. I have already notified all levels of leadership to conduct a unified investigation. Further notification will be given once the results are available. The others chimed in. The outbreak of war in border city of District F was very sudden. There must be something fishy going on. I suggest a thorough investigation. Moreover, many unexpected events have occurred recently. Could there be a connection? Yes, even such a large-scale event as the Military Academy League was postponed, and this almost resulted in such a serious battle. It's indeed strange. Jing Hongyi remained silent throughout. Only after everyone in the meeting room had finished speaking did he slowly raise his head. Let's leave it at that for now. Everything else will be decided after the investigation is complete. Meeting adjourned. The meeting ended, and Miao Mingji and Zhuang Silin, who had also participated, walked out side by side. The border crossing in District F should be open now. You personally lead a team to pick them up and bring them back to school. Safety must be guaranteed this time, Miao Mingji said solemnly. Zhuang Silin nodded, understood. Outside the F-sector border city, one after another, large manned aircraft slowly landed. The cabin doors opened, revealing silver-white metal staircases. A moment later, Zhuang Silin emerged, followed by Jiang Shi and several other teachers from the Recta's military academy. Teachers, we're here. Yan Yuding was the first to see Zhuang Silin and her group, waving excitedly and shouting. Zhuang Silin's gaze swept across, immediately spotting Su Jintang and the others standing opposite her. She immediately tensed up and walked towards them. How are you? Are you injured? Zhuang Silin frowned, scrutinizing Su Jintang and the others. We're fine, we're all alright. Song Tianqi patted his chest first, straightening his back, indicating that he was unharmed. Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi also nodded, indicating that they were alright. Me too. Su Jintang replied in unison. Zhuang Silin felt slightly relieved. Okay, let's get on the aircraft first. We talk about it on the way. A quarter of an hour later, Su Jintang and the others boarded the aircraft. The hatch slowly rose and closed, leaving only a crack. A beam of spiritual energy mixed with silver light shot in. Wait a moment. A familiar male voice came. Su Jintang and the others looked up. The hatch closing mode paused, then reopened, revealing Gu Xiuwen's tall figure a few seconds later. Zhuang Silin stood up, looked up at Gu Xiuwen, and her brows furrowed with solemnity. Commander Gu, what is this? News of Gu Xiuwen's intervention to stop the great battle had already spread throughout the Federation, and Zhuang Silin had naturally heard about it. Judging from her attitude, she naturally admired Gu Xiuwen. I go back to the Central Star region with you. Gu Xiuwen's voice was calm, his eyes unwavering. Zhuang Silin nodded, understood. After Gu Xiuwen entered the cabin, the door closed completely. A short while later, the spacecraft slowly ascended and began its journey towards its destination. Inside the cabin lounge, Gu Xiuwen and Su Jintang sat facing each other. The others sat nearby, chattering incessantly. Sister Shi, you have no idea how many twists and turns we gone through on this trip. First, the spacecraft was ambushed, then we crashed unexpectedly at the F sector border, and then a sudden battle broke out. As soon as he sat down, Song Tianqi began to ramble on, recounting all their experiences over the past few days. Jiangxi remained calm throughout, only occasionally offering a response. After Song Tianqi finished explaining everything, Jiangxi looked up and immediately highlighted the key point. Most of the members of the 5 major military academies' regular and reserve teams were hunted down, so the ambush on your aircraft is most likely related to this. We know that, but why exactly did those people hunt down members of our 5 major military academies? Could it be? Yin Yuding lowered his head, stroking his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, said, were they assassins hired by other smaller military academies? To gain an advantage over us in the military academy league? Shui Zhongqi frowned, his tone puzzled. The people hunting us are mostly at least at the 8th rank. It's probably difficult to hire them with money alone, right? Once a superhuman reaches the 8th rank, they generally don't care much about money anymore. Ordinary people simply can't hire them, Jiangxi added. A collective silence fell over everyone. Su Jintang was also pondering the situation. The fact that the 5 military academy members were all seriously injured and hospitalized after being chased meant that the other military academies would benefit the most from this incident, so it was indeed possible that they were acting in concert. The Federal Bureau is already investigating this matter. We'll be notified of the results later. Things haven't been peaceful lately, with various accidents happening frequently. You should all be more discreet. If there's nothing else to do, try to stay within the military academy and federal jurisdiction to avoid any further incidents, Zhuang Silin emphasized seriously. Yes. Song Tianqi immediately replied. The others nodded in agreement. The flight would continue for another day and night. The cabin lights gradually switched to night mode, and the lights in the lounge dimmed accordingly. Go back to your rooms and rest. We discuss other matters at the military academy tomorrow, Zhuang Silin said, rising to dismiss everyone. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Song Tianqi slapped his leg, immediately stood up, and turned to walk towards his private bedroom. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi, having gone through this ordeal, were also somewhat exhausted. They greeted each other, and quickly left. Jiangxi and Zhuang Silin were the last to leave, walking side by side until their figures quickly disappeared from sight. In an instant, only Su Jintang and Gu Xiuwen remained in the room. Su Jintang stretched, slowly stood up, and raised her arms in a crisscross pattern. Just as she was about to say goodbye and leave, Gu Xiuwen, sitting opposite her, seemed to finally break down, raising his hand to his chest and suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Jintang froze, looking up at Gu Xiuwen. His face had turned deathly pale, his hand clutching his chest, his entire body slumped against the back of the sofa, looking utterly weak and powerless. What's wrong with you? Su Jintang stood up and went to Gu Xiuwen's side, looking at him hesitantly. Gu Xiuwen's hand, clutching his chest, trembled slightly. Just help me back to my room. Su Jintang's brows furrowed. This isn't a side effect of using your superpower, is it? Yes. Gu Xiuwen only responded with a sound, saying nothing more. Given his physical condition, he probably couldn't say anything more. Su Jintang supported his arm, helping him to his feet. Gu Xiuwen had no strength left in his body, leaning completely against Su Jintang. Even his breathing was weak and feeble, as if it might stop at any moment. Su Jintang didn't waste any more time, and quickly helped him out of the lounge. Inside the private lounge on the plane, Gu Xiaowen leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and completely relaxed. Should we call a medical professional? Su Jintang asked, looking at him. Gu Xiaowen pursed his lips. No need. These are just some side effects from using my skill. I'd be fine after a night's rest. Also, please keep this a secret. Su Jintang nodded. Okay. After saying that, Gu Xiaowen closed his eyes, leaned against the headboard, and fell asleep. His breathing was peaceful. He seemed to be all right. Su Jintang quietly turned and left the room. The night was deep. The cabin gradually quieted down. Su Jintang sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, her body surrounded by dense strands of spiritual energy, slowly illuminating the dark room. The dragon shadow floating behind her flickered throughout the night. Beep. This flight has successfully arrived in the Central Star region. The announcement sounded, and the cabin doors opened. Damn, we're finally back. Song Tianqi opened his arms wide, breathing in the fresh air with abandon. Yin Yuding covered her mouth, looking like she was about to cry with excitement. The Federation is so good. At least, we don't have to live in fear anymore. Shui Zhongqi didn't say anything, but his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jintang slowly walked down the stairs from the cabin. The outdoor sunlight shone on her, bringing a warm feeling. She relaxed and closed her eyes, spreading her arms and slowly stretching her body. Report back to the military academy first, Zhuang Silin, who followed behind, instructed. Everyone snapped out of their daze, immediately straightened their posture, and followed Zhuang Silin's steps. 15 minutes later, Su Jintang and her group of 5 entered the highest conference room of the Recta's military academy. Including Miao Mingji, all the leaders and teachers of the military academy were already seated, waiting for Su Jintang and her companions' arrival. Finally back. Your journey has been quite eventful. Miao Mingji smiled and stood up, his smile warm and friendly. Please sit down. We have a debriefing meeting today regarding the various unexpected events that have occurred during this time. Miao Mingji waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit. Su Jintang pulled out a chair and sat down directly. The others followed suit. All eyes turned to Su Jintang and his group of 5. The gazes held curiosity, scrutiny, and observation. The experimental class program had always been kept strictly confidential. Even these high-ranking leaders sometimes didn't fully understand the specifics of the experimental class's implementation. This meeting marked the 5 members of the experimental class standing openly before everyone. I've given you 5 a few months vacation now. Report on your current mental strength levels. Miao Mingji sized up Su Jintang and his group of 5, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Not only was Miao Ming curious, but everyone else present was also eager to know what level Su Jintang and the others had reached in their cultivation. Chapter 234. Song Tianqi peeked at Yin Yuding and the others, and seeing that no one spoke, he immediately stepped forward. Then I go first. Song Tianqi, peak 4th tier mental strength level, his ability is the Vermilion Bird token. Through special means, my ability can activate the Vermilion Bird bloodline enhancement state, in which the damage of skills used will be stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, various surprise discussions erupted in the meeting room. He actually has an ability with Divine Beast bloodline. The Federation hasn't produced one in hundreds of years. Only at the peak of 4th tier and already able to awaken the Vermilion Bird bloodline enhancement state, that must be achieved with extremely high talent. However, this cultivation progress is indeed a bit slow, only at the peak of 4th tier now. The higher-ups were already used to geniuses. In their understanding, reaching the peak of 4th tier at this age, while excellent, wasn't particularly astonishing. However, Song Tianqi's Divine Beast bloodline was indeed surprising. Song Tianqi straightened his back, glanced around at everyone, and then retreated back to his unit. Zhuang Silin looked at Yin Yuding beside her. Yuding, you come here? Yes, sir. Yin Yuding stood tall, hands at his sides, and stepped forward. Reporting to the leaders, my name is Yin Yuding, my mental strength level is 4th rank, and my special ability is to create toast with special buffs. Different flavors of toast have different special effects, suitable for logistical operations. Hearing this, several leaders cast curious glances. What are the specific special effects of the toast? Could you please reveal them? Yin Yuding nodded, then raised her hand and channeled her mental energy, summoning a pineapple toast. After consuming this pineapple toast, movement speed and physical strength increased by 5% for 5 minutes, with a rapid mental energy recovery effect. Several leaders were stunned. This buff is indeed quite good. If it can be supplied quickly and in large quantities, it would be very suitable for use on the battlefield. Yin Yuding immediately added, my ability can summon 10 toasts at a time, and the mental energy consumed each time is only 1% of that in my sea of consciousness. I tried summoning toasts continuously. I can summon over 100 toasts in about 10 minutes. Miao Mingji and the other leaders' gazes towards her instantly changed. According to Yin Yuding, this means she can provide logistical support to over 100 people within 10 minutes. On the battlefield, this level of support would be absolutely astounding. What are the buffs of your other toast flavors? One of the leaders asked with great interest. Yin Yuding cleared her throat. There are also 3 other flavors of toast. She quickly recounted all the effects of her superpower. After listening, the leaders' expressions turned serious, their gazes towards Yin Yuding as if they had seen a treasure. If the Federation knew about your superpower, a bunch of leaders would probably come to snatch you up. Good logistics are more valuable than good attackers, the leader sitting to Miao Mingji's left remarked. Some of these leaders were retired military personnel, having experienced the battles and cruelty of war. They were naturally sensitive to the effects of Yin Yuding's ability. After speaking, Yin Yuding put his hands behind his back and retreated back into the group. I go next. Before Zhuang Silin could call on him, Shui Zhangqi stepped forward. He raised his hand and activated his ability. A small star scepter rose from his palm, surrounded by shimmering silver starlight. Immediately, someone recognized it. This is a star attribute ability. You're also an inscription master? Shui Zhangqi nodded. Yes, my ability is a support type, currently at level 4 in spirit power. At the same time, I'm also a level 3 inscription master, capable of creating all types of inscriptions from level 3 down. Shui Zhangqi's introduction was quite lengthy. From the skill effects to the types of inscriptions he could create, and even array patterns, etc. The previously composed expressions of the leaders began to soften. The auxiliary skill alone is quite remarkable. Combined with his inscriptionist abilities, he's essentially doing the work of 3 people. Truly, geniuses emerge from among the young. The younger generation is getting stronger and stronger. Hearing the other leaders' exclamations and praises, Zhuang Silin's expression gradually relaxed, a hint of pride even appearing on her face. In any case, Su Jintang and the other 4 were all trained by her. Their achievements naturally deserve her credit. Only the last 2 remained to be introduced. The situations of the previous participants had already raised the leaders' expectations. They were even more curious about Su Jintang and Jiang Shi. If I remember correctly, this should be the student who was exceptionally recruited by the military academy last year? One leader recognized Jiang Shi with sharp eyes. Students recruited by Lectart are usually exceptional geniuses. All eyes turned to Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi stepped forward calmly and said indifferently, I am Jiang Shi, level 6 in mental strength. My special ability is a superpowered rocket launcher. Level 6? One of the leaders couldn't help but exclaim. The other leaders around her reacted, looking at Jiang Shi in astonishment. To reach level 6 at this age, her cultivation talent could only be described as terrifying. Jiang Shi, after introducing herself, remained completely unfazed. This composure only made the leaders look at her with even greater admiration. Teacher Zhuang, this experimental class is truly full of talent. You worked hard. The leaders looked at Zhuang Silin with respect and admiration. To some extent, finding so many geniuses and gathering them together to form a team was no easy feat. Zhuang Silin smiled slightly. It's alright, we're all working hard for the honor of Rectus. After speaking, she calmly turned to look at Su Jintang. You come here? Su Jintang nodded, coughed lightly, and stepped forward. I am Su Jintang, peak 5th tier mental strength level. My ability is Domain of Ice. Domain type ability? One of the leaders raised an eyebrow curiously, his gaze falling on Su Jintang. This type of ability is second only to the ability of divine beast bloodlines in rarity. Domain of Ice, that sounds interesting. Several leaders showed expressions of surprise. It is said that when a domain type ability is cultivated to a high level, the damage range it can radiate can cover most of the mountains and seas. Placed on the battlefield, it can instantly annihilate tens of thousands of enemies. Its destructive power is several times greater than that of single-target abilities of the same rank. At the peak of the 5th rank, your strength is among the best of your peers. The leader nodded, his tone revealing a hint of approval. Besides that, I have a second ability called the Tilt of the Scales. This ability is of the stellar attribute, so I am also an inscription master. If the previous statements were still within the leader's comprehension, this statement was beyond their understanding. A second ability? A person can have a second ability? One leader exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes widened completely, his face filled with disbelief. A second ability was unheard of. Even for these high-ranking leaders, it was the first time they had ever heard of it. Exclamations of astonishment rose and fell. The usually composed leaders were all utterly dumbfounded. And an inscription master? That's outrageous. How did he cultivate his second ability? Did he cultivate it simultaneously with his first? A dual ability genius. This must be the first in the entire Federation's history, and it's happening at our military academy. Miao Mingji and Zhuang Silin, who already knew, remained relatively calm. Besides them, a few other core leaders had also been shocked beforehand, but they still managed to maintain a basic level of composure. Song Tianqi touched his nose and muttered, "Sigh," another bunch of people intimidated by the squad leader. Shui Zhengqi and Yan Yuding were even more accustomed to this scene. They stood with their arms crossed, each looking nonchalant. Jiang Shi was completely unaffected, simply standing silently to the side listening. The discussion continued for half a minute before stopping. All eyes were now fixed on Su Jintang, as if scrutinizing a monster. "That's the current situation," Su Jintang said calmly, his gaze sweeping over each of the leaders. "Professor Zhuang," one leader eagerly turned to Zhuang Silin, "this student's situation must be unprecedented in the entire Federation. Where did you find her?" The other leaders were clearly curious as well, looking up at her. Zhuang Silin glanced at Su Jintang. "She comes from a low-level star system. When I first met her, she was just a support-type ability user. So, rather than saying I discovered her, it's more accurate to say she earned her place through her own willpower and strength." She quickly recounted how Su Jintang initially only had a support-type ability, which later evolved into the domain of ice and a second ability. After hearing the whole story, the leaders all showed expressions of astonishment. From a lower-level star system? And even had a support-level ability back then? "Professor Zhuang, you're not kidding us, are you?" The story was simply too bizarre. The leaders were completely baffled. Zhuang Silin spread her hands and laughed. "If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would have found it hard to believe." Miao Mingji nodded, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I had the same reaction when I first heard this. Truly unprecedented. I never heard of anyone awakening a second ability. Wait, wasn't the captain of that mass team in the recent ability user competition supposed to have two abilities?" This reminded the leaders. The fact that Su Jintang and his 4 companions participated in the ability user competition under false identities was only known to a few core leaders, besides Miao Mingji. So the masked squad that was all the rage a while ago was actually from our military academy. Didn't the StarNet forum offer several theories back then, suggesting it was a squad from another military academy? Turns out it really is from our academy. Then our victory in this year's Military Academy League is practically guaranteed. Chapter 235. The leaders spoke with increasing enthusiasm. Although Rectas had won the championship for several consecutive years, the situation had become increasingly severe in recent years, and whether they could win the title had become a worry on the minds of every teacher at Rectas. In that case, our chances of winning this league are indeed high. The athletes from the other military academies have all suffered injuries to varying degrees, and some serious ones, even after recovery, will leave some sequelae, which will have a significant impact. Sigh, Rectas has always won such a difficult league, but this year we finally reaped the rewards. The leaders' faces beamed with smiles. Zhuang Silin began, "Don't get too excited, everyone. Other military academies have definitely prepared many trump cards to compete for higher rankings. Moreover, the league rules have been drastically changed this year, with the number of participating military academies several times that of previous years. There are many variables involved, and whether we can win the championship is still unknown." The leaders knew she was saying this to avoid putting too much pressure on Su Jintang and the others, and quickly nodded in agreement. "That's true. It's indeed too hasty to talk about this now. All right, let's leave this topic at that. Let's talk about the current casualties among the other military academy members." The topic returned to normal. Su Jintang took a step back, retreating into the group. The expressions on the leaders' faces gradually returned to seriousness. "As far as I know, all 5 members of the Imperial Military Academy's regular team are seriously injured, and 3 members of the reserve team were also attacked. Currently, all 8 are recuperating in a sanatorium, and their injuries are expected to take about a month to fully recover. The entire Shiha Allied Military Academy's regular and reserve teams, all 10 members, were wiped out. Clifford fared slightly better. The 5 reserve team members apparently escaped the pursuit because they were participating in the Tombao Spirit Realm trial. However, the regular teams were all attacked as well." Listening to these fragmented reports, Su Jintang had a general understanding of the current situation of the participating members from the 5 major military academies. Anyway, except for Rectas, the members of the other 4 military academies were basically ambushed. The official notice has been issued that the Military Academy League will be postponed indefinitely, with a specific start date to be announced later. Everyone is speculating that the Federation might wait until the injured members of the 5 major military academies have fully recovered before announcing the resumption of the league. What are the results of the investigation into the pursuit of the members of the 5 major military academies? Su Jintang asked, looking up. Zhuang Silin shook her head, not yet. Miao Mingji rubbed his temples. Too many things have happened lately. The Federation is probably having a headache too. The investigation may take some time. In short, before the results are out, the 5 of you should try to minimize going out. If you really need to, you must communicate with your military academy instructors in advance. Su Jintang straightened his back and replied, yes. The others also agreed. After leaving the meeting room, Song Tianqi rubbed his hands, looking at Jiang Shi expectantly. Sister Shi, you reached level 6. Are the new skill effects even more powerful? Not only Song Tianqi was curious, everyone else was itching to try it out. Su Jintang winked at Jiang Shi, looking eager to try. Let's go back and play around. Jiang Shi nodded calmly, okay. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi immediately became excited. Let's go! Let's go! Half an hour later, inside the villa dormitory. The arena training area. The arena's protective shield slowly opened, enveloping the entire circular arena. Su Jintang and Jiang Shi stood on either side of the arena. Song Tianqi stood in the center of the arena, his face filled with anticipation. He raised his hand and gestured downwards. The match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, he nimbly turned, raised his hands, and quickly jumped off the arena. The battle on the arena was about to begin. A layer of ice mixed with frost quickly covered the entire surface of the arena. At the same time, Jiang Shi summoned a superpowered rocket launcher on her shoulder. She held the rocket launcher's muzzle with one hand, a hint of coldness in her eyes. She quickly gathered mental energy in her palm and channeled it into the cannon barrel. A dazzling white light shone from the muzzle. Song Tianqi, below the arena, clearly felt an extremely terrifying energy gathering within the rocket launcher barrel. Is this the new skill that appeared after Sister Shi reached level 6? Why do I feel my soul trembling? Yin Yuding keenly noticed the strange changes in her body. I feel the same way. Shui Zhongqi's brows furrowed with seriousness. It's like my soul is being ripped out. Su Jintang, on the opposite side of the arena, pursed her lips, her eyes fixed on Jiang Shi's rocket launcher. This skill is interesting. It's a soul-absorbing attack. Thunder Dragon King suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Su Jintang frowned. A soul-absorbing attack? Thunder Dragon King hummed in agreement. A soul-absorbing attack is far more terrifying than ordinary physical attacks. Is this attack a big threat to me? Su Jintang asked again. Lei Longlong chuckled lightly, replying casually, while soul-devouring attacks are indeed terrifying, with me and Brother Long here, you're completely immune to them. Hearing this, Su Jintang immediately felt relieved, her thoughts returning to the present. Jiang Shi's rocket launcher opposite her had fully charged, and was ready to fire. Su Jintang quickly focused her mental energy, and a thicker layer of ice rapidly spread from beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, storms of ice blades arose nearby. Snowflakes danced wildly in the wind, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to 0. Frostpath's self-created combination technique. Combining ice blade storms, multiple combination skills from Frostpath. Wow! Class Monitor's move is impressive too. Song Tianqi exclaimed. Those two are truly freaks. Shui Zhongqi swayed his folding fan, muttering with admiration. A few seconds later, the attacks from both sides collided in the center of the arena. The energy blast from the rocket launcher flashed with a scarlet light, carrying an intense heat that seemed to melt the air. The ice blade storm was the first to strike the rocket energy. The hard ice instantly evaporated and melted under the intense radiation. Drops of water fell onto the arena. Watching as one ice blade storm after another melted away, a towering path of frost stretched from the center. Like Mount Tai crashing down, as the glacier pressed in, the whole world seemed to freeze in that moment. Holy crap. Song Tianqi's mouth dropped open, staring dumbfounded at the duel on the arena. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi also stopped what they were doing, looking up in astonishment. Seconds later, Su Jintang and Jiang Shi were simultaneously ejected from the arena by the protection system. Within the protective shield, the residual energy from their attacks was still clashing. Strange, how come your consciousness wasn't affected at all? Jiang Shi frowned slightly, looking at Su Jintang and asking. Su Jintang smiled slightly and shrugged, saying, It's a secret. Huh? What do you mean? Song Tianqi, regaining his senses, immediately leaned in and asked, "Is there another hidden move we haven't noticed?" Jiangxi withdrew his gaze and explained, "This skill of mine is called single-shot soul-seizing cannon. It can accurately hit the enemy target, delivering a fatal blow of aggregated energy. And after hitting, it can temporarily strip the enemy of their soul consciousness, rendering them temporarily unable to fight." Everyone quickly understood. Compared to the previous physical attack damage, the stronger aspect of Jiangxi's skill was clearly the latter, the stripping of the enemy's soul consciousness. "No wonder I felt like my soul was being ripped away just now," Yin Yuding suddenly realized. Why didn't the squad leader react at all? Song Tianqi looked completely bewildered. Su Jintang put her hands behind her head, smiled, and shook her finger at him. That's the secret. Jiangxi's gaze remained fixed on Su Jintang, lost in thought, probably still unable to understand why her tactic hadn't worked on Su Jintang. After returning to school, Su Jintang and her group of 5 resumed their normal training schedule. About 2 weeks later, the Federation announced the results of its investigation. After extensive investigations by various federal agencies, the culprits, who had been hunting down members of the 5 military academy teams, were finally identified as members of the Reform Society. With things going turbulent lately, everyone is advised to be careful when going out. The investigation results immediately sparked widespread discussion. I knew it was related to the Reform Society again. Sigh, those Reform Society people are really harmful. Even the 5 major military academies are implicated. What are they trying to do? If you ask me, the Federation should be ruthless and just send the army to wipe out the entire Reform Society gang once and for all. Su Jintang was also reading the Federation's newly released notice. Seeing the overwhelmingly negative comments on the forum, she frowned slightly. She felt that the pursuit of the 5 major military academy team members was most likely not the work of the Reform Society, but the Federation is always meticulous in its work. They certainly wouldn't release the results unless they had a thorough investigation. It's the Reform Society again. Song Tianqi frowned and cursed. We run into them causing trouble everywhere we go. Yin Yuding shook his head speechlessly. We can only wait for the Federation to send troops to completely wipe them out. This incident has had a pretty serious impact. The Federation will probably take action soon, Shui Zhengqi concluded. At this moment, at the Federation headquarters, inside the Supreme Commander's office, a semi-transparent giant light screen floated in the center of the hall, replaying the scenes of the 5 military academy contestants being chased. The entire light screen was divided into 8 squares, each displaying the figures of the 5 military academy contestants. The chase plan wasn't arranged properly this time, resulting in this situation. Your people need to be more careful next time, Jing Hongyi's low, husky voice slowly echoed in the room. A masked man in black looked up and explained, it wasn't a problem with our arrangements. The strength of the 5 military academy participants truly exceeded our expectations, which is why some problems arose during the pursuit. Jing Hongyi sneered, we can put the pursuit aside for now. Have you made arrangements for the Dragon Tiger Lion Group's surprise attack on the F District border? The masked man in black fell silent for a long while before continuing, we truly didn't expect Gu Xiaowen to be at the F District border. Chapter 236. Jing Hongyi's eyes grew colder. That's it for now regarding the F Sector border defense. The plan to hunt down the 5 military academy team members also ends here. I notify you of any further arrangements, but next time I hope you be more reliable. The masked man in black bowed and replied, yes. He then silently turned and left the room. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. Jing Hongyi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the giant light screen in the center. The screen displayed the current injury status of the 5 military academy team members. Except for the Recta's official team and the reserve team, who hadn't been ambushed, the team members from the other 4 military academies were all injured to varying degrees and were recovering. He rubbed his thumb against the ring, a dark light flashing in his eyes. The Military Academy League still needs to start as soon as possible. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Federation, having encountered many unexpected events, gradually returned to calm. On a morning when no one expected it, the official announcement came that the Military Academy League would soon resume. The league is finally starting. After waiting for more than half a month, it can finally proceed as scheduled. Those people from the Reform Society caused the Military Academy League to be postponed until now. They really caused trouble. But weren't the participating members from the 5 major military academies recently seriously injured in a pursuit? It's only been half a month. Will they be able to recover? Various comments flooded the forums. Meanwhile, in the Federal Headquarters conference room, the principals and leaders at all levels from the 5 major military academies were still arguing their case. Didn't we agree to restart the league after our members recovered? Is Commander Jing deliberately making things difficult? Our military academy's participating team members have only partially recovered from their injuries and are completely unable to fight. How can they participate in the league? Furthermore, the matter of the 5 major military academies' participating team members being hunted down hasn't been resolved, and the Reformed Society's henchmen haven't been completely eradicated. These potential dangers remain. How can we restart the league ahead of schedule? The meeting room was filled with a noisy argument. Miao Mingji was caught in the middle by the principals of the other 4 military academies, feeling extremely troubled. Principal Miao, although the Recta's participating team members weren't hunted down, that was just luck. You absolutely cannot let this incident make you complacent. Yes, on this matter, the 5 major military academies are all on the same plane. We must be united in our stance. The other 4 principals tried hard to win Miao Mingji over, fearing she might not side with the 5 major military academies. All right. Jing Hongyi's voice carried a hint of authority. The Military Academy League has been organized for so many years, and there has never been a delay. This time, considering the past contributions of the 5 major military academies to the Federation, I made an exception and postponed the league. A month is the minimum. We can't delay any longer. His attitude was very firm, directly silencing the other 4 principals. Miao Mingji was silent for a moment, then looked up under everyone's gaze. So, according to Commander Jing, the league is no longer negotiable? Yes, the league will resume in 3 days. Jing Hongyi emphasized again. This time, Jing Hongyi's attitude was extremely resolute. The other 4 principals were somewhat troubled. Many of their participating athletes were still recovering from serious injuries, and they naturally hoped that the league would be postponed further. That's settled then. If no one has any further objections, we adjourn the meeting. Jing Hongyi stood up, his brows furrowed in authority, his hands resting on the edge of the table. Miao Mingji sensed Jing Hongyi's firm stance. She knew that continuing the argument would likely only escalate the situation further, and after a moment's thought, she remained silent. After the meeting, Jing Hongyi was the first to rise and leave, leaving everyone with only his back view as he gradually disappeared from sight. Jing Hongyi is getting more and more arrogant. He doesn't take our 5 major military academies seriously at all. The principal of Shiha Alliance Military Academy frowned, slamming his fist on the table and cursing. The headmaster of Clifford Military Academy remained relatively calm, leaning back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Jing Hongyi's actions this time are indeed strange. He used to at least consider our opinions, but on this league issue, he's suddenly so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Do you think he might be using this to deliberately sabotage the 5 major military academies, causing us to drop in the league rankings? Asked the headmaster of Jingwei Military Academy. Everyone fell silent. Most of their 4 military academies participating members were still recovering from serious injuries and unable to participate in the competition. If the league started in 3 days, they might be overtaken by other dark horse military academies. In that case, the 5 major military academies' long-held dominance might truly change hands. Our academy still has 3 core members who are still injured and will probably need another half-month to recover. Considering the schedule after the league restarts, half a month will only get us to the knockout stage, the headmaster of the Imperial Military Academy calmly analyzed. These words reminded everyone. Miao Mingji nodded in agreement. That's right. The preliminary and knockout stages will last at least half a month. Although your school's core players haven't fully recovered from their injuries, you must have prepared substitutes. The intensity of the preliminary and knockout stages isn't high, so your school's substitute team should be able to advance. Hey, Principal Miao, you make it sound so easy. After all, not a single player from Recta's was injured, the principal of Shiha Alliance Military Academy said, glancing at Miao Mingji. Recta's was already strong, and this pursuit incident hadn't affected them at all, naturally making the other 4 principals feel unbalanced. Miao Mingji sensed their dissatisfaction and simply replied calmly, it's fortunate that none of our players were injured, but on this matter of the league, the 5 major military academies are still on the same side. Everyone understands the principle of mutual dependence. Hearing Miao Mingji say this, the 4 principals didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, inside the villa dormitory, Su Jintang sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, a vast ball of essential energy swirling around her. Hold your breath and concentrate, I protect you. The Thunder Dragon King's voice echoed in her mind's eye. Su Jintang took a deep breath, calmed herself, and rapidly absorbed the essence energy around her into her body. This energy came from the spiritual herb she had plucked from the Tombao spirit realm. With the league about to restart, and having nothing better to do, she suddenly had the idea to clear out all the spiritual herbs in her storage space. Originally, she planned to auction them off at the Wanbao Pavilion, but just before leaving, the Thunder Dragon King stopped her and offered a new plan. The Thunder Dragon King would protect her and directly help Su Jintang absorb all the essence of the herbs, helping her break through to the ranks of 6th-tier ability users before the league restarted. A powerful energy surged through the cramped cultivation room, causing several streams of air to violently shake the surrounding objects. Su Jintang's hair, which had been hanging by her ears, was also ruffled by the air currents. The process of absorbing the spiritual herbs lasted for a full day and night. Alright, prepare to circulate your spiritual power. The Thunder Dragon King's voice rang out. Su Jintang's consciousness was awakened, and her spiritual power rapidly circulated within her body, quickly absorbing the energy of the spiritual herbs that had been surrounding her. The absorption was very efficient. In about half a minute, the energy gathered around her was completely absorbed. Once everything returned to calm, Su Jintang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, opened her eyes, and prepared to conclude her cultivation. Not bad, you actually directly advanced to the peak of the 6th rank, the Thunder Dragon King said with satisfaction. Su Jintang looked down at her palm. After advancing to the peak of the 6th rank, her spiritual power was almost overflowing. Her strength had increased several times over. Class monitor, Teacher Zhuang is here. She wants us to go over for a meeting. Yan Yuding's voice came from downstairs. Su Jintang snapped out of his reverie and got up to leave the training room. 2 minutes later, Su Jintang and his 4 teammates gathered in the conference room. Zhuang Silin stood in front of the conference table, her hands resting on the edge, leaning slightly forward. The official notice has been issued that the Military Academy League will resume in 3 days, so we need to prepare some tactical measures in advance. Has the official league announced the specific rules? Shui Zhongqi asked, fanning himself with his folding fan. Zhuang Silin shook her head. Not yet. Judging from the current situation, the rules for this year's league will likely be adjusted. But no matter how the rules are adjusted, in the end, it's all about the strength of each team, so don't worry too much. As she finished speaking, she turned and opened the light screen, which immediately displayed the skill effects information of Su Jintang and his teammates. 1v1 and 5v5 matches don't involve player selection, so we leave that aside for now. Regarding 3v3 team battles, I prepared several different lineups and tactics. Please take a look. Zhuang Silin continued. The first 3v3 lineup focuses on high burst damage and strong output, featuring Su Jintang, Jiang Shi, and Song Tianqi to ensure a quick and decisive victory. The second lineup emphasizes a balanced and stable approach, featuring Su Jintang, Shui Zhongqi, and Jiang Shi to ensure a quick elimination of an enemy at the start, gaining an advantage and securing a higher win rate later. The third lineup focuses on delaying and conservatism, featuring Su Jintang, Yan Yuding, and Jiang Shi. With Yan Yuding's logistical support, the other two can maintain sustained damage output, emphasizing delaying tactics. We can deploy different lineups and tactics for different types of enemies. Over the next 3 days, the 3 of you can practice with each other. If you find a better pairing, please let me know. Su Jintang and the others nodded in agreement. Yes. Also, there's good news. Apart from us, the other 4 military academies haven't yet assembled their teams. In terms of combat strength, we're definitely the best. We can relax a bit in the early stages of the competition. Yan Yuding muttered, resting his chin on his hand. Most of the other 4 military academies team members will need another half month to recover from their injuries. That means we can practically dominate in the elimination rounds. Not necessarily. Don't forget, there were quite a few dark horse military academies that emerged during the preliminary rounds. Shui Zhongqi immediately poured cold water on this idea. Song Tianqi's eyes blazed with excitement, already rubbing his hands together eagerly. We've been holding back for so long, it's finally time to start. Chapter 237. Furthermore, the official team member lists for other military academies have already been published on the forum. The military academies have collected all the information they could find. You can refer to this information sheet yourself. After speaking, Zhuang Silin's face showed seriousness and solemnity. The league rankings are crucial to whether Rectus can continue to hold onto its title as the #1 military academy. I hope everyone will give it their all. Song Tianqi was the first to stand up, answering loudly, "Give it our all." Su Jintang and the others exchanged glances, then answered in unison, "Give it our all." 3 days before the restart of the Military Academy League, the Central Star region witnessed an unprecedentedly lively scene. No rooms available. No rooms available. Those still looking for accommodation can try other places. Hotel staff waved and shouted to the guests still crowding outside. Why are there no rooms left? Didn't you say your hotel has the most rooms in the entire Central Star region? Make way. Let me in. I booked your hotel online in advance. Don't push. Those who haven't booked rooms can check out the Hainan Airlines hotel. They supposedly still have rooms available. Upon hearing this, the crowd that had been jostling immediately dispersed, disappearing completely in a few seconds, all running towards the Hainan Airlines hotel. One guest left behind breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Luckily, I booked a room in advance. Since the announcement of the league's restart, many people from other star regions had flocked to the area. Some booked accommodations and tickets to watch the games overnight, while others, having received the news late and unable to book rooms and tickets online, came directly to the Central Star region hoping to find second-hand options. In just 2 days, all hotels in the Central Star region were fully booked. Tickets for watching the league matches were also sold out instantly. The only remaining channel for purchasing them is through resellers. Meanwhile, major StarNet media outlets have been digging up the information of the participating team members announced by the 5 military academies. Many privately operated casinos have even started betting on individual player rankings, with Yuan Yao and her 4 teammates from Lectas being the most popular and currently the hottest seed players in the casinos. My goodness, there's nowhere to stay in the Central Star region now. Everywhere you look, there are people. This league is incredibly popular. Don't even mention it. I'm staying in a small single room, and it costs more than a 5-star hotel. Yes, prices in the Central Star region are skyrocketing, all thanks to the Military Academy League. Inside the Cosmic Interstellar Hotel, which is responsible for investing in and sponsoring the Military Academy League. All the participating Military Academy team members have arrived. Official reporters from the StarNet forum are waiting in the lobby, queuing up for interviews. I heard many of the participants from the 5 major military academies haven't fully recovered from their injuries yet, which is good news for us, a man in a blue hoodie said enthusiastically. Song Duo opposite her shook her head helplessly. Even if many of their members haven't fully recovered, they still have substitutes to fill in. Their strength is definitely far superior to ours, so let's not have too high hopes. Wu Hanhai patted her shoulder. Don't dampen your spirits before you even get on stage. Our Red Ridge Military Academy is no worse than anyone else. These words made Song Duo raise her head. Yeah, just do our best. Oh, the competition is tomorrow, and you two are still wasting your time playing around. A mocking voice came from behind. Song Duo recognized the source of the voice and immediately frowned, turning around. The person opposite her was a student from the military academy. That Red Ridge Military Academy had always been their arch rival. A century ago, Red Ridge Military Academy had once reached the top 20 in the league, but due to various reasons, a large number of outstanding talents were lost, the quality of each new batch of students declined, and their league ranking plummeted from the top 20 to the top 50, and now they struggle to even crack the top 100. It's truly pathetic that Giant Wave Military Academy has a student like you with such poor manners, Song Duo retorted coldly. Giant Wave Military Academy and Red Ridge Military Academy had always been neck and neck in rankings, and the students of both academies had long been embroiled in disputes and conflicts due to various frictions, thus forging a deep-seated grudge. In any competition, the students of the 2 military academies would always be at odds, deliberately making things difficult for each other. Su Pingtian's face darkened, and he sneered, "Stop with the nonsense. You better pray you don't run into me in tomorrow's preliminaries, or your Red Ridge Military Academy will be finished." You? Song Duo was about to step forward to argue when she was suddenly stopped by Wu Hanhai beside her. Wu Hanhai shook his head at her. "Forget it, we have things to do, don't waste time with him." Song Duo then remembered that she had made plans to have dinner with her class monitor and Song Tianqi. She suppressed her anger, turned, and walked out of the hotel. 15 minutes later, Song Duo entered the bustling Wanbao restaurant. The Central Star region was packed with people, which had boosted the popularity of almost all shops. Almost every restaurant and hotel with a bit of reputation was now fully booked every day. A waiter led Song Duo to a private room on the top floor. Pushing open the door, a faint woody fragrance wafted out. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi were already seated at the table, flanked by Shui Zhongqi, Jiang Shi, and Yen Yuding. Song Duo waved to Wu Hanhai behind her. "Captain, this is my former class monitor from the academy." Hearing this, Su Jintang and the others immediately looked up. All 5 eyes turned to Wu Hanhai. Song Tianqi rubbed his hands together, stood up with a smile, and approached Wu Hanhai and Song Tianqi, shaking hands proactively. "Hello, I'm Song Tianqi. Just call me Tianqi." Wu Hanhai's expression showed a hint of surprise. "Hello, I'm Wu Hanhai, captain of the Red Ridge Military Academy team." He swallowed hard and continued cautiously. "I heard you're all from Rectus, so your strength must be extraordinary. I have a lot to learn from you." The reputation of Rectus' first military academy was already widely known. Students from other military academies, to varying degrees, felt a strange sense of admiration for Rectus. Song Tianqi patted Wu Hanhai on the shoulder readily. "Don't be shy. Now that we know each other, we're all brothers." He then pulled Wu Hanhai to sit down at the table. Song Duo was much more natural. As soon as she entered, she rushed to Su Jintang's side and gave him a firm hug. "Squad leader, thank goodness you're all alright. The chase incident a while ago caused quite a stir. I almost thought you were among them." "It's nothing. Worrying was completely unnecessary." Su Jintang patted her back. "Sit down." After introducing themselves, everyone quickly took their seats at the table. Wu Hanhai's emotions had shifted from tension to excitement. His eyes gleamed as he looked Su Jintang and the other four around. "To be on Rectus' substitute team, the 5 of you must be quite skilled. Let's have a spar sometime." Wu Hanhai's voice held a hint of anticipation. Shui Zhongqi chuckled softly. "No problem, but the league still needs to end first." Of course. We definitely can't let it affect everyone's league performance." Wu Hanhai excitedly stood up, picked up his wine glass, and said, "I, Wu Hanhai, toast everyone." Su Jintang and the others were amused by his appearance and raised their glasses in response. The group spent the evening laughing and chatting. They didn't part ways until evening, heading in different directions. Slightly tipsy, Song Duo watched the backs of Su Jintang and the other 4 gradually disappear into the distance, murmuring softly, "I feel like I'm getting further and further away from them." Wu Hanhai turned around, raised his hand, and gently patted her shoulder. "They have their strengths, and we have our pride." Song Duo nodded, stretched her arms, and said, "Yeah, let's go back." The next morning, the highly anticipated Military Academy League resumed. The venue for the league is located directly above the central plaza. The venue was built by 2 8th-tier ability users, one a steel-wielding ability user, and the other an earth attribute ability user. Their creation blended steel and earth, forming a rhombus-shaped iron sphere. Under the light, each rhombus reflected a cold, eerie glow, exuding a strict sense of order. The interior of the rhombus-shaped iron sphere was vast. The central arena was circular, surrounded by tens of thousands of seats. Giant light screens broadcasting the live event were installed in each of the 4 cardinal directions. At this moment, the tournament staff were at the entrance, preparing to let the audience in. The venue is huge, 3 or 4 times bigger than last year. Luckily, I was smart enough to buy tickets in advance, otherwise I would have missed such an exciting live match. Finally in. Today is the league opening ceremony. They said there would be some kind of performance. Since the league officially sells tickets, they need to consider the audience's enjoyment and entertainment, so there's usually an opening performance on the first day of the league. Last season's opening ceremony was an entertaining brawl performed by members of the 5 military academies' official teams, the sheer fun and excitement of which ignited the atmosphere. Players' waiting area. Except for the players still recovering from their injuries, the other members of the 5 military academies have all arrived. Su Jintang leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena, finally settling on Chu Air in the Clifford Military Academy's rest area across the way. Chu Air's 5 substitutes had escaped the assassination attempt because of their participation in the Tongbao spirit realm. However, 3 of their official team members were seriously injured, and he didn't know how they would fill those vacancies. "Squad leader, weren't we notified about preparing for an exhibition match this year?" Yin Yuding asked curiously, leaning closer. "No." Su Jintang shook his head. Yuan Yao chimed in. "We haven't received any notification about the exhibition match either." "Hey, what will the opening ceremony of this league be like?" Yin Yuding pondered, stroking his chin. "They won't just give us a last-minute invitation to perform, will they?" Yin Zitao guessed. Mu Guang nodded. "That's possible." Just then, a staff member walked in. "We need to register the official and reserve teams from each military academy. Come over here and let us enter your personal information." Su Jintang and the others stopped talking, stood up, and orderly approached the staff member. "Also, according to the first rule of this league, the supervising teacher's qualification is revoked. All supervising military academy teachers in the waiting area, please leave immediately." Chapter 238. The moment the staff member said this, The atmosphere immediately quieted down. After a moment of silence, a large-scale discussion erupted. Cancel the instructors' qualifications? Are they going to go that far? Doesn't that mean all the teams in this year's league will have to have the students arrange their own lineups and tactics? I knew there was something wrong with not announcing the specific rules and procedures, but I didn't expect it to be such a huge bombshell. Su Jintang and the others quickly realized what was going on. The five of them subconsciously looked at Zhuang Silin beside them. Zhuang Silin frowned and stood up, turning to the staff member, who was involved in adjusting the rules this year. The staff member smiled tactfully. Sorry, it's confidential. I can't disclose that. The instructors from the various military academy teams in the other rest areas also stood up one after another. Everyone's expressions showed some confusion, but they could only suppress their doubts and leave the rest area. Before leaving, Zhuang Silin patted Su Jintang on the shoulder, her expression relatively relaxed. It's all up to you. Su Jintang returned a salute. I guarantee I complete the mission. After the team leaders left, the rest area fell into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. First, the team captains snapped out of their daze, their faces showing grave expressions. Then the team members panicked. What does this mean? How can they suddenly cancel the instructor's guidance? That's ridiculous. This is outrageous. Without instructors, how are we supposed to compete? Are we students just going to have to figure things out ourselves? This league is too childish. After all, they were still students, barely detached from their teachers and military academy life. Suddenly being put in a leadership position left them somewhat unsure where to begin. Relatively speaking, the students from the 5 major military academies were a bit more composed. Su Jintang and his group of 5 remained completely calm. After Zhuang Silin left, they exchanged glances, immediately understanding each other's intentions. Without saying a word, they returned to their seats, closed their eyes, and began to rest, awaiting the start of the competition. The students from Clifford Military Academy did the same. Chu Air quickly became the core of the team. With just a glance, the other team members' initial panic subsided. The Imperial Military Academy, Shiha Alliance Military Academy, and Jingwei Military Academy teams followed suit, regaining their composure. At this time, the official live stream of the Military Academy League had also begun on the forum. Within just a few minutes, the live stream attracted millions of online viewers. Wow! This is huge news. This year's league has eliminated the instructor's guidance, leaving it entirely to the students. That's more interesting. With instructors, students have very little room for independent creativity. Tactics and lineups are always the same few variations. Now that it's gone, maybe we see some more innovative tactical strategies. That being said, can a group of students who haven't even graduated yet really come up with more innovative tactics and lineups than military academy instructors? I have my doubts. Many viewers have graduated from military academies many years ago. Some work in the Federal Bureau. Some continue their training to pursue higher levels, and others have joined the military, carrying on their ideals of protecting their country. In general, their experience far surpasses that of these military academy students, not to mention the sheer number of tactical arrangements they witnessed. Let's see how it goes. Didn't that staff member just say this is only the first rule? Maybe there will be new tricks later. Ha ha, this is great. This year's league has finally gotten a bit interesting. The huge league venue is a circular field. A semicircular canopy covers the stands, with colored spotlights in the center projecting vibrant lights from above, making the venue incredibly dazzling. Many satellite cameras are scattered throughout, some monitoring the game in real time, others broadcasting live. A clear division of labor. As the spectators gradually enter, the discussion inside the stadium grows increasingly lively. Some people, upon taking their seats, immediately raise support signs for their respective teams, waving glow sticks and shouting loud cheers. Recta's invincible. Clifford destined for first place. The fan groups supporting the 5 military academies were the largest, and they seemed very organized and well recorded. Hearing the cheers, Su Jintang subconsciously glanced up at the audience. Their team's rest area was separated from the audience by a semi-transparent partition wall. The match hadn't officially started yet, so the soundproofing effect of the partition wall wasn't activated, and the shouts from the audience could be heard clearly. Our military academy has so many fans? Are they actors hired by the military academy to shout slogans? Song Tianqi blurted out in shock. Yu Wanyao next to him immediately gave him a cold look. What actors? These fans are all attracted by our exhibition match. Oh, I see. We haven't even played, so where did all these fans come from? They're all here to support you. Song Tianqi exclaimed, suddenly understanding. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, about to close his eyes to rest, when a staff member from the competition walked in. He was expressionless, exuding an aura of impartiality and seriousness, radiating an unapproachable presence. The opening ceremony performance of the Military Academy League will begin in half an hour. All irrelevant personnel still lingering in the rest area are requested to leave the area immediately. Anyone found deliberately concealing information will have their relevant Military Academy team disqualified from the competition. Please monitor this yourselves. Upon hearing this, the Military Academy teachers who were still in the rest area giving tactical instructions lost face and hurriedly left, looking embarrassed. The staff member glanced around the room before speaking again. I am Qin Tiangang, the person in charge of this league. During the league, any violations of regulations or cheating can be reported to me. On behalf of the league's official working group, I wish everyone the best of luck and hope you achieve excellent results. With that, the staff member turned and left, leaving only his back view. Holy crap, it's Qin Tiangang, Song Tianqi exclaimed. Yin Yuding also looked up in shock. Is that the legendary Qin Tiangang, who has never lost a battle since leading an army? TSK, Shui Zhongqi shook his head with a sigh. Even Qin Tiangang, this god of death, is in charge of the league. The satellite camera responsible for the live broadcast happened to capture Qin Tiangang. His cold, aloof image appearing on the live screen immediately caused quite a stir. The league's head is Qin Tiangang? That's a 9-tier powerhouse, one of the most powerful people in the entire federation. Qin Tiangang is best known for his title of God of Killing, having seemingly never suffered a defeat since joining the army. The fact that someone as formidable as Qin Tiangang has been invited to be in charge of this league shows how extraordinary it is. As the opening ceremony of the league drew near, the number of viewers streaming into the live broadcast room steadily increased. The stands were already full, with fans from the 5 major military academies each occupying a section, their support banners being the most prominent. Snap! The lights in the arena suddenly went out, plunging the arena into darkness. What happened? Why did the lights go out? Is the opening ceremony about to begin? A cacophony of discussion immediately erupted from the stands. Just 2 seconds later, a bright beam of light shone down from the ceiling, illuminating the central circular arena. Standing solemnly in the spotlight, Qin Tiangang stood with his hands behind his back and feet shoulder-width apart, displaying a perfectly formal military posture. Hello everyone, I am Qin Tiangang. I will be personally in charge of hosting the Military Academy League activities for the next 2 months. The opening ceremony performance will officially begin in 15 minutes. Before that, I will announce all the details of the revised rules for this league. His words immediately silenced the surrounding audience. All eyes turned to Qin Tiangang. Qin Tiangang continued, the first rule change has already been announced. Now, I announce the second rule. In all matches of this Military Academy League, only members of the official teams may play, unless an official team member is unexpectedly rendered incapacitated, in which case the substitute team may be called in. This rule announcement caused an uproar throughout the arena. Only members of the official teams can play? What's the point of changing the rules? Isn't it always the regular teams first, then the substitutes? Are you stupid? Other smaller military academies will definitely put their strongest students on the regular teams to advance in the early rounds. But the competition among the top 5 military academies is much fiercer, and they're not worried about advancing, so they definitely hold back at the beginning. So, the regular team members of the top 5 military academies might not even be the strongest students in their respective academies? Yes, that's exactly the situation. Various discussions also arose in the military academy team rest area. The team members from the top 5 military academies remained silent. I'm speechless. This rule is deliberately targeting our 5 major military academies. What constitutes a member of the main team being incapacitated? Does it have to be fatal or crippled? Revoking the instructor's qualifications is bad enough, but now they introduce this kind of targeted rule. This league is clearly designed to make things difficult for the 5 major military academies. How are we supposed to compete? Everyone knows that our biggest advantage is our outstanding teaching staff. This first rule change directly weakens that advantage. The second rule is even more targeted. The competition among the 5 major military academies is fierce. To hide their strengths, everyone usually puts their strongest players and trump cards in the reserve team, only revealing them when the more important matches begin. But with the second rule change, the main team and reserve team players are directly prohibited from freely rotating, meaning the 5 major military academies' hidden trump cards and strongest players in the reserve team are likely to lose their eligibility to play. What's the point of competing like this? The reactions from the members of the 5 major military academies were all intense. Especially the substitutes, their faces were all incredibly somber. Chu Er's team was even worse. "Captain, are you crazy to change the league like this?" a player couldn't help but ask. Chu Er's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "It's not that they're crazy, it's that they're targeting us." With the rapid development of the 5 military academies, the Federation had long been unable to contain them, so for years, there had been covert conflicts and tensions between the two sides. On the surface, however, things remained relatively harmonious. "Squad leader, what does this mean? Can the 5 of us still play?" Song Tianqi scratched the back of his head, completely bewildered. Su Jintang frowned slightly. "You can play, but only if the official team members are incapacitated. The criteria for determining whether an official team member is incapacitated is crucial." Jiangxi immediately grasped the key point. Shui Zhongqi pursed his lips, pondering for 2 seconds. "If we have to be seriously injured or crippled to be considered incapacitated, then our chances of playing are extremely slim. To ensure the safety of the participating military academies, referees and official competitions are generally at least at the 8th rank, so it's rare for a participant to be seriously injured or crippled. Therefore, according to the new rules, the substitute teams will have virtually no chance of playing. Rule number 3 is amended. To ensure fairness and impartiality in the competition, the direct qualification for the 5 major military academies to the knockout stage will be cancelled this year." This statement completely exposed the Federation's conflict with the 5 major military academies. Huh? Cancel the direct qualification for the knockout stage for the 5 major military academies? This rule is a bit redundant. The teams from the 5 major military academies aren't so weak that they can't even get past the preliminaries. Even if the direct qualification is cancelled, they can still fight their way up through their own strength. Sigh, this rule is just designed to annoy the 5 major military academies. Chapter 239. No one doubted the strength of the 5 major military academies teams. Preliminary rounds, as a warm-up event, were naturally no challenge for them. Therefore, in previous leagues, the organizers, to maintain their relationship with the 5 major military academies, proactively offered them direct qualification, a privilege that has continued to this day. Today's sudden cancellation truly caught the 5 major military academies off guard. Canceling the direct qualification doesn't actually affect the 5 major military academies much. It's just a loss of face. The league organizers are really outrageous. Why are they doing this for no reason? Are they deliberately making things difficult for the 5 major military academies? When did the league organizers become enemies with the 5 major military academies? But it's also quite interesting. It's rare to see the 5 major military academies compete against other smaller military academies. Maybe they create even more exciting sparks. What sparks? The 5 major military academies basically crushed them. The 5 major military academies team rest area. Just as Song Tianqi realized what was happening, he abruptly stood up, slammed his fist on the table, and cursed, "These rules are deliberately targeting our 5 military academies. What do the league officials mean by this?" He wasn't the only one furious. The participating team members from the 5 military academies were all seething with anger after hearing about these 3 rule changes, but they didn't show it out of politeness. "Don't be impulsive," Yan Yuding said, pressing Song Tianqi down and whispering a warning. After all, this was still at the league venue, with too many spectators and satellite cameras around. Shui Zhongqi's face was also grim, his hands clenched into fists, a sense of suppressed frustration about to explode. Su Jintang and Jiangxi remained relatively calm. However, their eyes were noticeably colder than usual. "The match hasn't even started yet. Can't we even drop by and catch up?" Chu Er's impatient voice came from across the room. The staff member blocking his way hesitated this. "Get out of the way, the league doesn't say our teams can't visit each other." Chu Er shoved the staff member aside irritably, and strode into the Lectus team's rest area. Seeing Chu Er approach, Su Jintang immediately stood up, casting an inquiring glance. "What's this?" "Just dropping by, and maybe chatting about your opinions on the rule changes for this year's league." Chu Er swaggered over and casually sat down on an empty sofa. The teammates who came with him gave Su Jintang a restrained smile. "What opinions could we have? The rules have already been announced, the officials can't change them anymore, and even if we have objections, there's no way to appeal." Su Jintang shrugged. Song Tianqi and the others, unsure of Chu Er's intentions, remained silent, standing to the side. "I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just really annoyed by the way the league officials are doing things, so..." Chu Er hadn't finished speaking when another series of footsteps approached. This time it was people from Shiha Alliance Military Academy, Jingwen Military Academy, and Imperial Military Academy coming to visit. And so, all the participating teams from the 5 major military academies gathered in the Rectus team's rest area. The group sat in a circle, the atmosphere somewhat silent. Until Su Jintang spoke up. Come on, whatever you're thinking, just say it. With someone starting, things became easier. The previously reserved group immediately began to chatter. The league officials are treating us like this. We should at least give some response, right? I'm getting uncomfortable just sitting here feeling so resentful. Exactly. No matter what, we can't tarnish the reputation of our 5 major military academies. If you ask me, we need to stand up for ourselves and teach the league officials a lesson. How do we stand up for ourselves? This question stumped everyone. They really couldn't swallow this insult, but they wanted to vent their anger, yet they didn't know how. Chu'er looked up at Su Jintang. What's your idea? Well, Su Jintang tapped his chin lightly, pondering for a moment. We absolutely cannot violate the league rules, but there are quite a few things we can do within those rules. Chu'er and the others exchanged glances, all leaning closer to listen. This scene was captured by a passing satellite camera and broadcast live. Wow, are the 5 major military academies going to join forces? This is the first time I've seen the teams from the 5 major military academies get along so harmoniously, especially at a league event. How strange. Even the 5 major military academies can unite after the league rules are changed. The sight of 5 military academy teams gathered together was truly rare, and the audience both at the venue and in the live broadcast chatted about it for a long time without stopping. Until the league's opening ceremony began. The lights went out again, and the entire stadium fell silent. A few seconds later, a wisp of blue flame quietly appeared on the arena. Drawn by something, the blue flame gradually split into 3 clusters, then from 3 clusters into 9. Gradually, more and more flames appeared on the arena, illuminating the entire stage like sprites. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. A giant waterfall, shimmering with an eerie blue light, descended from the sky, crashing down on the arena. The blue flame was deflected to both sides, but continued to flicker. The entire audience's attention was drawn to it. After several stunning scenes, the scattered blue flames gradually condensed into a large line of characters. Military Academy League opening ceremony is about to begin. Dear audience members, thank you for your support and love for the Military Academy League. This year, our opening ceremony performance will be jointly participated in by leaders from various federal bureaus. The performance is about to begin, please wait patiently. A beautiful host in a floral dress appeared on the stage, microphone in hand. Holding the microphone, a smile graced her face. Her shoulder length, smooth black hair and sweet voice immediately attracted the attention of the audience. This year's opening ceremony is something else. I wonder how they managed that last burst. It must have been a skill effect used by a fire controlling ability user. To be able to control fire so precisely, their proficiency in controlling their ability must be extraordinary. They must be at least an 8th level expert. While the audience was discussing this, the opening ceremony performance officially began. This time, a thunderbolt appeared on the arena, the phantom of a thunder dragon looming in the air, crackling arcs of electricity flashing on either side, bringing glimmers of light to the darkness. Boom! A wave of fire, mixed with intense heat, swept over the entire arena in an instant. Even the spectators sitting far away in the stands could feel the unbearable heat. The next second, a torrent of snow fell from the sky. The surging fire gradually receded until it was completely covered and melted by the snow. The once fiercely heated arena instantly fell silent. The extremely warm snow soothed the spectators' previously agitated hearts. The opening ceremony performance transitioned from thunder to fire, then from fire to snow, snow to water, and finally to all things in nature, showcasing the 4 seasons. The intense visual impact deeply moved the audience. Even after the performance ended, the stunned audience remained in awe. This is an incredible production. To put on a show like this, they must have hired at least 5 level 8 masters. More than that. Hiring 5 masters wouldn't be enough. They need to coordinate and practice together to create such a seamless performance. Su Jintang leaned back in her chair, watching the stage with a leisurely air. If she remembered correctly, the 5 military academy principals' special abilities were exactly these 5. Just as she was thinking this, the lights on the stage came on. The beautiful host reappeared on the stage, accompanied by 5 unfamiliar figures. Holy crap! The principals of the 5 military academies. A gasp suddenly rang out from the audience. After that shout, even more gasps of shock followed. So the opening ceremony performance was a joint effort by the principals of the 5 major military academies? Wow! To be able to get the principals of the 5 major military academies to collaborate on the opening ceremony performance, that takes immense prestige. The 5 principals stood in a row, with Miao Mingji in the very center, his expression solemn and dignified, exuding the aura of authority of a high-ranking official. The other 4 principals wore similar expressions. The murmurs in the audience noticeably subsided. That's right. As you all saw, the opening ceremony performance was indeed the work of the 5 principals. They used their skillful and unique abilities to present a series of spectacular and breathtaking scenes. Let's give them a round of applause. As soon as the female host finished speaking, applause erupted from all directions. The Military Academy League officially began. The preliminary rounds will be a points-based system. Each team must play 10 matches. 1 point is awarded for each win, 1 point is deducted for each loss, and no points are added or deducted for a draw. After 10 rounds of points-based matches, each team's total points will be calculated, and teams will be ranked according to their points. The top 200 teams will advance to the next round of the knockout stage. The female host quickly finished reading the rules. The Recta's Military Academy team's rest area. Yu Wanyao stood up with a furrowed brow and approached Su Jintang. We're fine with the preliminary rounds, but the later matches. Their 5-person team was originally formed to cover for the experimental class, and everything was intended to pave the way for the experimental class. But now the competition rules have suddenly changed. If nothing unexpected happens, this competition might require Yu Wanyao's team to play indefinitely. If they lost, Recta's would lose its honor as the top military academy, and the consequences were unimaginable. Su Jintang naturally understood Yu Wanyao's worries. He stood up and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, these rules restrict us, and of course, they also restrict the other 4 military academies. The only threats to you are the teams from the 5 major military academies. But, Yu Wanyao's hand clenched slightly. The regular teams from the other 4 military academies have been chased and seriously injured. Their reserve teams can use this as an excuse to play. Overall, they're still better off than us. Show the same spirit you had in training. This little thing is nothing. Su Jintang smiled at her, his expression confident and determined. This determination infected Yu Wanyao. She took a deep breath and looked at Wei Zixuan and the others. Alright, everyone, adjust yourselves and get ready to go. Chapter 240. Hey, I suddenly thought of something. The preliminary rounds are all random matchmaking. So with all 5 military academies participating this time, won't they be matched with each other? Haha, that would be interesting. The preliminary rounds would become the finals. So, with this change in the competition rules, the spectacle is definitely much better. At the league venue. 4 identical arenas of the same size slowly rose around the central circular arena. The broadcast screen simultaneously activated, displaying the perspectives of the different arenas. So, all the participating teams' eyes fell on the screens above each arena. The teams about to fight on each arena will be determined by these screens. Su Jintang and the others also looked up at the screens. A few seconds later, the screens flickered a few times, and then the names of 2 teams were randomly displayed at the top. The dramatic thing that everyone had just been expecting happened very quickly. Recta's Military Academy team versus Imperial Military Academy team. Match format, 5v5 team battle. 2 lines of text prominently appeared on the screen. Haha, the first match is a team battle between the 5 major military academies. This is going to be interesting. The Imperial Military Academy's strength is just SOSO. They probably have a hard time against Recta's. First time seeing the 5 major military academies clash in the qualifiers. Looking forward to it. In the team rest area, the Imperial Military Academy team members quickly looked towards Su Jintang. Su Jintang raised his hand and gave an OK sign. The opposing team nodded, indicating they understood. Correspondingly, Yu Wanyao and the others exchanged glances and relaxed. The performance of these 2 teams differed greatly from the audience's predictions, sparking considerable discussion. Strange, why aren't the Imperial Military Academy and Recta's teams nervous at all? This is the first preliminary round. It should be quite important for boosting morale, yet these 2 teams seem completely unfazed. Meanwhile, in the VIP audience area, the principals of the 5 military academies took their seats. Each of them was expressionless, their thoughts unreadable. Zhuang Silin sat next to Miao Mingji, her demeanor relatively calm, seemingly unaffected by the rule changes. Old Miao, our 2 military academies have quite a connection. We run into each other in the very first match. The principal of the Imperial Military Academy turned around with a smile. Miao Mingji smiled without saying a word. The other three principals all wore expressions of fascination. Yu Wanyao and her 4 teammates, along with the Imperial Military Academy team, had already stepped onto the arena. The referee in charge of their arena had also taken their position, riding a hovering sphere into the air. Note: when a participant is completely incapacitated or falls off the ring, they are eliminated, and the opposing team cannot continue attacking. Participants also have the right to voluntarily concede and end the match early. During the match, anyone can immediately report any violation of the tournament rules to the on-site referee. The referee emphasized sternly, "Rectas, take first place. Empire! Empire! Victory forever." Fans supporting the 2 military academy teams cheered excitedly. Nearby satellite cameras also adjusted their angles, turning towards the ring where the 2 teams were located. The first round of the preliminary rounds begins now. At the referee's signal, the transparent protective shield around the arena rapidly rose. Mount Tai presses down on the cauldron. Mu Guan from the Recta's team was the first to unleash his power. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm, converging within the Shaoshan cauldron. Golden light flashed, the power within the cauldron rapidly increased, and when thrown towards the opponent, it was like a bomb. With a resounding clang, the Shaoshan cauldron struck the opponent's weapon, exploding with blinding golden light, the aftershock spreading outwards. Immediately afterward, Yu Wanyao Xuanjia turtle was summoned, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and frost flowers of ice crystals formed on the ground. The Imperial Military Academy team members also moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, all 5 unleashed their attacks. The first round ended, the 2 sides essentially tied. Just as the audience eagerly awaited a more exciting duel, Yu Wanyao suddenly made a hand gesture. The captain of the Imperial Military Academy team made a similar gesture at the same time. Both teams suddenly stopped fighting and retreated to their respective sides of the ring. The referee, watching from above, was stunned. The next second, Yu Wanyao and her 5 teammates, along with the Imperial Military Academy team, all jumped off the ring in unison. The members of both teams landed simultaneously. There was a 2-second silence. The referee, regaining his composure, frowned. According to the rules, since both teams fell off the ring simultaneously, it should be considered a tie. However, because the situation was so strange, the referee hesitated for a long time before announcing, "This round is a draw." What was expected to be a very intense match ended with such an unexpected result. Holy crap! How is it a draw? These 2 sides didn't even fight. They just symbolically fought 1 round, and then everyone forfeited. I get it. So the 5 military academies were gathered together just now to discuss this tactic, right? In the preliminaries, a win adds 1 point, a loss deducts 1 point, but a draw neither adds nor deducts points. When the 5 military academies are matched together, a draw is definitely the most advantageous outcome. Less than 2 minutes into the first round of preliminaries, Yu Wanyao's team of 5 achieved a draw and returned to the team rest area to await the next match. This style of play is indeed less strenuous, Wei Zixuan said with a smile, his hands behind his head. This method was suggested by Su Jintang. During the preliminaries, temporary wins and losses don't affect elimination, and the 5 military academies don't need to fight each other with all their might. Otherwise, a full-blown battle would be time-consuming and physically exhausting. As for points, they can just take them from other military academies. Anyway, after 10 rounds of preliminaries, it's unlikely that the 5 military academies will be matched against each other in every match. Time to rest. Qin Shushu leisurely sat down on a rest chair, and soon closed her eyes to relax. Yin Zitao and Mu Guang also rested beside her. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere of the Rectas and Imperial Military Academy teams, the battles on the other 4 arenas were incredibly intense. Various booms of collisions rang out continuously. The southern arena even had several deep craters formed. Soon, the empty arena was matched with 2 teams again for a new round of matches. The preliminary rounds were massive, with at least 1,000 teams needing to take turns competing, making it the longest running event, lasting at least 1 or 2 weeks. Time flew by, and match after match unfolded on stage. Not long after, Rectas was randomly matched into a second round match. Rectas Military Academy versus Phil Military Academy. Match format, 5v5 team battle. Rectas again. Their odds are pretty high today. Have you heard of Phil Military Academy? I vaguely remember them. They were a dark horse last year, climbing from over 200th to over 70th. A top 100 military academy? Their strength should be pretty good, but they'd be defeated by Rectas. The Phil Military Academy team members all looked serious. This was their first match in the qualifiers, and everyone wanted to get off to a good start, but no one expected to be matched against Rectus. "Captain, which lineup should we use?" a teammate asked. Captain Phil, his brow furrowed, stared at Yuan Yao and her group of 5 not far away. "We're definitely going to lose to Rectus. The only question is how." Then, how do we lose?" a teammate hesitated. Captain Phil took a deep breath. "Losing is acceptable, but we must lose without losing face. We use our ultimate lineup and go all out." "Understood." Half a minute later, the two teams stepped onto the arena, each standing on opposite sides. Yuan Yao and her group of 5 lined up in a traditional formation. Across from them, 3 of the 5 from Phil Military Academy stood in front, completely blocking the 2 behind them. From Yuan Yao and her group's perspective, they couldn't see what the 2 opposite them were doing. It seems Phil Military Academy isn't planning to give up immediately. They want to hold on a little longer. Although they're facing Rectus, surrendering before even fighting is unacceptable. Fighting it out before admitting defeat is at least less shameful. Let's bet on how long Phil Military Academy can last. 1 minute. 2 minutes? Viewers both online and offline started placing bets. At that moment, the referee flew to the very center of the arena and raised his hand to command, "The duel begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the protective shield around them slowly opened. The 2 teams on the arena rushed towards each other. Myriad profound sword formation. The 3rd member of Phil Military Academy's team, standing in the front row, shouted, spreading his arms outwards. Dozens of sharp swords rose from behind him, their cold light chilling the air. In just 2 seconds, dozens of swords attacked Yuan Yao and her group of 5. "Be careful, this sword formation is probably quite powerful," Yuan Yao warned, cautiously channeling her mental energy to control the Xuanjia turtle to attack the sword formation. Clang, clang. Several crisp collision sounds rang out. The swords, after colliding with Yuan Yao and her group's attacks, lost their power and fell to the ground. "This sword formation is really powerful," Yan Zitao remarked after taking a direct hit with his bare hands. "The Phil Military Academy team is probably going all out." "Be careful, don't underestimate them," Yuan Yao warned, having deflected several swords and realizing their opponents were no ordinary fighters. The others immediately took their stance seriously. Yan Zitao and Qin Shushue exchanged a glance. "Let's go together." As time passed, the battle on the arena intensified. Surprisingly, the 5 members of the Phil Military Academy team showed no signs of defeat. This Phil Military Academy is impressive. They managed to hold on this long. It's been almost 5 minutes. Considering their academy's ranking, fighting like this against Rectus is already an exceptional performance. But that's about all we can do. Rectus should be getting serious by now. Blizzard 8 possession. Yin Zitao spread his arms, and a burst of intense light erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a humanoid ape. Yin Zitao quickly gathered power in his palms, clashed his fists together, and charged towards his opponent. At the same time, Qin Shushua's holy light enhancement also amplified his power. A new round of duels ensued. This time, Yuan Yao and her group of 5 fought with complete abandon. The 5 members of the Phil Military Academy, who had previously managed some resistance, were quickly overwhelmed, given no chance to retaliate, and were all knocked off the stage. In this duel, Rectus Military Academy emerges victorious. "Thank you for the honor." Yuan Yao clasped her hands and walked to the captain of the Phil Military Academy. "As expected of the top military academy, we accept our defeat wholeheartedly." The captain of the Phil Military Academy smiled helplessly. In this match, each of them played their absolute best, yet they could only last less than 10 minutes. The gap between them and the first military academy was indeed insurmountable. The preliminary rounds continued. By the second day, several military academies from Clifford were also drawn to compete. The 5 academies dominated almost every match, their opponents offering no resistance. On the 3rd day, Rectus was drawn again. This time, the format was a 1v1 elimination tournament. Yuan Yao decisively set Yin Zitao. Yin Zitao won all 5 1v1 matches single-handedly, with ease throughout. Rectus. Rectus. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd after the referee announced the winner. Meanwhile, in the Rectus Military Academy team's rest area, Su Jintang leaned back in his chair, half closing his eyes, his gaze fixed on the match broadcast screen opposite him. The qualifiers were indeed posing little challenge to the teams from the 5 major military academies. After watching the matches for the past few days, Su Jintang and the others were all listless. Either they won by complete stomp, or unless the opponents put up a tough fight, it was always a stomp victory in the end. Squad leader, these qualifiers aren't very interesting. Why don't we go back and play practice matches? Song Tianqi said boredly, his hands behind his head. Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding immediately looked over, both waiting for instructions. Su Jintang stared at the broadcast screen and said, playing practice matches now is pointless. Yeah, Jiangxi chimed in. Staying here allows us to observe other teams' lineups and tactics, which will help in later matches. Shui Zhongqi sighed somewhat resignedly. The problem is we still don't know if the 5 of us will get a chance to officially play. Hearing this, Yan Yuding and Song Tianqi also sighed. They all been quite demoralized these past few days, mainly because they weren't sure if they get another chance to play. Next match. Recta's Military Academy vs Grand Military Academy, 1v1 elimination match. The referee announced the match results for the next match. Interesting. The Top Military Academy versus the Dark Horse Military Academy. This qualifier is going to be interesting. Grand has played 3 qualifiers in the past few days, and it seems like they won every single one. When these two teams play 1v1 elimination matches, they usually win with just one player. This time, they should be able to field more players. Ha ha, of course. Rectas will have to field at least 2. Grand will win. Grand will win. Rectas, take first place. Fans from both teams shouted, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. Boss, how do we fight this match? Wang Qian whispered to Shiranyu. Shiranyu's playful gaze swept over Su Jintang not far away, and he subconsciously replied, fight as usual. Wang Qian immediately understood. Her boss meant the plan remained unchanged. Everything proceeded as planned. Soon, both teams arrived at the waiting area below the ring. The referee stood on the ring, looking at both teams. Now, please send out your first round 1v1 individual fighters. Yu Wanyao gestured to Yan Zitao, you go first. Okay. Yan Zitao nodded, his muscles tensing rapidly. With a light tap of his foot, he easily leaped onto the ring. At the same time, Wang Qian from Grand Military Academy also stepped onto the ring. Chapter 241. The referee's expression was noticeably more excited than before. After all, this was the first match in several days that might produce some exciting moments. Now, let's move on to the self-introductions. Yan Zitao quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Wang Qian opposite him. Wang Qian was wearing a disguise mask, her features and expression completely transformed, making her seem like a different person altogether. Su Jintang, watching from below the stage, stared at her for a long time without noticing anything amiss. If it weren't for Brother Long's reminder that everyone at Grand Military Academy was wearing disguise masks, she really wouldn't have noticed anything wrong with these people. Wang Qian noticed the gazes from below and subconsciously turned her head to look. That glance met Su Jintang's. Their eyes met in midair. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile appearing on his face. Wang Qian didn't respond, acting as if nothing had happened, and quickly looked away. Yan Zitao, mental strength level 4. Lin Qing, mental strength level 5. After introducing themselves, the two returned to their respective halves of the court, awaiting the referee's instructions. The Grand Military Academy team is so strong? They even have a 5th level mental strength student. In the previous exhibition match, the Grand Military Academy team performed exceptionally well. They're said to be one of the few teams capable of competing with the 5 major military academies. They're impressive. It's really not easy for any military academy other than the 5 major ones to cultivate a 5th level student. A heated discussion arose in the audience. At this moment, the referee, riding a hovering sphere, flew into the air and gestured downwards. This round of 1v1 duels begins now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yan Zitao and Wang Qian charged towards the opposite side simultaneously. During the charge, Yan Zitao's body rapidly sprouted long white fur, and sharp claws gleamed from his fingertips. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a white blizzard ape. Lightning cross slash. Wang Qian crossed her arms in front of her chest, and with the activation of her supernatural power, 2 arcs of electricity, overlapping to form a cross, appeared before her. The arcs crackled and hissed, the energy gathering growing stronger and stronger. Until Yan Zitao charged in, the lightning cross slash instantly materialized. The 2 attacks collided rapidly, and the difference in strength was immediately apparent. Yan Zitao's body was forced back to the edge of the arena like a cannonball, and he barely managed to stop by slamming on his brakes. Yan Zitao is actually at a disadvantage. The Grand Military Academy team is indeed exceptionally strong. It's over. Will the 5 major military academies really be suppressed by this Dark Horse team? As far as I remember, Lin Qing isn't even the strongest member of the Grand Military Academy team. While the audience was discussing, the two on stage exchanged blows several more times, but Yan Zitao failed to gain the upper hand each time, instead suffering greatly from Wang Qian's various ranged attacks. What do you think the Grand Military Academy's background is? Where did this Dark Horse Military Academy come from? Yin Yuding, slumped in the sofa, asked with a puzzled expression. TCH, I think their strength is just average. If I went up there, I could easily win. Song Tianqi, legs crossed, spoke with absolute certainty. Shui Zhongqi, standing to the side, lightly waved his folding fan, a thoughtful look flashing across his brow. Actually, the appearance of Grand and Green Sail Military Academy is indeed strange. According to the rules of previous leagues, these two newly established military academies shouldn't be eligible to participate. But what's strange is that the league rules were suddenly and drastically changed. Su Jintang rested his arm on the back of the chair, tapping his fingers lightly a few times. Her sudden appearance, and her considerable strength, is indeed strange. Jiang Shi, usually quiet, looked up. This Lin Qing is at most average in their team, but Yan Zitao is already struggling against her. This made everyone realize that the entire Grand Military Academy team was likely capable of fighting Yuan Yao, and her group of 5 to a draw, or even slightly stronger. Yin Yuding's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. He immediately sat up straight. Can we win this match? Su Jintang's gaze fell on the arena. We find out soon enough. The clanging sounds of fighting rang out continuously. The battle on the arena entered a fierce stage. Yan Zitao, who had initially been at a disadvantage, was now completely suppressed by Wang Qian. He leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Wang Qian, on the other hand, looked completely calm, her clothes without a single wrinkle. Admit defeat, you can't beat me. Wang Qian walked slowly forward, her voice icy. Yan Zitao, naturally unwilling to accept defeat, snorted coldly, straightened his chest, and clenched his fist. Golden light erupted from his fist, and a powerful force quickly concentrated, blasting towards Wang Qian. A new round of fighting began. This time, Yan Zitao held back, using his full strength. Boom! Wang Qian was caught off guard, and was knocked back a considerable distance. Yan Zitao, unleashing his full power, forcefully turned the tide. Now it was Wang Qian's turn to be beaten back step by step. Wang Qian, battered and bruised, also lost her temper. Her expression changed, and she no longer held back, unleashing a power several times greater than before. The initial disadvantage instantly turned into an advantage. The back and forth between the two fighters captivated the audience. Wow, they were both holding back their trump cards. But now it's clear that Grand Military Academy has the upper hand. Why are the 5 major military academies underperforming this year? Yeah, while there have been Dark Horse Academies in previous leagues, we never seen the 5 major academies so suppressed. The audience's discussion grew increasingly heated, mainly revolving around the topic of the 5 major academies being suppressed. Soon after, the outcome was announced on stage. Grand Military Academy wins this round. This result caused an uproar throughout the arena. Rikita's actually lost? Unbelievable. It's alright, it's just one loss, not this one. That's the top military academy. Rikita's is number 1 in the entire federation. Anyway, being defeated by a previously unknown small military academy is still quite shocking. The defeated Yan Zitao hung his head, one hand supporting him on the ring, his body hunched over, exuding an air of dejection. Thank you for the loss. Wang Qian walked up to him and extended her hand. Yan Zitao slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, stood up, and shook her hand. Congratulations. Rikita's first match loss caused quite a stir. Viewers watching the live stream online also started arguing. Oh my god, what's wrong with Rikita's this year? How could they lose like this? I bet they win the championship. Are we going to lose it all? It's hard to say. Yan Zitao's strength should be considered quite good in the Recta's team, but he was defeated so easily. Recta's has held the championship title for so many years. I never imagined they fall from first place. Damn it! I bet half my fortune on Recta's winning. Are they even capable? The audience at the league stadium erupted in arguments, the arena a chaotic mess, like a bustling market. Perhaps influenced by this atmosphere, Song Tianqi and his friends also became increasingly irritable. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't give them a chance to be arrogant. Song Tianqi slammed his fist on the sofa armrest, seething with anger. Yin Yuding heard many insults directed at her brother, and blushed with rage. It's just one loss. Is it really necessary for these spectators to make such a fuss? Those who had bet on Recta's were hoping to make a fortune, but Recta's inconsistent performance in the qualifiers naturally drew criticism. These insults were harsh and unpleasant. Yin Yuting and her friends were naturally upset by them. Shui Zhongqi seemed unaffected, merely waving his folding fan and gazing at Shiranyu, and the others not far away, a glint of light in his eyes. It's not that Yin Zitao is weak, but that Lin Qing is too strong. Su Jintang turned to Song Tianqi. If you went up, could you beat him? Of course. Song Tianqi straightened his posture, puffed out his chest. I guarantee I could. Su Jintang stroked his chin, lost in thought. From the perspective of the entire Federation, Yin Zitao's strength is definitely not weak, but this suddenly appearing Lin Qing's strength far surpasses it by several times. Among their peers, besides the 5 major military academies, what other force could cultivate such a genius? Moreover, what was the purpose of all those people from Grand Military Academy wearing disguise masks? Did the name Lin Qing even exist? Various questions swirled in her mind. Soon, the 20-minute intermission ended. The second round of 1v1 duels between the 2 military academies began. This time, Recta sent Wei Zixuan. Grand Military Academy successfully defended their title, and Wang Qian continued the duel. Wei Zixuan, peak 4th level mental strength. Lin Qing, 5th level mental strength. After introducing themselves, both sides retreated to their respective halves of the court. The referee looked around, raised his hand, and issued the command, Rectas vs. Grand Military Academy, the duel begins. Lightning surge. Wang Qian's emotionless voice rang out. She slowly opened her arms to the sides, and a sphere crackling with countless arcs of electricity rose slowly from behind her, accompanied by a series of crackling electrical sounds. Wei Zixuan glanced warily at the electric arc ball behind Wang Qian. It was this skill that ultimately knocked Yin Zitao off the stage. However, he differed from Yin Zitao. Yin Zitao was a melee fighter, preferring a direct, straightforward fighting style, making it difficult for him to dodge attacks like Wang Qian's. Wei Zixuan's ability was more unique. Most of the time, he relied on his agile combat skills to evade enemy attacks, developing a set of nimble movements. As the electric arc ball flew towards him, Wei Zixuan quickly stood up and assumed a forward-charging stance. Before the attack even reached him, he had already run in the opposite direction. After dodging the attack, he quickly made summoning gestures as he ran. After a series of gestures, Wei Zixuan stopped, slightly bent his knees, squatted down, and placed his 5 fingers spread and flat on the ground. Using his palm as an axis, his spiritual energy rapidly spread outwards, quickly forming a complex circular magic circle. Then, an ancient stone gate nearly 3 meters high appeared out of thin air. Lightning cross slash. Seeing the stone gate appear, Wang Qian panicked. The best way to deal with Wei Zixuan was to eliminate him before he could summon his demonic beast. Now it seemed too late. A cross of electric arcs flew towards Wei Zixuan. Wei Zixuan, who was chanting an incantation, was forced to stop his summoning ritual and could only get up to dodge. Seeing that his summoning had been interrupted, Wang Qian's attack intensified, unleashing a barrage of skills at Wei Zixuan. Wei Zixuan was relentlessly pursued, having no chance to summon the stone gate. Even if he did manage to summon it, the magic circle would be interrupted by Wang Qian before it could fully form. Lin Qing must have specifically studied Wei Zixuan's skills. He's relentlessly pursuing him, determined not to let Wei Zixuan complete his summoning. Who knows what kind of monster Wei Zixuan will summon? His random summoning can easily summon a peak 5th tier demonic beast. Who can defeat him? Sigh, it seems Lin Qing is also afraid of Wei Zixuan's move. 5 minutes passed, and the arena remained a close contest. Wang Qian didn't give Wei Zixuan a chance to summon, relentlessly attacking him from behind. Wei Zixuan remained calm, relying solely on his agility to dodge and avoid being hit by Wang Qian's skills. Seeing this, Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, picked up her teacup, and took a sip. Seeing her calm demeanor, Yin Yuting tentatively guessed, did Wei Zixuan win this match? More or less. Su Jintang replied. The Grand Military Academy's relentless pursuit of Wei Zixuan was clearly out of fear that he would successfully summon his skill. But given enough time, Wei Zixuan would eventually find a weakness, and once he succeeded, the match would be over. Another 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, a throwing dart appeared in Wei Zixuan's hand. The dart was dark purple, with 3 pendants, 3 different colors, red, blue, and yellow, that distinguished it from ordinary darts. Wang Qian stopped warily, casually summoning a new skill attack. This time, Wei Zixuan didn't dodge. Instead, he swiftly threw the dart to meet Wang Qian's attack. Boom! An explosion rang out, and thick smoke quickly enveloped the entire arena. Wei Zixuan seized the opportunity to escape to the edge of the arena, a sly smile appearing on his face. These explosive darts were one-time use magical artifacts that Shui Zhongqi and Su Jintang had recently modified together. They were imbued with tracking and explosive runes. Those unfamiliar with them would have no idea of their effects. Once unleashed, they were guaranteed to catch the enemy completely off guard. Wang Qian was clearly caught off guard. The sudden explosive force forced her back a considerable distance, and her instinctive attempt to block resulted in an injury to her arm. After the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a brightly lit stone door stood at the edge of the arena. The door was open, and a four-legged beast slowly emerged from the darkness. It's a mammoth. A peak 5th-tier demon beast, and it even possesses ancient bloodlines. Its strength surpasses that of other beasts of the same tier, comparable to a 6th-tier demon beast. Someone in the audience quickly shouted. Rectus has finally managed to turn the tide. Sigh, no wonder Lin Qing's attacks were so fierce. Wei Zixuan's heaven-defying summoning methods are truly annoying. With the appearance of this mammoth, everyone could predict the outcome of the duel without even fighting. Seeing the mammoth, which was half her height, Wang Qian immediately raised her hand to signal the referee. I concede. Recta's military academy wins this 1v1 duel. Recta's reputation temporarily recovered somewhat after this round. Until the start of the third round, Wei Zixuan's luck exploded again, summoning another peak-level 5th-tier demonic beast. Meanwhile, the team member sent by Grand Military Academy was only at the peak of the 4th tier. Even before the fight, the opponent voluntarily conceded defeat. Having won 2 rounds in a row, Wei Zixuan's arrogance was on full display. He put his hands on his hips and waved towards the Grand Military Academy team's waiting area. Next. Chapter 242. That scared me to death. I thought Rectus was finished. Well, it's the top military academy after all. They can't be defeated so easily. It's just a minor setback. But it also shows that Grand Military Academy is indeed quite strong, actually giving Rectus a headache. The audience, who were initially agitated by the previous defeat, regained their composure. The audience, who had previously mocked Rectus, all fell silent. The intermission quickly passed. The third round of the competition began. This time, Grand Military Academy sent out a woman. She had shoulder-length light blue hair, snow-white skin, and a shimmering blue eye. This woman was Song Yaya. Su Jintang, sitting below the stage, glanced at her. Because Song Yaya was wearing a disguise mask, her appearance was completely different from before, and Su Jintang couldn't recognize her. However, her confident demeanor revealed that her strength was considerable. The third round of 1v1 elimination matches begins now. The referee quickly ascended into the air, his eyes fixed on the crowd below, ready to intervene at any moment. Little brother, your sister's attacks aren't going to be light, so be careful. Song Yaya teased, her red lips curving upwards. Wei Zixuan completely ignored her words, calmly replying, okay, I be careful then. Seeing his lack of response, Song Yaya's smile widened. The next second, she opened her arms, and immense spiritual power surged outwards from her palms. Various flowers and plants spread outwards from beneath her feet, covering most of the arena in just a few seconds. A rich floral fragrance filled the air. Wei Zixuan keenly sensed something was wrong and immediately covered his mouth and nose, backing away. However, the fragrance of flowers had already quietly permeated the entire arena. Wei Zixuan still inadvertently inhaled a breath. For a fleeting moment, his consciousness began to waver. In that brief instant, he heard a whoosh sound beside him. Before Wei Zixuan could recover, he heard a voice announce, Grand Military Academy wins this duel. Several seconds passed before Wei Zixuan snapped out of his daze. He looked up blankly. He saw Song Yaya standing opposite him, smiling, her hands behind her back, her slender figure exuding a touch of allure. Wei Zixuan frowned. You won? How did you win? Guess. Song Yaya smiled, glancing towards the Recta's waiting area, her gaze sweeping over Wan Yao and the others. For some reason, Song Yaya's glance made Wan Yao feel very resistant. Wan Yao frowned. This person's ability should be related to illusion magic. Let me go! Mu Guang stepped forward. Wan Yao looked at him in surprise. Are you confident you can break her illusion magic? Yes, I can try. Mu Guang nodded. Among their team, Mu Guang was the least talkative. He was usually mild-mannered and rarely volunteered for battle. Wan Yao quickly nodded. Okay, you go. Qin Shushua and Yan Zitao looked over in surprise. Mu Guang indeed rarely expressed his opinions within their team, mostly working silently. Because of his kind personality, many people would confide in him when they were in a bad mood, and Mu Guang was always able to offer appropriate comfort. Even when conflicts arose within the team, it was usually Mu Guang who mediated. But precisely because of this, everyone tended to pay less attention to Mu Guang. For example, they had no idea that Mu Guang could break illusion attacks. Please, both teams, step onto the stage, the referee announced. Mu Guang smiled slightly at Yuan Yao and the others, then turned and walked step by step onto the stage. Song Yaya was still defending her spot. She stood with her hands behind her back, a sweet smile on her face. Hello, my name is Wang Yu, mental strength level 5. Mu Guang nodded to her. Hello, just call me Mu Guang, mental strength level 4 peak. This Wang Yu is already the second level 5 at Grand Military Academy, terrifying. Hey, why send Mu Guang? Can he win? If we don't send Mu Guang, there's no one else. Recta's only has Qin Shushua and Yuan Yao left. We can't send the support, haha. Recta's second defeat caused the audience's emotions to fluctuate again. Especially since Grand sent out their second level 5 contestant. Did anyone figure out what Wang Yu's skill effect was? I didn't understand. It was probably something like an illusion. This type of illusion ability is the hardest to break. Sending Mu Guang to Recta's is probably a waste of time. It's just like sending Yuan Yao. It's safe to say that almost no one had high hopes for Mu Guang. Even Yan Zitao and Qin Shushua in the audience weren't that confident. The third round of 1v1 elimination matches begins now. Song Yaya didn't act immediately, but instead smiled and asked Mu Guang, brother seems much more composed than that one before. Logically, having such a beautiful woman offer praise would surely make everyone a little overjoyed. But Mu Guang remained completely unmoved. His boundless eyes calmly fixed on Song Yaya, then he swiftly made a hand gesture. Before Song Yaya could react, the golden Shaoshan cauldron appeared above her head. The cauldron resounds, the Shaoshan curse. Mu Guang spread his arms, a resolute glint in his eyes, and pressed his palms down. Golden light shone forth, the entire arena seemingly enveloped in Buddhist light. Song Yaya finally snapped out of her daze. The smile on her face vanished instantly. She snorted coldly, bit her lower lip hard, and raised her hand to wave forward. A fragrant, exotic floral scent spread out along with it. But this time, things didn't go as smoothly as she had expected. A few seconds later, Song Yaya's expression froze, her beautiful brows furrowing as she warily stared at Mu Guang. You can actually break my illusion? Just ignore you. Mu Guang smiled gently. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again, manipulating the Shaoshan cauldron to strike. The Shaoshan curse he had just used did indeed have the effect of dispelling illusions. But the more crucial factor was the phrase Song Yaya uttered before each attack. If one observed closely, one could see that before her attack in the previous match, Song Yaya had deliberately said to Wei Zixuan, "Sister doesn't hold back." Normally, even if the opponent's ability had an illusion effect, Wei Zixuan wouldn't have fallen so completely under its spell. But the difference was that her words clearly carried a provocative tone. Therefore, Mu Guang deduced that Song Yaya said those words to provoke Wei Zixuan's emotional reaction, and her illusion techniques were probably related to this. Quite clever, figuring it out so quickly. Song Yaya chuckled, no longer wasting words, quickly composed herself, and kicked at the flying Shaoshan Ding. Clang! Shaoshan Ding was sent flying, and Song Yaya's body was also propelled backward by the force of the kick. Wang Yu's physical strength is so strong. Isn't her ability an illusion-type ability? To have such close combat ability is too monstrous. Sigh, I feel like Mu Guang still has a hard time winning. Shaoshan Ding flew towards her again. Song Yaya's face darkened, and she kicked again. The strange flowers and plants beneath her feet instantly spread over Shaoshan Ding, completely enveloping him. But even so, you still can't beat me, Song Yaya added confidently. Mu Guang remained calm, his hands quickly forming hand gestures, silently chanting a spell. Suddenly, Shaoshan Ding, completely enveloped by the strange flowers and plants, emitted a brilliant golden light. A crimson gold light shone through the gaps in the flowers and plants. Song Yaya sensed something was wrong, her brows furrowing rapidly. She clasped her hands together, her spiritual energy surging towards the flowers and plants enveloping the Shaoshan cauldron. All things grow. This was a binding control skill, capable of temporarily restraining something, preventing its movement and bursts of power. With her spiritual energy level higher than Mu Guang's, this skill was practically invincible. However, she underestimated Mu Guang's power. Holy light of the cauldron, shatter all thoughts. With Mu Guang's low shout, terrifying power erupted from within the Shaoshan cauldron. The powerful golden light instantly illuminated the entire area, snapping and falling the seemingly resilient layer of strange flowers and plants to the ground. The beam of golden light shot straight towards Song Yaya. Sensing the danger, The referee swiftly intervened, rescuing Song Yaya and tossing her off the ring. As he did so, he announced, Rectus wins this match. The arena fell silent. Many spectators stared in disbelief at Mu Guang on the ring, seemingly unable to comprehend the astonishing power that Mu Guang, usually so gentle, could unleash. A few seconds later, murmurs of discussion began to circulate. What was that move Mu Guang just used? I don't think I ever seen him use it before. It looked pretty powerful. Wang Yu on the other side is a 5th-tier fighter. She couldn't possibly withstand that move. Sigh, the 5 major military academies are indeed the 5 major military academies. In critical moments, they always unleash unimaginable strength. Mu Guang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to Song Yaya, who had already stepped off the stage. Thank you for your humility. Song Yaya frowned, staring at Mu Guang with a puzzled look. Was that move you just used a self-created skill? A smile appeared on Mu Guang's face. Yes. All of Mu Guang's skill effects had been demonstrated in the previous exhibition match, but that move was the first time anyone present had seen it. Even Yu Wanyao and Su Jintang were surprised, until Mu Guang stepped off the stage and returned to the team waiting area. Yu Wanyao and the others curiously gathered around. Brother Mu, when did you develop that skill? Why didn't you mention it to us? Qin Shushua was the first to ask. Yen Zitao nodded, his eyes full of curiosity. That skill is amazing. I feel like I couldn't even withstand it. Mu Guang smiled slightly. I only recently developed it. I didn't think it was a big deal, so I didn't mention it to you guys. I didn't expect it to come in handy this time. In the entire Lecta's military academy, only Su Jintang and Jiang Shi possessed self-created skills, and now Mu Guang had joined them. Yu Wanao looked at Mu Guang with some relief, happy for him. She stepped forward and patted Mu Guang on the shoulder. In the next match, Grand Military Academy will most likely send that support character to wear down your mental energy, but winning shouldn't be a problem. Mu Guang nodded and said, dealing with that support character shouldn't be a problem. Soon, the intermission ended, and Mu Guang and the 4th member sent by Grand Military Academy took to the stage simultaneously. Chapter 243. The 1v1 duel begins now. At the referee's command, both fighters attack simultaneously. The opposing support had few offensive methods, relying solely on their magical whip. Even so, they couldn't withstand Mu Guang's attacks. After only a few rounds, the Grand Military Academy's support player was forced into retreat, ultimately conceding defeat. In this duel, Rectus emerges victorious. Sigh, Rectus still has the upper hand. With Mu Guang, plus Yu Wanyao who hasn't even entered the arena yet, and their support, the 3 of them could wear down Grand's last opponent. Grand did alright, at least they caused Rectus some trouble. To be honest, the 1st military academy is the 1st military academy, they're not so easily provoked. Seeing Rectus turn the tide of the battle again, the atmosphere in the live stream changed dramatically, with Rectus's fans stepping forward to defend him. Boss, with you involved, those 3 on the other side are no match at all, Song Yaya teased, her red lips curving into a slight smile as she fiddled with her fingers. Sure Anyu's eyes were also full of laughter. Why bother? Our goal has never been just to fight for that meaningless championship. With that, he composed himself, walked to the ring, and raised his hand to the referee, indicating, we concede the next match. Rectus had 3 players left, while Grand Military Academy only had 1. The situation was clearly unfavorable, so Grand's conceding was understandable. The referee didn't think much of it, and immediately announced, Rectus Military Academy wins this preliminary match. Rectus gained another point, propelling them into the top 50 of the team rankings. Su Jintang, who had watched the entire match, stroked her chin, lost in thought for a long time. Squad leader? Aren't you leaving? Yin Yuding called to her. Su Jintang snapped out of her reverie, stood up, and replied, let's go. This match was quite a close call. Fortunately, Mu Guang's self-created skill caught Grand off guard. Yin Yuding chatted with Jiang Shi beside her. Jiang Shi seemed to have a different opinion. She pursed her lips. The last one left at Grand Military Academy should be their captain. It doesn't make sense that they conceded without even going on stage. Yin Yuding paused. That seems to be the case. After all, this was one of the Federation's major events, attracting nationwide attention. Even if their strength was insufficient, most teams would try their best to win again. Grand Military Academy's conceding was indeed too easy. Never mind, we already won anyway. The more important thing now is to find a way to get a chance to play. I'm going crazy. Song Tianqi said, frantically grabbing his hair. Shui Zhongqi turned to Su Jintang, squad leader. Have you thought of any good ideas? I have an idea, but we need to get Principal Meow and Teacher Zhuang to cooperate. Su Jintang snapped his fingers. Let's go find Teacher Zhuang. Yin Yuding and the others' eyes lit up, and they quickly followed Su Jintang. Another week passed, and the preliminary rounds were nearing their end. During this period, the 5 major military academies clashed with each other several times, but each time they deliberately ended in a draw. On the team overall points ranking, the 5 major military academies had also climbed back into the top 5. Closely following behind were this year's Dark Horses, Grand Military Academy, and Lu Fonting Military Academy. Night fell, and the villa district was eerily quiet. Outside the courtyard of one of the villas, 5 furtive figures huddled together, discussing something. Squad leader, Teacher Zhuang said, "We're ready. We leave at any time, just in time for your call," Song Tianqi said in a low voice. Su Jintang gestured, "Okay, let's go." Yin Yuding's eyes gleamed with excitement. After a moment of exhilaration, she took a deep breath and quickly calmed herself. "Let's go!" Everyone was excited, probably anticipating what they were about to do. Except for Jiangxi, of course. No matter the situation, Jiangxi was always the calmest. 15 minutes later, Su Jintang and his group appeared at the entrance of the Recta's military academy. Yuan Ao and her 4 companions, who had been waiting, greeted them. The 2 groups had barely met and exchanged a few words when a whoosh rang out. "Enemy attack! Everyone be careful!" Qin Shushua shouted, immediately drawing her magical weapon to fight back. The sounds of clanging and banging filled the air. Dazzling skill effects appeared one after another, the air thick with residual power. "Ah!" A piercing scream escaped Wei Zixuan's lips. He then collapsed to the ground in an exaggerated pose, seemingly lifeless. Qin Shushua and Yan Zitao exchanged a glance, then screamed in unison before both falling to the ground. After several rounds of intense fighting, Su Jintang unleashed several blizzards of ice blades, the powerful air currents whipping up dust from the ground. A moment later, Yuan Yao and Mu Guang were also struck hard, collapsing to the ground simultaneously lifeless. "Who dares to run wild on Recta's territory?" Zhuang Silin's oppressive voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a powerful force swept in, instantly repelling the men in black. Zhuang Silin, dressed in purple, stood before the school gate, one hand behind her back. A thin layer of spiritual energy swirled around her. The men in black quickly retreated, turning and running without hesitation. Zhuang Silin sneered, raising her hand to unleash another attack. The attacks pursued the men in black along their respective escape routes. "Teacher, I suspect this group is the same one that chased down the 5 military academies participating students before." Yin Yuding immediately rushed to Zhuang Silin to warn her. Zhuang Silin glanced at her, her nod steady. "Understood. I will report this to the military academy leadership." At that moment, the security guards, who had heard the commotion, rushed to the scene. "Get the wounded to the medical room first." That very night, news spread throughout the Federation that the Recta's team members had been ambushed and seriously injured, requiring hospitalization. Good heavens, haven't those guys been caught yet? Why are they active again? Are the injuries serious? What about the rest of the competition? Can they even compete? I thought Recta's had gotten lucky and escaped unscathed, but it seems they haven't escaped the curse of ending up in the medical room. This awful thing keeps happening one after another. I was hoping to see Recta's compete. This doesn't feel good. I heard from insiders that the seriously injured members of Recta's are all from the official team. They'd likely have to use substitutes in the later matches. Sigh, how can the substitutes compare to the official team? Meanwhile, at the Federation headquarters, it was late at night, and leaders at all levels were supposed to be resting. But as soon as the attack on the Recta's team members occurred, Miao Mingji rushed to the federal headquarters. "Commander Jing, and all the leaders, we agreed to continue the league because we trusted the Federation's ability to protect these children. But now is the most crucial time of the league. The knockout stage is just around the corner, and a slight mistake could result in our entire team being eliminated. Yet, all our official team members have been attacked, and their injuries are still unclear. Tell me, what should we do?" Miao Mingji stated the situation righteously and sternly. The leaders at all levels, already sleepless, immediately felt a headache coming on after hearing Miao Mingji's long and rambling explanation. One of the more senior leaders rubbed his temples, looked up, and softly comforted her. "Principal Miao, the Federation has been investigating this matter with all its might, but those people are just too vigilant, and we simply can't find a breakthrough. This is a situation no one wanted to see, but it's already happened, and nothing we say can change it. Let's think of ways to remedy the situation first." Remedy? Miao Mingji looked grief-stricken. How can we remedy it? All the members of our official team, whom we trained for 3 years, are now seriously injured, their fates unknown. The leaders were even more troubled, and could only look to Jing Hongyi for help. Jing Hongyi's brows were furrowed, his expression even more serious than Miao Mingji's. This matter, he paused, was just an accident. Neither the Federation nor the military academy could have foreseen this, so no one can be blamed. Besides, your school has a reserve team. At this point, Jing Hongyi looked up at Miao Mingji. From what I understand, Rectus's reserve team is quite strong. This incident conveniently gives your school's reserve team a chance to play, so it's a win-win situation. That old fox must have known about their military academy's experimental class all along. He was waiting for her here. Miao Mingji smiled slightly. That's true, but luckily our reserve team isn't bad either. Then let's leave it at that. Jing Hongyi stood up, bringing the impromptu meeting to a close. After the meeting, Miao Mingji and Zhuang Siling got up and left together. After leaving the meeting room, the two exchanged a knowing glance, a smile flashing across their faces simultaneously. This accident stemmed from Su Jintang's arrangement. So far, it seems the arrangement was indeed quite good. The next morning, in the Federal Center's medical room, Yu Wanyao and the others lay on hospital beds, critically ill, still unconscious from yesterday. The beds next door held Su Jintang and his group of 5. Each of them had some scrapes and abrasions, looking quite disheveled. So Yu Wanyao, Wei Zixue and Mu Guang, Yan Zitao, and Qin Shuxue are no longer able to participate in combat for the time being? The League official staff member looked up and asked the medical staff. The medical staff member nodded. These players are in very unstable condition. They have difficulty even walking around, let alone participating in combat. Okay, I understand. The staff member noted the situation down and glanced at Su Jintang's group. What about the other 5? They only suffered some minor injuries. They recover in a couple of days, so it won't have a significant impact. The staff member nodded. All right. He then turned to Zhuang Siling and Miao Mingji, a smile on his face, and bowed respectfully. It's been verified. All 5 members of the Recta's official team are incapacitated. For the upcoming matches, your school can arrange substitute players for rotation. Okay, thanks for your hard work. Miao Mingji replied. That same day, news spread online that Recta's was about to replace its substitutes. Good heavens, is this insane? All 5 regular players are out, and they're going to replace them with 5 substitutes? How are they supposed to play? I bet Recta's would win. What are they trying to do with all this? Recta's regular team had a tough time against Grand Military Academy. If they bring in substitutes, won't they be easily wiped out? Will Recta's fall out of the top 5 military academies? A deluge of doubts flooded in. The main concern stemmed from the game against Grand Military Academy, which had made many people worried about Recta's chances of winning. Now, with all 5 regular players out, this news was like adding insult to injury. The other 4 military academies reacted very differently to the news. In the meeting room of Clifford Military Academy, Chu Er looked utterly dejected, as if he'd just eaten dirt. Recta's really pulled off a brilliant move. 5 official teams went down, and they just replaced them all with substitutes. If we face Recta's in the next match, it won't be easy. Sigh, so many people on the forums are still pessimistic about Recta's. These people have no idea that their substitute team is the strongest. A player sighed softly, shaking his head helplessly. What should we do? Should we do what Recta's did? Someone suggested. Chu Er pondered for a moment. Sure, it'd be best if we came today. Recta's just got ambushed, so it makes sense if we get ambushed too. Chu Er was decisive. After making his decision, he immediately got up to find a military academy instructor to discuss how to get ambushed. So, that very night, the official teams from Clifford Military Academy, Jingwei Military Academy, Imperial Military Academy, and Shiha Alliance Military Academy all suffered a bizarre ambush. Chapter 244. In just 2 days, the participating teams from the 5 major military academies were collectively attacked, and the incident quickly became a hot topic on the forums. What is the Federation doing? Didn't they start investigating the Reform Society gang a while ago? How come these thieves have taken advantage of the situation at this crucial moment in the league? Good heavens, the participating teams from the 5 major military academies have been attacked one after another. How can the subsequent matches proceed? How can they even compete? It seems that all the official team members from the 5 major military academies have been attacked, and they probably have to use reserve teams instead. Sigh, I was hoping to see a thrilling match between the official teams of the 5 major military academies, but now they all been downgraded. Fans and viewers were full of complaints, and they all began to resent the Federation. Soon, the final day of the qualifiers arrived. Because Yu Wanyao and the others were still seriously injured, Su Jintang and his group of 5 had to substitute for them in the final day's matches. As soon as the league venue opened, Su Jintang and his group of 5 strode in. The 5 players, all dressed in Lecta's school uniforms, stood tall and imposing, their presence causing staff to instinctively move aside and make way for them. Only after the 5 figures disappeared from sight did a staff member scratch his head in bewilderment. How come Lecta's substitutes are even more arrogant than the official team? Half an hour later, the audience began to enter. The other military academy teams also arrived at their rest areas and began preparing for the competition. Hey, what a coincidence, you guys are also using substitutes. Chu Er walked towards the Lecta's team's rest area with a smile, teasing Su Jintang. Su Jintang naturally returned his smile. It's all fate. Who would have thought that overnight, all 5 major military academies would be using substitutes? Chu Er's lips curved into a wider smile. Isn't it all those thieves' fault? If it weren't for them, the 5 major military academies wouldn't be in this state. Indeed, it's all those thieves' fault. Su Jintang nodded earnestly. Soon after, the preliminary matches began in the arena. Currently, Rectus has participated in all 10 rounds of matches, winning 8 and drawing 2. The 2 draws were against the other 4 military academies, who voluntarily conceded. On the team overall rankings, Rectus is currently in 3rd place. The top 2 are Shiha Alliance Military Academy and Imperial Military Academy. These 2 teams were lucky, only being matched against each other once by the 5 major military academies, resulting in only 1 draw and a perfect record in all other matches, giving them a 1-point lead over Rectus. Squad leader, so we don't need to play today, can we just watch the matches? Yan Yuding leaned over. Su Jintang popped a fig into his mouth. I'm mainly here to show my face today. The preliminary rounds only require playing 10 matches, then the total points are calculated for ranking. Right now, their points are definitely in the top 200, so today they just watch the excitement and wait for the final announcement of the team's advancement. The morning's matches were mostly minor skirmishes between smaller military academies, not very exciting. Su Jintang and his friends were getting drowsy, their heads swaying from side to side, clearly about to fall asleep. Athel number 3, Grand Military Academy versus Green Sail Vine Military Academy. The referee suddenly announced. The previously quiet scene instantly erupted like boiling water. 2 dark horse teams have been matched up. This is going to be interesting, ha ha ha. Damn, it's really hard to say who's better between these 2. This match is even more interesting than the 5 major military academies. Grand Military Academy managed to gain the upper hand against Rectus before, so if you ask me, they're definitely stronger than Green Sail Vine. The discussion was lively, as the Grand Military Academy and Green Sail Vine Military Academy teams stepped onto the arena. Now, the random matchmaking draw for the 2 teams will begin. The referee's words had barely finished when a light screen popped up behind him. The text on the screen began to flash and jump, settling on a 3v3 team battle after 2 seconds. Shiranyu turned to look at his teammates behind him, raising an eyebrow in a gesture. Everyone immediately understood his meaning and nodded. We concede? Shiranyu raised his hand to the referee. The referee was taken aback, looking at Shiranyu with a serious expression. The match hasn't even started yet. Are you sure you want to forfeit? Yes. Shiranyu answered without hesitation. The other team members behind him clearly had no objections, following Shiranyu's instructions completely. The 5 members of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy opposite them glanced in surprise, but strangely, upon hearing Shiranyu concede, they didn't show any particular joy. Su Jintang, noticing this, fell into deep thought. Green Sail Vine Military Academy wins this match. After the referee's announcement, the audience gasped. What? They conceded without even fighting? Grand Military Academy is no good either. They did the same thing against Rectus before. They still had a chance in the last match, but they conceded without even fighting. I thought Grand Military Academy had some strength, but they conceded without even fighting. That's so pathetic. The 2 teams slowly walked off the stage. Faced with the jeers and chatter of the audience, Shiranyu and his group remained completely unaffected, maintaining their calm and collected demeanor. The Green Sail Military Academy team seemed equally confused by Grand's voluntary surrender. Their captain kept staring at Shiranyu and his group, scrutinizing them for a while without discerning anything, before finally looking away. What's going on with Grand Military Academy? They surrendered without even fighting a single match? Yan Yuding asked, puzzled. Song Tianqi leaned back in his chair, legs crossed. Sai, if you're not good enough, just admit defeat. How could you not be good enough? Shui Zhengqi retorted. Grand was evenly matched with Wanyao and the others, so their strength shouldn't be too far behind Green Sail Military Academy. They're clearly capable. Yan Yuding nodded. I think so too. That's why it's so strange. Grand Military Academy really doesn't play by the rules. Other military academy teams would definitely try to perform better in the league. But the Grand Military Academy team seemed to have no such intention. Night fell, and the preliminary rounds came to a close. After 14 days of fierce competition, the rankings of the more than 700 participating military academy teams have undergone a dramatic change. Now let's take a look at the current rankings. Qin Tiangang stood on the central arena, revealing the leaderboard behind him. A light screen projected down from the very top of the venue, stretching over 20 meters from top to bottom, displaying the names of each team. The screen rapidly switched images, changing the team names with each transition, until the rankings of all teams were displayed. Sigh, we didn't make it. But at least we improved by 10 places compared to last year. Now we're 230. We made it. We qualified at exactly 199th. A little over 100 is barely enough. Hopefully we can hold out longer in the knockout stage. In the team rest area, some were happy, some were sad. Qin Tiangang, with his hands behind his back, calmly announced, this preliminary stage of the competition is now over. The top 200 teams will automatically advance to the next round of the knockout stage. The league will resume in a week. After announcing this, Qin Tiangang jumped off the stage, turned and walked towards the rest area, quickly disappearing from the scene. Song Tianqi stretched, hey, now it's our turn to perform. Let's be careful, after all, the knockout stage is coming up. A slight mistake could easily lead to an accident. The series of events had taught Yan Yuding to be more rational. Shui Zhengqi nodded, yes, the intensity of the knockout stage will definitely increase exponentially. Su Jintang and Jiangxi exchanged a glance, both understanding each other perfectly, and without saying much, quickly walked side by side towards the exit of the rest area. The preliminary rounds concluded. The rankings of each military academy team quickly spread across the StarNet. Rectas was truly dejected. They had actually fallen to third place in the preliminary rounds. They only fell to third place after 2 draws, and the preliminary rounds are just the beginning, they don't represent the final result. Sai, haven't you heard? All 5 members of Recta's official team are seriously injured. They can only send substitutes to the knockout stage. Speaking of which, the 5 major military academies were also unlucky. They were all ambushed and seriously injured overnight. Many players now need to be substitutes. Won't all the positions at the 5 major military academies be changed this year? Inside the villa dormitory, on the 2nd floor training ground. Holy crap! Was Sister Shi's attack that terrifying? Song Tianqi, knocked off the stage, clutched his head in horror, still feeling a strong sense of his soul being torn apart. Jiangxi, holding the rocket launcher in one hand, calmly explained, this move is called the single-shot soul-seizing cannon. It inflicts a certain amount of soul damage upon explosion. If the enemy doesn't have soul-based abilities, it's very difficult to defend against. Su Jintang nodded, yeah, I'd taken that attack from her before, and it was indeed impossible to defend against. If it weren't for Brother Long and Thunder Dragon King in her mental sea, she might have been hit too. Song Tianqi shook his head and sighed, ugh, this is insane. We can't beat them. He clapped his hands, stood up, and looked up at Su Jintang, class monitor, why don't you and she form a 2-person practice group? None of us can withstand the damage from your attacks. Su Jintang had now reached level 6. Her newly developed skill effect was called Frost Blast, and judging from the name, it was a large-scale explosive damage effect. So far, no one in their team had personally withstood this attack. Sure, shall we give it a try? Su Jintang looked up at Jiangxi, raising an eyebrow. Jiangxi picked up the rocket launcher in her hand and slung it over her shoulder. Okay. Half a minute later, Su Jintang and Jiangxi stood facing each other on the arena. The protective shield around them slowly rose. The battle was about to begin. Frost Blast, a large-scale explosive attack condensed from the essence of ice. A blindingly bright, icy blue light flashed instantly in Su Jintang's palm, and an irresistible force rapidly gathered around her. Jiangxi's gaze gradually turned serious, and she gripped the rocket launcher even tighter. Chapter 245. Song Tianqi, watching from below the arena, felt the energy overflowing from the protective shield and clicked his tongue. Letting them fight each other was definitely the best choice. Sigh, with that attack damage, I couldn't even withstand one hit. I'd be down instantly, Shui Zhongqi said tactfully. Yin Yuting stroked his chin, lost in thought. So, who will win, the class monitor or Sister Shi? As they discussed this, the sparring between the two on the stage reached its climax. The frost blast and the single-pistol soul-sealing cannon collided, the frigid air rapidly evaporating under the intense heat, turning into a mist. Then a loud bang resounded. Powerful air currents rippled outwards from the center of their attacks. Su Jintang and Jiang Shi were simultaneously knocked back and fell off the stage. It's a draw, Song Tianqi exclaimed in surprise. Shui Zhengqi and Yin Yuting exchanged a glance, both showing surprise in each other's eyes. You haven't used your full strength yet? Jiang Shi asked, looking up at Su Jintang. Su Jintang smiled back. You haven't used your full strength either. This exchange made them both understand each other's strength and trump cards. Although no real winner had been decided, they had gained a general understanding of each other. Damn, even after all this, you two haven't used your full strength? Song Tianqi explained incredulously. Well, isn't this their usual routine? Shui Zhongqi, already used to it, quickly turned and went upstairs fanning himself. Yin Yuting stepped forward and patted Song Tianqi on the shoulder. Keep trying. Spurred on by the two, Song Tianqi's enthusiasm was fully ignited. He clenched his fists tightly. I have to cultivate to the 5th level as soon as possible. In the days leading up to the elimination rounds, all the advancing military academy teams began training intensively. Losing one match in the preliminaries wouldn't have a big impact, but losing one match in the elimination rounds would mean immediate elimination, and the pressure in the following matches would only increase. Jintang, I heard about the attack on the Recta's official team. You're playing as a substitute this time. The pressure and responsibility are equally heavy. Your teacher is proud of you, but also worried about you. Jiang Lu, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time, suddenly called via video call. Su Jintang nodded obediently. Yes, Lao Lu, don't worry, we're prepared to fight to the death. Good. You truly are a student I, Jiang Lu, have trained. This opportunity to compete for Rectas is truly rare, you must cherish it. If you can achieve a good ranking, you might be assigned to work for the Federal Bureau after graduation. That's a great job. Jiang Lu gave him many instructions, and it was clear he genuinely cared about Su Jintang's future. Feeling the other's concern, Su Jintang patiently responded occasionally. Alright, I won't take up any more of your training time. I definitely watched the live stream on the day of your competition. Tickets for the league matches were scarce and expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary people like Jiang Lu. He could only watch the live stream occasionally to satisfy his craving. Su Jintang replied, okay. After hanging up, Su Jintang thought for a moment and quickly sent a message to Zhuang Silin, wanting to help Jiang Lu get some league tickets. A moment later, Zhuang Silin replied, the elimination round tickets have all been distributed. I asked the staff for some semi-final and final tickets, and I give them to you then. Time flew by. The day of the elimination rounds arrived quickly. The audience members, who had already entered the stadium, began whispering among themselves. This elimination round is definitely going to be interesting. The Recta's official team is still unconscious, so they can only send in substitutes. With 5 substitute teams, their strength will definitely be weaker. I wonder if they can hold out until the official team wakes up. The 5 major military academies are really in trouble this time. Almost all of them have been replaced by substitute teams. If you ask me, you still don't understand the 5 major military academies. They stood strong for so many years, how could they not be prepared? The substitutes they arranged are definitely not weak either. 2 minutes later, the lights in the stadium suddenly flashed. Then, Qin Tiangang, the host, appeared on the number 1 arena in the center. After fierce competition in the preliminary rounds, a total of 200 military academy teams have advanced to the knockout stage. The knockout stage rules stipulate that all teams will compete in a best-of-3 format, consisting of 3 rounds, a 1v1 elimination match, a 3v3 team battle, and a 5v5 team battle. The losing team after the 3 rounds is immediately eliminated. The knockout stage is certainly exciting. Losing means instant elimination. Every single round requires giving it your all. So, this is going to be quite an eventful event. Many of the 5 major military academies have fielded substitutes this time. It remains to be seen how strong they will be. I investigated the identities of all 5 substitutes for Rectas. Guess what I found? What's the point of this lawsuit? Those 3's information was already all over the internet. Class monitor, these people online are so arrogant. They actually doxed all of your personal information. Song Tianqi said, hands on his hips, his face flushed with anger. It's fine if they dug it out. It's not accurate information anyway. Su Jintang remained unaffected, continuing to rest in his chair. Yin Yuding, sitting beside him, rubbed his temples, saying with a headache, the information these people dug out shows that the class monitor is a supportability user. This information is so outdated. Since Su Jintang, Shui Zhongqi, and Yin Yuding all participated in the All-Starfield joint examination, their identities were easily found. However, because Recta's subsequent secrecy was so effective, outsiders knew very little about the progress of their subsequent development. Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi were both secretly recruited into Recta's. Their information was completely undetected, and no one online could uncover it. These people are really too cunning, squad leader. Song Tianqi shook his head and sighed. The event continued. After the rules of the elimination rounds were read out, the arena beneath Qin Tingdong's feet slowly rose, hovering in mid-air before stopping. He surveyed the entire arena and continued, the Military Academy League, as a major event of the Federation, has always attracted much attention. This elimination round has specially invited leaders from various federal bureaus and the principals of the 5 major military academies as special guests. During the competition, they will pay attention to the potential and development of each contestant's abilities. Whether or not a contestant can gain their favor depends on their own performance. Next, please welcome the leaders to take their seats. The stage lights shone on the crystal box above the audience seating area. The entire box was made of transparent crystal, and somehow, it seemed to float lightly above the venue. Several chairs were placed inside, for the leaders to rest. My God! It's Commander-in-Chief Jing Hongyi. He actually came during the elimination rounds? The leaders of several key federal bureaus are all here. Is this elimination round so highly anticipated? The principals of the 5 major military academies are all present. It's truly rare to see so many important figures gathered together. Several leaders and the principal quickly took their seats in the crystal VIP box. The audience below continued to stare in amazement at the various levels of leadership. Until Qin Tiangang announced, based on the team rankings during the preliminary rounds, the top 5 teams in the knockout stage will be automatically assigned to 5 different competition zones. The remaining teams will be randomly matched. Each competition zone has 2 qualifying spots. Only the team that remains until the end will secure one. Now I declare the knockout stage officially open. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 display screens rose behind Qin Tiangang. The team names on each screen flashed and changed continuously until the countdown ended, at which point everything froze. The names of the 5 major military academies were each displayed at the top of their respective screens, below which were the randomly matched teams from other military academies. Recta's ranked 3rd in points, so they were automatically assigned to Competition Zone 3. What excited the audience was that the recently popular Green Sail Military Academy team and Grand Military Academy team had also been assigned to Region 3. This is going to be interesting. Each region only has 2 qualifying spots. Let's see how these 3 teams compete. If Recta's gets squeezed out by these 2 Dark Horse teams, that would be hilarious. Surely not. Didn't Grand lose to Recta's last time? That was Recta's official team. Now they replaced all their players with substitutes. Their strength is uncertain. Su Jintang spread his hands and turned to Song Tianqi and the others. Our region is getting lively. A lively atmosphere is good, otherwise, it'd be boring to fight. Song Tianqi wasn't afraid at all, his hands clenched into fists, looking ready to fight at any moment. Yin Yuding, also looking expectant, flexed her wrists. A lively atmosphere is great. It's more interesting when it's lively. Shui Zhongqi spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, and shouted, let the excitement get even more intense. Clearly, these people had been holding back for a long time. Facing the threat of the 2 Dark Horse teams, they showed no fear, but rather a full-on, aggressive attitude. Jiang Shi's gaze swept calmly over the team rosters of Division 3. She didn't say a word, but her composed expression showed that everything was under control. Red Lotus Splendor. The boy in the white t-shirt kicked his opponent off the stage, ultimately winning the match. He raised his hands high, basking in the cheers and applause befitting a victor. On the judge's stand, a subtle, enigmatic smile appeared on Jing Hongyi's face as he lightly stroked the armrest of his chair. Young people are still full of energy. The branch bureau leader beside him, sensing the underlying meaning in his words, quickly leaned forward and replied, but ultimately, they can't compare to the composure accumulated by the commander over so many years of experience. Young people are still a bit too impetuous. Jing Hongyi seemed pleased with this comment, his body gradually relaxing as he leaned back in his chair. Let's see. Several branch bureau leaders nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. To ensure the efficiency of the competition, the elimination rounds continued with 5 arenas simultaneously hosting matches. At this moment, the Central Arena, number 1, had just finished its battle. Relevant staff were urgently repairing the several large craters that had just been created. At the same time, the display screen above the arena showed the 2 teams to face off in the next match. Recta's Military Academy vs. Yamazaki Military Academy. Chapter 246. The referee on the arena reiterated the rules. The elimination tournament consists of 3 rounds, best of 3. The first round is a 1v1 individual battle. Each team must randomly send 1 member to the arena each round. The winning member continues to defend their title. The losing team is eliminated, and their team must send a new member to challenge. The team that remains on the arena until the very end is the winner. What's the background of this Yamazaki Military Academy? How strong are they? Never heard of them, they don't seem particularly strong. TSK. Finally we can see the strength of the Recta's substitute team. Then, the display screen on Arena 1 showed introductions from both teams. Recta's Military Academy, established for over a century, has held the title of the top military academy for 36 consecutive terms. With formidable strength, it is one of the Federation's unshakable major powers. These were things the audience already knew by heart, so they didn't attract much attention. Soon, the information about Yamazaki Military Academy appeared. Yamazaki Military Academy, established for 42 years, has consistently ranked in the top 200 of the Military Academy League. Last season, they ranked 176th, their best result ever. Ugh, I thought they were a strong contender, turns out they're at bottom of the barrel. Bad luck, they might have lasted a few more rounds, but now facing Recta's, they're definitely out of luck. Even if Recta's reserve team is terrible, they shouldn't be able to beat a military academy like this. Looks like the outcome is already decided, there's no point in watching. At this moment, the members of Yamazaki Military Academy were already pale with fright. Including their captain, they clenched their fists, looking as if the sky had fallen. Captain, what are we going to do? Our luck is just too bad, we ran into Recta's in the first round. It's over, it's really over. We thought we could try to improve our ranking this year, but... The captain of Yamazaki Military Academy shook his head and sighed. It's fate, we have to accept it. However, even if we lose with honor. At this point, the captain raised his head high. We're prepared to fight with all our might in this match against Recta's. Yes, sir. The team members answered in unison. The atmosphere on Recta's side was much more relaxed. Before Su Jintang could make any arrangements, Song Tianqi volunteered, let me handle the first 1v1. A team like Yamazaki Military Academy was indeed not a threat to Su Jintang and his team. Su Jintang didn't think much of it, and quickly agreed, then you go. However, Su Jintang changed the subject, smiling at Song Tianqi, dealing with Yamazaki Military Academy won't be that difficult. So in this duel, you don't need to reveal too much of your strength. Having trained with Su Jintang for so long, Song Tianqi understood immediately, his squad leader wanted him to maintain some mystery, preparing for the later matches. Understood. With that, Song Tianqi rolled up his sleeves and strode towards Arena number 1. The team members sent by Yamazaki Military Academy also walked towards Arena number 1 at the same time. Half a minute later, both sides stepped onto opposite sides of the arena. Hello, just call me Song Tianqi. Song Tianqi walked confidently to the opposite side, extending his hand with a bright and cheerful smile. The Yamazaki Military Academy member, who had been somewhat nervous, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and returned the smile. Hello, please go easy on me later. You're welcome. I always go easy on you. Song Tianqi patted his shoulder, this straightforward gesture putting his opponent even more at ease. However, once the match officially began, the Yamazaki Military Academy member had just looked up when he saw Song Tianqi charging towards him with a clenched fist. The spiritual energy gathered in his fist overflowed, the sheer power of which was almost irresistible. The Yamazaki Military Academy member's eyes widened. Wait. He raised his hand and retreated, trying to interrupt Song Tianqi's charge. But Song Tianqi, his fighting spirit already ignited, was completely deaf to any external sounds. Bang! With one punch, the Yamazaki Military Academy member's body flew out of the ring in a parabolic arc, without even a chance to struggle. The referee in charge of the match was also taken aback, glancing at the time. Less than a minute had passed since the match began. After a moment's hesitation, the referee announced the result. In this 1v1 duel, Recta's Military Academy wins. The audience immediately erupted in cheers. Rectas. Rectas. The victory was no surprise. Song Tianqi raised his hands in response to the audience. During the subsequent halftime break, he sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a meditative state, slowly recovering his mental energy. That seemingly simple punch, thrown just now to show off, actually concentrated nearly a third of his mental energy, all to achieve a one-punch victory. Huh? The Recta's reserve team is actually quite strong. You should check the strength of their opponents. Besides their captain, the highest strength of the other members of Yamazaki Military Academy is only at the peak of the 3rd tier. If they can't even beat the Recta's reserve team, that's really unbelievable. But to be able to defeat an enemy with one punch, their strength must be considerable. This Song Tianqi should also be quite strong in the regular team. Let's see how many rounds he can last by himself. After the match, the Yamazaki Military Academy members, who hadn't yet taken the field, looked flustered. That's terrifying. He defeated Ayu, the 2nd strongest player on our team, with just one punch. Wouldn't it be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot if we went up against him? As expected, Recta's substitute team is no match for us. With that kind of strength, only our captain could probably put up a fight. The captain of Yamazaki Military Academy's face tightened. The only option now is for me to go. If even the captain can't beat them, then we probably have no chance at all. Alright. The captain raised his hand to interrupt them. I go next. If I'm defeated in one move too, then we don't need to continue the rest of the matches. The team members nodded in unison, saying nothing more. However, one of the most common mistakes Yamazaki Military Academy made was that without their teacher's guidance, everyone panicked when facing Song Tianqi, who could win with a single punch. In fact, they could have continued to send other team members into the ring, specifically to wear down Song Tianqi's mental energy. If we wait until the very end and then let the captain play, we might still have a chance to win a game. But being a small military academy, they did indeed provide less guidance and training to their students. Without a supervising teacher, their initial confusion was understandable. Soon, the 20-minute break ended. Song Tianqi took a deep breath, slowly finished his practice, and stood up. At this moment, the captain of Yamazaki Military Academy had also stepped onto the ring. He stood opposite Song Tianqi with a reserved expression, nodding slightly. Hello, I'm Wang Tianchuo, the captain of Yamazaki Military Academy. Hello, Song Tianqi from Recta's Military Academy. He smiled and stepped forward to shake hands. Please both teams return to your respective halves of the playing area, the referee reminded them. The two quickly retreated, and after standing still, the referee announced, the second round of 1v1 duels begins now. Although he wanted to conceal his strength, Wang Tianchuo was certainly not as easy to deal with as his teammate. Song Tianqi used the same tactic, first rushing to the opposite side and landing a punch. After assessing his opponent's approximate strength, Song Tianqi temporarily retreated. There's hope. The captain withstood that punch, exclaimed a member of the Yamazaki Military Academy team. But their joy was short-lived. The situation on the stage instantly reversed. Song Tianqi no longer held back, unleashing punch after punch at Wang Tianchuo, each strike imbued with mental damage. Wang Tianchuo dared not respond directly, forced to constantly dodge and flee around the arena. From this moment on, Wang Tianchuo was at a disadvantage. Blazing Inferno. Almost pushed to the edge of the ring, Wang Tianchuo unleashed his strongest skill. Song Tianqi stopped, watching the flames erupting towards him, and raised an eyebrow. Fire-type ability. With a mere wave of his hand, the sea of fire was instantly extinguished, leaving only a plume of white smoke in the center of the arena. Seeing this, Wang Tianchuo instantly fell into despair. What happened? How could his skill be so easily countered? Taking advantage of his emotional breakdown, Song Tianqi pressed his advantage, clenching his fist again and swiftly unleashing a powerful punch at Wang Tianchuo. This punch was incredibly fast. The still bewildered Wang Tianchuo had no way to dodge. The referee quickly intervened, blocking the attack and simultaneously announcing, in this duel, Recta's Military Academy wins. Wang Tianchuo had no idea that Song Tianqi's Vermilion Bird token possessed a top-tier ability with the bloodline of a fire-type divine beast, giving him an absolute suppressive effect against similar abilities. Moreover, Song Tianqi was slightly superior in mental strength. What the hell? What was that move Song Tianqi used to block Wang Tianchuo? I didn't understand. It seemed like it was over with a simple wave of his hand. Recta's substitute is something else. He's not as weak as we thought. On the ring, Song Tianqi stood with his hands on his hips, back straight, head held high, looking around at the audience. The referee also curiously sized him up. Captain, are you alright? The Yamazaki Military Academy team members swarmed around Wang Tianchuo. Wang Tianchuo finally snapped out of his daze. He shook his head blankly. We lost. That guy's moves were unpredictable. We couldn't possibly withstand him. The team members exchanged glances, all showing expressions of I knew it. Oh well, we didn't have much of a chance against Rectus anyway, one of the team members resignedly said. The others nodded in agreement. Let's concede. With our captain like this, we have even less chance in the upcoming 3v3 and 5v5 team battles. A few minutes later, the referee raised his hand and announced, Yamazaki Military Academy has voluntarily conceded. Rectus wins this round of the elimination tournament and advances to the next stage. The cheers from the audience grew even louder, filling the entire arena. Rectus. Rectus. Chapter 247. Inside the Federal Intensive Care Unit. Yu Yao and the others lay half reclined on their respective hospital beds, each holding a freshly picked Bodhi fruit, munching on it, while watching the live broadcast of the Military Academy League match. TSK. Song Tianqi has stolen all the limelight. Wei Zixuan held his head in his hands, clicking his tongue in amazement. Yin Zitao shook his head with a smile. It's mainly because he's skilled. If I were on the field, I couldn't fake it like that. Their team had previously played training matches against the experimental class, losing almost every game, with very few chances of winning. This was the main reason they were willing to cover for the experimental class later. Sigh, the problem is, how long do we have to pretend to be sick? Qin Shushu aside, looking up. Ever since the 5 of them were ambushed and seriously injured, they've been lying in the medical room every day, not even seeing a sliver of sunlight. If this continued, their heads would grow mold. Just bear with it, we make it to the finals. Mu Guang comforted them with a gentle smile. After the elimination rounds, the audience's doubts about the Rectus substitute team lessened somewhat, and they began to focus their attention on Song Tianqi. Strange, I inquired through every channel and information network, but I haven't found any news related to Song Tianqi. That shouldn't be the case. Such tight security regarding his identity can only have one explanation. Rectus has intervened to block all information related to him. But someone who can command such a level of protection from Rectus can't just be an ordinary student. I understand. Could this Song Tianqi be Rectus's true hidden trump card? Bro, I think you may have guessed it right. The battle video of Song Tianqi defeating the enemy with one move has been continuously forwarded and watched. In just one night, the name Song Tianqi became popular all over the Star Network. Everyone is guessing that he is the most powerful person in the new generation of Lectus. Don't ask who I am, because I am just a legend. Song Tianqi put one hand on his hips and flipped his bangs on his forehead with the other hand, looking so sullen that he really deserved a beating. Shui Zhongqi couldn't bear it anymore and stood up and slapped him on the fan. Okay, how dare you to be so arrogant in front of the squad leader and Sister Shuri? When these two names were mentioned, Song Tianqi finally restrained himself. He coughed lightly, immediately regaining his serious expression, and turned to Su Jintang, class monitor. What are the arrangements for the later matches? The opponents in the first few rounds of the elimination tournament shouldn't be too strong, so feel free to play however you like. Su Jintang stretched. I'm going to cultivate. Back in his room, Su Jintang locked the doors and windows, sat cross-legged, and quickly entered a meditative state. The demon beast world seems rather unsettled lately. The leaders of several major demon beast tribes are secretly meeting. I wonder what they're plotting. The Thunder Dragon King's voice suddenly rang out. The Ice Soul Dragon hummed in agreement. The conflict between humans and demonic beasts has been building up for so many years. It's about time interrupted. What do you mean? Su Jintang was drawn in by their conversation. Another war? The leaders of those demonic beast tribes have indeed been too active. They seem restless. Within the current Federation system that humans have built, there are countless strong individuals. The demonic beasts might not be able to defeat them. If they launch a forced attack, it will only result in mutual destruction, which is not beneficial to either side. Ice Soul Dragon added. Thunder Dragon King. So it's not certain a fight will break out. Su Jintang pursed her lips, lost in thought. Judging from what these two were saying, there had been frequent disturbances in the demon beast world recently. Considering the various crimes committed by the Reformed Society some time ago, and the repeated attacks on the 5 military academies' participating members, there had indeed been quite a few unexpected events lately. Second day of the elimination rounds. Athel number 5, Rectus Military Academy versus Ice River Military Academy. Both teams please prepare, the referee announced. A cacophony of voices immediately rose from the surrounding stands. This Ice River Military Academy seems to have some pedigree. Yeah, their academy was in the top 50 several years ago, enjoying immense prestige, but then they somehow declined. Last season, their ranking was only around 100th. Found it, they're 106th. Then, their strength should be decent, but compared to Recta's, they're not even close. Song Tianqi's strong performance in the previous elimination round had left a deep impression on the audience. So, upon hearing that it was a Recta's match, the audience both in the arena and in the live broadcast room shifted their attention, focusing entirely on the broadcast screen at arena number 5. The elimination rounds were a best-of-3 format, with the first round being a 3v3 team battle. In the Recta's team's rest area, Su Jintang glanced at the people behind him. Who wants to go? Let's follow the squad leader's instructions. Yan Yuding immediately replied. The easy victory against Yamazaki Military Academy was mainly due to the opponent's lack of combat experience. In addition, the opponent was intimidated by the name of Lectas, which led to Song Tianqi single-handedly defeating the opponent. But this time, the Ice River Military Academy seems to have some backing. It's unlikely they win as easily as they did last time. Su Jintang pondered for a moment. Song Tianqi, Shui Zhongqi, and Sister Shi, let's go. The 3v3 team battle format in the league is slightly different from the superpowered individuals tournament. Within the entire competition, the 3v3 team battle also adopts a best-of-3 format. Each round requires 3 players to be on the field, and the lineup cannot be the same in each round. For example, if Song Tianqi, Shui Zhongqi, and Jiang Shi are on the field this time, then 1 or 2 players must be replaced in the next round, and so on. However, if Recta's wins the first 2 rounds, then there's no need to play the third round. Yes. Song Tianqi answered loudly, his arms straight at his sides, back upright. Shui Zhongqi and Jiang Shi exchanged a glance, neither saying a word, only nodding. The waiting time ended, and each team sent 3 members onto the stage. In the Ice River Military Academy team's rest area, the captain, with silver hair and arms crossed, wore an arrogant expression on his thin, pale face. He looked at arena number 5 and smirked. Those guys from Yamazaki Military Academy are useless. They didn't even bother to find out. The Recta's substitute team has 3 support abilities. With that kind of setup, even the other 2, no matter how strong, can't carry them. Captain 1, but that's Recta's after all. Even with 3 support abilities, they're all formidable. And I heard that Su Jintang even got first place in the All-Starfield joint examination, a teammate said cautiously. When Russia sneered, she got first place entirely by shamelessly using a sneak attack. I already inquired. Su Jintang's ability is domain slowing. Domain-type abilities are indeed rare, but it's just a support ability. Even if it's powerful, it's nothing special. What's so scary about it? Upon hearing this, a bold idea began to form in the team members' minds. So, according to Captain 1, could we possibly have a chance to beat Recta's? Of course, no matter what, Recta's holds the title of the top military academy. If we can defeat them, how much honor and fame would that bring? How much attention would it garner for our academy? As she said this, when Rushu's excitement was completely undisguised, she seemed to already imagine the scene of defeating Recta's. The team members took a deep breath, suppressing their restless emotions, and looked expectantly towards the arena. At this moment, the 2 teams on the arena had begun their self-introductions. Recta's Song Tianqi, peak 4-tier mental strength. Recta's Shui Zhongqi, 4-tier mental strength. Hearing the introductions, the Ice River Military Academy team breathed a slight sigh of relief. The strongest among them was only at the peak of the 4th tier, which was within their expectations. But this relief was short-lived, immediately interrupted. Recta's Jiang Shi, 6th-tier mental strength. The words fell silent. Until someone came to their senses and stammered, How much? Did I hear that right? 6th-tier mental strength? Holy crap, did she mispronounce it, or did I hear it wrong? How is that possible? This is a military academy league, and it's a group of current military academy students. How could anyone have already reached 6th tier? At this moment, the several important figures sitting in the VIP seats were also taken aback. Jing Hongyi's pupils contracted slightly, and his hand on the handle tightened slightly. After a couple of seconds, he spoke. As expected of Recta's, they actually secretly cultivated such talent. The emphasis on secretly cultivated was clearly detrimental to Recta's, making them seem petty, deliberately concealing their talent from the Federation. Miao Mingji smiled slightly, and immediately replied, it wasn't specifically secret cultivation. This child was specially recruited into Recta's by us. Her talent is indeed remarkable, and her cultivation speed far surpasses that of her peers. However, We were afraid that her talent would make her arrogant and affect her character. Therefore, we always had her act discreetly, mainly to temper her temperament. The other leaders turned to look, their faces all revealing surprise and admiration. Principal Miao really kept this a secret well hidden. We old folks didn't hear a thing. This Jiangxi is probably only 19, a 6th level cultivator at 19. His cultivation talent is almost catching up to that kid from the Gu family. Yeah, that freak Gu Xiuwen already made us feel ashamed, and now there's another little freak. Miao Mingji was naturally pleased, but outwardly, he remained humble and cautious in front of these leaders, answering every question flawlessly. 6th level? A member of the Ice River Military Academy team's rest area stammered, repeating the question. When Rushu, standing beside him, was no longer as arrogant as before. Her brows furrowed tightly, her face filled with disbelief. How could someone be at the 6th level? He had already calculated that 3 of the 5 players on the Recta's substitute team were support players, meaning that even if the other 2 were 5th-tier experts, they would struggle to carry the team. Therefore, team battles were key to their chances of defeating Rectas. But he never expected that Rectas would have a 6th-tier player. Both teams, please return to your respective halves of the field and prepare for the start of the duel. After the referee's announcement, he leaped into the air and, upon landing on the hovering sphere, glanced at Jiangxi a couple more times. A 6th-tier player at 19 was indeed rare. Upon hearing that Jiangxi was a 6th-tier player, the 3 from Ice River Military Academy were stunned. The strongest of the 3 of them was only at the peak of the 4th tier, completely outmatched by a 6th-tier player. How could they possibly fight? Recta's Military Academy versus Ice River Military Academy. The first 3v3 team battle begins now. The referee announced. Song Tianqi and Jiangxi instantly charged towards the opposing team. The 2 formed an encirclement around the 3 members of the Ice River Military Academy, flanking them from the left and right. Shui Zhongqi, a fraction of a second slower, was left far behind. He waved and shouted, "Hey! Can you 2 wait for me?" The tense atmosphere of a serious battle instantly vanished with Shui Zhongqi's interruption. Hilarious. Isn't that Shui Zhongqi who's lagging behind? Seems like he has a support ability, yes, but his support ability is no ordinary one, it's star attribute. That powerful? Does that mean he's also an inscription master? Having learned that Rectas has a tier 6 member, the audience already knew the outcome of the match, so now they were mostly just watching the spectacle, and also curious to see what abilities Jiangxi and the other 2 possessed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive thuds echoed, as the 3 members of the Ice River Military Academy didn't even last 2 seconds before being thrown off the stage by Jiangxi with a single punch. With Song Tianqi's cooperation, the small team fight was won quite easily. In this match, Rectas wins. After the referee announced the result, Shui Zhongqi, a half-step slower, rushed to the other side. He was panting heavily, hands on his hips, shaking his head repeatedly. You 2 really didn't wait for me at all. His tone was full of resentment. Song Tianqi walked over and patted Shui Zhongqi's shoulder. We were afraid you'd get tired, so we quickly took care of the enemy first. Shui Zhongqi glanced at him. Do you think I believe that? Jiangxi ignored the 2 of them. Hearing the match was over, he immediately turned and jumped off the stage, heading towards the rest area. Back in the rest area, Su Jintang and Yan Yuding greeted him with smiles. Yan Yuding massaged Jiangxi's shoulders, and Su Jintang patted her back. The 2 worked together to take excellent care of her. So much so that when Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi returned, they immediately wailed, "It's not fair! We want it too!" Su Jintang walked over with a smile, rolled up her sleeves, went behind Song Tianqi, and squeezed his shoulders with both hands. Let you replace you next time, you can rest. Okay, Song Tianqi readily agreed, closing his eyes to enjoy the service from his squad leader. Compared to the cheerful atmosphere on the Lakita's side, the atmosphere among the 5 students from the Ice River Military Academy next door was extremely tense. Captain 1, if they send that 6th-tier player again next time, we simply can't win. Chapter 248. When Rush's feelings were also complicated at this moment. He had originally prepared himself to be the first team to defeat the Recta's team, but then a tier 6 opponent suddenly appeared on the opposing side. Don't panic. When Russia took a deep breath, gradually calming down. The rules for 3v3 team battles stipulate that the lineup cannot be repeated in each round. They have to make substitutions in the next round, which could be an opportunity. The team members, however, weren't so optimistic. They quickly thought of a possibility. The rule is that they only need to substitute 1 player. If Recta substitutes Shui Zhongqi, their support, and then brings in another support, their lineup will still be very strong. When Russia pursed his lips. Their Song Tianqi is only at the peak of tier 4. If I go in, I should be able to hold him off. Their other support isn't a big deal either. As long as we catch our support isolated and take him off the field first, we have a numerical advantage. Then, when I find an opportunity to eliminate Song Tianqi first, and Rectus only has that tier 6 player left, we might have a chance in a 3v1 situation. The previously panicked team members gradually calmed down after hearing his explanation. After a moment of thought, they felt their captain's words made sense. Furthermore, they knew in Rush's strength, he should have the upper hand against Song Tianqi. Therefore, the plan was indeed feasible. The captain is right. Since we're eliminated anyway, if we lose the next match, we might as well fight to the death. Losing isn't shameful, but if we win, we definitely make a fortune. When Russia nodded, yes, that's exactly right. The halftime break ended quickly. The referee reminded both teams to come to the stage to prepare. All eyes were on the Rectus team's rest area, anticipating which 3 players they would field this round. According to everyone's speculation, the most advantageous lineup for Rectus would be to replace Shui Zhongqi, the support player, with another support player, and then have Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi, the 2 main players, continue to lead the team. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yan Yuding, Jiang Shi, and Shui Zhongqi emerged from the rest area. Why did Rectus field 2 support players? This is a match-point game. Ice River Military Academy will definitely field their strongest players. Why is Rectus so arrogant as to field 2 support players? I don't understand. Is this throwing the game for Ice River Military Academy? Or deliberately provoking them? Su Jintang's thinking was simple. Since they had already won 1 game and had a safety net, the player rotation should naturally be evenly distributed. Yan Yuding hadn't played a single match yet, and she was probably itching to get back to it. This time, with Shi holding the fort, it would be good to let her have some fun, so that's how it was arranged. However, the Ice River Military Academy team completely misunderstood. This is an insult. Rectus is so arrogant. He thinks that with a tier 6 player, he can crush us, so he deliberately switched to 2 support players to humiliate us. The team members were filled with extreme grief and indignation. When Russia clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and squeezed out a sentence, "Perfect, their deliberate humiliation gives us an opportunity. When the match starts, I hold Jiang Shi back, you guys take out those 2 support players quickly, and then the 3 of us will work together to deal with Jiang Shi." Yes. The team members' fighting spirit was ignited by this incident. 15 minutes later, both teams stepped onto the arena. When Russia stood at the front, his hands clenched into fists, his expression grave. The 2 team members beside him shared the same expression, their determined gazes burning like flames, clearly prepared for a fight to the death. In contrast, the opposing trio of Rectus seemed quite relaxed. Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi were still chatting, both looking relaxed, their faces full of smiles, seemingly discussing something that made them laugh uncontrollably. Jiang Shi maintained the same indifferent expression throughout, appearing completely devoid of emotion. Sigh, Rectus is indeed arrogant, actually sending 2 support players into the arena. No wonder the Ice River Military Academy team got so angry. This is a complete humiliation. So, do you think Rectus can win this round? With Jiang Shi around, it's definitely a sure win. After all, she's a 6th-tier player. The Ice River Military Academy captain, Wen Rushu, seems to be only at the peak of the 4th tier. There's no comparison. Wen Rushu of the Ice River Military Academy, peak 4th tier mental strength. After the introduction, Wen Rushu's gaze swept over Jiang Shi, secretly clenching her teeth, a fire burning within her. After both teams finished their introductions, the referee stepped back, leaping into the air onto the hovering ball, and then gestured to announce, "The second round of 3v3 small team battles begins now." Yan Yuding quickly retreated, chanting an incantation. With fluctuations in her mental strength, one after another, pineapple buns and taro buns appeared in her hands. Sister Shi, Shui Zhongqi, catch! The pineapple buns increased physical strength and movement speed, and also provided a mental strength recovery effect. The taro bun reduces damage taken by 40% within 1 minute. Jiang Shi caught 2 slices of toast, slowly bringing them to her mouth to savor. Despite her rapid eating speed, her movements were elegant. Shui Zhongqi, on the other hand, wolfed down his food. He quickly stuffed the 2 slices of toast into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a groundhog. Reverse the triple heaven. When Rushu clasped his hands together, making a complex hand gesture. In less than 2 seconds, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing the surrounding air currents to churn. Jiangxi paused, surprised, and looked up at Wenrushu. She could feel Wenrushu's spiritual energy rapidly increasing, seemingly approaching the 5th rank. Listen to the wind's whisper. Another teammate shouted, spreading his arms. An invisible current of wind surged around him, rushing towards Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding. Watch out! Shui Zhongqi dodged the attack, raised his hand to retrieve an attack rune, and several attack blades quickly formed, hurtling towards the 2 members of the Ice River Military Academy. After a single exchange, Wenrushu's rapidly increasing mental energy fluctuation stopped. Wenrushu reopened his eyes, a faint light flashing within them, and a confident smile slowly spread across his lips. He looked up at Jiangxi. Let me test your 6th-tier strength. With that, he swiftly charged forward. Jiangxi raised an eyebrow in surprise. She didn't know what method Wenrushu had used, but in such a short time, his mental energy level had actually risen to the peak of the 5th tier. It's actually a skill effect that forcibly increases mental energy level. The Ice River Military Academy actually had such a hidden trick up their sleeve. Holy crap! He's advanced a whole stage. That's a bit heaven-defying. Looking at it this way, Ice River Military Academy really did have some bad luck. To forcibly raise one's mental strength to the peak of the 5th rank, against a military academy of average strength, a team battle would definitely be a sure win. But unfortunately, this is Rekta's. His 6th rank was achieved through genuine training. Su Jintang leaned back in his chair, observed for a while, and concluded, he probably won't be able to maintain this for long, and this forced increase in mental strength might have significant side effects. Sigh, it's a pity he ran into us, otherwise, with this kind of method, he might have been able to break into the top 50. Song Tianqi shook his head and sighed. Come try my move. Wenrushu's voice was a little hoarse, but his attack didn't weaken at all. Jiangxi also adopted the proper serious attitude, quickly condensing mental energy in her palm, her eyes fixed on Wenrushu, ready to counterattack at any moment. Wenrushu's special ability is electromagnetic wave resonance. A series of crackling electrical sounds filled the air, as Wenrushu's hands coalesced into a magnetic sphere crackling with countless electric arcs. The sphere contained immense, compressed energy, enough to destroy half the arena. Jiangxi didn't hesitate. She immediately channeled her mental energy, conjuring an energy sphere imbued with all her mental power, and hurled it at the opponent. Boom! A barrage of attacks followed as Wenrushu, sphere in hand, charged towards Jiangxi's position. According to his plan, once the duel began, he would hold Jiangxi back. The other team members would work together to quickly eliminate the 2 support characters. The first step of holding Jiangxi back had been successful. But quickly eliminating the 2 support characters caused a major problem. Shui Zhongqi's attack runes rained down relentlessly, forcing the 2 team members to retreat repeatedly, quickly pushing them to the edge of the arena. Not only that, but all sorts of runes, explosion runes, attack stacking runes, and more, were simultaneously unleashed. The explosions were deafening, drowning out the entire arena. We can't let them hold us back like this. We need to find an opportunity to strike. One of the team members reacted quickly, abruptly stopping and then channeling his mental energy. A massive hurricane rapidly formed before him, its power far beyond what an ordinary support could withstand. Shui Zhongqi abandoned his playful attitude, regulated his breathing, and focused his gaze on the nearly formed hurricane, silently reciting an incantation. Starry Realm can absorb enemy attack damage and, after 30 seconds, reflect that damage back to the enemy. Go! The Ice River Military Academy team members controlled the hurricane to attack Shui Zhongqi. At this moment, a huge round mirror appeared before Shui Zhongqi, surrounded by floating starlight. The hurricane gang attacked without hesitation, passing directly through the mirror and disappearing without a trace. The teammate who was waiting to see Shui Zhongqi knocked off the stage was stunned. What's going on? I can't sense the hurricane gang's energy anymore? His other teammate sensed something was amiss and frowned, revealing his trump card. His ability was the Heavenly Wolf Blade. He summoned the Heavenly Wolf Blade and slashed down forcefully at Shui Zhongqi. A shockwave of power appeared out of nowhere and attacked Shui Zhongqi. But the same scene unfolded. The shockwave from the Heavenly Wolf Blade also vanished without a trace after reaching the mirror. It's devouring. There's something wrong with that mirror, shouted a member of the Ice River Military Academy team. The audience quickly realized the strangeness of the situation. All attack damage can be devoured by the round mirror? Is this a skill effect that a support character can possess? This devouring effect must have limitations, otherwise this skill would be too overpowered. It seems the Ice River Military Academy team is in a bit of danger. Won't they be counter-killed by 2 supports? Time ticked by. After realizing the round mirror had a devouring effect, the 2 Ice River Military Academy team members immediately guessed that this devouring effect must have limitations. Both of them simultaneously began to increase their attack frequency. Attack damage after attack was devoured by the round mirror, but Shui Zhongqi was also beginning to struggle. The round mirror's devouring effect certainly had limitations. The stronger the devoured attack damage, the greater the consumption of his mental energy. Now, most of his mental energy had been exhausted from maintaining the round mirror's devouring effect. 5, 4, 3. Shui Zhongqi struggled to maintain his position, the round mirror shielding him, his mental energy rapidly depleting. 2, 1. After silently counting to 30, Shui Zhongqi suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his eyes, a slight smile appearing on his previously tense face, the corners of his lips curving upwards. Now, taste the damage of your own attacks. With that, Shui Zhongqi shouted, controlling all the attacks absorbed into the round mirror, unleashing them upon the 2 members of the Ice River Military Academy. What is this? He's just a support. How can he have such attack methods? The 2 panicked, quickly turning and fleeing. Only when the attacks caught up with them did they realize that these attacks were all the ones they had just unleashed on Shui Zhongqi. Both members of the Ice River Military Academy are eliminated. The match continues. The referee swiftly intervened, saving the 2 and announcing the result. Chapter 249. The arena was deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the battle on arena number 5. Thanks to Shui Zhongqi's counterattack, 2 members of the Ice River Military Academy were unexpectedly eliminated. Only when Russia remained on the stage. Electromagnetic Infinite Wave. When Russia shouted in a hoarse voice, and with a flick of his wrist, crackling arcs of electricity appeared. The damage of this attack was approaching the 6th tier. Indeed very strong, but unfortunately you met us. Jiangxi calmly commented, then conjured another energy ball containing fluctuations of mental energy. In just a few seconds, the energy ball took shape. A glint flashed in Jiangxi's eyes, as he threw the energy ball at Wenrushu's attack. Boom! The energy ball collided with the electromagnetic wave. The impact of the 2 forces instantly forced Wenrushu back to the edge of the arena. He abruptly stopped, about to continue his attack, when he suddenly felt his body bound by something, and was instantly lifted into the air, thrown uncontrollably off the stage. All 3 members of Ice River Military Academy have been eliminated. In this 3v3 team battle, Rekta's Military Academy emerges victorious, the referee announced. Jiangxi immediately withdrew his strength, put down the rocket launcher on his shoulder, turned around, and looked at Yin Yuding. Yin Yuding held a long whip in his hand, with faint arcs of electricity crackling around it. The whip that had just thrown Wenrushu off the stage was this very whip in Yin Yuding's hand, an upgraded version of the Wind Shadow Whip, the Wind and Thunder Whip. The whip, previously only imbued with Wind Attribute Agility, was later enhanced with a Lightning Attribute rune by Su Jin Tang. Now, the whip not only possesses agile combat capabilities, but also boasts powerful Lightning Attribute attacks, making it even more formidable. Lost? How did you lose? Wenrushu only reacted after being thrown off the stage. He turned to his 2 teammates with disbelief. Why did you 2 come down? The 2 from Ice River Military Academy were somewhat embarrassed. One of them cleared his throat, awkwardly explaining, it was Shui Zhongqi from Rekta's. His ability has a devouring and rebounding effect. We fell for his trick and weren't careful, so he eliminated us. Wenrushu's face was full of anger. You're telling me you 2 were eliminated by a support character? Captain, that support skill was just too unexpected. We really weren't prepared, the teammate tried to explain. Captain, please calm down. It really wasn't intentional on their part. We all saw what happened from the audience. That Shui Zhongqi from Rekta's is indeed formidable. The team members, who hadn't yet played, also came over to help explain. Wenrushu gradually calmed down. He knew, of course, that his teammates wouldn't have been eliminated intentionally. The only possibility was that Rekta's support abilities were not to be underestimated, they had simply been too careless. Wenrushu slowly clenched his fist, his entire arm beginning to tremble uncontrollably. This was the side effect of forcibly increasing his mental power level. For the next 12 hours, all his nerves and meridians would be paralyzed, making it impossible to activate even a trace of mental power. He had been careless. According to his plan, he thought that as long as he could briefly stall Jiangxi, their team would have a chance to win. The brief boost to his mental strength level wouldn't have much of a side effect on him, at most causing his meridians to be paralyzed for half an hour. But after that round of fighting, he had mobilized almost all his mental strength to maintain the state of forcibly increasing his strength, and his body was clearly overloaded. "Captain, can your body still hold on?" A teammate noticed Rush's condition and quickly helped him up, asking. Rusha gritted his teeth unwillingly. "Even if I can hold on, I'm out of fighting power." The teammates' morale plummeted. Ice River Military Academy versus Recta's Military Academy. The second match will be a 1v1 gauntlet battle. Both teams, please prepare to go on stage. At this moment, the format of the second match had been drawn. Rusha looked up and glanced at the Recta's team's rest area. "A 1v1 gauntlet battle, are you confident?" This question was met with silence from the teammate. Without Rusha's fighting prowess, Recta's alone, a 6-tier fighter, was enough to sweep them all away. "Then let's concede." Rusha withdrew her gaze. Although she was still unwilling, this was the only option left in this situation. The team members exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yes. Half a minute later, the referee returned to the stage and announced, "Since the Ice River Military Academy team has conceded, the second match is automatically declared a victory for Recta's. According to the best-of-3 elimination tournament format, Recta's wins this match and advances." This result was not surprising at all. The audience immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Recta's. Alas, Ice River Military Academy is really unlucky. If they hadn't encountered Recta's, with Rush's methods, they could definitely have made it a few more rounds in the knockout stage, and their ranking would have been much higher. But Recta's move was truly amazing. Who would have thought they had a 6-tier player hidden in their reserve team? It's unbelievable. 2 knockout matches have already passed, and Recta's reserve team members haven't even used their abilities much. Yes, they won too easily. I don't think Jiangxi even used his ability. Could that be considered letting the opponent win? In the last match, Jiangxi didn't use many attack methods. Sometimes he was completely unarmed, relying solely on his powerful mental energy fluctuations to contend with Rusha. So far, no one knows what Jiangxi's ability is. In comparison, Shui Zhongqi stole the show in this match. His Star Mirror, capable of devouring and rebounding attacks, not only astonished the Ice River Military Academy members, but also broadened the horizons of the audience. It's no exaggeration to say that before Shui Zhongqi, they had never witnessed a support ability generate such a powerful skill effect. Recta's 2 consecutive victories in the elimination rounds completely dispelled many people's previous doubts about the Recta's substitute team. After the match, Su Jintang and his 5 teammates were stopped at the stadium exit as they prepared to retreat. Chu Er and his team stood opposite them. Their gazes all swept over Jiangxi, clearly curious about the background of this 6-tier expert who had shocked the entire audience. Su Jintang stepped forward, blocking Chu Er's path. "What is it?" Chu Er withdrew his gaze, glancing at Su Jintang with a smile. "Nothing, just curious what other trump cards you Recta's are hiding." "You find out later." Su Jintang shrugged, her expression noncommittal. Chu Er knew he wouldn't get anything out of her by asking that. Suddenly remembering something, he smiled slightly. "Speaking of which, we're quite destined to meet. We cooperated before in the Tombao spirit realm." Su Jintang felt somewhat guilty mentioning this. The various supplies they obtained from the Tombao spirit realm were originally meant to be split in half with Chu Er and his group, but she rushed to end the realm's opening early, and everyone was teleported out prematurely. Chu Er probably assumed she hadn't gotten much, so he hadn't brought it up. But Su Jintang knew that she had reaped the biggest rewards last time, practically taking all the supplies from the central treasure point. "What do you mean?" Su Jintang asked, slightly wary. Chu Er leaned down and whispered in Su Jintang's ear, "From what I understand, the finals of this year's Military Academy League might not be held in a ring match format. If the finals require cooperation between Military Academy teams, why not consider us?" So he was looking for allies in advance. Su Jintang thought for a moment and quickly nodded, sure. If the finals really required Military Academy teams to team up, then Clifford was a good option. After all, one team was number 1, and the other was a perennial runner-up. Their combined strength would definitely be top tier. After the second elimination round, there were 10 teams remaining in the 3rd division. Now, let's begin the team matchmaking for the 3rd division. As soon as the referee finished speaking, a huge light screen appeared behind him. On the screen, the names of the 10 teams began to flash and change continuously. After a few seconds, all the team names settled. Among them, the line Recta's Military Academy versus Green Sail Vine Military Academy was the most eye-catching, hanging at the very top of the screen. Damn! Green Sail Vine is facing Recta's so quickly. This is going to be a real show. I'm so excited. Finally, A really entertaining match to watch. Green Sail Vine is in trouble this time. Rectus has a 6th-tier expert. I don't think Green Sail Vine might be able to beat them. But Green Sail Vine has several 5th-tier players. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Both military academies were favored by the audience, and the stands were instantly filled with heated arguments. Su Jintang, with his hands in his coat pockets, glanced at Green Sail Vine Military Academy. She vaguely remembered the captain of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy. His superpower seemed to be related to a phoenix, a divine-level ability with divine beast blood, perhaps even on par with Song Tianqi. Just then, the captain of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy was also looking this way, their eyes meeting. Su Jintang naturally returned a smile. The captain remained aloof, only glancing at Su Jintang once, offering no response, before looking away. These guys are not to be trifled with, Su Jintang remarked, stroking her chin. Yin Yuding leaned closer. Huh? What did you say, squad leader? Nothing. Su Jintang looked away, patting her shoulder. Since the elimination rounds were already in their later stages, the teams wouldn't immediately compete after the matchmaking results were announced. Instead, they would be given some preparation time. Back at the villa dormitory, Zhuang Silin was already waiting in the conference room. In the previous rounds of elimination matches, she hadn't participated or offered any opinions, letting Su Jintang and the others decide for themselves. But this time, facing Green Sail Vine Military Academy, the situation seemed different. Enough with the small talk. Let me tell you about Green Sail Vine Military Academy. Zhuang Silin went straight to the point. You saw them during the Military Academy's performance match. The captain of Green Sail Vine Military Academy, Bing Rujiao, has the Golden Phoenix ability, and her mental strength level is at the peak of the 5th rank. The Divine Beast bloodline attached to the Golden Phoenix is purer than Song Tianqi's Vermilion Bird token, so to some extent, Bing Rujiao's Golden Phoenix might suppress Song Tianqi's Vermilion Bird token. Secondly, Bing Rujiao's own mental strength level is also quite good, a whole major rank higher than Song Tianqi's. At this point, Song Tianqi's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. He frowned, a rare occurrence. Then wouldn't I be completely dominated by her? Of course. Zhuang Silin nodded. In a 1v1 situation, you're no match for her. Su Jintang leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin. Peak 5th tier, and also possessing the superpower of a divine beast's bloodline. Where did Green Sail Vine Military Academy find such a genius? Green Sail Vine Military Academy is indeed strange in this respect. Logically speaking, a student of this genius level, once she appears, would immediately be targeted by the 5 major military academies. It's impossible for them to let her go to a small military academy. We will investigate this matter. Don't worry about these things for now. Winning this elimination round is your most crucial task. Zhuang Silin emphasized. Realizing that this opponent was not as easy to deal with as before, Su Jintang and his group of 5 quickly refocused and began to listen attentively. Zhuang Silin's investigation of the 5 members of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy was very detailed. From their special abilities, mental strength levels, and skill effects to each person's fighting style, she explained everything to Su Jintang and his group. The more Su Jintang and his group listened, the more shocked they became. This Green Sail Vine Military Academy is all at least at the 5th rank. Yin Yuding frowned, his tone becoming serious. Shui Zhongqi waved his folding fan, his expression slightly grave. Except for our class monitor and Sister Shi, everyone on our side is weaker than them. Stronger is better. Finally, I have a chance to show off my skills. Song Tianqi's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, his knuckles cracking as he snapped them open. Su Jintang nodded, strong, but not excessively so. Jiangxi glanced around. If I'm not mistaken, everyone should have made new progress in their training during the recent holiday, right? This instantly broke the tense atmosphere in the meeting room. Shui Zhongqi coughed, covering his mouth. Ugh, Shi Jie knows all this. Yin Yuding also dropped his serious expression and grinned, thank goodness. Before the holiday, neither Shui Zhongqi nor Yin Yuding had reached the 4th rank, so their strength must have improved since returning. Moreover, these two are very low-key, never publicly demonstrating their 4th rank skill effects within the team, probably planning to surprise them at the right time. Zhuang Silin pursed her lips. My task is finished. You can arrange the rest of the competition yourselves. Chapter 250. The preparation time for the various military academy teams quickly came to an end. The knockout stage resumed. The first 2 days were dedicated to the matches between the 1st and 2nd division teams, with the remaining matches proceeding in order. Therefore, the match between Recta's and Green Sail Military Academy was scheduled for the 3rd day. inside the exclusive viewing area for the participating teams. Su Jintang held a warm cup of chocolate, biting the straw, her gaze fixed on the broadcast screen in front of her. At this moment, the duel taking place on the stage was between Red Ridge Military Academy and Giant Wave Military Academy. Duo is doing well. She's already won 3 matches in a row. Song Tianqi leaned back in his chair, nodding seriously. Su Jintang took a big gulp of her chocolate, continuing to watch the situation on the stage. At this moment, it was the first major duel between the two teams, a 1v1 elimination match. And Song Duo, with her exceptional performance, eliminated 2 members of Giant Wave Military Academy in one fell swoop. This victory excited the audience. Red Ridge Military Academy. Red Ridge Military Academy. Hearing the cheers for their opponents, the members of Giant Wave Military Academy looked rather grim. Captain Su Pingtian's face was terribly dark. I go! With that, he strode towards the arena. Song Duo, who had just finished her fight, was sitting cross-legged on the arena, meditating. Sensing someone approaching, she slowly finished her meditation and looked up. Su Pingtian, you didn't expect that I, Song Duo, could defeat your Giant Wave Military Academy so decisively, did you? Song Duo's expression revealed a hint of smugness. She stood up, hands on her hips. Su Pingtian sneered, your arrogance ends here. In the next match, I make you obediently roll off the stage. The 2 men's confrontational aura was undisguised. To the audience, this only fueled their anticipation for the next match. The conflict between Red Ridge Military Academy and Giant Wave Military Academy wasn't new. No one expected these 2 academies would actually be matched up against each other. This kind of match is what makes it interesting. Right now, Red Ridge Military Academy clearly has the upper hand. Giant Wave Military Academy is in trouble this time. Song Duo from Red Ridge Military Academy is quite interesting. In her last 2 matches, her magical artifacts and fighting techniques were very unexpected. Otherwise, with just her support abilities, she definitely wouldn't be able to defeat her opponent. Times have changed. Now even support abilities have this kind of fighting power. Amidst the audience's exclamations, the third 1v1 duel began. From the start, Song Duo went all out, quickly gaining the upper hand. But Su Pingtian remained calm, methodically parrying each of her moves. Su Jintang, watching from below, took a deep drag of his chocolate and calmly said, Duo is going to lose this match. Yeah, she's exhausted from the first 2 matches. She definitely struggled against Su Pingtian. Song Tianqi nodded in agreement. Less than half a minute after they finished speaking, Su Pingtian suddenly unleashed his full power, launching a fierce attack. Song Duo was forced back step by step, retreating all the way to the edge of the ring. Get off the stage. Su Pingtian leaped into the air, clenched his fist, and slammed it down on Song Duo. This punch gave her no chance to resist. Song Duo was knocked off the stage, her chest heaving violently as she landed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The referee, hovering in midair, glanced coldly at Su Pingtian and warned, when the opposing team member is unable to resist, you must restrain yourself as much as possible and not endanger their life. Su Pingtian completely disregarded this, casually shrugging, referee, in that situation, I certainly couldn't be sure if I could win, so naturally I had to go all out. Otherwise, if I lost the match because I held back, wouldn't that be a loss? The referee pursed his lips, saying nothing more, but after this incident, his impression of Su Pingtian naturally worsened considerably. In this round, Giant Wave Military Academy wins. After announcing the result, the referee glanced at Su Pingtian again, and seeing that he had no further intention of fighting, he turned and left the arena. Duo. Wu Hanhai, the captain of Red Ridge Military Academy, immediately rushed over and helped Song Duo up. How are you? Song Duo's face was pale, but she still insisted on shaking her head. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Soon, the on-site medical personnel also arrived. The healing light shone on Song Duo, quickly alleviating her internal injuries and restoring her complexion. Wu Hanhai breathed a sigh of relief and patted Song Duo's shoulder. Rest assured, the rest of the matches are ours. The intermission ended quickly. Wu Hanhai took a deep breath and walked step by step onto the ring with a stern face. Su Pingtian raised his hand to stop his practice, quickly stood up, and glanced disdainfully at Wu Hanhai opposite him. Wu Hanhai composed himself and announced his name. Wu Hanhai, Red Spine Military Academy, Mental Strength Level 4. Finally, an opponent I can use my skills against. Su Pingtian cracked his knuckles, assuming a fighting stance. Su Pingtian, Giant Wave Military Academy, Mental Strength Level 4. After the referee announced the start of the match, the two quickly engaged in a fierce battle. They exchanged blows, one after another, the shockwaves of their attacks spreading outwards, causing the arena's protective shield to vibrate. Su Jintang, watching from the sidelines, put down her chocolate card and frowned slightly. Noticing her change in expression, Song Tianqi immediately approached. What's going on? It'd be difficult for Red Ridge Military Academy to win this match. Song Tianqi turned to look at the arena. After the first few rounds, Wu Hanhai had already begun to lose ground. Su Pengtian, on the other hand, was gaining momentum and fighting with increasing strength. Although both were at the 4th rank, the difference in their skill levels was obvious. As Su Jintang had predicted, in less than 10 minutes, Wu Hanhai of Red Ridge Military Academy was knocked off the stage. Following this, the two next members of Red Ridge Military Academy to enter the arena were also defeated one after another. Su Pengtian was extremely ruthless in his attacks on them. The last two were practically crippled, their injuries rendering them unable to participate in the second match. Su Pengtian, it's just a match. How could you be so cruel? Song Duo pointed at Su Pengtian and cursed. The other members of the Red Ridge Military Academy also had somber expressions, seemingly suppressing their anger. Su Pengtian not only refused to admit his mistake, but became even more arrogant. You're less skilled and yet, you dare to shout here. The referee, also disliking Su Pengtian, reprimanded him. Such a young age, and such a vicious heart. How did your instructors raise you? The referee was a 7th level expert, so Su Pengtian naturally dared not disobey him, and finally restrained himself slightly, not speaking further. In the subsequent second match, due to two Red Ridge Military Academy members being seriously injured and unable to continue, they had to voluntarily concede defeat. Giant Wave Military Academy easily won and advanced to the next round. Squad leader, that captain from Giant Wave Military Academy is a bit annoying. Song Tianqi rubbed his fist, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. The match was over, there wasn't much to see. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, stood up, and tossed aside the empty bottle of choco card in his hand, his tone tinged with coldness. If we run into them later, beat them however you want. Song Tianqi was taken aback at first, then realized what he meant, and immediately chuckled. Got it, beat them to a pulp as long as we don't kill them. The elimination rounds of the first 2 days quickly ended, and the elimination rounds for Zone 3 began. Early that morning, fans of all the teams lined up at the entrance of the venue. Both sides of the road were completely occupied by fans. The most eye-catching section was the blue square, the fan support area for Recta's Military Academy. Today we're facing Green Sail Vine Military Academy. Everyone, make sure to shout our slogans loudly, and convey our warmest support and strength to the Recta's team. Understood? Recta's will win. Ticket checking and entry are starting. Everyone hurry and grab your seats. In the team rest area at this moment, Su Jintang and his team were already waiting. The 5 members of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team had also arrived long ago. Now that the elimination rounds have entered this stage, the battles are even more intense. To ensure the audience's viewing experience, each elimination match will be held one by one. Especially the Recta's vs Green Sail Vine Military Academy match. The official tournament organizers started promoting it online 2 days ago. There's still an hour left before the elimination rounds officially begin. The audience seats are already full, and cheers and shouts echo throughout the venue. In the VIP section, Jing Hongyi and several leaders were discussing the upcoming competition. The Green Sail Vine Military Academy is making quite a splash this year. I heard a lot of rumors. Some say that the Green Sail Vine Military Academy is actually a secret team trained by the powerful forces behind the 5 major military academies. I wonder how credible that is. Just listen to those rumors. You actually believe them? The manpower and resources required to train a team like the Green Sail Vine Military Academy must be enormous. The 5 major military academies have already exhausted all their efforts training their current participating teams. Where would they find the extra energy to train another one? Jing Hongyi didn't participate in their discussion, silently watching the audience below, waiting for the competition to begin. On the other side were the seats of the principals of the 5 major military academies. Their eyes were fixed on the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team's rest area, unblinking. Old Miao, it seems we need to let you test the waters first. The principal of Shiha Alliance Military Academy smiled and looked over. Miao Mingji smiled slightly. What do you mean by testing the waters? In the knockout stage, everyone is giving it their all. The relationship between the 5 military academies is both adversarial and friendly. If something goes wrong, the 5 of them will absolutely stand united against outsiders. But normally, their competitive spirit remains undiminished. Especially at times like this, the other 4 principals are definitely just watching the show. If Rectus wins, that's fine, but if they lose, who knows how these 4 will mock them. What are you hiding from us? Everyone knows your Rectus reserve team is the ace. Clifford's principal also joked with a laugh. Meow Mingzi smiled and didn't reply. The waiting time passed quickly, and it was time for the 2 military academies to take the stage. Now, please have both teams come to the stage to draw the format for the first match, the referee announced. Chapter 251. All eyes were on the 2 teams. Su Jintang stood at the head of his team, opposite Bing Rujiao, the captain of Green Sail Vine Military Academy. The referee stood between the 2, raising his hand to the light screen behind him. Random selection begins now. The countdown began. 3 seconds later, the text on the light screen froze. Battle format, 1v1 gauntlet. Rectus Military Academy vs Green Sail Vine Military Academy. The first match is a 1v1 gauntlet. 20 minutes of preparation time. Both teams, please begin troop deployment. The referee announced. Yufei, you stay. Bing Rujiao glanced indifferently at Yufei to her left. And Yufei had 2 braids, wore a gorgeous tutu dress, and her face looked slightly youthful. Hearing her name called, she looked up blankly, then snapped out of it, and nodded emphatically, okay. Su Jintang glanced at Song Tianqi and nodded to him, you go. Leave it to me. Song Tianqi immediately patted the muscles on his arms. As everyone else left the stage, only Song Tianqi and Yufei remained. In the past 3 years of training, Song Tianqi had grown from a chubby little boy into a tall, strong man. Standing in front of the petite Yufei, he gave off the feeling of an adult bullying a child. Song Tianqi, Rectus Military Academy, peak 4th level mental strength. Song Tianqi stepped forward and introduced himself. And Yufei followed up. And Yufei, Green Sail Vine Military Academy, 5th level mental strength. Song Tianqi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that this seemingly petite and lovely Yufei was actually a 5th level. Realizing he couldn't underestimate the girl before him, Song Tianqi became slightly more serious. The 20-minute wait felt incredibly long. The spectators waiting for the match to begin whispered among themselves, I reckon Green Sail Vine has a better chance of winning the first match. After all, she's a 5th-tier fighter, her mental strength is a whole move higher. Not necessarily. I watched Song Tianqi's previous matches, he didn't even use his special ability. I feel like he's holding back a lot of strength. Arguing about this is pointless. The fight will start soon, let's just see the result. Time ticked by. After the long wait, the first round finally began. The first round, a 1v1 tag team battle, begins now. The instant the match was announced, and Yufei immediately put down her braided hair and swiftly raised her other hand. A multicolored magic wand appeared out of thin air in her palm. The wand was surrounded by colorful lights of various hues, creating a dreamlike effect. Number 1 spell, Rainbow White Horse. And Yufei gripped her magic wand, a colorful light illuminating the top. A familiar children's song then began, providing accompaniment. In just 2 seconds, a giant white horse doll appeared above her head. A rainbow adorned the white horse doll. Although the white horse doll was like a children's toy, Song Tianqi could sense the terrifying energy it contained. Song Tianqi's expression grew serious. He clenched his fists and rapidly concentrated his spiritual power. Blazing 9 heavens. This time, he didn't hold back, unleashing his power instantly. 9 crimson gold fireballs slowly appeared behind him, scorching the surrounding air to an intense heat. The fireball slammed into the white horse doll, igniting it in the blink of an eye. Then came a loud bang. The white horse doll exploded instantly, releasing compressed energy in all directions. The shockwave rushed towards Song Tianqi, forcing him back. Good grief. Song Tianqi raised his hands to block in front of him, forcefully stopping himself. Don't let the white horse doll's childish appearance fool you. The explosive power was far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Song Tianqi had to expend considerable effort to block it. Second spell, Snotty Bear. And Yufei shouted. This time, a snotty teddy bear was summoned. The bear had a silly expression and looked harmless. Song Tianqi, however, dared not underestimate it. He raised his hands, immediately summoning 9 fireballs of crimson flame, forcibly compressing them together, the explosive energy gathering in his palms. Boom! The snotty bear and the crimson flame ball collided and exploded. And Yufei was thrown back by the aftershock of the explosion, which surprised her. In terms of mental strength level, she was higher than Song Tianqi, so under normal circumstances, she should have a clear advantage over him. But after these 2 rounds, Song Tianqi was subtly gaining the upper hand. The childish look in her eyes gradually faded, and she gripped her magic wand tightly, continuing to chant the spell. Number 3 spell, Spinning Flying Fish. This time, a giant manta ray appeared before her. The manta ray's appearance completely blocked out the light overhead, shrouding the entire arena in shadow. Half a second later, the manta ray began to spin, its speed gradually increasing until it became a blur. A powerful current of air followed. Wind attribute? Song Tianqi muttered in confusion, then raised his hand again to channel his mental energy. Fire feather withering? Countless fiery red feathers appeared above the arena, slowly falling. As the giant wave of fire formed, the manta ray's hurricane also appeared, its powerful wind scattering the flames in all directions. Judging from the result, the two fighters were evenly matched. But even more shocking to the audience was Song Tianqi's ability. Wait! Why does Song Tianqi's skill effect look so familiar? This isn't the Masked Squad's hot air balloon skill. Yes, it's the hot air balloon skill. My sister was obsessed with the Masked Squad, constantly nagging me about it, and I couldn't resist, so I watched the match too. This is definitely the hot air balloon skill. Not only were the audience discussing it, but the military academy team members watching from the sidelines were also stunned. The Masked Squad was actually trained by Rektas? I knew it. Only the top 5 military academies could train a team as monstrous as the Masked Squad. Oh my god, so the hot air balloon is Song Tianqi, then my favorite cold-blooded killer is the 6th-tier Jiangxi? Ah, so my favorite good-for-nothing is also from Rektas? The scene instantly descended into chaos. For a moment, no one cared who won or lost. The duel between Song Tianqi and An Yufei on stage grew increasingly intense. An Yufei, who had initially appeared innocent and naive, had increasingly sharp eyes, and the power of her summoned magic spells gradually increased. The sounds of their clashes echoed louder and louder. Try this move of mine. An Yufei waved her magic wand, and a powerful energy surged from it. Spell number 5, Haunted House Domain. As the words fell, a blindingly dark light enveloped the arena. A sinister aura gradually spread, followed by a mournful cry. What the hell? Song Tianqi felt a chill run down his spine, and quickly rubbed his arms. Here. A soft, feminine voice sounded in his ear, or here. Song Tianqi quickly turned around, but saw nothing. Then the voice came from the other side. Song Tianqi paced back and forth, sensing something was wrong, and quickly summoned a ball of crimson flame. The golden light emitted by the crimson flame briefly dispelled the chill, but it still couldn't penetrate the vast darkness. What? The soft, feminine cry sounded again. Song Tianqi shuddered and quickly turned to throw the crimson flame ball. The fireball sizzled and burned upon contact with the surrounding Yin energy, quickly turning into ashes. The ashes fell to the ground. Song Tianqi turned and surveyed his surroundings, then picked up another fireball. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past him. Song Tianqi immediately threw the fireball, but the shadow was faster. The fireball had barely passed when the shadow vanished without a trace. The most difficult thing to break in a domain-type ability is its extremely wide range. Wherever you go, you're within its control range, that alone makes it difficult to counter. Song Tianqi calmed himself and cautiously began to grope his way through the darkness. Meanwhile, Su Jintang and the others, who were watching from the rest area, sat up from their reclining chairs. A haunted house domain? Yin Yuding curiously stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the arena. Class monitor, is this move easy to break? Break it? Su Jintang was genuinely taken aback. Given her temperament, she usually broke through such domain skills with brute force, never considering how to break them. This domain skill isn't simple. Breaking it requires some brainpower, Jiangxi said, staring at the arena. But Song Tianqi's brain has never been very sharp. Hearing this, the others sighed in unison. Yin Yuding looked over with a worried expression, full of concern. It's over, he won't be defeated in the first match, will he? Su Jintang didn't say anything, but fell into deep thought. Sending Song Tianqi in the first match was indeed intended to test the opponent. Zhuang Silin had told them that An Yufei's magical ability was most countered by Song Tianqi. Therefore, the Green Sail Vine Military Academy must have already investigated the 5 of them, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out such a direct opponent to counter Song Tianqi in the first match. The duel on the field continued. Song Tianqi was being tossed around by the ghostly figure, essentially running a marathon on the arena. He stopped, panting, hands on his knees, head slightly raised, his gaze still scanning the surroundings. He'd been searching for ages, but still couldn't find the female ghost who'd been crying in his ear. Damn it! This is really a ghost. After activating the haunted house domain, and Yufei automatically donned a black cloak. This cloak had the effect of concealment, and within the haunted house domain, it also increased movement speed and defense, and added the ghostly wailing to enhance the atmosphere. I'm here. The irritating, eerie voice rang in his ear again. Song Tianqi's ears twitched, and he turned and slapped down, blazing explosion. A palm strike landed, accompanied by crackling and popping sounds of flames exploding. Ah! A scream followed. And Yufei, who had been hiding within the domain, finally revealed herself. Most of her black cloak was charred, and a section of her braid was burned off. My hair. And Yufei glared at Song Tianqi with wide eyes, gripping her magic wand tightly, and immediately raised her hand, shouting, "You're finished." A girl's hair is like a dragon's scales. Song Tianqi's move had directly enraged her. In an instant, the surrounding environment felt even more eerie and desolate. Song Tianqi's hair stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine. Crying sounds came from all directions, enveloping him in layers. Damn it! Song Tianqi couldn't help but curse, immediately summoning a crimson fireball in fright. Fireballs appeared around him, spreading warmth and temporarily dispelling the eerie chill of the surroundings. I'm here! I'm here! I'm here! 3 voices came from different directions, making it impossible to tell which was real. Song Tianqi frowned, exasperated. Then fight them all. The moment his words left his lips, Song Tianqi mobilized all his spiritual power, activating the Vermilion Bird Bloodline Enhancement state. His blood surged violently, and his power began to rise rapidly. A resounding Vermilion Bird cry echoed through the air, and a phantom of a bird engulfed in golden flames appeared behind Song Tianqi, its neck held high, wings spread. The instant the Vermilion Bird phantom appeared, the eerie atmosphere of the entire area was immediately suppressed. The chilling aura also diminished. Song Tianqi clenched his fists and roared, "Vermilion Bird descends." Under the golden light, the arena, shrouded in darkness, instantly illuminated. Song Tianqi briefly regained his vision, scanned the scene, and immediately spotted an Yufei hiding at the edge of the arena. He smirked and clashed his fists together. Vermilion Bird command, attack. Chapter 252. The Vermilion Bird, gradually solidifying, swiftly pursued an Yufei. The Vermilion Bird, its body ablaze with flames, spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly spewing a golden fireball from its beak. Lava-coated the fireball flowed downwards continuously. And Yufei looked up in astonishment, staring at the fireball in the sky, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Number 3 spell, Spinning Flying Fish. Waving her magic wand, she swiftly summoned a manta ray to shield herself. The fireball flew towards her, scorching everything in its path to intense heat. The air became unbearably hot. Bang! After a deafening roar, the manta ray was melted by the fireball in just 1 second. A sea of intense heat rushed towards her. And Yufei's eyes widened in terror, and she cried out, "Referee, save me!" The referee, who was already prepared, immediately intervened. And Yufei from Green Sail Vine Military Academy is eliminated. Recta's Military Academy wins this round. The referee announced this after rescuing her. Bing Rujiao, standing at the head of the team, glanced at Song Tianqi on the platform. Divine Beast bloodlines are indeed not to be trifled with. Her teammate chuckled, "Captain, you have Divine Beast bloodlines yourself. How could you not understand the threat of the Vermilion Bird token?" Indeed, Bing Rujiao had long anticipated a possible loss. With Divine Beast bloodlines, Song Tianqi's strength would instantly surge to an incredibly terrifying level once he activated his enhanced state. And Yufei was no match for him. "Captain, I'm sorry I lost." And Yufei obediently scratched her head, her face full of apology. "Rest well." Bing Rujiao stepped forward and patted her head. And Yufei seemed somewhat remorseful, but there was nothing she could do now. She could only quietly retreat to the side. The other 3 team members exchanged glances, their expressions gradually turning serious. When they played training matches against an Yufei, they had to expend considerable effort to barely manage a victory. But Song Tianqi had just effortlessly overwhelmed an Yufei with a single move. Such terrifying power was something they feared they too would struggle to withstand. Activating the Divine Beast Bloodlines enhancement consumes a lot of his mental energy. He can't use it frequently. So don't worry, Bing Rujiao said calmly. This statement temporarily stabilized the team's morale. Then who will go next? Bing Rujiao pursed her lips, pondering for a moment. Before she could speak, a male team member beside her volunteered, "I go." Bing Rujiao glanced back at him, "Okay." Kong Ruzhen walked along, flexing his wrists, and when he reached the edge of the ring, he pushed off the ground, his body quickly leaping into the air, landing on the ring in one stride. Song Tianqi sat cross-legged opposite him, still rapidly recovering his mental energy. Kong Ruzhen remained undisturbed, standing silently opposite with his hands behind his back, awaiting the start of the match. The audience was still reeling from the shock and disbelief. It really is the Masked Squad's hot air balloon. That Suzaku descent move is so familiar. So, Recta's reserve team is actually the Masked Squad. Why is my brain suddenly a bit off? I get it. Recta's definitely wanted to hide their strength, deliberately keeping their strongest Masked Squad on the reserve team, but they didn't expect the league rules to change so drastically this year, preventing reserves from playing freely. But it's also quite a coincidence that Recta's official team was later ambushed, forcing them to bring in their reserves, which actually suited their plan. The audience was engaged in heated discussion when, suddenly, someone shouted Masked Squad. Led by the shout, more and more people joined in. Masked Squad. Masked Squad. Some excited fans even stood up, waving their arms and cheering. The arena was instantly filled with the cheers of the fans. Many military academy teams watching the match clicked their tongues in amazement at this scene. Recta's really had a trump card up his sleeve. I have to admit, I used to follow the Masked Squad for a while. I never expected them to be our opponents. Green Sail Vine is doomed. The Masked Squad could even challenge opponents of higher levels during the superpowered individuals tournament, let alone now. Their strength must have improved considerably during this time. The expressions of the several big shots sitting in the VIP seats were also somewhat complicated. Old Meow, you hit it too well. The Masked Squad was all the rage a while ago. Looking at it this way, the cold-blooded killer must be Jiangxi, the one who went on stage earlier. And the good-for-nothing is their captain, Su Jintang? Now, the Lakita's substitute team is in the spotlight. Su Jintang, who had previously received little attention, suddenly became the focus of the entire arena. Everyone was speculating whether she was the good-for-nothing. Su Jintang remained seated, her emotions completely unmoved. She had anticipated her identity being exposed and wasn't too affected, simply staring silently at the stage, waiting for the match to begin. The intermission ended quickly. Green Sail Vine Military Academy, Kong Ruzhen, mental strength level 4 peak. Hearing the introduction, Song Tianqi's brows furrowed slightly, his expression noticeably more serious. Although Kong Ruzhen's mental strength level was slightly lower than in Yufei's, his skill effects were definitely more effective against Song Tianqi. Their attribute countering ability was fully maximized. Song Tianqi stepped forward and shook hands with him. Then, both of them took a step back, retreating to their respective halves of the arena. The referee announced precisely on time. The second round of 1v1 duels begins now. Kong Ruzhen's lips curled into a smile, and he instantly raised his hand, summoning a round silver coin. The silver coin shimmered faintly under the light. Kong Ruzhen rubbed the silver coin in his palm a couple of times. The next second, he tossed the silver coin. Impacted by the force, the silver coin flew into the air and began to spin rapidly. Silence. Kong Ruzhen uttered a single word with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the spinning silver coin suddenly stopped and fell to the ground, then was precisely caught between his fingertips. In that instant, the restraining force radiated rapidly outwards from Kong Ruzhen's center. Song Tianqi, who was rushing towards them, was immediately restrained by the stillness technique and forced to stop. Damn it! Song Tianqi cursed angrily. However, his body remained uncontrolled, completely frozen in place. Kong Ruzhen looked at him with a half-smile, tossing the silver coin between his fingers into the air again, illusion. A powerful hallucinogenic force immediately surged towards Song Tianqi. Song Tianqi had no strength to resist, and was directly hit by the illusion. He was forced to close his eyes, his brows furrowed into a deep frown, clearly exhausted by the illusion. Kong Ruzhen's smile widened. He gripped the silver coin between his fingers, walking step by step towards Song Tianqi, a lightning-fast dagger appearing in his other hand. Completely under the illusion's control, Song Tianqi was utterly oblivious to the approaching danger. Just as Kong Ruzhen was about to stab Song Tianqi, the referee raised his hand to stop him. Song Tianqi, a contestant from the Recta's Military Academy, is incapacitated. Green Sail Vine Military Academy wins this round. Hearing the announcement, Kong Ruzhen slowly lowered his dagger and gave the surrounding audience a faint smile. A round of applause immediately erupted. The referee jumped onto the platform, glanced at Kong Ruzhen, and said, "Release his illusion." Kong Ruzhen smiled and nodded at him. Then, he tossed a silver coin, then caught it in his palm. Release. The force binding Song Tianqi vanished instantly. Regaining consciousness, Song Tianqi abruptly opened his eyes, finding the situation on the platform completely reversed. What happened? He asked the referee blankly. The referee calmly replied, "You already lost." Su Jintang, sitting below the stage, rested his chin on his hand, his gaze sweeping over Kong Ruzhen. "This guy is really troublesome," Shui Zhongqi said, frowning. "Although he's only at the peak of the 4th rank, his word spirit ability is too monstrous. Word spirit allows the user's words to become reality. For example, just now, his single word silence immediately froze Song Tianqi, and then his word illusion completely trapped Song Tianqi in an illusion. This monstrous ability is almost impossible to defend against. Unless there's a forceful suppression of strength, there's simply no way to break it among those of the same rank. Class monitor, should we let Sister Shi go next?" Yin Yuding leaned over to ask. Sending Jiang Shi was obviously the safest option. Given her overwhelming strength, there was virtually no chance of her losing. "I go!" Su Jintang, about to answer, was interrupted by this voice. Everyone froze, then turned to look. It was Shui Zhongqi who had spoken up. Su Jintang looked at him in surprise. "Are you sure?" Shui Zhongqi nodded emphatically, "Yes. I roughly know how to counter her ability. I'm somewhat confident." Since someone had volunteered, Su Jintang naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately agreed. "Then you go." Soon, Shui Zhongqi stepped onto the arena. Kong Ruzhen fiddled with the silver coin in his hand, glancing sideways at him. Oh, they actually sent up a support. However, despite saying this, Kong Ruzhen's expression was noticeably more serious. After all, Shui Zhongqi wasn't just a support. His rune attack methods were also not to be underestimated. So what if you're a support? You see how cool a support can be when they unleash their power in a moment. Shui Zhongqi completely ignored him, simply waving his folding fan with a nonchalant expression. These words made Kong Ruzhen more wary. He slightly composed himself and gripped the silver coin in his hand. A moment later, the referee jumped onto the arena and announced, "The 3rd round of 1v1 duels begins now." Kong Ruzhen was clearly much more nervous than in the previous match, immediately channeling his mental energy into the silver coin at the start. At that moment, several attack runes flew from the opposite side, their target locked directly on the silver coin. Not good. Kong Ruzhen's eyes flashed, and he quickly recalled the silver coin he had thrown into the air. Whoosh whoosh. The attack blades flew towards him. Kong Ruzhen couldn't use his incantation techniques, and could only quickly turn and dodge. Seeing that it was indeed as he had expected, a triumphant smile appeared on Shui Zhongqi's face. As expected, that silver coin was the key to your use of word of power. No supernatural ability is perfect, so with patience, you can always find a weakness. From now on, don't even think about activating that silver coin again. Shui Zhongqi's gaze was forceful, and a grappling hook gun appeared in his hand as he pulled the trigger. Chapter 253. The moment the familiar grappling hook appeared, a deafening roar erupted from the audience. Grapple hook. So Shui Zhongqi is Big Watermelon. Heavens! This grappling hook that sold like hotcakes has reappeared. Big Watermelon. Big Watermelon. A sharp grappling hook shot from the muzzle, precisely seizing Kong Ruzhen's clothing. Kong Ruzhen visibly panicked, quickly tearing off the hem of his clothes to break free and continue running. In the brief moment of escape, he swiftly tossed out a silver coin, a faint light flashing across its surface. Silence. The instant his mental energy was channeled into the silver coin, the spell's effect was activated. An irresistible binding force surged towards Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi didn't struggle, he simply activated his ability the moment the silent spell took effect. Absolute Star Chain. This was a new skill effect he gained after advancing to the 4th tier, and he had never shown it to anyone before. As Shui Zhongqi's body was completely frozen, his Absolute Star Chain skill also took effect. Silver chains of starlight, shimmering with a faint silver glow, appeared out of thin air and tightly bound Kong Ruzhen. Initially, Kong Ruzhen didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a simple binding skill. Release? There was no response. Kong Ruzhen frowned, quickly realizing that his mental energy seemed to be completely imprisoned. Release? Kong Ruzhen gathered his strength again, trying to break through the imprisonment, but his efforts were in vain. His mental energy seemed frozen, completely unresponsive. This is... He looked up at Shui Zhongqi in astonishment. Because Kong Ruzhen's mental energy was completely imprisoned, the stillness technique he had previously used naturally lost its effect. Shui Zhongqi, having regained his mobility, stretched his arms, and then ran towards Kong Ruzhen with a smile. Didn't expect that, did you? My chain can not only imprison movement, but also mental energy. Kong Ruzhen truly hadn't expected it. He clenched his fists, trying to forcefully gather his strength to break free, but the star chains binding him seemed to sense his movement and immediately tightened their hold. Cough. Kong Ruzhen was choked and couldn't breathe, unable to hold back a cough. Shui Zhongqi rushed in front of Kong Ruzhen, raised the grappling hook spear in his hand, and looked back at the referee in midair. Referee, I win this match, right? Judging from Kong Ruzhen's current state of being imprisoned without any resistance, he was considered completely incapacitated. The referee immediately announced, in this duel, Rectus wins. At this moment, exactly 3 seconds of the imprisonment time had passed. The star chains binding Kong Ruzhen slowly dissipated and melted. The feeling of being forcibly restrained vanished. Kong Ruzhen, regaining his mobility, frowned as he stared at Shui Zhongqi. Your support skill is truly unexpected. Before the match, they had naturally conducted a series of investigations into Su Jintang and his group of 5. Because Shui Zhongqi had hidden himself so well, they didn't know much about him, and they hadn't expected to be tricked like this. The audience, realizing what had happened, immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Big watermelon! Big watermelon! The masked squad will win. Amazing! The support actually defeated a wordspell type ability user in a one-on-one fight. Wordspell type abilities are even rarer than domain type abilities. Their main characteristic is extremely high damage, making them difficult to counter. But now, it had been completely countered by a support character, and utterly crushed. Shui Zhongqi stood with one hand behind his back, the other holding his ever-present folding fan, waving it with the air of a refined gentleman. Kong Ruzhen walked off the stage with his head down, glancing up at Shui Zhongqi as he passed. Back in the team's rest area, Kong Ruzhen sighed, and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Bing Rujiao. Captain, I really didn't expect the opposing support to have such a divine skill. I was careless. When you were hit, your body was still, so I guess Shui Zhongqi's move can only hit accurately when the enemy is stationary. Otherwise, he could have used this move against you from the beginning, Bing Rujiao analyzed, staring at the stage. Kong Ruzhen pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, that's right. When I activated my word of power, my body had to remain still to succeed, so I couldn't move at that time. That's when Shui Zhongqi used that move on me. Bing Rujiao pursed her lips, a deep glint in her eyes. So Shui Zhongqi was scheming against you from the very beginning. Those 5 from Rectus are not only strong, but also intelligent. If we want to win, we can't be careless anymore. The other team members' expressions gradually turned serious. Next match, Qiuyue, you're up. Bing Rujiao turned to the blue-haired girl beside her. Let's finish this quickly. Qiuyue, dressed in a light blue dress, her slightly furrowed brow seemed to hide endless sorrow. She slowly raised her head, a hint of coldness in her gentle eyes, and softly replied, okay. Emerging from the rest area, Qiuyue walked step by step onto the arena. Holy crap! Qiuyue's in, another tier 5 contestant, and one with a domain type ability at that. She has a domain type ability? I think Ganfanren does too. That reminds me, Ganfanren's ability is Domain Ice. Does anyone among the 5 from Rectus have this ability? Unconsciously, the audience's topic shifted back to Su Jintang. I checked the list. Ganfanren can only be Su Jintang. But wasn't it rumored that Su Jintang has a support ability called Domain Slowdown? Wait, where did Domain Slowdown come from? Heavens, Ganfanren is too monstrous. Could she have 3 abilities? Obviously, before Su Jintang officially enters the competition, no one can determine whether she actually has 3 abilities. The intermission ends. Qiuyue stands opposite, speaking calmly. Qiuyue from Green Sail Vine Military Academy, peak tier 5 mental strength. Shui Zhongqi closes his folding fan, his expression becoming serious. Peak 5th rank, almost 2 major ranks higher than him. Moreover, from what he understood, Qiuyue's ability was a rare domain type, making her even more difficult to deal with. Shui Zhongqi from Rectus Military Academy, 4th rank in mental power. After both sides exchanged information, the referee stepped onto the stage and announced, the 4th round, 1v1 duel, begins now. Qiuyue waved her hands, and her mental power instantly covered the entire arena. Tranquil water gradually spread from her feet outwards, and within seconds, the arena became a world of water. The calm water was clear and transparent, occasionally rippling outwards. Shui Zhongqi quickly retreated, soon reaching the edge of the arena, the water still spreading towards him. He gritted his teeth, drew his grappling hook, aimed it at Qiuyue, and pulled the trigger. The hook swiftly snagged Qiuyue's clothing, the powerful pull dragging Shui Zhongqi back to the center of the arena. Qiuyue frowned slightly, immediately ripping off the hem of her clothing, while simultaneously manipulating the water to attack Shui Zhongqi. Several streams of water intertwined, converging into one, lunging at Shui Zhongqi. Water Dragon converges with the moon. Xiaoyu's calm voice rang out slowly. The seemingly docile water dragon instantly revealed its claws, its arrogant, menacing aura engulfing the entire arena. Shui Zhongqi had no time to dodge. His attack runes were quickly deflected. The dragon's head struck his chest, and he felt an irresistible force strike his body, pain spreading throughout. Shui Zhongqi's face instantly turned pale. He coughed up blood, and collapsed limply to the ground, clutching his wounded chest. The referee immediately ended the duel. Green Sail Military Academy wins this match. Xiaoyu, hands behind her back, glanced at Shui Zhongqi lying on the ground. Sorry, I hit him a little too hard. Shui Zhongqi propped himself up on his elbows, struggling to sit up, and looked up at Xiaoyu. Indeed impressive. Soon, medical personnel arrived at the arena. Under the illumination of emergency medical aid, Shui Zhongqi's severe wounds began to heal. However, he didn't last long before Shui Zhongqi collapsed from exhaustion. The medical personnel worked together to carry him away. Maintenance personnel went up to clean the dents in the arena. The intermission began. Xiaoyu immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to recover her mental energy. After confirming that Shui Zhongqi was alright, Su Jintang and the others returned to the rest area. Class monitor, Xiaoyu seems quite strong. Should we censure Yan for the next round? Song Tianqi stroked his chin, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Right now, only Yan Yuding remained on their side. Jiangxi and Su Jintang hadn't played yet, and they really didn't have a good strategy for this situation. Su Jintang turned to Jiangxi. You want to go? Jiangxi nodded, okay. Yan Yuding and Song Tianqi exchanged a glance, both of them breathing a slight sigh of relief. With Jiangxi in, they were sure to have it in the bag. Soon, the intermission ended. Jiangxi walked steadily onto the stage. Recta's Jiangxi, mental strength level 6. The calm voice rang out on the stage, once again igniting a buzz of discussion among the surrounding audience. That's right. That voice, that attitude, is definitely the ruthless killer from the masked squad. Too monstrous. A 6-tier fighter under 20 years old, how are we supposed to compete? It seems Recta's is likely to win this match. Just as the audience predicted, after Jiangxi entered the arena, Xiaoyu was almost powerless against her, and was quickly knocked off the stage. In this duel, Recta's Military Academy wins. Currently, Green Sail Vine Military Academy still has 2 members who haven't entered the arena, including their captain, Bing Riju. Recta's Military Academy also has 2 members who haven't entered the arena, including their captain, Su Jintang. However, Recta still has Jiangxi, who hasn't been eliminated yet, on the stage and still has fighting power. Considering all factors, Recta's Military Academy still has the advantage. In the VIP audience seats, Jing Hongyi picked up his teacup and took a sip. Which team do you all think has a better chance of winning this match? Several leaders hesitated. Currently, Recta's Military Academy has the upper hand. But Bing Riju from Green Sail Vine Military Academy is no ordinary person. No matter how powerful Bing Riju is, she's only on her own. On Recta's side, Jiangxi hasn't been eliminated yet, and Su Jintang hasn't even played. Speaking of which, Su Jintang's ability is a mystery. Everyone says she has a support ability, but if she's really just a lackey of the masked squad, her ability couldn't be just support. The lackey of the masked squad has 2 abilities, and one of her support abilities can forcibly lower the enemy's mental strength level. Somehow, the conversation turned to Su Jintang, and it became quite lively. Until the next round of matches began. This time, Green Sail Vine sent out their 4th member. Liao Rui. Chapter 254. Liao Rui, a graduate of the Green Sail Vine Military Academy, is at the 5th level of mental strength. He had black hair with a side-swept fringe, and his thin frame swayed precariously, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. A cacophony of discussion immediately erupted in the audience. Why only send a 5th level one? Can he even beat Jiangxi? Probably not. He's probably just here to wear down Jiangxi's mental strength. Speaking of which, Liao Rui has hardly ever been on the field before, and even when he was, he never actually fought. And he always looks sickly. We have no idea how strong he really is. Jiangxi raised his eyes to examine Liao Rui, tightening his grip on the rocket launcher. The information they had gathered about Liao Rui before the match was the least. According to Teacher Zhuang, Liao Rui's ability was very likely no weaker than Bing Rijia's Golden Phoenix. They needed to be extra careful when facing him. This 1v1 gauntlet match begins now. The referee announced. Jiangxi and Liao Rui activated their supernatural abilities almost simultaneously. The rocket launcher was slung over Jiangxi's shoulder, and an energy ball quickly gathered at the muzzle, ready to fire. Liao Rui swiftly retreated, reaching the edge of the arena in the blink of an eye. Jiangshi narrowed his eyes, and immediately channeled his mental energy into the rocket launcher. A blinding red light flashed at the muzzle. A powerful gust of air rippled around them. Liao Rui stared intently at Jiangshi, slowly opening his arms. The next second, after reciting some incantation, he vanished in an instant. Completely unaware of his whereabouts, Jiangshi frowned, looking around with the rocket launcher in hand. She circled the ring completely, still finding nothing. Jiangshi realized something, quickly looked up, and warily fired upwards. However, she missed. Her head was also bald. Apart from the referee riding on the floating sphere, the surroundings were empty. Did you notice where Liao Rui hid? Did she jump off the ring? Impossible. The referee would definitely declare her the loser. Then where is she? The audience also began searching for Liao Rui, but after scanning the entire ring, there was no clue. Time ticked by. Jiangshi's nerves were on edge, her eyes rapidly scanning her surroundings. Since the referee hadn't declared her the loser, Liao Rui must still be on the ring, just hiding in an inconspicuous place. Where else on the ring could someone hide? Just as everyone was pondering this question, the vanished Liao Rui suddenly reappeared behind Jiangshi, so fast that no one noticed where he came from. It's a shadow. I saw it. Liao Rui emerged from the shadow behind Jiangshi. Someone in the audience exclaimed in surprise. However, thanks to the soundproofing of the arena's protective shield, Jiangshi couldn't hear this. Sensing danger behind her, she quickly turned and retreated, grabbing a rocket launcher and activating its bombardment mode. A series of booming explosions rang out. The once flat surface of the arena was instantly riddled with craters. Liao Rui dodged back and forth, not only avoiding being hit by the shells, but also having extra energy to launch a sneak attack. Playing tricks, Jiangshi said coldly, picking up the rocket launcher again and beginning her search for the vanished Liao Rui. Liao Rui, realizing he couldn't withstand Jiangshi's direct attacks, avoided direct confrontation after a few rounds, only launching sneaky attacks, immediately dodging regardless of whether he gained the upper hand. Jiangshi was indeed becoming increasingly frustrated, mainly because her opponent was in the shadows while she was in the open. This feeling of being toyed with was utterly frustrating. At this moment, viewers with close-up views of the broadcast had clearly seen Liao Rui's trick. Each time he suddenly appeared, he emerged from the shadow beneath Jiangshi's feet. Due to Jiangshi's distorted perspective, she hadn't yet noticed Liao Rui's movements. Ghostly assault. Liao Rui, suddenly appearing behind her, flew into the air. As his words fell, Liao Rui's shadow reflected on the arena rapidly expanded, growing larger in just half a second until it swelled into a gigantic beast. Even more terrifying, the shadow, which had been clinging to the ground, stood up like a person. Then, the enormous black shadow formed a beastly form and pounced on Jiangshi. So it was just a shadow. Jiangshi coldly raised the rocket launcher and fired at the shadowy beast. Bomb after bomb exploded, quickly destroying the shadowy beast. At that moment, the shadow beneath Jiangshi's feet mysteriously stood up, transforming into a ferocious beast that attacked her. Because the distance was so close, by the time Jiangshi reacted, the shadowy beast was already upon her. Jiangshi frowned deeply, clenched her fist, and enveloped her immense mental power in it, slamming it down on the shadowy beast. Fortunately, the shadowy beast wasn't very strong. Jiangshi's punch shattered it completely. The Night of Shadows descends. Liao Rui's voice slowly rang out. At that moment, the entire arena suddenly went dark. The referee, riding on the hovering sphere, was also stunned. Clearly, the sudden darkness wasn't due to the lights going out, but rather the effect of Liao Rui's skill. Darkness permeated the entire arena. To ensure the duel could proceed normally, the staff didn't address the issue. All the spectators were forced to continue watching the match in complete darkness. The scene was so dark that Jiangshi couldn't see anything clearly. She activated her mental power to ignite the rocket launcher, and the flame immediately illuminated the surroundings. However, this light didn't last long before mysteriously extinguishing. Jiangshi pursed her lips, relit the rocket launcher, and just like before, the flame quickly went out. Class monitor, is this also a domain-type ability? Yin Yuding asked curiously from below the stage. Su Jintang shook his head. This should be even stronger than a domain-type ability. Shui Zhongqi's eyes flashed with a deep look as he began to analyze. Generally speaking, the maximum range of a 5th-tier domain-type ability is only about the size of the arena. But Liao Rui's ability has covered the entire arena. This is definitely not something a single domain-type ability could achieve. Yin Yuting's brows furrowed with worry. Can Sister Shi break this move? Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi both fell silent. Given the current situation, it was indeed difficult to say. The battle on the arena continued. Surrounded by darkness, Jiangxi had to be on high alert to avoid being ambushed by Liao Rui. Flying Shadow Red Cliff. Liao Rui's voice rang out again from behind. Jiangxi quickly turned around and activated her rocket launcher mode. Because it was so dark that he couldn't see anything, Jiangxi could only fire wildly with his rocket launcher. After several rounds of combat, a rustling sound reached his ears. Jiangxi immediately became alert and turned to fire the rocket launcher. During this process, a strong sense of weightlessness arose, followed by a dizzying spin. Before Jiangxi could even react, his body was uprooted. In this round, Green Sail Vine Military Academy wins. The referee's voice rang out. The darkness that had enveloped the entire arena gradually receded, revealing Liao Rui standing on the stage. He still looked sickly, his skin so white it seemed to glow, giving him a somewhat eerie appearance. Ah! Green Sail Vine. Green Sail Vine. Amazing! He actually defeated the 6th-tier Jiangxi with the strength of a 5th-tier fighter. The entire arena erupted in cheers. After all, with such a vast difference in strength, no one had expected this result. Jiangxi, the first to be knocked off the stage, frowned deeply, probably still trying to figure out how she'd been defeated. At that moment, Liao Rui, who had been pushing herself to the limit, was completely exhausted and collapsed into the team's rest area after stepping off the stage. This scene was captured by a satellite camera nearby. Good heavens, what happened to Liao Rui? Exhausted? Probably. Using that kind of method must have taken a toll on him. He's probably reached his limit. Sigh, what about the team battle later? If Liao Rui is completely exhausted, she probably won't be able to compete for a while. Jiangxi also saw this scene. She pursed her lips, turned around, and returned to the Lecta's rest area. Shi Jia, how did you get knocked off the stage? Song Tianqi immediately leaned over to inquire. Jiangxi shook her head, I don't know. Su Jintang stroked her chin. Liao Rui's ability should be related to shadows, but that move that could black out the entire arena probably can't be used frequently, and it likely has strong side effects on him, so he probably won't be able to play in the later matches. Jiangxi nodded, yes, before he left the stage, I felt his mental energy rapidly decreasing after using that move. That makes things easier. Song Tianqi clapped his hands. They'd be outnumbered in the team battles later, so we have the advantage no matter what. Su Jintang glanced at the Green Sail Vine team's rest area. I play in the next match. Yin Yuting was taken aback. Don't you need me to go up and help you wear down the opponent? No need. Bing Rugio is too strong, you can't wear her down much, and you're likely to be worn down by her instead. Su Jintang spread her arms and stretched. Leave it to me. They naturally had complete confidence in Su Jintang. Yin Yuting quickly nodded, okay. Perhaps because the audience was so eager for Bing Rujia's next appearance, this intermission felt exceptionally long. Until the last minute ended, the referee began calling for the next contestants. Su Jintang stood up, stretching as he walked onto the stage. Bing Rujia from Green Sail Vine Military Academy, peak 5th level mental strength. Bing Rujia stood expressionless opposite him. Su Jintang loosened his collar and cleared his throat. Su Jintang from Recta's Military Academy, 6th level mental strength. The previously quiet arena erupted in discussion once more. Another tier 6. Recta's has been hiding his true strength. Who said Recta's substitute team was weak? This is even more monstrous than the regular team. Sigh, I already guessed it. So Su Jintang is definitely just a useless person. It's not surprising he has this kind of strength. So, Su Jintang really has 3 superpowers? That's too exaggerated. Chapter 255. Bing Rujia remained expressionless, but her gaze towards Su Jintang held a newfound caution. They had already guessed Su Jintang's strength, so the fact that she was at the 6th rank wasn't particularly surprising. The referee glanced at Su Jintang a few more times, his eyes filled with both envy and astonishment. A 6th rank expert at under 20 years old. Such talent was truly unparalleled. Green Sail Vine Military Academy versus Recta's Military Academy. This round's 1v1 duel begins now. Su Jintang's expression immediately vanished. With a wave of her hand, a massive glacier slowly rose from behind her, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet and covering the ground with a thin layer of frost. Bing Rujiao didn't conceal her strength either, immediately summoning a golden phoenix. Golden light instantly illuminated the entire arena, making the frost on the ground reflect light. Phoenix Rain. Bing Rujiao spread her arms at her sides, and golden phoenix feathers appeared around her, each shimmering with golden light and containing immense energy. Su Jintang didn't give her much time. Sensing her attack, he swiftly rushed towards her. The ground beneath his feet instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, Su Jintang appeared before Bing Rujio. Ice Blade Storm. A massive amount of spiritual energy gathered, and a storm of countless ice blades instantly formed. An ice blade storm appeared in each of the four corners of the sky, then simultaneously attacked Bing Rujio in the center. Su Jintang didn't stop. He gathered his spiritual energy together, and exquisite ice lotuses appeared in his palms. Under Bing Rujio's control, the golden feathers precisely struck the four ice blade storms. Golden light pierced through the ice lotus, instantly dissolving the fierce storm. Immediately afterward, Su Jintang's ice lotus pursued. Bing Rujio waved her hand without changing her expression, and the extra golden feathers behind her quickly met the ice lotus. The golden feathers immediately burrowed into the ice lotus, flashing with golden light. A few seconds later, it exploded, the ice lotus turning into various fragments scattered all over the ground. One move after another, the exchange between the two was so intense that a single mistake could result in elimination. The referee in midair kept his eyes fixed on the two, not blinking for a moment, afraid of missing anything. Phoenix Cry. A huge phoenix phantom appeared behind Bing Rujio, its golden wings slowly spreading. It raised its head and let out a loud cry. The cry echoed throughout the arena. A shockwave carrying a mental attack quickly reached Su Jintang's ears. Her expression remained unchanged, completely unaffected, as she continued charging towards Bing Rujio's location. What is that? Startled awake, the Thunder Dragon King asked, puzzled. Realizing it was a mental attack from the golden-feathered phoenix, he flicked his tail. Get out. If the real golden-feathered phoenix had appeared before him, he might have been a little wary, but a sonic attack from a tiny afterimage, so arrogant, he certainly wouldn't tolerate it. Strange. Bing Rujio frowned, cautiously scrutinizing Su Jintang. Her mental attack could ignore physical defenses, reaching directly into a person's spiritual sea. Few could defend against it. So why was it completely unaffected by Su Jintang? Su Jintang's frosty path attacked from the opposite direction. Bing Rujio had no time to think and could only block again. This Bing Rujio was no ordinary person. Despite being a level below Su Jintang in mental strength, she was still able to fight him to a standstill. Bing Rujio's special ability was that of a golden-feathered phoenix with divine beast blood. She couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. So, who do you think is more likely to win this fight? The audience debated again. Since Su Jintang and Bing Rujio were indeed evenly matched, each exchange resulted in a draw, with neither gaining a significant advantage. The battle intensified. Unable to gain the upper hand, Bing Rujio finally activated her divine beast bloodline enhancement. Phoenix Rain. In this enhanced state, Phoenix Rain covered a wider attack range and contained stronger mental energy. Sensing this unusual attack, Su Jintang became more cautious. She clasped her hands together and quickly retreated. Glacier spread outwards from beneath her feet, forming a solid ice wall in mere seconds. The ice wall, layer upon layer, surrounded her, creating a protective barrier. Bing Rujio soared into the air, a slight smile playing on her otherwise expressionless face. A vast amount of spiritual energy rapidly surged into the dense golden feathers behind her. The surrounding spectators, sensing this might be a clash of powerful moves, watched intently, barely daring to breathe. Su Jintang was completely enveloped by the glaciers. From Bing Rujio's perspective, she was nowhere to be seen. Golden phoenix feathers, gleaming with light, were poised to strike. The energy contained within them carried an aura of extreme destruction. Stop hiding, I know you haven't gone all out yet, Bing Rujio said calmly. Su Jintang didn't respond, continuing to silently hide inside the glacier. Seeing her in action, Bing Rujio didn't wait any longer. She immediately activated her mental power, and the golden feathers floating behind her shone brightly, attacking Su Jintang hidden inside the glacier. Meanwhile, inside the glacier, Su Jintang slowly raised her hand, her index and middle fingers raised, silently chanting, Frost Blast. A vast amount of mental power rapidly flowed from her palm into the surrounding glacier. 2 seconds later, the golden feathers flew to the perimeter of the glacier, like sharp arrows. Bing Rujio made a hand gesture, break. The golden feathers, which had only been floating near the glacier, rapidly fell and pierced the glacier. The glacier, which had been silent until then, suddenly trembled slightly. The tremor then intensified, gradually expanding until the entire arena shook. Bing Rujio sensed something was wrong and immediately retreated. A massive energy surge erupted from within the glacier, shattering it in a mere 2 seconds, and sending golden feathers flying. The shockwave from the explosion struck Bing Ruju precisely, instantly turning her face pale, as she was propelled away like a cannonball. Holy crap! What kind of skill is that? Is it that powerful? This is the strength of a 6th-tier being. Even those with divine beast bloodlines can't withstand it. Looks like Bing Ruju is going to lose. The audience, who had been holding their breath, finally couldn't help but erupt into heated discussion. The arena fell silent. The referee maneuvered the levitating ball downward slightly, surveying the situation on the arena. Beneath the thick smoke, Bing Ruju clutched her abdomen, forcing herself to stand by supporting herself on her elbows. She seemed to still have the strength to fight. On the other side, Su Jintang, who had already emerged from the glacier, was impeccably dressed, showing no signs of having just experienced a fierce battle. I still underestimated your strength, Bing Ruju said with a self-deprecating smirk. She took a deep breath, forcibly stabilizing her breathing, and raised her head again, her gaze regaining its resolute expression. From now on, I will no longer hold back. As soon as she finished speaking, Bing Ruju clenched her fist, instantly mobilizing all her spiritual energy. The phantom of a golden phoenix appeared behind her. The phoenix spread its wings, its golden light dazzlingly bright. Even more surprisingly, the phantom of the phoenix gradually solidified, and the aura of power it emitted rapidly increased. Bing Ruju's strongest move is summoning the physical form of a golden-feathered phoenix to fight. Su Jintang is in trouble now. Huh? She can summon the physical form of a golden-feathered phoenix? Of course, not the real golden-feathered phoenix, at most a fragment of its remnant soul. But even this fragment of a remnant soul is not something an ordinary person can defeat. That's a divine beast. Even if it's just a fragment of its soul, its strength is definitely not simple. Sensing the rapid increase in his opponent's power, Su Jintang slowly clenched his fist, simultaneously activating the dragon blood power within him. Both were gathering their strength, and the energy enveloping the arena grew stronger and stronger. The referee gestured to the staff outside the arena. The arena's protective shield was immediately strengthened. The spectators who noticed this scene realized that this duel between the two was going to be very sensational. Phoenix feathers filled the sky. With a cry, the golden-feathered phoenix behind Bing Ruju spread its wings and pounced on Su Jintang. Golden light flashed continuously on its body, and the intense light covered the entire arena. Su Jintang's spiritual energy surged, all channeling into his fist. As the phoenix charged towards him, Su Jintang raised his fist, unleashing a punch imbued with all his strength. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The surrounding environment became utterly silent. The shockwave from the collision of the two forces splashed onto the arena's protective shield. The referee promptly reinforced the shield. The surrounding spectators watched intently, anticipating the outcome of the duel. Bing Ruju is still standing. Someone shouted, recognizing the figure on the arena. Could it be that Su Jintang couldn't hold on any longer? The thick smoke on the arena gradually dissipated, revealing Bing Ruju standing there. Across from her lay Su Jintang, exhausted, lying on the ground, arms outstretched, eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. The spectators, who had been holding their breath, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Bing Ruju is still the better player. That shouldn't be the case. Su Jintang hasn't even used her second ability yet. How could she have lost? Could there be a reversal? The referee hasn't announced the final result yet. This reminded everyone. Right, the referee hasn't announced the final result yet. The referee, riding on the hovering sphere, looked at Su Jintang lying down, observed her carefully for a few seconds, and after confirming that she wasn't unconscious, looked up again to continue monitoring the match. Cough cough. Su Jintang sat up, clutching her chest. She ruffled her hair haphazardly. Looks like I still have to go all out. Hearing this, Bing Ruju slowly looked up. Come on, let's have a round where we go all out. Her voice was loud and clear, unaffected by the previous exchange, clearly indicating that her previous move wasn't her full strength. Su Jintang pushed herself up from the ground, brushing the dust off her palms. Okay. The two stood facing each other again. This time, their gazes were more resolute than before. Chapter 256. The surrounding audience was stunned. They made such a commotion, and she wasn't even going all out? The tickets were worth it. This one match alone is enough to recoup the cost. Sigh, it seems Bing Ruju is indeed superior. She's currently at the peak of the 5th rank, a little weaker than Su Jintang. If they were at the same rank, she might have won that duel. Inside the Recta's team's rest area, Song Tianqi frowned, puzzled. The class monitor's strength should be more than this. Why is she holding back? Yan Yuding's tone was worried. Won't something happen? Everyone understood what she meant. Shui Zhongqi immediately shook his head, giving a firm answer. Impossible. If anything happens to any of us, the class monitor won't be in trouble. Jiangxi didn't say anything, remaining seated, calm and collected, seemingly very confident in Su Jintang. Stop thinking nonsense, keep watching. Yin Yuding pulled his thoughts back and turned his gaze to the arena. Meanwhile, Su Jintang's mental sea was in complete chaos. What does this mean? A little broken bird dares to disturb my sleep. Let me go out and fight her. Jin Shiba's shouts rang out. Su Jintang was speechless. That's a phoenix, a divine beast phoenix. Just a broken afterimage. Wait until she cultivates to the 9th level and can summon a real golden feathered phoenix before she dares to be arrogant with me. The Thunder Dragon King's voice rang out just in time. Actually, this is a good thing. When that little girl's skill effect rushed into my mental sea just now, I forcibly stopped and absorbed a lot of it. I refined all that energy and injected into your spiritual sea of consciousness. This will help you quickly expand its area, which is a huge benefit. In that exchange just now, while Bing Ruijia appeared to be fiercely exchanging blows, the sonic attack of the phoenix's cry had already penetrated Su Jintang's sea of consciousness. That powerful attack immediately awakened the 3 powerful figures, Thunder Dragon King, Ice Soul Dragon, and Jin Xiaobao. Because of their protection, the attack energy was absorbed and refined by the 3 as soon as it entered, causing no harm to Su Jintang whatsoever. This is also why Bing Ruijia's expression was so solemn just now. Her proud attack was easily neutralized by her opponent. In my opinion, none of us should intervene. Let Jintang train on her own. The Phoenix girl opposite her is about the same strength as her, perfect for sparring. Thunder Dragon King suggested. Ice Soul Dragon had no intention of intervening and immediately agreed. Okay. Only Jin Xiaobao reacted strongly. So you're just going to let it go like this, waking me up like this? Annoyed by him, Su Jintang wiped his mouth. I settle this score for you. Jin Xiaobao finally calmed down, letting out a soft snort. Fine, it's yours. Phoenix Protection, Blazing Sun Pincer Attack. Realizing that mental attacks posed no threat to Su Jintang, Bing Ruijia immediately changed her fighting style. The golden phoenix that had been hovering behind her rapidly shrank, entering her body through her forehead. In just a few seconds, Bing Ruijia's entire body radiated golden light. The golden phoenix's possession had rapidly increased the enhancement to her physical strength. Su Jintang narrowed his eyes. A pure power attack. This one's hard to withstand. She clenched her fists, the dragon blood power deep within her body instantly surging forth, her entire body erupting with power, and a blinding white light. Holy crap! It's starting! It's starting! They're going all out. I'm so fired up. Is this going to be pure hand-to-hand combat? This kind of head-on clash is definitely more exciting. The audience in the arena and the live stream were thrilled. Even the referees stared at the arena below in astonishment. Mental attacks don't hurt you, so what about physical attacks? Bing Ruijia asked calmly, as her fist flew towards her. Su Jintang smirked. Physical attacks, huh? She clenched her fist and swung it at Bing Ruijia. Then they're even less effective. Bang! Their fists collided in midair. Bing Ruijia was airborne, while Su Jintang stood firmly on the arena. The shockwave from the clash of the two forces created a powerful gust of wind, sending their hair flying everywhere. This time, neither was knocked back. However, the protective barrier around the arena trembled violently, as if crying for help. The referee noticed and immediately reinforced it with his mental energy. The sounds of intense, resounding blows echoed across the arena. Sometimes Bing Ruijia had the upper hand, sometimes Su Jintang had the upper hand. The two switched positions, each exchange a genuine clash of power. The referee watched in astonishment. Both of them are freaks. Phoenix Fire, annihilation of the meteor shower. Bing Ruijia raised her hands, and a meteor shower composed of phoenix flames instantly gathered above her head, ready to unleash its power. A dangerous aura, enough to destroy the entire arena, lurked within the meteor shower. Su Jintang pursed her lips and snapped her fingers. A vast expanse of glaciers spread outwards from beneath her feet, rapidly covering the entire arena. An upgraded version of the Frost explosion. As the Phoenix Fire rain descended, the glaciers that had filled the entire arena below instantly exploded, countless ice shards flying in all directions, the resulting shockwaves directly impacting the meteor shower. The ultimate battle between ice and fire had begun. Incredible! Even in previous leagues, this level of competition was unprecedented. In previous leagues, you only see battles like this in the finals. This year is absolutely amazing. Speaking of which, Green Sail Vine Military Academy seems to be a small academy established only last year. I never expected they could produce students with such strength. If they hadn't encountered Rectas, they definitely could have made it to the finals. What a pity. This Dark Horse Academy is probably going to fall here. That's not necessarily true. What if Bingriji wins? Most of the audience still held a preconceived notion that Rectas would win no matter what. But the dissenting voices stunned many. Indeed, judging from the current situation on the field, there was a high probability that Green Sail Vine Military Academy would win. The members of the other 4 military academy teams, seeing this scene, all became serious. They were all wondering what their chances of winning would be if they encountered Green Sail Vine Military Academy. Why didn't you use your second ability? Bingriju stared intently at Su Jintang and asked. By now, she was no longer thinking about how to win the match, but rather how much of a gap there was between herself and Su Jintang at full strength. Without using her second ability, Su Jintang had already managed to fight her to a draw, even gaining a slight advantage. Therefore, once Su Jintang used her second ability, she would have absolutely no chance of fighting back. In this match, one ability is enough. Su Jintang smiled, then spread her arms, and a massive glacier rose from behind her. Bing Rijiao's mental energy was already mostly depleted, making her ability activation efficiency and physical reaction speed much weaker. Continuing to exhaust herself would eventually lead to her being drained. After all, Su Jintang was a 6th-tier ability user, and her mental energy reserves were definitely greater than hers. Then let's decide the winner with one move. Bing Riji calmed herself, clasped her hands together, and gathered all the remaining mental energy in her palms. Su Jintang didn't hold back either, activating her remaining vast mental energy and frantically summoning glaciers. Layer upon layer of glaciers covered the arena, quickly transforming the surrounding area into a world of ice and snow. Phoenix Flame Golden Heaven. As the words fell, the entire arena was enveloped in golden light, and a powerful, domineering rain of phoenix flames descended from the sky, its attack range covering the entire arena. Su Jintang's glacier continued to grow wildly, layer upon layer rolling towards Bing Rigio. The explosion of the frosty path. Starting from the glacier beneath her feet, explosions rang out incessantly, bombarding Bing Rigio's location along a straight trajectory. Each explosion was accompanied by countless sharp ice shards being ejected and scattered in all directions. The impact force of the explosions continuously accumulated and escalated until, in the final stage, the explosive force reached its limit, unleashing a final bombardment. The surrounding audience seats were illuminated by the constantly flashing golden light. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the arena, taking a long time to process what had happened. My God, who won? I can't tell. We have to wait for the referee to announce it. It's spectacular. I can feel the icy air from the glacier, and the intense heat of the phoenix fire. It's so amazing, switching between cold and hot all the time. To ensure the audience's enjoyment, the arena's protective shield only blocked the aftershocks of the power, but the effects of the skills themselves weren't life-threatening. The audience could feel the icy air from Su Jintang's glacier, and the intense heat of the phoenix fire. The referee descended on a hovering sphere. The arena was now shrouded in steam from the melting glacier, the fog obscuring everything. He scanned the arena with his mental energy. A few seconds later, he jumped off the hovering sphere and landed on the arena, announcing, the winner of this duel is Recta's Military Academy. The previously silent arena erupted in screams and shouts. Recta's is awesome. As expected of the top military academy, they won again. Good for nothing. Good for nothing. Su Jintang. Su Jintang. The entire arena erupted in unified cheers, the atmosphere incredibly enthusiastic. Song Tianqi and his friends, who had been anxiously waiting in the audience, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I told you the squad leader would be fine. Song Tianqi patted his chest. Yin Yuding's brows relaxed, and he stretched easily. Winning without lifting a finger is so satisfying. Shui Zhongqi, fanning himself with his folding fan, began to analyze. The next match is a team battle. Liao Rui on the other side is likely unable to play, so we definitely have the advantage in the team battle. Jiangxi nodded yes. And this match also took a heavy toll on Bing Rijiao. Her combat power will be reduced by at least 20% in the upcoming team battle. What about the squad leader? Yin Yuding immediately turned to look at the arena. At this moment, the thick smoke on the arena had dissipated. Su Jintang stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and then, with a bright smile, waved energetically to the surrounding audience. It seemed there was no problem at all. Yin Yuding looked away with relief. Looks like everything's alright. Chapter 257. After the first match, a half-hour intermission was held. In the VIP stands, several high-ranking officials from the federal branch office showed surprise. These students are no ordinary bunch. To be able to cause such a stir at such a young age. When we were their age, our strength was only half theirs. Principal Miao, you must keep these students with our branch office. We welcome young and talented children the most. Miao Mingji immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Even Jing Hongyi turned and glanced in their direction. Although he didn't say anything, his expression clearly showed his apprehension. The expressions of the other 4 military academy principals also varied. Miao Mingji smiled slightly and said modestly, "You're too kind, everyone." The initial purpose of establishing the military academy was to cultivate and supply talent for the Federation. These kids should graduate after this league ends. Let them choose where they want to go then. Zhuang Silin, standing nearby, witnessed the scene. Over the years, the 5 major military academies have expanded their influence too rapidly, and their students are scattered all over the country, making them a thorn in the side of the Federation General Administration. Now, Su Jintang and his 5 teammates' outstanding performance will surely attract Jing Hongyi's attention again, which is not good for Rectus. Su Jintang returned to the team's rest area. Yin Yuding and the others immediately surrounded him, offering words of comfort. Our squad leader is awesome. He even took down a ruthless person like Bing Rujiao. Song Tianqi shouted, clenching his fist in celebration. Yin Yuding, with keen insight, went behind Su Jintang and began massaging his shoulders. How's the pressure? Is it too heavy? Shui Zhongqi fanned Su Jintang with his prize folding fan. Squad leader, what's the arrangement for the next match? Su Jintang waved to the 3 of them, signaling them to step back. Hurry up and recover your mental strength for the next match. Yes. The 3 answered in unison, quickly dispersing. Jiangxi glanced over. So you were holding back when you sparred with me earlier. Rarely seeing Jiangxi in such a subtle mood, Su Jintang scratched her head and chuckled. It's all right, it's all right. To be honest, Jiangxi continued, looking at her, if you were facing Liao Rui, what are your chances of winning? Su Jintang stretched, thought for a moment, and replied, it's hard to say. I didn't quite understand Liao Rui's move either. I guess I have to improvise based on the situation. Jiangxi pursed her lips, feeling slightly relieved. She was actually quite bothered by being knocked off the stage by Liao Rui. In terms of skill, she was far superior to Liao Rui, yet somehow, she was the one who was knocked off first. Of course, Su Jintang wasn't lying. She genuinely hadn't figured out a way to counter that move, but with Brother Long and Lei Longwang by her side, she figured even if she really encountered Liao Rui, she'd have a solution. The intermission began. As the 2 teams raced against time to recover their mental strength, the lights in the arena slowly dimmed. Huh? What's going on? Is the warm-up performance about to start? I heard the organizers invited the Muling Xiao idol group to perform this time. That's quite a big deal. As the audience was discussing, a dazzling beam of light shone on the arena. The central platform of the arena quietly rose. A tall, handsome man stood on the stage, dressed in a white suit, holding a megaphone, his face revealing shallow dimples when he smiled. Hello everyone, I'm Shen Mucheng, the captain of the Mulingxia idol group. Ah, it really is Shen Mucheng. Wow, he's so handsome in person. I thought the photos circulating online were all heavily edited. Hey, I remember Shen Mucheng had a rumored relationship with Gan Famine. Do you think there might actually be something between them? Soon, Shen Mucheng's solo performance began. Whether it was intentional on the part of the staff or not, they even gave Su Jintang a close-up. This close-up immediately elicited cheers. Citrus love, you're the sweetest. Ah, the citrus couple is together. We've been shipping this CP for so long, and they've finally given us some sweetness. And it's official. This is definitely real. We finally found a real CP. Within minutes, the topic of citrus couple had surged to the top of the StarNet forum's trending searches. Besides, the top spots on the trending search list were also dominated by Masked Squad. Shocking. The once-renowned genius Masked Squad, which shocked the entire Federation, is actually the reserve team of Recta's military academy. Who knows how many superpowers the good rice man actually has? Recta's really hid this well. Chu Er, who was in the spectator area, frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on the Recta's team's rest area, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. After a long while, a teammate broke the silence. Captain, we didn't expect Recta's to have this up their sleeve. This will make the rest of the matches difficult. Chu Er took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. It doesn't matter. We're under a lot of pressure, and the other 3 military academy members aren't doing much better. It just comes down to who's unlucky. What if one of the team members hesitated? We run into Rectus first. Let's not discuss things that haven't happened yet. Chu Er looked up at the arena. Watch the match first, focusing on the effects of Rectus's 5 skills. We do a post-match analysis. The other 3 military academy members weren't having it so easy either. Song Ziqian had been recuperating in the sanatorium since the last time she was chased, and had just been discharged this morning. She sat in the spectator stands, her face extremely grave. It was her. Captain Song, what did you say? Team member Ji Nanqing leaned closer curiously. Ji Nanqing had previously led a Dark Horse team in the previous superpower competition, and had directly faced the masked squad. Thinking of this, Song Ziqian turned to look at her. What do you think of the masked squad's strength? Ji Nanqing stroked her chin, her brows furrowing slightly. When we played against them in the superpower competition, we lost terribly. And that match clearly didn't even showcase their full strength. Ji Nanqing is arrogant, and for her to admit she's inferior, it shows that Su Jintang and his group of 5 are indeed exceptionally strong. Song Ziqian pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on the close-up profile of Su Jintang on the broadcast screen. Ji Nanqing's expression beside her wasn't as relaxed as before. The defeat in the superpowered individuals competition made the teachers at Shiha Military Academy realize the weakness of their team, which is why Song Ziqian joined later, immediately replacing Ji Nanqing as captain. Initially, Ji Nanqing was unconvinced, repeatedly seeking opportunities to challenge Song Ziqian, only to lose every time. It was only after that Ji Nanqing truly accepted Song Ziqian. The warm-up performance quickly ended, and Shin Mucheng slowly exited the stage amidst the cheers of the fans. Next up on stage was Qin Tiangang, the league's head. Next will be the second match between Rectus and Green Sail Vine Military Academy. We will now randomly select the match format, Qin Tiangang announced expressionlessly. Immediately afterward, the image on the screen behind him began to change. All eyes in the audience turned to the screen. The text on the screen flashed and bounced continuously. After a few seconds, the text on the screen settled on 5v5 large-scale team battle. Inside the Green Sail Vine Military Academy team's rest area. Bing Rijia's brows immediately furrowed. Liao Rui was now unable to play, and her mental energy had been largely depleted in the previous match. This 5v5 large-scale team battle was most disadvantageous for them. Captain, I can still hold on a little longer. Liao Rui's voice came from beside her. Bing Riji withdrew her gaze, and turned to look at Liao Rui. Using that move put too much strain on your body. Even if you went on stage, you wouldn't be able to contribute much. A hint of guilt flashed across Liao Rui's face. I'm sorry if I hadn't used that move. According to Bing Rijiao's previous plan, she intended to wait until the team battle to let Liao Rui reveal her trump card. But Liao Rui's desire to win was too strong. After facing Jiangxi, she completely forgot her captain's instructions, and was forced to reveal all her trump cards. It's too late to say anything now. Bing Rijiao's gaze swept over Su Jintang on the opposite side. Even if you hadn't used that move, our chances of winning were very low. If Su Jintang used his second ability, their team's overall strength in the team battle would rise another level, making it difficult for us to compete. Several team members lowered their heads, their expressions somewhat dejected. Compared to their peers, they were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. But after facing Su Jintang, they realized what it meant to be outmatched. The intermission ended, and both teams took to the stage. Su Jintang stood with one hand in his pocket, the other fiddling with an inscription. Beside him, Shui Zhongqi carried a grappling hook slung over his shoulder, looking every bit the swaggering rogue. Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding stood ramrod straight, protecting Jiangxi in the center. Click! A satellite camera hovering in midair captured the scene. Ah, it really is the masked squad. Yes, that's the bandit vibe. Definitely the masked squad. I thought it was a rumor when I saw it trending, but it really is the masked squad. Rectus was hiding too well. How could such a freakishly strong player be hidden in the reserve team? The referee, riding a hovering ball, soared into the air and waved his hand, announcing, the ultimate 5v5 team battle begins now. According to the rules, teams drawn for the 5v5 team battle only need one match to determine the winner. Therefore, this match will be the ultimate showdown between the teams Rectus and Green Sail Vine. Cheers immediately erupted from the arena. Rectus. Rectus. Green Sail Vine, charge. Masked Squad, take first place. The battle on the arena was about to begin. At the very start, Song Tianqi rushed to the front, his spiritual energy surging rapidly, blazing 9 heavens. 9 balls of crimson gold fire slammed down on Bing Ruggiero and her teammates. Considering Liao Rui's exhaustion, he did not participate in this team battle. Only 4 teammates remained on Bing Ruggiero's side. Number 3 spell, Spinning Flying Fish. And Yufei waved her magic wand. A brightly colored manta ray appeared overhead, barely blocking the attack of the crimson fireball. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Ruggiero summoned a golden phoenix, Phoenix Rain. A shower of golden meteors rained down. At that moment, a thick glacier rose from the ground, precisely blocking the meteor shower's path, intercepting it in anticipation. With a hiss, the melting glacier released steam that rose into the air. Silence. Kong Ruzhen silently chanted the incantation, his hands forming a hand seal. The binding force generated by the silence spell, centered on him, rapidly spread outwards, finally landing precisely on Song Tianqi. Damn it! I can't move! Song Tianqi shouted. Chapter 258. She wrapped Bing Ruggiero up. Su Jintang turned and called out. Upon receiving the order, Jiang Shi quickly hoisted the rocket launcher, terrifying energy gathering at the muzzle, rapidly heating the surrounding air. Noticing this, Kong Ruzhen immediately intervened. Stop them! Protect the captain! As the confrontation intensified, Yin Yuding swung his wind and thunder whip. A crackling sound of exploding electricity followed. Song Tianqi beside him rushed out, coordinating with Yin Yuding's wind and thunder attack towards Yin Yufei on the opposite side. Defend! Kong Ruzhen joined his index and middle fingers together, forming a hand seal. A defensive wall instantly appeared in front of him and Bing Ruggiero. The 9 balls of crimson flame and the glacier were all blocked. Bing Ruggiero seized the opportunity to mount the golden phoenix, its fiery wings slowly unfurling, carrying her into the air. Hidden at the back of the group, Qiu Yu slowly raised her hands, and from her feet, clear water slowly spread outwards. Within seconds, it covered most of the arena. Hiss! A chill rose slowly, and the water covering most of the arena began to freeze. Sensing something was wrong, Qiu Yu frowned slightly and immediately activated her stronger mental power, trying to forcefully break through the ice. However, when her mental power covered the ice, it felt like touching a solid iron plate. No matter how she touched it, it wouldn't budge. Qiu Yu, be careful. Bing Ruggiero's voice came from the side. Qiu Yu immediately snapped back to reality and quickly retreated. Time was clearly too late. The storm of ice blades that had appeared behind Qiu Yu at some point was already about to hit her face. A flicker of panic crossed Qiu Yu's eyes as she quickly formed a magic seal. Water dragon converges with the moon. A giant water dragon burst forth from the ice, countless ice shards scattering in all directions. The dragon opened its mouth, letting out a roar, before flying towards the oncoming storm of ice blades. Bang! The storm was shattered by the water dragon, but before it could subside, another storm, swirling with ice blades, attacked. Qiu Yu was flustered, her entire focus drawn to the storm before her, completely unaware that Shui Zhongqi had somehow appeared behind her. A chain, shimmering with faint starlight, extended from Shui Zhongqi's palm. It silently stretched to Qiu Yu's feet. The instant the soul-sharing link was established, Qiu Yu immediately sensed something was wrong. She turned around alertly, her gaze falling on Shui Zhongqi not far away. This is a life-sharing skill? Shui Zhongqi, of course, didn't answer her, only smiling innocently and shrugging. Number 2 spell, Snot Bear. And Yufei, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, unleashed her magic wand. A palm-sized teddy bear appeared out of thin air in front of Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi was startled for a moment, then, realizing what was happening, his tense body immediately relaxed, even opening his arms to welcome the teddy bear. And Yufei frowned in confusion, wondering what was going on, when a water dragon rushed in from next door, accurately hitting the teddy bear. The water dragon and the teddy bear exploded together, the radiating shockwaves spreading outwards. Because Shui Zhongqi was caught off guard, he was immediately forced back by the aftershocks of the explosion. Across from him, Qiu Yu, restrained by the life-sharing effect, felt a slight pain in her abdomen. Sister Qiu Yu, what are you doing? And Yufei's questioning voice came from the other side. Qiu Yu clutched her stomach, explaining helplessly, he used life-sharing on me. Life-sharing has a time limit, Sister Qiu Yu, you hold him off for now. I come back when the time is up. And Yufei was forced to abandon her plan to pursue Shui Zhongqi. Phoenix Rain. Another wide-range group attack skill. Su Jintang raised one hand, and the glacier below instantly surged up, forming an ice pillar that rapidly extended outwards, creating a thick ice shield that blocked everything above their heads. Fire rain fell, white smoke rising continuously. The ice, scorched by the high temperature, instantly melted into icy water, dripping onto the arena surface. Colorful apple buns. A flash of colorful light passed through Yan Yuting's palm, followed by two oval-shaped buns filled with apple crumbs. Class monitor, Sister Shi. Yan Yuting called out. The two opposite immediately turned around. At the same time, Yan Yuting tossed the bread she was holding to them. This was the effect of Yan Yuting's skill after reaching level 4. She had kept it extremely secret. So far, apart from herself, no one else knew the specifics of this skill's effect. After catching the apple bread, Su Jintang decisively stuffed it into her mouth. The sweet fruity aroma quickly spread in her mouth. Immediately afterwards, a cool sensation spread to her mind. Su Jintang exclaimed in surprise. After eating the apple bread, her mind, vision, and even her reactions became clearer. Somewhat surprised by this change, Su Jintang immediately began to practice. Phoenix feathers filled the sky. A golden phoenix spread its wings and charged fiercely. Su Jintang had expended considerable effort when parrying this attack before. But this time, for some reason, she clearly felt the approaching golden phoenix's movement slow down, and even Bing Rijia's movements seemed to slow down. Like a slow-motion movie, everyone around her appeared sluggish and clumsy. As the phoenix swooped down, Su Jintang raised her hand, condensing her spiritual energy. A delicate, small ice lotus quickly took shape and then slowly floated forward. All of this seemed perfectly natural to her. However, the surrounding audience gasped in astonishment. So fast. I thought Su Jintang didn't even have time to activate her mental power. No, Su Jintang didn't have this fast reaction speed before. It's that bread, isn't it? Yan Yuting's auxiliary ability is to produce bread with beneficial effects. Su Jintang only showed this amazing reaction after eating the bread she gave her. Jiangxi, who had also just finished eating an apple bun, quickly displayed a similarly rapid reaction speed. The thunder spell, as powerful as a thunderclap, had just been cast, and before the attack effect even reached her, Jiangxi seemed to have anticipated it, quickly hoisting her rocket launcher and activating its lock-on bombardment mode. Damn. Song Tianqi, caught off guard, froze for a moment, then quickly retreated, dodging Jiangxi's indiscriminate barrage. Here for you. Yan Yuting tossed over another freshly baked apple bun. Song Tianqi reached out and grabbed it, taking a deep breath. The fragrant apple aroma filled his nostrils. Before even eating, Song Tianqi felt his mind clear up for a moment, and his vision became clearer. Song Tianqi immediately understood, stuffing the apple bun into his mouth and starting to chew frantically. Shui Zhongqi on the other side also grabbed an apple bun and started eating at the same time. Bing Riju frowned, reminding her teammates, the bread they just ate likely has a strong buff effect. We should avoid direct combat for now, and wait until their buff effect wears off before launching our counterattack. Understood? This feels amazing. All the enemy's movements have slowed down by half, and we can even predict their next move. Song Tianqi couldn't help but exclaim. Shui Zhongqi reacted similarly. He held several rune symbols in his hand, and after anticipating that an Yufei might flee north, he immediately threw the runes northward. Anticipation? Shui Zhongqi actually has such an amazing reaction ability? No, look at the others in Recta's. They all seem to have suddenly gained a strong predictive ability, just like Shui Zhongqi. It must be the bread Yan Yuting threw to them. That bread had a buff effect. Holy crap. This kind of buff that can predict the enemy's movements is terrifying. But this skill must have a time limit, right? Under the apple bun's buff, Su Jintang and his group's combat power skyrocketed. Bing Riju and the others dared not continue to engage in direct combat, and could only retreat and dodge to buy time. Class monitor, don't worry. My apple bun's buff will last for 5 minutes. Yan Yuting suddenly shouted. His voice carried through the air. Bing Riju and the others naturally heard this as well. 5 minutes? Calm Rujin's brows furrowed suddenly. How could it possibly last that long? Bing Rijia's expression was also grim. The moment the buff appeared, they were forced into a rout. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on. That Shui Zhongqi on the other side is disgusting too, Xiao Yu said, her face green from the torment. First, she was entangled by Shui Zhongqi's life-sharing technique, then he constantly used runes to wear her down, occasionally throwing in a strong crowd control skill. And for some reason, her mental energy was draining several times faster. Although they weren't eliminated yet, Shui Zhongqi's grueling attrition tactics were difficult for most people to withstand. Captain, we can't possibly last 5 minutes, and Yufei said, her voice tinged with panic. Bing Rijia's thoughts were also in disarray. From the moment they lost the 1v1, she realized the scales of victory were no longer in their favor. But even in defeat, they had to fight with all their might. Now, the match had only been going on for less than 5 minutes, and their opponents had already displayed such unbreakable power. It's come to this. Let's give it our all one last time. Bing Rujiao made a decisive decision. After receiving the order, the other team members exchanged glances and nodded in agreement yes. Su Jintang was still curiously testing the buff effect of the apple bag. At first, she thought the buff slowed down the enemy's movements, but after a few uses, she slowly realized that it wasn't the enemy who was slower, but rather she herself was faster. From thinking to reaction to action speed, everything was at least twice as fast. 5 minutes. Su Jintang muttered to herself. This buff could at least double their overall combat power, and it could even last for 5 minutes. It was truly incredible. However, Su Jintang thought of something and glanced at Yan Yuding's position a few more times. That's what she said, but whether it could actually last 5 minutes depended entirely on Yan Yuding's words. Squad leader, I'm going. Shui Zhongqi suddenly shouted, a blinding light flashing from his body. Su Jintang snapped out of his daze, and immediately turned around to follow. Chapter 259. The moment Shui Zhongqi charged forward, a shimmering chain of starlight extended from his body. This time, the chain targeted Yufei directly. In a short while, the chain was in front of her. And Yufei had no experience, but her intuition told her something was wrong. She immediately raised her magic wand, number 1 spell, Rainbow White Horse. A familiar children's song rang out, and then a small white horse adorned with a rainbow appeared above her head. The chain of starlight quickly wrapped around the white horse doll. In an instant, the energy contained within the white horse doll was triggered. An explosion rang out. The chain of starlight snapped. And Yufei breathed a sigh of relief, having temporarily escaped unscathed, but she didn't notice the danger creeping up from behind. The glacier had somehow spread to most of the arena. Yufei. Xiao Yu's voice came from the side. And Yufei instinctively turned her head, finally catching a glimpse of the glacier spreading behind her. Panic gripped her, and she immediately retreated, preparing to dodge. However, it was too late. Water Moon Mirror Heaven. A torrent of water cascaded upwards onto the glacier, like a waterfall. The water's resistance was immense, instantly halting the glacier. It was Xiao Yu's skill. And Yufei reacted, rushing towards Xiao Yu's location. In her haste, she didn't notice her footing. A shimmering chain of starlight silently wrapped around Yufei's ankle. Absolute Star Chain. The instant the skill's effect took effect, and Yufei's forward momentum froze, her mental energy simultaneously solidifying. Xiao Yu cried out in alarm, immediately manipulating the water beneath her feet to strike the opposite side. The water flowed upwards, converging into a water dragon that surged towards Su Jintang. Su Jintang, enhanced by the apple bun buff, anticipated the water dragon's trajectory and dodged to the side. At that moment, Shui Zhongqi's inscription attack followed. Xiao Yu had to divert some of her attention to deal with it. Distracted, Xiao Yu had no time to attend to Yufei. And Yufei, still trapped by the star chain, became the most conspicuous focus of the entire arena. That's it, and Yufei is trapped by the absolute star chain. She's definitely going to be eliminated. The audience members' words had barely left their lips when Su Jintang's frosty path swept straight down from beneath her feet. The referee, having anticipated this, immediately intervened to save Yufei and announced, "And Yufei is out, the match continues." Xiao Yu and the others still on stage visibly panicked upon hearing this. Their team was already down a player, and Yufei's elimination was like adding insult to injury. The Vermilion Bird descends. With Song Tianqi's shout, a phantom of the Vermilion Bird slowly appeared behind him. The Vermilion Bird, engulfed in crimson flames, glared angrily at the phoenix with golden feathers opposite it. Jiangxi stood to the side, carrying a rocket launcher, its muzzle glowing with blinding red light, terrifying energy brewing. Fire! Extinguish! Kong Ruzhen clasped his hands together, his entire spiritual power instantly converging in his palms. The spectators who witnessed this scene gasped in surprise. Kong Ruzhen actually had a trump card up his sleeve. I thought he could only use the one-word technique. The one-word technique is already so terrifying. What if the two-word technique comes out? Will Rectus be turned around? Jiangxi glanced at Kong Ruzhen with surprise. This aura is a bit dangerous. Song Tianqi's brows furrowed. Jiangxi raised the rocket launcher and calmly said, I go. Half a second later, the power fluctuation of the Kong Ruzhen incantation reached Jiangxi. At the same time, the rocket launcher, which should have already been fired, seemed to be bound by a force, stuck at the muzzle and unable to start. Jiangxi frowned slightly, quickly reacting and increasing her mental energy output. After all, she was a 6th-level cultivator. With continuous output, she broke through the Conjuration incantation's binding force in just 2 seconds. The shell, mixed with explosive damage, was fired on time. Conjuration, who had no time to react, was directly hit by the shell, his body flying out of the arena in a parabolic arc. Conjuration of Green Sail Vine Military Academy is out. The match continues. The situation became even more dire for Green Sail Vine Military Academy. Of the original 4, only Bing Riju and Chiou remained. Conjuration, pale-faced and clutching his chest, shook his head helplessly after stepping off the stage. Using his 2-word technique was already his limit, yet he was still no match for Jiangxi, and could only accept his fate. The elimination of another teammate left Bing Riju and her companion in a desperate situation. 4 against 5 was already a disadvantage for them, and now with 2 members eliminated, their chances of winning were even slimmer. A look of resigned helplessness crossed Chiou's face. Although Bing Riju was still unwilling to accept it, the facts were undeniable, and she had no choice but to accept it. "Referee, we concede," Bing Riju immediately raised her hand and said. The referee, hovering in the air on a hovering ball, paused for a moment, then immediately jumped onto the stage and announced, "In this match, Recta's Military Academy has won. Congratulations to the Recta's Military Academy team for successfully advancing to the next round of the elimination tournament." The announcement rang out, and a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. Recta's masked squad. Thunderous applause continued, bringing this grand duel to a close. In the VIP stands, several Federal Bureau leaders nodded repeatedly, their faces full of admiration. Sitting in the center, Jing Hongyi remained silent, watching Su Jitang and his 4 companions receive the cheers from the audience on the stage. Recta's wins against Green Sail Vine. Masked Squad appears in Military Academy League. Dry Rice Man dominates the field. That evening, trending topics flooded the StarNet forum. The entire internet was dominated by the topics of the Masked Squad and Rectas. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Federal Intensive Care Unit. The federal administration has received a report alleging that the Recta's Military Academy's official team deliberately fabricated injuries to cheat in the league. A stern-looking man led a team into the medical room, showed his credentials, and gestured to his teammates. The teammates immediately understood and quickly surrounded the beds of Yuan Yao and her 4 teammates. A Recta's Military Academy instructor stood up and approached, his face grim. "What are you doing?" The leader of the team coldly replied, "We need to verify the injuries of your official team members." The league staff and the federal administration personally confirmed it. "Now, based on a baseless report, you're accusing us of cheating? Isn't that a bit much?" The instructor continued to argue. The man remained unyielding. "Sorry, it's all orders from our superiors. We're just following them." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured for his team to continue. The team members surrounding each bed immediately took out their detectors and began scanning Yuan Yao and the others. Just then, a powerful force surged forth, instantly repelling the Federal Administration Bureau team members. "Who?" The leading man immediately became alert, clenching his fists and assuming a defensive stance. "Taking advantage of my absence, bullying our students. The Administration Bureau is really showing less and less respect for Rectas." Zhuang Silin walked in with a stern face, exuding an aura of unapproachability. The man glanced up at Zhuang Silin. Recently, Zhuang Silin had just reached the 8th rank. Her abilities and fighting style were both powerful and domineering. That force just now was probably from her. "Teacher Zhuang, it's not that we're disrespectful, it's just orders from our superiors. I'm just running errands, please be understanding." The man said this, but his actions showed no sign of weakness, clearly not intimidated by Zhuang Silin. "Her face doesn't matter, but mine does?" A calm and composed voice rang out. The man and several members of the disciplinary bureau turned around. The voice came from the doorway, where Miao Mingji walked in calmly, and stood beside Zhuang Silin. The man, whose attitude had been so forceful just moments before, instantly changed his expression, his imposing manner noticeably weakening. "Commander Miao, what brings you here?" "I heard about the report against our military academy, so I came to see how the disciplinary bureau plans to investigate." Miao Mingji replied calmly. The principals of the 5 major military academies are all top-tier experts in the Federation. In front of such figures, the man naturally dared not be too arrogant. The man lowered his voice, explaining tactfully, "Actually, it's because your school's reserve team is too strong, leading to numerous public complaints and suspicions of fraud. The administration received too many complaints, and had no choice but to investigate. The news that the masked squad was actually the reserve team of the Lectus Military Academy had already spread across the internet. This was indeed strange. Moreover, the official team happened to be attacked and pursued, giving the reserve team the opportunity to compete. The coincidences were too numerous to ignore. Miao Mingji smiled slightly, indicating understanding. I understand. In that case, everyone, please carry out your inspection duties properly. She generously raised her hand, indicating they could continue. The man hesitated for a moment before beckoning to his team members. Hurry up and check. Yes. 5 minutes later, the team members finished their checks and shook their heads at the man. The man frowned slightly, lost in thought. It seems we didn't find anything. Can our students rest and recuperate now? Zhuang Silin asked coldly. After all the trouble, they hadn't found any clues, and lingering any longer wasn't a good idea. The man bowed apologetically to Zhuang Silin and Miao Mingji. Sorry to bother you. After leaving the medical room, several members of the management bureau chatted amongst themselves, puzzled. Do you really think such a coincidence is possible? Rectus left his trump card with the reserve team. According to the newly established rules, the reserve team shouldn't have had a chance to play, but the main team members just happened to be chased and injured, which conveniently gave the reserve team an opportunity. The man didn't participate in the discussion, but he certainly didn't believe such a coincidence was possible. However, they hadn't been able to detect what methods Rectus used to make the main team members' injuries appear so realistic. The rumors of Rectus's suspected cheating circulated online for a while. Only after the Management Bureau released its investigation results did the online discussions gradually subside. Chapter 260. Second round of elimination matches. Rectus Military Academy vs. Giant Wave Military Academy. The referee's announcement immediately sparked a cacophony of discussion throughout the arena. How strong is Giant Wave Military Academy? I never heard of them before. Giant Wave Military Academy, huh? Their strength is SOSO, nothing special. Against Rectus, they definitely just be cannon fodder. This match probably won't be very interesting. Inside the Giant Wave Military Academy team's rest area, the usually arrogant Su Pingtian's face was a terrifying green. His teammates were in a panic. It's over, it's really over, how could we possibly beat Lectus? Actually, if you think about it, the fact that we made it this far is pretty good. We're at least in the top 100. Yeah, with our strength, advancing to the finals is definitely impossible. We're pretty much done here. Captain, should we play this match or not? All four teammates' eyes fell on Su Pingtian, waiting for his instructions. Play. Why wouldn't we play? Are you afraid of the First Military Academy? If we're going to lose, we should lose honorably. Su Pingtian didn't know where the strength came from, but he suddenly mustered his courage. The other teammates exchanged silent glances, not daring to say anything. The second round of the elimination tournament was still best of 3. The first match was a 3v3 team battle. The Lectus team's rest area was peaceful and quiet. Su Jintang didn't give any instructions, letting everyone play freely. Then I give it a try. Song Tianqi was the first to raise his hand. Following him were Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi. Their eager expressions were captured by a satellite camera nearby. Rectus was incredibly lucky this time. Against an opponent like that, a win was practically guaranteed. That means Rectus should have a spot in the 3rd division. That's for sure. Song Duo, watching from the stands, clenched her fists, a satisfied look on her face. Those guys from Giant Wave Military Academy, they should learn their lesson. Wu Hanhai gazed at the screen above him with a sigh. The camera was focused on Su Jintang's profile. So they're the masked squad. I was wondering why I felt a strange familiarity when I talked to them last time. The first match began quickly. As soon as the duel started, Su Pingtian went all out, charging towards the opponent. But because he charged too fast, his two teammates were left far behind. Song Tianqi's 9 balls of crimson flames rained down on him. He couldn't even last a second, and was rescued from the ring by the referee. Without Su Pingtian, their top fighter, the other 2 team members quickly fell as well. The winner of this match is Rectus Military Academy. Hearing the referee's announcement, many spectators were momentarily stunned. It's only been a short time. It's already over? It seems like less than 2 minutes? I knew Giant Wave Military Academy was weak, but I didn't expect them to be this weak. They lost too quickly. It's understandable, after all, they're the top military academy. It's not easy to win against them. After losing the first match, Su Pingtian's arrogant demeanor completely vanished. He frowned, his face serious as he considered the lineup for the next match. Captain, don't blame yourself too much. Rectus's strength is terrifying. Even if we lost, it's not shameful. His teammates beside him offered words of advice. Su Pengtian clearly didn't listen, remaining silent and deep in thought. Soon, the intermission ended, and the second round began. Because the Giant Wave Military Academy had suffered a crushing defeat in the first round, the audience all thought they would try a little harder in the second round, at least lasting longer than in the last. However, in this round, Rectus sent Jiangxi into the ring. Bang, bang, bang. 3 cannonballs blasted towards the 3 members of the Giant Wave Military Academy. Su Pengtian, bearing the brunt, was the first to be knocked off the stage. Immediately afterwards, the other 2 team members were also rescued by the referee, eliminated. Rectus wins. Goodness, seeing how intensely Rectus and Green Sailvine fought in the last round, I thought the masked squad's strength had declined. Now, looking at it this way, the masked squad is still the masked squad. Green Sailvine Military Academy's overall strength is not weak. Bing Riju even possesses a superpower with Divine Beast bloodline. In the past, she would have had no problem challenging the top 5 military academies. It was only because they encountered a tough opponent like Rectus that they failed to even reach the semifinals. Giant Wave Military Academy lost too badly. They didn't even last half a minute in the second match. Su Pengtian returned to the team's rest area and remained silent for a long time, unresponsive no matter how his teammates called him. Until the draw for the second match began. This time, they drew a 5v5 team battle. "Captain, should we still go?" a teammate asked hesitantly. They lost so badly in 3v3, there's no need for them to continue and embarrass themselves in the team battle. Upon hearing this, Su Pengtian seemed to suddenly come alive, abruptly looking up. "Go! In the last match, we must regain some face." The team members felt somewhat helpless. Their captain was just like that, stubborn and difficult to persuade. Soon, the second 5v5 team battle began. Su Jintang stood at the very front of the team, arms crossed. The other 4 stood to her left and right, forming a triangular formation. Su Pengtian stood opposite her, fists clenched, poised to pounce. The referee glanced at both sides, and after confirming everything was in order, raised his hand and announced, "This 5v5 duel begins." For some reason, neither side made a move. After several seconds of silence, Su Jintang stepped forward, hands on her hips, and beckoned to Su Pengtian. "Come on, let me see your skills." Su Pengtian, already easily angered, was provoked, and his pent-up temper flared instantly. Netherworld Wolf Rush. As the words fell, a dark, phantom wolf king enveloped him. His aura of power surged instantly, and his running speed more than doubled. Immediately afterward, the other team members also activated their abilities, rushing towards them together. However, Su Jintang and her group of 5 were completely unaffected. Except for Su Jintang, who took a step forward, the other 4 remained in their original positions. Su Jintang slowly raised her hands, her immense spiritual power surging in her palms. A chill emanated from her hands, causing the temperature of the entire arena to plummet. "Captain!" The members of the Giant Wave Military Academy noticed something was wrong and quickly called out. However, Su Pengtian, already caught up in the moment, did not stop and continued his furious charge. Icy snowflakes fell from the sky. The surface of the arena had, without anyone noticing, frozen solid. Starting from Su Jintang, a path of frost extended from beneath her feet. This path was straight wide, and its surface smooth and translucent. Su Pengtian, who hadn't dodged at all, was directly engulfed by the frost path, turning into an ice sculpture. The other 4 team members were also impacted by the aftershocks of the frost path, parts of their bodies frozen, their movements restricted. Just as Su Jintang was about to attack again, the referee interrupted her. "All members of the Giant Wave Military Academy are eliminated. The match is over. Rectus wins this duel." The audience immediately erupted in an uproar. Su Jintang took down the entire Giant Wave Military Academy team by herself? It makes sense. Her combat power is more than enough to take on 5 opponents at once. Sigh, the tickets for today were a waste. It's over in less than 5 minutes. We didn't get enough of it. After the match, Su Jintang raised her hand and dispelled the freezing effect on Su Pengtian and the other 4. Su Pengtian, now free to move, looked grim. He clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Su Jintang opposite him, a lingering sense of resentment in his heart. "Captain, let's go down first," a teammate beside him suggested. Su Pengtian snapped out of his daze, averted his gaze, and turned to walk off the stage. The second round of elimination matches ended, and Recta's Military Academy successfully secured one of the qualification spots for the 3rd division. As the audience had predicted, The other spot was taken by Grand Military Academy. In the evening, the bustling streets remained brightly lit. In a private room at the restaurant, Song Duo excitedly raised her glass and shouted in celebration that shameless Su Puntion has finally been punished. Let's see if they dare to continue being so arrogant. By the way, Song Duo, as if struck by a sudden thought, raised her glass to Su Jintang. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. I drink this, you can drink as you like. She then downed her glass in one gulp. Su Jintang and his group of 5 also raised their glasses in celebration. The private room was filled with their laughter and chatter throughout the night. Meanwhile, the Starnet forum was also buzzing with activity. Judging by this, Recta's first place seemed almost guaranteed. What was most shocking was the fact that the masked squad was actually Recta's substitute team. They had kept it a secret for so long. Actually, this had been foreshadowed. It was mentioned during the initial discussions that only the 5 major military academies could cultivate such monstrous strength in the masked squad. However, it was rumored that the finals format had been completely revamped, possibly moving away from a ring-style competition. In that case, the competition wouldn't just be about the individual team's skill levels. In the following days, the elimination rounds in the 4th and 5th regions also concluded. All 5 military academies advanced, along with other outstanding teams that qualified for the finals. First of all, congratulations to all the military academy teams for successfully advancing. Before the finals begin, you will have a week-long rest period to prepare. The semi-final format has been completely revamped compared to previous years. To ensure fairness and impartiality in the league, the specific rules will be announced on the opening day of the semifinals. After the announcement, the military academy teams prepared to leave. At the exit, the teams from the 5 military academies bumped into each other. Hey, isn't this the famous masked squad? Chu Air joked with a smile. The team member next to him coughed twice, perhaps out of embarrassment, not daring to look up, standing silently to the side, trying to minimize his presence. The other group reacted completely differently. They clenched their hands, staring excitedly at Su Jintang and his group of 5, looking like they were about to pounce on them at any moment. Since her disguise had already been exposed, Su Jintang saw no need to hide anything anymore. She casually tossed her hair and replied with a smile, "Yes, it's me. Want an autograph?" Chu Air was stunned by her answer. But the group of people who had been ready to pounce rushed forward instantly, shouting, "Yes! Yes! Yes!" Watching the usually arrogant members of the 5 military academies suddenly transform into fervent fans, Chu Air fell into a long silence. The intense elimination rounds concluded, ushering in a short week of rest and preparation. Inside the dormitory villa, Su Jintang leaned back on the sofa, communicating with the emotionally charged Jiang Lu. Chapter 261. Jintang, you hit it so well. I didn't even notice a thing. Jiang Lu's tone was a mix of admiration and pride. Su Jintang smiled, scratching her head as she replied, "It's mainly because the military academy requires strict secrecy." "It's alright, I understand," Jiang Lu earnestly advised, "but don't be too proud. Your team is strong, so you definitely be the focus of other teams' attention. Be extra careful in the finals." "Yeah, no problem." Su Jintang gave him a reassuring look. "By the way, teacher, I got you 2 tickets to the finals. I already contacted Zwanling to pick them up. They should arrive in a couple of days." The two chatted for a while longer before ending the call. After logging off, Su Jintang leaned back comfortably on the sofa, gazing at the distant mountain scenery outside the window, her body gradually relaxing, hoping everything goes smoothly in the finals. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The finals reopened. The Military Academy League's popularity soared even higher. Inside the league stadium, the stands were already more than half full, with a large queue still forming at the entrance. Jiang Lu, who had managed to secure a ticket to the finals, had arrived in the Central Star region a day early. Today, he got up early to queue and entered the stadium early. "Old Lu, you're truly a student you trained." Lu Hongfang nudged Jiang Lu with a teasing smile. Jiang Lu felt a little proud. He smiled sheepishly. "Well, it's all the students' own hard work. We were just there to guide them. When you get back this time, you definitely get promoted to a director position," Lu Hongfang continued with a sigh. Jiang Lu and he both came from lower-level star regions, and had worked at the academy for decades. They thought this was their ultimate achievement, but neither of them expected that Su Jintang and Song Tianqi would emerge from their ranks. "Please, those already in the arena, find your seats as soon as possible. The opening ceremony of the finals is about to begin. Please keep quiet." The voice of the staff member in charge of maintaining order echoed throughout the hall. At this time, the members of each team had entered and were making their final pre-match preparations in their respective rest areas. Recta's Military Academy rest area. Su Jintang leisurely sipped his hot tea, appearing calm and composed, showing no signs of the tension before the finals. The other four were also chatting idly on the sofas, discussing gossip unrelated to the league. When the tournament staff came in to deliver fruit, they were all taken aback by the scene. "Sister, put the fruit here." Yin Yuding waved to her. The staff member snapped out of her daze, quickly nodded, bent down, and put the fruit down. After the staff member left, Yin Yuding turned to Su Jintang. "By the way, squad leader, what's our schedule for today? Because the rules for the finals have been completely changed, no one knows the specifics yet. Therefore, before the competition, Zhuang Silin and the Military Academy instructors only gave them some special training according to the standards of previous years, but how to specifically handle the competition will have to be decided on the spot." 4 words. Su Jintang made a 4-pointed star gesture. "Wait and see." Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance, shrugged, and said nothing more before leaning back on the sofa. Song Tianqi sat for a while, then finally couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, pacing back and forth in the rest area. What exactly has the finals changed to? They still haven't said anything, just creating unnecessary mystery. There aren't that many ways to test the strength of Military Academy students. One is the most common arena competition, and the other is simulated battlefield combat, Jiang Shi said calmly. This broadened Su Jintang's thinking. She nodded. That's possible. We often did simulated battlefield combat competitions at the Military Academy. After another 15 minutes, all the audience members were seated. The person in charge, Qin Tiangang, leaped onto the arena, and the surrounding noise immediately ceased. "Hello everyone, I am Qin Tiangang, the overall person in charge of the league. Now I will announce the newly revised rules and regulations for the finals." As his voice fell, a terrain map slowly appeared on the giant light screen behind Qin Tiangang. The format of this year's finals will be changed to simulated battlefield combat. Currently, 10 Military Academy teams have advanced to this round of the finals. These 10 teams will compete independently in outdoor survival challenges across complex terrains such as plains, mountains, and deserts. Qin Tian turned around and pointed to the light screen behind him. This is the terrain map for this competition. The arena is divided into different areas, including spawn points, supply drop points, survival zones, and team capture points. As he explained, the image on the light screen began to change. The terrain map was automatically divided into different areas, each marked with red text. During the competition, the area available for teams to survive will shrink over time. Team members must ensure they remain within this area. If a team member leaves the area for more than 1 minute, they will be automatically eliminated. Su Jintang frowned slightly. In other words, eliminating a team member doesn't even require intense fighting. Simply forcibly driving them out of the survival area is sufficient. Furthermore, the tournament organizers will randomly distribute supplies at regular intervals, and all teams present can participate in the competition. If a team member's life token is destroyed by an opposing team member during this competition, they will be immediately eliminated. The match will only end when only one team remains on the battlefield. After the rules were announced, various discussions immediately arose in the audience. This new format is quite exciting. It means the 10 teams that advance will now engage in indiscriminate combat, which is even more interesting than a tournament. But doesn't that mean there's an element of luck involved? What if several teams team up against one? Even the top 5 military academies couldn't withstand that. That's what makes it interesting. This way, it tests not only each team's individual strength, but also their overall combat capabilities and strategic thinking. After hearing the new rules, the expressions of the team members changed. This kind of combat requires them to be more flexible and adaptable. Relatively speaking, it tests a wider range of abilities, and is more difficult than a tournament. Now, please proceed to the waiting area. The competition will officially begin in 15 minutes. As the words fell, the security doors to the waiting area opened automatically. The passageways leading to the rest areas for each team opened. Su Jintang stretched and stood up from the sofa. Let's go! She then led the way into the passageway. Yin Yuding and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. The waiting area was a large, circular space, large enough to accommodate over 100 people. The 10 teams arrived one after another. Su Jintang and her group of 5 had just settled in. Chu Er approached from next door with his men, his face beaming. Captain Su, do you remember our previous agreement? Su Jintang paused, then quickly recalled that during the elimination rounds, Chu Er had invited their team to team up. She smiled slightly. Of course. Then, shall we continue the agreement? Chu Er asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Su Jintang readily nodded yes. The newly revised competition format was the least suitable for continuing to fight alone. Teaming up with Chu Er and his group provided a significant guarantee, so there was no reason to refuse. However, none of the teams from the 5 major military academies were simple. Even with cooperation, a degree of vigilance was necessary. After deciding to join forces, Clifford's team and Su Jintang's group of 5 stood together. This close interaction between the two teams immediately attracted the attention of the audience. The first and second-ranked military academy teams had actually teamed up. This was the first time such a thing had been seen. Mainly because the previous league format didn't include this kind of arrangement, there was no need for military academy teams to cooperate. Hey, this is interesting. With the 2 top-tier teams joining forces, what chance did the other smaller teams have? The other teams also sensed something was amiss, and cautiously peered over. The Grand Military Academy team, who had advanced from the 3rd Division, were also observing. Shiranyu stood at the front of the team, hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his handsome face. Rectas and Clifford have teamed up. Wang Qian leaned closer behind him. Captain, just as you predicted, the finals really have been changed to simulated battlefield combat. Shiranyu pursed his lips, his smile not reaching his eyes. Jing Hongyi, that man, is still too ruthless. He stopped at nothing to achieve his goals. Song Yeye and the other 2 team members exchanged glances, saying nothing, each silently lowering their heads. Captain, then, should we proceed according to the original plan? Wang Qian looked up and asked softly. Shiranyu nodded. Don't worry, our people are already outside the venue. Hearing this, the tense expressions of Wang Qian and the others gradually relaxed. Inside the venue, the lights began to flash. A circular platform slowly rose from the center of the arena, with the host holding a microphone standing on it. A bright smile spread across his face, and his energetic voice rang out, Hello everyone, I'm your host, Xiao Xian. On this bright spring day, we are about to witness the grand opening of the finals. Along the way, the 10 teams have gone through dozens of rounds of competition, facing the brutal struggle of advancement and elimination, and they have arrived at the final showdown. We believe that today's finals will be even more exciting and moving. Now, please welcome the judges for the finals. A beam of dazzling light shone down from the top of the arena. A familiar figure quickly appeared in the spotlight. It's Commander Jing. Someone shouted from the audience. This was followed by thunderous cheers and applause. The Federation's peace today is inseparable from the efforts of the Jing family, and Jing Hongyi, as the current head of the Jing family and the Federation's commander-in-chief, naturally enjoys a high reputation and prestige among the people. Jing Hongyi stepped onto the stage, and after standing still, he raised his hand to wave to the audience around him. Chapter 262. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure appeared under the spotlight. All eyes were on him. Gu Xiuwen, dressed in a dark blue military uniform, strode steadily onto the stage. His strong features, illuminated by the lights, made his profile appear even more profound. It's General Gu Xiuwen, the youngest 9th-rank fighter in the entire Federation. He recently reversed the desperate attack of the Dragon Tiger Lion Pack, saving everyone in the border city. Mentioning Gu Xiuwen, the audience became even more excited, screams erupting one after another. Gu Xiuwen remained unaffected, his hands behind his back, his body ramrod straight as he stood firm on the stage. The appearance of these 2 prominent figures renowned throughout the Federation immediately brought the atmosphere to its peak. Following this, leaders from various Federation departments appeared one after another, and the principals of the 5 major military academies also took to the stage to give speeches. Judges, please take your seats. Now, contestants, please prepare yourselves. The simulated battlefield program has been activated. In 10 seconds, each contestant will be randomly pulled into the battlefield to begin this year's grand finals. As the words fell, an invisible force descended from the sky, slowly covering the entire arena. Su Jintang shifted her gaze from Gu Xiuwen, closed her eyes, and a sense of weightlessness washed over her. All the light around her seemed to be sucked away, leaving only endless darkness. Beep, beep, beep. The notification sounded incessantly, then the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The final countdown ended, and Su Jintang's consciousness blurred for a moment. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a forest filled with yellow leaves. Class monitor? Yan Yuding's voice reached his ears. Su Jintang slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his temples. We're in. Yeah, this should be the simulated battlefield for the finals. Yan Yuding nodded. A moment later, another howl rang out nearby. Damn! I almost fell to my death. Song Tianqi rubbed his backside as he emerged from a clump of grass. I was teleported to a tree. I had just opened my eyes when I lost my balance and fell straight down. Jiangxi was safely teleported to flat ground and stood silently to the side, observing the environment without saying a word. Shui Zhongqi was the first to wake up, now holding an inscription talisman, wary of enemies. All participants in the finals have successfully loaded. The survival zone will begin its first contraction in 1 hour. Please prepare. The announcement rang out from the horizon. Su Jintang and the other 4 all looked up at the sky. A giant screen hovered in the air, displaying the names of the 10 teams that had advanced. Each name flashed red, signifying that they were still alive. So how exactly does this competition work? Is it just a survival battle? Song Tianqi asked, scratching his head. Yan Yuding immediately shook his head. How could it be just a survival battle? That's what they say, but only the last team standing wins, so there will definitely be competition and elimination among them. Let's observe the situation first. Su Jintang nodded. The group immediately took their positions. Song Tianqi walked at the front, clutching the crimson flame in his hand, ready for battle at any moment. Su Jintang was in the middle, silently activating his mental energy to probe their surroundings. Protected by Jiangxi and Shui Zhongqi, Yan Yuding gripped her electric whip, her lips pressed tightly together, her expression tense. This area we were teleported to is just an ordinary forest. Normally, there should be monster strongholds nearby, Su Jintang said. Her detection range had expanded to several dozen miles in radius. After a quick patrol, she had a basic understanding of the surrounding area. Yan Yuding turned around, puzzled. We've been walking for a while now, and we haven't encountered a single monster. That's strange. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi stopped and looked around. The entire forest was quiet. Only the sound of Su Jintang and her companion's footsteps could be heard. Su Jintang pursed her lips, surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from all directions. Be careful. Song Tianqi reacted immediately, raising his hand and channeling his spiritual power. A ball of crimson flame floated in his palm, ready to strike at any moment. It doesn't seem to be a demonic beast. Yan Yuding gripped his electric whip, his gaze fixed on the direction from which the sound came. If it were a demonic beast attacking, it should have reached them by now, given the time that had passed. Yet, there was still no sign of one. It's an earthquake, Jiangxi's calm voice rang out. It should be a natural disaster within the simulated battlefield. Huh? What do we do then? Song Tianqi's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Shui Zhongqi was the first to react. Run! Run to flat ground and you be safe. With that, he himself rushed out first. They were currently in a densely wooded forest area, surrounded by rolling mountains. If the earthquake continued, it could easily cause rockfalls and ground fissures. Running ahead, Shui Zhongqi quickly locked onto a direction, pointing to the right front. Run that way, it's a plain over there. Su Jintang followed closely behind. Just as they were about to change direction, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently, followed by a crack appearing in the ground. Watch out for the ground fissure, she shouted, immediately channeling her mental energy. The crack had extended into a bottomless chasm, and thick glaciers quickly covered it, forming a stable ice surface. Jiangxi and Yan Yuding immediately caught up, quickly crossing the ice surface. The earthquake continued. As everyone expected, soon countless rocks tumbled down from the nearby mountains, and the surrounding trees began to buckle and fall, blocking the path. Squad leader, there are people ahead. Shui Zhongqi, who was at the forefront, vaguely saw several figures and shouted quickly. Su Jintang looked up. Not far ahead, another group of people was charging towards the opposite plane. It should be another team. Su Jintang quietly gathered his mental energy in his palm. Prepare for battle. Outside the simulated battlefield, the audience watched the broadcast screen with anticipation. This is going to be good. Grand and Rectas have clashed right at the start. Grand lost to Rectas in the qualifiers. But this isn't a ring match. The simulated battlefield is unpredictable. Who can guarantee Rectas will have a smooth run? The two teams being discussed by the crowd had already met in the simulated battlefield. Captain Su, long time no see. Shiranyu greeted him first with a gentle smile. Seeing that he didn't seem to intend to fight, Su Jintang smiled back. What's the meaning of this? Fight directly or try to maintain peace for now? Fighting is boring. Let's sit down and talk about cooperation, Sure Anyu said bluntly. This was already the second team to want to cooperate with Rectus. Su Jintang looked up, a smile playing on his lips. Cooperation is fine, but we need to see your sincerity first. Sure Anyu nodded readily, pointing to the falling rocks rolling towards them behind them. Shouldn't we dodge this wave of rocks first? The eyes of the team members behind him were also focused on the falling rocks. Su Jintang glanced back and nodded, run. So, both teams turned around in unison and continued their escape. After running out of the mountains, the falling rocks were quickly left behind. The tremors gradually subsided. Only after confirming there was no danger around did Su Jintang stop. Song Tianqi and his group lined up, each standing on either side of Su Jintang, remaining vigilant. Sure Anyu and his group appeared more relaxed. Don't be nervous. Sure Anyu smiled and gestured to the open space beside them. Captain Su, shall we talk? Su Jintang pursed her lips, pondering for a moment. She had some dealings with Grand Military Academy during the preliminary rounds. Sure Anyu didn't seem like the type to cheat or play dirty tricks. He wouldn't resort to setting traps or ambushes. Besides, it wouldn't be so easy for them to target her alone with a sneak attack. Okay. Su Jintang gestured for them to go first. Please. Su Jintang and Sure Anyu turned and walked together to the open space beside them. The remaining team members stood facing each other, each keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. After walking a short distance, Sure Anyu stopped and turned around. Captain Su, enough with the small talk. A glint of light flashed in Sure Anyu's eyes. Grand Military Academy isn't here to win the championship, so there's no competition between us. Su Jintang frowned slightly. Why are you participating if you don't want to win? Sure Anyu replied, to stop and expose Jing Hongyi's conspiracy to collude with the demon beasts. This was rather disrespectful. Su Jintang immediately took a large step back, quickly distancing herself. What you're saying has nothing to do with Rectus. As she spoke, her eyes darted around. This final was being broadcast live. Their conversation might have just been broadcast over. To his surprise, Sure Anyu seemed unfazed, his smile remaining unchanged. Don't worry, I deployed jamming devices before our conversation. The satellite cameras simulating the battlefield will automatically avoid us. Su Jintang was somewhat skeptical. However, if Sure Anyu were lying, he should have reacted immediately after uttering the treasonous remark. Continue, Su Jintang said, her gaze turning serious. Sure Anyu spoke again. You personally experienced the Dragon Lake Lion's surprise attack on the border city, almost triggering a major war. Don't you find that strange? Why would the usually peace-loving Dragon Lake Lion suddenly act so abnormally? Su Jintang didn't respond, waiting for his next words. Sure Anyu continued. Also, this year's league suddenly changed so many rules, and most of them were specifically targeted at the 5 major military academies. Because the conflict between the Federation and the 5 major military academies has been brewing for too long, Jing Hongyi has long disliked you. Su Jintang's expression turned grave. Of course she knew about it, but she just hadn't brought it up openly. Chapter 263. Words are meaningless, Su Jintang said rationally. The Reform Society is always elusive. There's no guarantee their claims are true. Besides, even if the conflict between the 5 military academies and the Federation is truly deep-seated, it's not something a student like her can control. Don't think it's none of your business. Sure Anyu saw through Su Jintang's thoughts and continued. If you don't listen to me, everyone in this simulated battlefield is likely to be in grave danger. Su Jintang lowered her head and remained silent. The operating principle of the simulated battlefield is to temporarily separate a person's consciousness from their body, allowing participants to fight within the simulated battlefield as conscious beings. This method does allow participants to unleash their full strength without fatal injury, but all of this depends on the core system responsible for protecting the consciousness functioning normally. Su Jintang pursed his lips, slowly raising his eyes. You mean, someone tampered with the simulated battlefield's operating system? Sure Anyu nodded. That's right. If the simulated battlefield's operating system is interfered with, everyone here could directly enter a state of brain death. If what he said is true, there's no point in continuing this league. Survival is the most important thing. Su Jintang's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. How can I be sure you're not lying? Sure Anyu smiled slightly. I have no reason to lie to you. Besides, you can try attacking me now. You find that you can't kill me at all. Su Jintang showed no mercy, decisively activating his supernatural power. Several ice chains erupted from beneath her feet, binding Sure Anyu firmly. Sure Anyu didn't resist. Her face relaxed as she awaited Su Jintang's attack. Su Jintang immediately unleashed her attack rune, its trajectory precisely targeting Sure Anyu's fatal point. If everything went smoothly, this move would have been enough to eliminate Shiranyu from the simulated battlefield. However, after the attack blade pierced Shiranyu's chest, elimination did not occur. Shiranyu still wore a gentle smile. Before the league started, the Innovation Association was developing an operating system that could counter the simulated battlefield. Just half a month ago, we succeeded. This operating system allows us to remain invincible when entering the simulated battlefield. A cheat code for playing games? Su Jintang hesitated, looking up at Shiranyu. What do you mean by telling me this? I know your strength isn't that simple. Shiranyu stepped forward, standing in front of Su Jintang, bowing slightly. To expose Jing Hongyi's conspiracy, I need your help. Meanwhile, outside the simulated battlefield, the satellite camera broadcasting the battlefield was currently showing another scene where two teams clashed and engaged in fierce combat. Both teams were cautious, experiencing only a minor skirmish before separating. When the camera returned to the Recta's team, Su Jintang had finished talking with Shiranyu. No one knew what they had just discussed. Song Tianqi and the others on guard, who had been watching the opposite side, also didn't notice what had happened between the two. Then Su Jintang's cursing voice rang out. Don't push your luck. Do you think you can insult the reputation of the Lecta's first military academy like this? Upon hearing this, Song Tianqi immediately activated his superpower as a reflex. 9 clusters of crimson flames appeared around him. Jiangxi also immediately summoned a superpowered rocket launcher and began bombarding the opposite side. No need to waste energy fighting them. Su Jintang quickly leaped onto a nearby pile of rocks. Let's go! With that, Su Jintang turned and ran off into the distance. The others followed suit, and in no time, the figures of Recta's and his 5 companions disappeared from sight. Captain, Wang Qian approached Shiranyu, lowering her voice. Did you tell her everything? Shiranyu hummed in agreement. The plan continues. Inside a cave in the forest, the crackling sound of burning firewood continued, and a warm current gradually spread around. Yin Yuding warmed his hands by the fire, indignantly saying, Grand Military Academy is too arrogant. They have no sincerity in cooperating with us at all. They even want them to be the boss, and us to be their lackeys? Exactly. They don't take us seriously at all. Song Tianqi clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Jiangxi sat silently by the fire, saying nothing. Shui Zhongqi stared at Su Jintang and continued to ask, so now we made enemies with Grand, should we just fight them whenever we see them? Su Jintang shook his head, no need. Our goal is to win the championship. It's a waste to spend too much energy targeting them. The temperature outside is probably already below -10 degrees Celsius. Yin Yuding looked worriedly out of the cave. First the earthquake, now this extreme cold disaster. It feels like even if we survive this, there will be other disasters later. An environment below -10 degrees Celsius is simply uninhabitable. Even if they could temporarily keep warm by channeling their mental energy, it would eventually be depleted, making them unable to withstand the extreme cold. Let's rest and recover, Su Jintang said, closing her eyes and leaning her head against the stone wall behind her. Let's observe and see what happens. There was indeed no better option at the moment. They could only hide in the cave to warm themselves and rest. Su Jintang's breathing gradually became lighter, making her appear to be asleep. In reality, her mental sea was in complete chaos. What are you afraid of? With me here, I lead you straight out of the simulated battlefield. Jin Shiba's arrogant voice was exceptionally clear. Don't be impulsive. Your consciousness has already been pulled into the simulated battlefield system. Although Thunder Dragon King and I can protect your consciousness and pull you out, this will expose my presence, Ice Soul Dragon added. Thunder Dragon King transformed into a dragon, his body wreathed in dense arcs of electricity, his dragon form nimbly weaving through her mental sea. After circling twice, he suddenly stopped. Just remember, no matter what happens, Brother Long and I will protect you. With this guarantee, there's still a lot you can do. The 3 of them had overheard Shiranyu and Su Jintang's conversation. The Ice Soul Dragon calmly said, in this situation, all the 3 of us can do is cover for you. But the price we pay is revealing our presence, which could make things even more unfavorable for you. So, until the most critical moment, we can only remain inactive. Su Jintang understood his meaning and nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you all for your hard work. Consciousness returned to his senses. Su Jintang took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and gradually entered a meditative state. Not long after, footsteps approached from outside the cave, accompanied by a chaotic commotion. The outside temperature is almost 20 degrees, and it looks like it's going to drop even lower. We have no heating supplies. It seems we can only rely on our mental strength to tough it out. Let's hide in the cave first, then we discuss a plan. The voices immediately alerted Su Jintang and the others. Song Tianqi was the first to stand up, quickly activating his ability to summon a ball of crimson flames. Who? Damn, there's someone in the cave! The boy who had rushed into the cave first shouted, immediately activating his ability and assuming a defensive stance. The others who arrived later were stunned for a moment, then quickly lined up. Captain, it's Recta's people. The boy who recognized Su Jintang and the others whispered in Shinran's ear. And Shinran frowned, instinctively gripping her magical sword and taking a half step back. A stalemate ensued. Finally, Su Jintang spoke first. If I remember correctly, you're from the Red Star Military Academy team? The Red Star Military Academy was a top-ranked team in previous leagues, consistently holding 7th place for the past 2 seasons. Seeing that the opposing team didn't immediately engage, and Shinran gestured to her teammates, signaling them to retreat. The team members temporarily sheathed their magical weapons and retreated behind Shinran, awaiting further instructions. The temperature outside suddenly dropped, and we couldn't bear it any longer. We happened to see this cave and decided to come in for shelter, but we didn't expect there to be people inside, and Shinran explained briefly. Su Jintang slightly raised the corners of his lips and immediately gestured, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Tianqi and the others immediately attacked with all their might. Blazing 9 heavens. 9 balls of crimson flames accurately rushed towards the enemy. Due to their speed, the 2 team members standing in front were directly hit by the crimson flames and fell to the ground. And Shinran's face darkened, and she immediately swung her long sword, Neon Blade. Both sides immediately unleashed their full firepower. The 5 members of the Red Star Military Academy were indeed quite strong overall, but compared to Su Jintang and his group of freaks, they were still far inferior. In no time, and Shinran's 5 members were defeated, each falling to the ground. Su Jintang approached Shinran with a smile, suddenly squatting down to help her up. Are you alright? Come and warm yourself by the fire. This warm welcome surprised Shinran. Song Tianqi and the others were also confused by Su Jintang's intentions. After exchanging glances, their expressions were somewhat bewildered. Su Jintang smiled at Shinran. Don't misunderstand, I have no hostility, I just want to talk to you about cooperation. And Shinran frowned, cooperation? Look, the format of this league is clearly not suitable for individual battles. At least in the early stages, cooperation will definitely be more beneficial. Su Jintang continued with a smile. I sincerely want to cooperate with you. Why didn't you mention cooperation when you attacked earlier? And Shinran's lips twitched, somewhat speechless. However, in terms of strength, they were indeed inferior to Su Jintang's 5. Since they had already become defeated, there was no benefit in continuing to resist. And Shinran relented first. It's possible, but haven't you already cooperated with Clifford? Su Jintang smiled. It doesn't prevent us from recruiting a few more teammates. Then, how do we cooperate? And Shinran asked tentatively. In any case, cooperating with the First Military Academy wasn't a bad thing, and a glimmer of hope returned to her heart. Su Jintang's smile deepened slightly, as he pointed to the token at Shinran's waist. During the cooperation period, the team will act together, sharing both danger and opportunity. Furthermore, until the final competition, all your tokens will be under my custody. And Shinran's face immediately darkened. Can you call this cooperation? If a token breaks, its owner will be immediately eliminated. This means that during the cooperation period, Su Jintang holds the lives of all the Red Star Military Academy members in his hands. Su Jintang shrugged, still smiling. If you don't intend to cooperate, then we're enemies. Chapter 264. And Shinran's face paled even more. Su Jintang's words clearly meant, I'm threatening you, and openly at that. If you don't accept, then I have to resort to violence. I accept cooperation, and Shinran nodded in agreement. The difference between cooperating and not cooperating was simply a matter of being eliminated sooner or later. But relatively speaking, being eliminated later meant more opportunities, so cooperating was definitely the better choice. The other team members had the will to resist, but lacked the power to do so, and could only remain silent. Soon, Su Jintang took away the tokens of the 5 members of the Red Star Military Academy. A radiant smile immediately appeared on her face. Shinran, right? Come, warm yourself by the fire. With her life completely in someone else's hands, and Shinran actually breathed a sigh of relief. Now that things had come to this, there was no other choice. Following Su Jintang would actually be easier. She nodded, Seeing their captain's reaction, the other team members followed suit and gathered around the fire. The 2 teams then harmoniously warmed themselves together by the fire. Now that we're partners, may I ask about your next plans? And Shinran tentatively asked, raising her eyes. Su Jintang shook his finger enigmatically. We observe and see. And Shinran nodded thoughtfully. Everyone had just entered the simulated battlefield and probably hadn't fully grasped the rules yet. Observing and seeing was indeed the best strategy at the moment. Silence returned to the cave, broken only by the crackling of the burning firewood. As time passed, the outdoor temperature dropped even lower, causing the temperature inside the cave to continue to decrease. The heat from the fire was no longer sufficient for everyone to keep warm. Everyone could only channel their mental energy to cover their bodies and maintain their body temperature. An hour after the start of the battle, the familiar broadcast rang out again. The survival zone is about to shrink. Survivors, please prepare. The survival zone is about to shrink. Survivors, please prepare. The people inside the cave were startled awake. Su Jintang looked out of the cave and was the first to stand up. And Shinran woke up shortly after, a hint of tension flashing across her face. The broadcast repeated 3 times before disappearing. At the same time, a flood of information rushed into the minds of all the survivors. Su Jintang closed his eyes, and a complete map of the simulated battlefield appeared in his mind. At this moment, the green square area representing the survival zone began to slowly shrink towards the center. In a short while, the green square area had shrunk by 1/5. And their location was exactly outside the green square area. A new survival zone has been formed. The abandoned zone will begin its first round of indiscriminate bombing in 5 minutes. The broadcast rang out again. After listening to all the broadcasts, and Shinran spoke first, the green areas on the map should represent the survival zone. We're not currently in the green zone, and we be indiscriminately bombed in 5 minutes. We must get to the survival zone as quickly as possible. Su Jintang also realized this, stood up, and stretched. Everyone, get ready, we're leaving immediately. Yes. Half a minute later, Su Jintang led 2 teams out of the cave and began sprinting towards the new survival zone. They weren't the only ones doing the same. Other teams also designated outside the new survival zone were racing against time. While heading towards the new survival zone, Su Jintang and his team encountered other teams, but everyone's attention was focused on getting there, and no clashes occurred. Time ticked by. The spectators outside the arena stared intently at the live broadcast screen. This format change is interesting. The survival zone will shrink over time, forcing all teams to crowd into the same area, making fights inevitable. If that's the case, cooperation is definitely more beneficial. Going it alone is too risky. Recta's, Clifford, and Red Star Military Academy are on the same team. Combined, their strength should be enough to dominate the simulated battlefield. Not necessarily. If the other 3 of the top 5 military academies unite, along with several other military academy teams, their strength might not be inferior. Inside the simulated battlefield, each team was rushing towards the new survival zone in the center from all directions. For minutes had passed since the broadcast announcement. Look! That green barrier ahead is probably the survival zone boundary. Song Tianqi, leading the way, pointed ahead, his voice tinged with excitement. Su Jintang and the others all looked up. The green barrier flickered intermittently, quite conspicuous. Everyone speed up. Time should be running out. And Shinran pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on the green barrier ahead. Just as she finished speaking, the broadcast from the horizon blared again. The bombing of the abandoned area is about to begin. Immediately afterward, without any warning, the entire area outside the green barrier was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. A deafening roar of thunder echoed through the sky, and bolts of lightning struck randomly across the abandoned area. Holy crap! A bolt of lightning struck directly at Song Tianqi's head. Startled, he quickly dodged to the side, summoning crimson flames to retaliate. The bombardment continued even after the initial strike. This time, Su Jintang was the victim. 2 bolts of lightning struck precisely above her head. Su Jintang raised her hand and summoned her supernatural power. Within 2 seconds, layers of ice erupted from the ground around her, enveloping her and forming an impenetrable ice sphere. The fierce lightning struck, but the ice sphere remained unscathed. Having dodged the bombardment zone, Su Jintang immediately retracted the ice sphere, focused her mind, and continued running towards the green barrier. The others were also hit by the lightning to varying degrees, but everyone reacted quickly, dodging the attacks and continuing towards the survival zone. After the bombardment of the abandoned area began, various thrilling scenes unfolded, keeping the audience engrossed. Unbeknownst to them, most of the on-site staff had unknowingly disappeared. The VIPs in the stands were also intently watching the broadcast screen, seemingly oblivious to the changes taking place. Or perhaps they noticed but didn't take it to heart. Finally in. Shui Zhongqi, who had been the first to rush into the survival zone, gasped for breath, clutching his knees. Yin Yuding, who followed closely behind, relaxed slightly. After their intense sprint, and Shinran and the other four were also calming themselves. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached. Another team that had just rushed into the survival zone was approaching. The three teams met, immediately triggering their alertness. And Shinran was the first to defend herself, and her teammates quickly spread out, warily watching the new team. There from the Galaxy Military Academy, Yin Yuding whispered, standing behind Su Jintang. Su Jintang glanced over in that direction. Just then, and Shinran looked over, and their eyes met in midair. Su Jintang immediately made a hand gesture, and Shinran recognized it as a signal for her to act directly. Without hesitation, she summoned her magical long sword, Attack. The combined power of the 5 members of the Red Star Military Academy and Su Jintang's group was far beyond what an ordinary team could withstand. In no time, the 5 members of the Galaxy Military Academy were being forced into a retreat. And Shinran had already learned from experience. After completely suppressing the 5 members of the Galaxy Military Academy, she immediately captured their captain and brought him before Su Jintang. Captain Su, this is the captain of the Galaxy Military Academy. Hello. Su Jintang smiled and stepped forward to shake hands. Didn't I hurt you during the fight? This warm and amiable demeanor stunned the Galaxy Military Academy captain. When they attacked just now, these people showed no mercy. He was prepared to be eliminated, but he never expected it to turn out like this. You? What do you mean? The captain of the Galaxy Military Academy stared at Su Jintang warily. Su Jintang smiled slightly. Actually, we sincerely want to cooperate with you. The captain's lips twitched. Cooperate? This time, before Su Jintang could speak, and Shinran, standing beside him, smoothly recited the tactic of coercion and coercion for cooperation. Simply put, cooperation means that Captain Su will temporarily hold your tokens. During this period, you must resolutely obey Captain Su's orders and ensure accurate execution in the face of any difficulties. The captain of the Galaxy Military Academy, didn't dare to finish his sentence. After all, they were already defeated by the opposing team. If they didn't agree to cooperate, they might be eliminated by Su Jintang and his group. It was better to agree, at least they could stay in the simulated battlefield and continue looking for opportunities. We accept? After only 2 seconds of consideration, the captain of the Galaxy Military Academy nodded in agreement. The other team members also followed their captain's orders. Since the captain had nodded, they naturally had no objections. As expected of Rectas, they already secured 2 teams of henchmen right at the start. It's estimated that only the remaining 3 of the 5 major military academies joining forces would have a chance to shake Rectas. But to be honest, it's not without its advantages that the Red Star and Galaxy Military Academy members are with Rectas. At least it's much harder for the other military academies to eliminate them easily. It's so hot, it's unbearably hot. Shui Zhongqi frantically waved his folding fan, but the surrounding temperature was simply too high. No matter how much he fanned himself, the heat still lingered around him, refusing to dissipate. Su Jintang slowly raised his hand, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, then activated his mental power. Instantly, glaciers erupted from beneath his feet, billowing cold air that forcefully dispelled the surrounding heat. The group, who had been suffering from the intense heat, immediately felt the coolness, comfortably lifting their heads and taking deep breaths of the cool air. Comfortable. Song Tianqi lay on the desert ground with a look of pure enjoyment, arms outstretched in a stark contrast. Indeed, the extreme cold had just ended, and the scorching heat had followed. Fortunately, they had Su Jintang's ice domain, so they had nothing to worry about in the face of the sweltering heat. Captain Su, following you was definitely the right decision. Gao Xinran was completely convinced by Su Jintang, and also relaxed, sprawling on the desert ground, enjoying the constant stream of cool air. Chapter 265. The Galaxy Military Academy members were initially a little embarrassed by their apparent lack of effort, but seeing how relaxed Gao Xinran and the others were, they gradually relaxed as well, laughing and enjoying themselves. Yeah, we were all prepared for fierce fighting before we came in, but we ended up enjoying ourselves first. Sunbathing and air conditioning at the same time is really comfortable, the Galaxy Military Academy captain remarked, hands behind his head, eyes closed. After using her skill, Su Jintang withdrew her hand, brushed the dust off her sleeves, and laid down in the empty space left by the others. She had created an ice house using ice, just big enough for 3 teams to rest in. The surface of the ice house was covered with her spiritual energy, providing excellent insulation. Even under the blazing sun outside, the ice house remained cool. Captain Su, what's the plan now? And Shinran asked, getting up. Su Jintang leaned against the ice wall, gazing at the scenery outside, seemingly lost in thought. Let's wait and see. Although she didn't understand what they were waiting for, and Shinran nodded, okay. The others naturally didn't need to worry about anything, they just needed to wait for instructions. Compared to the peaceful situation of the three teams here, things weren't so peaceful for the other teams in the simulated battlefield. First, the Clifford Military Academy team was unexpectedly ambushed by two other teams. They thought they would suffer heavy losses, but their leader, Chu Er, unleashed astonishing strength at a crucial moment, easily crushing both teams. Just when the audience thought these two crushed teams were about to be eliminated from the simulated battlefield by Chu Er, Shuran Yu led the Grand Military Academy team in a counterattack. Left with no other option, Chu Er could only lead his team to flee. The two abandoned teams were either wounded or crippled, utterly powerless against the formidable Grand Military Academy, and could only be slaughtered. To the audience's surprise, Shuran Yu's approach was exactly the same as Su Jintang's. Instead of eliminating them, he collected all their tokens and recruited them into his own team. This year's league is truly bizarre. Not a single team has been eliminated yet. So they all been recruited, haven't they? Hey, weren't Grand and Rectas arguing fiercely? How come they're acting so similarly now? I suspect that recruiting other teams was a plan devised by Rectas and Grand together, but something wasn't cleared up, causing them to break up. Yet they're still using the same strategy. Soon, another hour passed. The familiar notification sound rang out again from the horizon. The survival zone is shrinking. Survivors, please prepare. The survival zone is shrinking. Survivors, please prepare. The first round of supplies will be randomly dropped into the new survival zone in 10 minutes. Warning lights will flash during the drop. The first round of supplies. Inside the soon-to-be completely melting igloo, Su Jintang stood up and casually waved his hand. The surrounding ice walls rapidly melted, turning into a puddle of icy water. Team leader Su, it's shrinking again. We need to get going as soon as possible. And Shilan glanced at the green barrier not far away. The green barrier, which had been motionless just seconds before, suddenly began to shrink towards them. In a little while, it would probably be right in front of them. Go! Without further ado, Su Jintang immediately gave the hand signal and turned to head towards the direction the green barrier was moving. Su Jintang and his group sprinted, practically chasing after the green barrier. When the green barrier stopped, the new survival zones were redefined. Shortly after they stopped, another cluster of red lights appeared. The red lights flashed incessantly, clearly visible for miles around. Supplies are being deployed. Please be aware, survivors. Supplies are being. A new notification sounded. Su Jintang immediately looked up, his gaze falling on the flashing red lights ahead. The supply drop point isn't far from us. We can still make it there. Gao Xinran reacted quickly, immediately agreeing, okay. The three teams rushed towards the flashing red lights. When they were a few hundred meters from the supply drop point, Su Jintang's team unexpectedly encountered a group from the Shiha Alliance Military Academy. The Shiha Alliance Military Academy, led by Song Ziqian, immediately became alert upon meeting Su Jintang's group. Standing at the back, Ji Nanqing stared intently at Su Jintang, a glint of excitement in her eyes. The defeat in the superpowered individuals competition had become a mental block for her. She understood the gap between herself and Su Jintang, but the more she knew the gap, the more she wanted to challenge him again. Captain Su, long time no see, Song Ziqian greeted her with a smile. Su Jintang gestured to her team members behind her, signaling them to hold their positions. Then she stepped forward, smiling as she met Song Ziqian's gaze. What a coincidence, Captain Song, you're here to grab supplies too? Song Ziqian glanced deliberately behind Su Jintang. She saw three teams, all neatly lined up and ready to go. The situation was quite clear. The two extra teams, having apparently reached some kind of agreement with Rectas, were now all under Su Jintang's control. Song Ziqian casually withdrew her gaze, stepping aside to make room. We were planning to compete, but since we run into Captain Su, the supplies are naturally out of our reach. This statement both indicated their abandonment of the supplies and subtly flattered Su Jintang. Su Jintang smiled slightly, not standing on ceremony. Alright, thank you for your generosity, Captain Song. With that, Su Jintang gestured without turning around. Gao Xinran, seeing this gesture, was startled, but quickly understood her meaning. She immediately pursed her lips, clenched her fist, and activated her mental energy. Song Ziqian and the other team members moved aside. Huh? So peaceful on both sides? I thought Shiha Military Academy would be quite firm, but they relented so quickly. The scene felt too peaceful, it was a little unsettling. Just as the audience was wondering what was going on, the scene suddenly changed. Song Ziqian, who had been smiling, suddenly attacked just as Su Jintang and his team were about to pass through them. Ji Nanqing on the other side also launched an attack. A terrifying skill instantly covered Su Jintang's 3 teams, threatening to wipe them out completely. Vermilion Bird descends. Song Tianqi roared. The phantom of the vermilion bird instantly appeared behind him, the fiery black bird spreading its wings and immediately spitting out a fireball, flying towards Song Ziqian. At the same time, Su Jintang's frost path also instantly covered the battlefield. The straight frost path divided the battlefield into 2 areas, separating Ji Nanqing and the other team members, who were forced to dodge the attack. Being alone, she immediately became the target of Shinran and her group's concentrated fire. The battle ignited instantly. Su Jintang's ice blade storm appeared from all directions, as if it were free. The lone Ji Nanqing couldn't withstand the combined attack and quickly collapsed. And Shinran immediately stepped forward, bent down, and took her token. The other team members surrounded her one after another, firmly suppressing Ji Nanqing. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side continued. Song Ziqian, who had intended to launch a sneak attack, was counterattacked and only struggled a couple of times before being suppressed by the combined forces of Su Jintang's 5 members, and the 2 teams from the Galaxy Military Academy. Seeing that she was about to be completely defeated by Su Jintang and her group, Song Ziqian bit her lip and immediately signaled for retreat. Go! The other 3 team members exchanged glances, decisively stopped, and under Song Ziqian's cover fire, ran into the nearby woods. No need to chase. If they try to run, you won't be able to catch them. Su Jintang reminded the Galaxy Military Academy members after they still wanted to give chase. The Galaxy Military Academy members then stopped. Captain Su, we caught one of their members. Gao Xinran brought Ji Nanqing over to claim credit. Ji Nanqing's hands and feet were already bound by magical ropes. She bit her lower lip tightly, her face full of resentment. Seeing Su Jintang, her resentment intensified. If you got the guts, let me go and fight you one-on-one. Hearing this, Song Tianqi looked at her in surprise. Girl, you dare to fight our squad leader one-on-one? You really have courage. Even someone as warlike as him had to avoid the squad leader. How could someone be so reckless as to challenge him? Su Jintang twirled her token in his hand, smiling as he approached Ji Nanqing. You must be tired after just one fight. Take a rest, and we go get the supplies together later. Ji Nanqing was bewildered by her warm and friendly face. What? Come here. Su Jintang put away the token and snapped her fingers. Give her a full-body massage. Yes. Gao Xinran and the others immediately surrounded her with smiles. Ji Nanqing blankly enjoyed the massage service from Gao Xinran and the others, even beginning to wonder if she was hallucinating. Until the massage ended and the comfortable feeling from her body disappeared, she also came to her senses. What exactly do you want? Anger appeared on Ji Nanqing's face. She probably felt she had been played. Su Jintang immediately explained, Don't misunderstand. I just want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? A stubborn glint flashed in Ji Nanqing's eyes. Either eliminate me directly, or let me go. Cooperating with you is absolutely out of the question. Seeing her resolute attitude, Gao Xinran turned to Su Jintang for instructions. Should we just eliminate her? Otherwise, her constant shouting will easily cause trouble. Su Jintang glanced at Ji Nanqing, pondered for a moment, and said, Forget it, take her with you. But she keeps shouting like that. Gao Xinran was worried. Yin Yuding, standing nearby, suddenly produced a custard bun and promptly stuffed it into Ji Nanqing's mouth. The previously chattering Ji Nanqing instantly fell silent. Only her constant woofing sounds of struggle could be heard. Seeing that the trouble was resolved, Gao Xinran shut her mouth and said nothing more. Even the Shiha Military Academy couldn't withstand Su Jintang and his team. The league champion this year is probably already a foregone conclusion. Aren't there other teams? If Shiha Alliance, Imperial Military Academy, and Jinghui Military Academy join forces, they might be able to defeat Rectus. Moreover, given the current situation, if Rectus continues to dominate, Clifford could easily choose to join forces with other teams. That would put Rectus at a disadvantage. Viewers had differing opinions, and debates began both in the live stream and at the venue. Meanwhile, Several high-ranking officials in the VIP section started chatting. Recta's approach of turning other teams against them is indeed hard to imagine. However, it also shows that your school's cultivation of students' thinking is truly superior. Several leaders from the federal branch smiled at Miao Mingji, their tone a mixture of admiration and envy. Miao Mingji smiled without speaking, appearing unreadable, but in reality, he was also slightly surprised by Su Jitang and the others' actions. The only two who remained silent were Jing Hongyi and Gu Xiuwen, who kept their eyes glued to the broadcast screen. For some reason, both of them looked somewhat serious. Inside the simulated battlefield. Supplies successfully deployed. The notification sound repeated 3 times before disappearing. The flashing red lights had stopped and were now constantly on. When Su Jitang and his group arrived at the scene, the supply crates were still untouched on the ground. "There are energy stones in the supplies," shouted Song Tianqi, who was the first to rush forward to search the supplies. Xue Zhongqi on the other side also made a new discovery. There are also a lot of light bullet inscriptions and recovery inscriptions. Soon, the rest of them rushed forward and began to open the remaining supply crates. This supply replenishment is quite complete, with all kinds of supplies, enough for our 3 teams, Gao Xinran reported to Su Jitang after summarizing the supply situation. "Collect the supplies first. We need to move quickly, otherwise we easily be surrounded by other teams," Su Jitang said cautiously, observing the surroundings. The supply drop point was located on a plain. It was surrounded by dense forest, making it easy to hide. If someone was lying in ambush, Su Jitang and his group would easily become easy targets. "Yes." Gao Xinran and the others quickened their pace, quickly storing all the supplies in their storage space. A few minutes later, Su Jitang and his group safely withdrew from the scene. Not long after, Shiranyu arrived at the supply drop point with the Grand Military Academy and 2 other teams. After the supplies were taken, the constantly lit red light had disappeared. The site had become an ordinary, empty space. "It seems the supplies have been taken," Wang Qian said calmly. Shiranyu's gaze swept around, his previously calm expression suddenly changing when it landed on a certain spot. He approached a large tree near the woods, crouched down, and his gaze fell on a stone beside its roots. A star pattern was etched into the uneven stone. This pattern was the code he and Su Jitang had agreed upon. It seemed everything was proceeding according to plan on her end as well. Shiranyu withdrew his gaze, pretending nothing had happened, and stood up to look at his team. "The team that took the supplies is probably already far ahead. It'd be difficult for us to catch up. But the next round of survival zone shrinkage should begin soon. To be on the safe side, let's stick to the original plan and continue moving along the direction the green barrier is moving. The survival zone has already shrunk twice, and each time the green barrier shrinks, it moves northwest. Therefore, it can be roughly estimated that the next round of new survival area will also continue to shrink northwest. To avoid their team falling behind during the next round of survival zone shrinkage, they moved northwest ahead of time." Chapter 266. "Quick! There's a cabin over there!" Song Tianqi shouted, pointing to a small cabin not far away. At this moment, the sky was overcast, dense clouds blocking out the sunlight, creating a particularly oppressive atmosphere with a suffocating sense of unease. A deafening roar. A clap of thunder struck, followed by a torrential downpour like a waterfall. "Quick, quick, get inside and take shelter." Song Tianqi led the way, rushing towards the cabin. Soon, Su Jitang and his group all scrambled into the cabin to escape the rain. The downpour was so intense that it formed thick fog, obscuring their vision. Su Jitang stood by the window, gazing at the torrential rain outside. It seems this natural disaster is indeed a downpour. Prepare for potential flooding and landslides on the mountains. Gao Xinran nodded. I arranged for people to reinforce the wooden house right away. The rain, once it started, seemed endless, continuing until sunset. As night fell, the intensity of the downpour showed no sign of abating. Outside the wooden house, the ground had been washed into a muddy mess, and many trees were swaying violently in the rain. The night was deep and quiet. Inside the wooden house, Su Jitang and the others sat together, about to discuss their next steps, when an alarm blared. The simulated battlefield's core system appears to have been invaded by an enemy. Alert mode is about to be activated. All survivors will be forcibly ejected from the battlefield in 10 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. The cold, robotic voice echoed from all directions. Song Tianqi looked up, bewildered. What's going on? Is the simulated battlefield system malfunctioning? It's not malfunctioning. The message just now said it was being hacked. Yan Yuding corrected him. After regaining their senses, Gao Xinran and the others all wore expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? This is a league organized by the Federation. Who could possibly hack into the Federation's system? The Federation is synonymous with the highest combat power in the entire star system. No one could have imagined that someone would dare to cause trouble in a league of this caliber. A 10-second countdown began. All the survivors looked bewildered. No one knew what had happened, except for Su Jintang, who had already learned the truth, who frowned. Her plan with Shiranyu was to wait until their two teams had recruited and subdued all the other teams before proceeding with their next move. But now, why was it suddenly moved up? 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and an invisible force rapidly spread throughout the entire simulated battlefield. And then, an unexpected event occurred. Those who should have been ejected from the simulated battlefield, as instructed, were still standing perfectly fine in their original positions. How am I still here? Song Tianqi scratched his head in confusion. Shui Zhongqi, sitting next to them, was the first to realize something was wrong. Damn it, didn't the notification just say there was an enemy intrusion into the system? Has the system malfunctioned? Yin Yuding, his eyes glazed, speculated, if the system has malfunctioned, and we haven't been successfully ejected from the simulated battlefield, then doesn't that mean we might all be stuck here forever? These words instantly threw the bewildered team members into panic. Our teacher once said that if the core system of the simulated battlefield malfunctions, everyone inside the battlefield could suffer brain death. My God, what's going on? This is a league organized by the Federation. How could anyone dare to provoke the Federation? What do we do now? Just stay here and wait to die? The previously orderly team descended into chaos. Su Jintang stood calmly in place, her mind racing to find a solution. Shiranyu had already told her that the simulated battlefield had been bugged when they entered, meaning that from that moment on, they couldn't leave smoothly. The reason she chose to recruit the team she encountered instead of eliminating them was to cover up this. If other teams knew that even eliminated players couldn't leave the simulated battlefield, it would cause widespread panic. And this was clearly the most disadvantageous situation for them. Is this a test from the league, or is there a real glitch? Someone dares to cause trouble in such a high-level league. Are they crazy? The Reformed Society? It must be the Reformed Society causing trouble again. The Federation needs to deal with these thieves quickly. We can't take it anymore. Damn it! The live stream signal is down. Something really has happened. At the same time, a scream suddenly erupted from inside the league stadium. Ah! What is that? A monster? A monster has invaded. A four-legged lizard-like beast was crawling on the stadium's dome ceiling, its long, barbed tongue dangling, dripping liquid that landed directly on the hand of the spectator who had just screamed. The lizard's saliva was poisonous. Any skin contact would instantly corrode it. The spectator's hand was now reduced to bone, the intense pain driving him to scream again. Alert! Qin Tiangang, the league's host, immediately appeared on the scene. As soon as he finished speaking, his personal guard squad rushed in to defend the area. Chaos erupted. Audience members rose and scattered in disarray, unsure of what to do. Finally, someone found the exit, only to discover the doors were locked. This is it, we're really done for. The doors are locked. This means we're all going to be buried with them. The west door is locked too. Should we work together to break it down? Don't bother. All the security doors in the arena are top tier, specially designed by the Federation. Even a typical 8th tier ability user would have a hard time breaking them down, let alone us. Meanwhile, more and more monsters appeared in the arena, their arrival seemingly unnoticed. High-level monsters. A sharp-eyed spectator shouted, pointing to a blue-eyed spider overhead. The spider was as big as a human head, its eerie green eyes gleaming. The silk it spun from its mouth was almost forming a large web. It's a 6th-tier azure-eyed poison spider. Its silk and venom are all highly corrosive to human skin. Everyone, please don't get touched. A relatively strong audience member jumped out from the crowd, wielding a broadsword. Before the words were even finished, he raised the sword and slashed. A white blade of energy cleaved through the spiderweb, which was almost fully formed. Seeing this, the initially panicked audience was encouraged and activated their abilities, joining the man in defense. In the VIP section, several high-ranking officials from the Federal Bureau reacted quickly, but unlike the panicked audience, they all maintained calm expressions, as if they didn't take it seriously. These beasts are getting more and more arrogant, daring to cause trouble in a place like this. It's been years since we had any exercise. Let's treat today as a warm-up. Commander Jing, we handle the monsters here. Several leaders stood up and began to stretch their limbs. Jing Hongi calmly stood up, glanced back at Gu Xiuwen. I'm leaving this to you. I'm going to the system control room. Gu Xiuwen looked up and nodded at him. Okay. Military Academy League livestream interrupted. Suspected simulated battlefield malfunction. Monster attacked at League venue. A series of related topics surged to the top of the StarNet's trending searches, immediately sparking nationwide discussion. How could such a grand event as the Military Academy League have an incident? The livestream signal was cut off. This incident must be quite serious. People living near the League venue said that the area had been invaded by monsters. All security doors were sealed off, and outsiders couldn't get in at all. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Commander-in-Chief Jing and Commander Gu are both there, along with a bunch of leaders from the Federal Branch Bureau. Even if those top-tier monster lords came, they might not be able to gain any advantage against them. At the same time the League was attacked, the Central Star Region Federal Bureau activated its alert status. All troops stationed in the border cities of the Central Star Region received support orders and began rushing to the League venue. Bang! A loud bang echoed throughout the entire stadium. The VIPs are coming down. The words had barely left his lips when an arrow crackling with countless arcs of electricity flew through the air, accurately striking the blue-eyed spider lying on a spectator seat. The spider was pierced, its venom splattering everywhere. Nearby spectators scattered in panic. Several other leaders from the Federal Bureau also intervened. The previously dominant monster was immediately forced back into a small circle. With these high-ranking officials in front, the other spectators mustered their courage and began to coordinate their attacks from behind. Meanwhile, inside the simulated battlefield control room, the warning beeping continued. Suddenly, the control room security door slowly opened, revealing Jing Hongyi's tall figure. He stepped into the control room, his gaze sweeping around. The control room was empty. All the on-duty personnel had been preemptively reassigned. On the central control panel screen, a red warning light flashed incessantly. Jing Hongyi walked to the control panel and pressed the shutdown button. The beeping warning immediately ceased, and the room returned to silence. Jing Hongyi calmly stared at the screen that continuously displayed the system's compromise message, taking no action whatsoever. Beep, beep, beep. Second after second passed. Commander Jing, it seems the plan is going smoothly. A gruff voice suddenly rang out. Jing Hongyi slowly turned around, looking at the dark figure behind him. The figure was hidden in a cloud of mist, its form obscured. Jing Hongyi spoke expressionlessly. I done as you asked, so shouldn't you fulfill your promise? The dark figure hidden in the mist chuckled. Don't be impatient, the plan has only just begun. Meanwhile, inside the simulated battlefield, the atmosphere of panic continued to spread. Don't panic, everyone. The Federation will definitely rescue us. We just need to wait quietly for rescue. But so much time has passed, and not a single rescue message has come in. Has something happened outside too? Impossible. The Military Academy League is the highest level competition in the entire Federation. Everyone knows how heavily guarded it is. How could anyone dare to cause trouble at the League? It's probably just a normal system malfunction. Don't overthink it. Chapter 267. Although they said this, everyone trapped in the simulated battlefield was actually quite panicked. Anxiety and panic quickly spread. In contrast, Gao Xinran and the others remained relatively calm. Captain Su, what do you think we should do in this situation? Gao Xinran asked on behalf of everyone. The Galaxy Military Academy members also turned to look at Su Jintang, waiting for her answer. Su Jintang pursed her lips, lost in thought. Things weren't going according to plan, and they couldn't contact Yu and the others for the time being. They could only wait and see. Let's wait and see if the Federation sends any rescue news. Although they still hadn't found a solution, Su Jintang's words clearly made everyone feel more at ease. Ji Nanqing, whose hands and feet were tied, also realized the seriousness of the situation. She seemed to have guessed something and turned to Su Jintang. So, you didn't eliminate me just now because you already knew something was wrong? This question drew everyone's attention to Su Jintang, some with curiosity, some with shock, and some with doubt. Gao Xinran was also taken aback. Actually, when Su Jintang didn't let them eliminate Ji Nanqing, she had indeed found it strange, but hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now that Ji Nanqing had pointed it out, the situation definitely seemed a bit off. Su Jintang remained calm. After a moment of contemplation, she calmly replied, "That's right, I did know beforehand." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately changed. You knew beforehand that something was going to happen in the simulated battlefield? So what exactly is going on now? Is there still a chance for us to be rescued? Su Jintang's words brought hope to everyone, and all eyes lit up with anticipation. Su Jintang spoke again. To be rescued, we must all unite. From now on, all actions will be under my command. Gao Xinran was the first to react, leading the way with "We listen to you." Yes, we all listen to you. Even Ji Nanqing, who had previously been very stubborn, fell silent, quietly awaiting Su Jintang's next instructions. Inside the League Stadium, after several Federal Bureau leaders and the principals of the 5 military academies took action, they quickly forced the monsters into a retreat. Gu Xiaowen remained seated in the VIP section, overlooking the situation in every battle zone below. Commander Gu, seeing how calm you are, did you perhaps foresee this happening today? Another Federal Bureau leader, who hadn't yet intervened, began the conversation with a smile. Gu Xiaowen calmly raised his eyes and glanced at him. I suppose so. Everyone knew Gu Xiaowen's ability to foresee the future, and with his assurance, the leader's expression visibly relaxed. In that case, I just wait and see, like Commander Gu. The leader smiled and sat down next to Gu Xiaowen. Outside the border city of the Central Star region, the long-awaited demon beast horde suddenly received orders and began a coordinated attack. Many troops stationed outside the city sounded their alarms. The series of events sparked heated discussions on the StarNet forum. I heard that the border city of the Central Star region has already launched a full-scale war. This is escalating into a world war. The situation is indeed quite dire. It seems several prominent leaders of the Federation are trapped inside the League Stadium. The various branch offices are leaderless. What are we going to do? Well, I don't think we need to worry too much. It would be too far-fetched if the higher-ups were so easily outmaneuvered by monsters. But to be honest, this incident is truly bizarre. The Central Star region is heavily guarded. How did the monsters manage to infiltrate and even seal off the League Stadium? In all the years since the Federation was established, apart from the previous monster wars, this kind of serious incident has been rare, causing considerable discussion and speculation. Principal Miao, your strength is still as impressive as ever, the principal of Clifford Military Academy teased. Miao Mingji dealt with the monster in his hand, turned around, and politely replied, likewise. After dealing with these monsters, let's work together to break down the security door and let the spectators out, Miao Mingji said as he fought. The other principals nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Miao Mingji and the others combined their powers and slammed them against the security door. A loud bang rang out. A terrifying energy wave struck the security door, instantly triggering the alarm. A piercing alarm blared throughout the arena. No, this arena's security door is connected to the simulated battlefield's operating system. If the security door is forcibly removed, it could very likely affect the still operating simulated battlefield, and the students inside might be affected. For safety's sake, it's best to wait for Commander Jing to activate the backup system, Miao Mingji said, frowning. The principals fell silent. Commander Jing went to the control room, didn't he? He should have been gone for a while. Why hasn't he returned yet? The principal of Jingwei Military Academy suddenly asked. The principals realized he has indeed been gone for a long time. Could it be that Commander Jing is also in trouble? At this point, the principals' expressions became even more serious. If even Jing Hongyi, their Federation's top combat force, is facing insurmountable trouble, then this crisis is far more serious than the previous minor skirmishes. What do you all think about this? Principal Clifford looked at everyone with a serious expression. Miao Mingji quickly made a decision. Let's go and discuss it with Gu Xiaowen first. He might have a solution. This reminded everyone that Gu Xiaowen was also there. Inside the simulated battlefield. Due to an operating system malfunction, the simulated battlefield had lost its time-lapse function. Although a long time had passed, the sky remained unchanged. The setting sun, which should have been descending, still hung in the sky. The anxiety of those still trapped in the simulated battlefield grew stronger. No rescue news has come in yet. Something must have happened outside. With so many top-tier figures outside, how could anything have happened to them? Then why is there absolutely no news? Has the Federation abandoned us? At this moment, many teams had gathered together for mutual support. But the more people there were, the more voices there were, and the more panicked the atmosphere became. Until the familiar announcement sounded again, the survival zone is about to shrink. Please prepare yourselves. The survival zone is about to shrink. Please prepare yourselves. The sudden broadcast snapped everyone out of their panic. Wait a minute. The core of the simulated battlefield system has malfunctioned. So why is the survival zone still shrinking? Although the system has malfunctioned, the preset programs might still be running. So, the survival zone will continue to shrink every hour, just as previously planned, until only the last victorious team remains. The team members look even more bewildered. But with the system malfunctioning, we can't get out at all. Someone realized a problem. The system malfunction prevents us from leaving the simulated battlefield normally. If we die unexpectedly in the simulated battlefield, will our consciousness be able to return to our bodies? A deathly silence fell over the room. If the survival zone continues to shrink, their usable space will only become smaller. There are still so many teams in the simulated battlefield, it's impossible to accommodate everyone. Therefore, some teams are destined to be pushed into the abandoned zone. The abandoned zone is prone to natural disasters, and is also vulnerable to random bombing. No team can survive there for long. But with the system malfunctioning, if they really die in the simulated battlefield, who can guarantee that their consciousness will return to their bodies? At the same time, Su Jintang and his group also realized this problem. The survival zone isn't that big anymore. If it shrinks 2 more rounds, all 10 teams might meet up, Yin Yuding analyzed gravely. Gao Xinran's expression wasn't relaxed either. If it really comes to that, the remaining players will only be able to kill each other. Hearing this, all the team members around her instinctively tensed up. Su Jintang raised his arm and stretched. Don't think so badly. You said it yourself. It'd take at least 2 more rounds before we encounter that situation. Before that, we have plenty of time to think about how to solve the problem. Just as they were chatting, the green barrier not far away began to move and shrink. Let's go. Let's get to a safe place first. Su Jintang put his hand away and turned around. The others nodded. A few minutes later, a new survival zone was formed. Su Jintang's group encountered the Clifford Military Academy team. Chu Er, unlike his usual jovial self, walked over with a serious expression. What countermeasures do you have for the simulated battlefield system malfunction? We don't have any solutions yet. Su Jintang answered truthfully, but the Grand Military Academy team might have a way. Grand Military Academy? Chu Er frowned slightly. Just as he was about to ask further, a series of rapid footsteps approached. It's Rekta's and Clifford's team. Great, now we're definitely saved. It was a small team comprised of members from 3 military academy units. They ran over excitedly, their eyes fixed on Su Jintang with anticipation. Before Su Jintang and his team could speak, the group began chattering with questions. Captain Su, do you have any plans? Will we be rescued soon? Just tell us what you need us to do, we follow your orders. These people were clearly a bit lost, and in this situation, they could only band together and find a leader to guide them, at least for some reassurance. Su Jintang raised his hand and gestured for silence. The clamor of questions quickly subsided. All eyes were on Su Jintang. Let me summarize the current situation. Due to a malfunction in the simulated battlefield system, none of us can leave smoothly right now, but because the program is still running automatically, the survival zone will continue to shrink. Similarly, supply drops and natural disasters will continue as usual. Chapter 268. Then, to ensure our survival in the face of future natural disasters, we cannot miss any of the subsequent supply deliveries. Also, since the situation is already dire, no matter what happens next, we must all unite. Everyone naturally understood these principles. The team members nodded in agreement, understood. At the same time, inside the league stadium, most of the invading monsters had been eliminated, but the sealed security door remained locked. Miao Mingji led the other principals back to the VIP seats. Commander Gu, the situation outside is in such chaos. How can you remain so calm? Miao Mingji went straight to the point upon entering. Gu Xiaowen glanced at her. The safety door can't be forcibly removed, and the core system of the simulated battlefield is malfunctioning. In this situation, there's really nothing we can do. We might as well wait and see. Miao Mingji's eyes deepened. Could it be that Commander Gu foresaw this calamity? You could say that, Gu Xiaowen nodded. However, there's always a chance. The other military academy principals fell into deep thought. They naturally trusted Gu Xiaowen. Since he had said so, there was no need for them to worry unnecessarily. Gu Xiaowen rested his arm on the table, leaned back in his chair, and pursed his thin lips, remaining silent. A new batch of supplies will be randomly deployed to the new survival zone in 10 minutes. Please prepare. The notification sounded from the horizon. Su Jintang immediately looked up into the distance. A striking red light flickered on the distant mountain ridge, becoming a landmark on the horizon. She lowered her head and pursed her lips. The immediate priority was to find the Grand Military Academy team. This supply drop point might be where they met. Let's go get the supplies. With that, Su Jintang immediately led the team off. At the same time, the Grand Military Academy team, located in another area, also began heading towards the supply drop point. On the way, a sudden, heavy snowfall began in the misty sky. A cold front appeared abruptly, and the howling wind felt like sharp blades, stinging their faces. Phew. Song Tianqi, walking in front, rubbed his hands together and blew warm air into his palms. The snow is so heavy. In just a few minutes, the ground is already covered with such a thick layer, the other team members complained. Chu Air glanced at the red marker ahead. We should be almost there. Hang in there a little longer. The team members fell silent, conserving their energy to continue. The snow fell heavier, and white mist filled the air. Visibility ahead gradually diminished. Su Jintang and her group were forced to slow down. Soon, as they approached the red marker, they heard a familiar voice. Almost there, it should be just ahead. Su Jintang stopped, immediately recognizing Shiranyi's voice. She raised her hand in a hand signal. The team members behind her stopped immediately. Who's there? The commotion alerted the opposing team. Shiranyi's team immediately prepared for battle. Squad leader, it's someone from Grand Military Academy. Song Tianqi immediately reported for instructions. Su Jintang stepped forward, raising her hands with a warm smile. We're on the same side. Shiranyi recognized Su Jintang's voice and immediately stepped forward. After confirming it was Su Jintang, he solemnly pulled her aside, gesturing for her to speak. Su Jintang nodded and turned to say, I discuss our next steps with him. You two go get the supplies. Song Tianqi understood and immediately nodded yes. The two quickly reached the nearby woods. By this time, the snow had almost completely buried their calves. Su Jintang kicked away the snow at her feet and looked up at Shiranyu. The sudden malfunction of the simulated battlefield system's core was also part of your plan? Shiranyu shook his head gravely. No. This also surprised us. Our undercover agent at the Federal Bureau reported that Jing Hongyi would team up with the demon beasts to wipe out the principals of the 5 military academies during the league finals. So we infiltrated the finals as participating team members, planning to expose Jing Hongyi's true colors during the live broadcast. But now the system malfunction has disrupted all our plans. Su Jintang fell silent. So now, you can't do anything about it. Yes. Shiranyu replied, pursing his lips. However, our people waiting outside can still keep in touch with me. They say that the area outside the simulated battlefield is also in chaos. Many demon beast clans outside the border city of the Central Star region are starting to stir. Also, the league venue seems to have been sealed off from the inside for some reason. Those inside can't get out, and those outside can't get in. What happens outside is beyond our control. The most urgent task is to find a way for us to leave the simulated battlefield safely. Since you were able to develop an operating system to counter the simulated battlefield, you should also be able to figure out how to repair this core system, right? Su Jintang went straight to the point. Shiranyu pursed her dry lips. We can, but to repair the system core, we need access to the core control room. Our people tried to approach the core control room, but failed. There are too many alarms and traps near the control room, and Jing Hongyi seems to be inside. It's difficult for our people to force their way in. However, Shiranyu looked up, her tone shifting. Besides that, there's another way for us to leave the simulated battlefield safely, but it's quite risky. Seeing Shiranyu looking at her as she said this, Su Jintang immediately realized he might need her help. Go ahead. Generally speaking, advanced simulated battlefields also have a backup core system. There are two ways to activate the backup core system. One is for the person operating the simulated battlefield to actively activate it, and the other is to completely destroy the still operating simulated battlefield, forcibly activating the backup system. Shiranyu explained quietly, the simulated battlefield is still operational now because only the core system has malfunctioned. The other components are still working normally. But if all the other components are also destroyed, the new backup system will automatically activate. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, then immediately asked, does that mean completely destroying the simulated battlefield? Forcibly damaging the simulated battlefield with force can do that, Shiranyu replied. Su Jintang quickly understood, with so many of us combined, can't we do it? Shiranyu shook his head. Not necessarily. This league uses the Federation's highest level simulated battlefield system, with extremely strong defenses. Even ordinary high-level ability users might not be able to harm it. But since things have come to this, we can only try our best. His words sounded somewhat tragic. Su Jintang, disregarding sentimentality, immediately made a decision. Okay, then we do as you say and try our best. After their conversation, the two returned to the main forces encampment. Gao Xinran and Song Tianqi had already led their team back with supplies. which this time consisted of heating fuel and other items to keep warm. Squad leader, the supplies have been distributed, but there are too many of us, and not enough supplies to go around. We have to share some for now, Yin Yuding reported, her brow furrowed with worry. Natural disasters will only increase, and the amount of supplies later on definitely won't be enough for so many people. She didn't know what they would do then. Su Jintang didn't say anything, turning to face everyone. There's something I need to share with you all. She then recounted the entire situation, excluding the possibility of Jing Hongyi colluding with the demonic beasts. After listening, everyone fell silent. The sheer volume of information left everyone somewhat bewildered. Su Jintang omitted mentioning Jing Hongyi to avoid further confusion. So now, we can only rely on ourselves? What if we hold on a little longer and wait for the Federation's rescue? But what if we can't completely destroy the simulated battlefield? Su Jintang surveyed the group and explained, first, so much time has passed, and there's still no news of rescue efforts coming in. This suggests that those outside are likely facing difficulties as well, making external aid unrealistic. Second, we're already facing a shortage of supplies. If we wait any longer and the natural disaster worsens, without sufficient support, some people will inevitably break down, leading to internal conflicts. As she spoke, the snow fell even heavier. Su Jintang had only stood there a short while when she was covered in a layer of white snow. A moment of silence followed. Chu Er spoke first. In that case, we have no choice but to try our best. The others understood they had no other option. The group's expressions gradually turned serious, and they nodded in unison, okay. Soon after, the Shiha Alliance Military Academy and the Imperial Military Academy teams joined Su Jintang's group. Song Ziqian had dealt with Su Jintang before, and after hearing her explanation of the current situation, she immediately agreed to take Su Jintang's command. Just as the group was discussing their next steps, the last team from Jingwei Military Academy unexpectedly arrived. Now, all the teams that had advanced to the finals were assembled. That's the situation. Regardless of any past conflicts, at this point, we're all in the same boat. I hope everyone can unite. Understood, we follow your instructions. The captain of Jingwei Military Academy replied, looking at Su Jintang. By this time, the heavy snow had obscured everyone's vision. The outdoor temperature had dropped to tens of degrees below zero. Heating supplies were extremely scarce, and could only be allocated to the less physically strong team members. The others who could manage were temporarily using their mental powers to maintain their warmth. Almost there. Our backup outside said the system's defenses are weakest around here, Shiranyu said in a voice only he and Su Jintang could hear. Because Shiranyu's identity was too dangerous, they hadn't told anyone else yet to avoid causing too much trouble. Okay. Su Jintang turned around and stopped. This is it. Here? Why here? Someone asked curiously. My ability has a range detection effect. I can sense that the energy around here is the weakest, so it should be easier to break through here, Su Jintang explained. Song Ziqian stepped forward. There's another question. Where should we aim to destroy the simulated battlefield system? We don't need to destroy anything to break the system. We need to use overwhelming force to make the simulated battlefield collapse automatically. Su Jintang gestured with his hand. Simply put, the simulated battlefield is like a balloon. Once the air pressure inside exceeds its maximum capacity, the balloon will burst. Chu Er's expression turned serious. Our finals will utilize the highest level simulated battlefield system in the entire Federation. Will it work? Su Jintang continued to explain. The energy intensity varies at different locations on the simulated battlefield. Our current location is the weakest point. Moreover, the Federation probably didn't expect all 10 teams to gather together and attack at full power, so they definitely haven't taken any corresponding precautions. As long as we can gather energy exceeding the protective measures here in a short time, we can break this balloon. Okay. Chu Er nodded. Let's give it a try. He then turned and winked at the team members behind him. In an instant, the entire Clifford Military Academy team simultaneously activated their mental power, and the energy gathered on their bodies formed a powerful airflow that blew the surrounding snowflakes into a frenzy. Chapter 269. The decisive action of Clifford Military Academy and his team quickly inspired those around them. Gao Xinran immediately activated her supernatural ability, let's do it together. Her teammates followed suit, activating their mental energy. Immediately afterward, Jingwei Military Academy, Imperial Military Academy, and other teams also unleashed their power. A massive energy surge instantly gathered, creating powerful air currents that swirled around them. Nearby trees and bushes were blown about wildly. Me too. Song Tianqi shouted at the top of his lungs, then forcibly activated his divine beast bloodline state. His blood and chi surged instantly, and in the blink of an eye, an even more terrifying energy erupted from his body. Jiangxi also summoned a rocket launcher without hesitation, immediately activating its strongest bombardment mode. In less than a few seconds, the energy damage gathered on the scene had reached an extremely terrifying level. Everyone gritted their teeth, their faces tense, exuding an aura of impending doom. Su Jintang slowly raised his hands, his spiritual power instantly surging. Endless energy surged from his spiritual sea, infusing the energy sphere brewing in the sky with even greater power. Boom! The energy sphere, gathering everyone's power, exploded. The shockwave from the explosion blasted away all the nearby team members. Even Su Jintang wasn't spared. His body was thrown several meters away in a parabolic arc. Cough cough. Su Jintang pushed himself up, coughing away the dust in his mouth. The others who had also been thrown to the ground also got up, wiping the dust that had accidentally gotten on their faces. The first attempt had clearly failed. Why isn't it working at all? Can we really expect this to work? Someone asked cautiously. Su Jintang quickly got up, dusting his hands. This is our only option right now. If it still doesn't work, we can only hope for rescue or wait to die. Silence fell again. Chu Er stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes, his tone filled with a do-or-die determination. I only used 80% of my strength just now. Let's take a break and try again. Song Ziqian on the other side nodded in agreement. Yes, I didn't use my full strength either. Let's try again. The expressions on everyone's faces were even more serious than before. Since the first attempt had also exhausted much of their mental energy, they had to sit down and recover. Half an hour later, having readjusted, the group stood up again. Su Jintang took the lead and made the first move. The dragon blood power within him instantly ignited and boiled, spreading throughout his body along with the stellar power of the tilted scales. At the same time, the other team members also unleashed their full power. Whether it was Chu Er, Song Ziqian, or the others, they no longer held back, each unleashing their strongest moves. This time, the energy sphere they gathered was several times more terrifying than the last. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding snow to be blown away. The area within several miles instantly cleared up. Shiranyu and the others exchanged glances, no longer holding back, and all activated their mental power. The energy sphere in the sky grew larger and larger, the energy it contained seemingly capable of destroying everything. Just a little more, let me handle this. Jin Shiba's voice suddenly rang out. As the words fell, a domineering force surged forth from within her spiritual sea, injecting into the energy sphere suspended in the sky. The energy sphere expanded once more. Those around her, sensing this energy, turned to look at Su Jintang in surprise, naturally curious about the source of this sudden surge in energy. However, the current situation did not allow for distraction. They were only momentarily surprised before refocusing their attention and continuing to concentrate on channeling their spiritual energy into the energy sphere. In just a few seconds, the energy sphere expanded even larger. A terrifying aura of annihilation began to spread outwards. Beep beep. An energy source exceeding the standard has been detected within the simulated battlefield. A comprehensive scan will be initiated shortly. The warning suddenly sounded. Gao Shimon's face lit up with joy. It's working. The teammate beside her remained silent, gritting her teeth and continuing to exert her strength. Beep beep. Excessive energy source detected. The protection system will eliminate this energy source in 3 seconds. Su Jintang's expression changed. What? There's still this program? Shiranyu, standing beside him, was also stunned. It must be a remnant of the system from the simulated battlefield. What do we do? How will this protection system eliminate us? Is it going to kick us all out of the simulated battlefield? Is this a good thing? Soon, after the 3-second countdown, a red light descended from the sky, instantly covering the location of Su Jintang and his group. A feeling of being spied on arose spontaneously. Song Tianqi subconsciously swallowed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Beep beep. System malfunction. Automatic pop-up function is damaged. Energy source elimination operation failed. This energy sphere, a product of everyone's combined efforts, seemed to pose a significant threat to the simulated battlefield. After its failed attempt to eliminate, a piercing alarm blared incessantly, causing everyone's hearts to pound with tension. Hold on a little longer, everyone. This balloon is about to burst. Shiranyu said. Okay. Song Ziqian bit her lower lip, once again, channeling all her energy into the energy sphere. Due to everyone's simultaneous exertion, The energy sphere suspended in the sky grew at a noticeably faster rate. The beeping alarm further heightened the tension. Everyone strained, frantically channeling their mental energy. Until the energy sphere's capacity exceeded its limit, a devastating explosion erupted. Boom! The energy sphere exploded completely in the sky. The misty sky seemed to be stained with gray fuel, billowing smoke scorching the falling snow. The intense heat melted the snow into drops of icy water, soaking vast swathes of land. A few seconds later, a violent tremor emanated from deep underground. Su Jintang, thrown back by the force of the explosion, had barely regained consciousness when he heard a somewhat indistinct broadcast. Existing systems detected as completely destroyed. The simulated battlefield backup system is about to activate. The system's automatic ejection function will be restored. Success? This was Su Jintang's last thought before his consciousness was extracted. When he opened his eyes again, Su Jintang was back in the league stadium. The simulation pod door slowly opened, letting in outside light. Su Jintang, who had just opened his eyes, instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light. We're back. Oh my god, it worked. It's the league venue. We're back. The participating team members from various military academies gradually woke up and shouted excitedly. Song Tianqi, feeling reborn, scratched his head, his eyes filled with excitement, finally out. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. They're out? Several bigwigs in the VIP seats immediately stood up, their eyes showing surprise. After the core system of the simulated battlefield malfunctioned, the broadcast function was also destroyed, and the outside world didn't know what had happened inside the simulated battlefield. Miao Mingji was the first to stand up, flying down into the air to the side of the simulation pod, casting an inquiring look at Su Jintang and the other four. Do you feel any discomfort? Su Jintang was already conscious. After recognizing Miao Mingji, he shook his head and said, I don't feel anything. Miao Mingji quickly looked at Yin Yuding and the others. How are you? The group only felt a little dizzy, but were otherwise unharmed, and each shook their heads. A moment later, the principals of the other military academies also jumped down from their VIP seats, inquiring about their students' health. The other federal branch leaders remained still, discussing with slight surprise, how did they get out? With the core system malfunctioning, the automatic ejection function shouldn't be working either. Perhaps it was Commander Jing who operated it. Gu Xiaowen didn't participate in the discussion, remaining seated, seemingly waiting for something. Until a bang. A figure was thrown to the ground. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Jing Hongyi lay unconscious on the ground, his clothes stained with a large patch of blood, clearly seriously injured. It's Commander Jing. How did he get such a serious injury? It's over, something terrible is probably going to happen. Several leaders from the federal branch jumped down from the VIP seats and rushed to Jing Hongyi's side to check his injuries. His chest was pierced through, he's lost a lot of blood, and his meridians have been severely damaged. He needs immediate first aid. The leaders sensed something was wrong and exchanged glances. Does anyone here know how to treat injuries? After a moment of silence, someone reacted, Gu Xiaowen has support abilities. Before the words were even finished, Gu Xiaowen himself had already jumped down from the VIP seats. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Xiaowen walked towards Jing Hongyi, squatted down, placed his hands on his knees, and leaned slightly forward. A healing white light slowly rose from his palm. The white halo shone on Jing Hongyi's chest, and within seconds, the mangled wound began to slowly heal. Only after the wounds had completely healed and returned to smooth skin did Gu Xiaowen withdraw his mental energy. It's probably not just external injuries. The internal injuries are also severe. My healing abilities aren't enough to fully restore him for now, Gu Xiaowen explained. Several leaders immediately frowned. Commander Jing's strength is among the best in the Federation. Who could have injured him like this? After a moment of silence, someone reacted first. Everyone be careful. Beware of a possible sneak attack. The words had barely left his lips when an invisible force silently enveloped the entire area. Miao Mingji immediately shielded Su Jintang and the other four behind him, warily scanning their surroundings. Who? The other principals also gathered their mental energy, their expressions tense, ready to act at any moment. That old scoundrel Jing Hongyi actually betrayed me. Then you could all die together. A deep, resonant voice came from above the arena. Following this, a series of thuds and vibrations echoed throughout the arena. Everyone looked up and saw a massive, hairy mammoth that had appeared in the VIP seating area above the arena. This mammoth was different from ordinary demonic beasts. Its sharp, pointed tusks had a golden sheen, making it very conspicuous. "It's the demonic beast lord, the Mammoth King," Miao Mingji said solemnly, recognizing the beast. Chapter 270. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually turned solemn. Several leaders from the federal branch offices frowned deeply, their faces extremely grim. How could a demon beast lord appear here? And how could it have so severely injured Commander Jing? The border cities of the Federation are always strictly guarded. How could such a high-level demon beast have infiltrated the League venue? No, the aura of power emanating from this mammoth is so strong that we can't even discern its spiritual power level. Most of the bigwigs present were top experts at the 8th or even 9th rank, yet they couldn't detect the true strength of the mammoth. This could only prove one thing: the mammoth's strength far surpassed theirs. Could it be? The principal of Clifford Military Academy hesitated before guessing that the mammoth has already broken through to the god rank? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room clearly froze. The term god rank was simply too terrifying for them. In all the years since the Federation was established, not a single person in the entire human world had ever reached the god rank. If the mammoth before them had already broken through to that realm, everyone present might perish here today. It hasn't reached the god rank yet. It must have absorbed a portion of Jing Hongyi's energy, temporarily reaching the pseudo-god rank. A calm, clear voice reached everyone's ears. Su Jintang, hearing this familiar voice, immediately turned her head. She saw Gu Xiuwen walking steadily towards her, his resolute face still bearing that calm expression. The others also turned their heads, their gazes all falling on Gu Xiuwen. Pseudo-god rank? Miao Mingji frowned and asked. Gu Xiuwen gave a faint His strength is above the 9th rank, but still some distance from the true god rank. Can we win? One of the leaders from the federal branch asked anxiously. We only know if we try. Gu Xiuwen gazed at the mammoth, subtly channeling his spiritual power. A miniature star compass slowly appeared in his palm, its mysterious energy continuously radiating outwards. The sound of the mammoth stomping stopped. The mammoth opposite him raised its trunk high, staring at Gu Xiuwen with a hint of wariness, and said, "You are the owner of the star compass." The star compass, with its terrifying power, was something even the demon beast world greatly feared. Years ago, when the demon beasts attacked the human Federation world, the battle was abruptly halted at its most intense moment. The key reason was that Gu Xiuwen had used the star compass for divination. The predicted result was extremely unfavorable to the demon beast world. All the major demon beast lords were wary of this, even more so of Gu Xiuwen using the star compass's interference abilities. Therefore, they agreed to compromise with the Federation, temporarily reaching a peaceful coexistence agreement. Gu Xiuwen looked up. What? The star compass in his palm was still spinning silently. The mammoth, which had been so arrogant just moments before, had fallen silent, seemingly lost in thought. Everyone else took defensive stances, ready to pounce at any moment. Su Jintang, hidden in the crowd, tried to minimize his presence while observing the mammoth. Decades ago, I fought the mammoth. Back then, its strength was just a hair's breadth away from godhood. I never imagined that after all these years, I would see it again. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice suddenly echoed from within his spiritual sea. How strong is this mammoth? Su Jintang asked. Ice Soul Dragon. Ordinary 9th-tier cultivators would have a hard time dealing with it, and now that it's reached the pseudo-god tier, its strength is probably even more terrifying. If that's the case, then the current situation is clearly even more disadvantageous for them. A deathly silence fell over the scene. The students hiding in the back were so tense, they dared not even breathe loudly. The mammoth's trunk, suspended in midair, suddenly rose high, letting out a mournful cry. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire air itself vibrated. Su Jintang's eardrums throbbed with pain. Regaining her senses, she quickly covered her ears. The other students who reacted slower were instantly struck by the shock, their noses bleeding. Attack! Miao Mingji reacted first, immediately channeling her mental power to swoop down towards the mammoth. Her special ability was Lucky Bamboo. The instant she attacked, the Lucky Bamboo enveloped the mammoth. A gentle breeze blew, the bamboo leaves swaying softly, seemingly calm on the surface, but in reality, it concealed deadly intent. Sensing danger, the mammoth stomped its foot. The violent shockwaves spread rapidly in all directions. Many people were caught off guard and thrown about by the force. The principals, including Miao Mingji, acted swiftly. A variety of skills simultaneously struck the mammoth. However, its rough, thick hide remained completely unaffected, not even a trace of burning remained. The mammoth raised its trunk high and roared towards the sky. The powerful sonic attack reached everyone's ears indiscriminately. Su Jintang felt a sudden buzzing in her head, as if she had been struck by a hammer, and her consciousness instantly began to blur. The mammoth's strength has indeed improved considerably. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a cool power slowly spread throughout Su Jintang's body, and in a short while, she regained her senses. Except for her, all the other students were stunned by the sonic attack from the mammoth. Everyone, don't hide now. If we hide any longer, we all die at its hands. A powerful figure suddenly shouted. These two attacks from the mammoth had already made everyone realize the terrifying power of it. Naturally, no one dared to be negligent any longer. Miao Mingji pursed his lips, a deep glint in his eyes, and once again activated his mental power. A massive amount of energy flowed into the lucky bamboo, which had originally only reached half the height of the mammoth, growing rapidly and surpassing the mammoth in the blink of an eye. Humph. The mammoth let out a low groan. Its hooves stomped the ground again, and the seemingly solid lucky bamboo suddenly trembled violently before collapsing to either side. An even stronger attack slammed into the mammoth. A series of booming explosions rang out, and the league stadium quickly transformed into a battlefield. Still conscious, Su Jintang quickly retreated, dodging to a safer area. At that moment, a clear, light force swept over them, lifting the unconscious students from the ground and tossing them to an even safer place. Su Jintang, having already taken cover in a safe area, was not affected by this force. Brother Long, can we leave this venue now? Su Jintang asked silently in his mind. The Ice Soul Dragon replied, with your strength, I'm afraid you can't break through the venue's security gate. Then tell me, can those principals, plus the leaders of the federal branch, defeat this mammoth giant? Su Jintang asked again. The Ice Soul Dragon pondered for a moment before answering, a pseudo-god level being still a god, even many ninth-level beings working together might not be able to defeat it. As the two spoke, the fighting next door intensified. The aftershocks of the battle even reached Su Jintang's side. Luckily, she reacted quickly, immediately getting up and rolling to dodge the flying skill damage. Don't waste your energy. Even if you all go all out, don't even think you can defeat me, the mammoth's disdainful voice rang out. The next second, a powerful wave of energy emanated from it. Everyone who had been surrounding it was thrown back. Even Su Jintang, standing far away, felt the terrifying power. She quickly activated her spiritual energy to protect herself, barely managing to avoid being thrown back. Looking up again, the mammoth had vanished, leaving only a burly man standing in the same spot. Miao Mingji and the others, regaining their senses and seeing the situation before them, became even more grave. After cultivating to a high level, demonic beasts could transform into human form. In this state, the clumsy movements of the demonic beasts were effectively neutralized, at least doubling their combat power. The mammoth gripped a round iron hammer in both hands, its muscular upper body exposed to the air, its bronze skin exuding mature masculine charm. A slight upturn at the corners of its mouth revealed a mocking expression. Come on, all of you, attack together. Its arrogant attitude was no longer concealed. These words provoked Miao Mingji and the others. Their anger ignited instantly, and they simultaneously unleashed their mental power, launching an even more ferocious attack. The mammoth, now in human form, became even more agile, easily dodging attacks with just a few swift movements. Then, it turned and immediately targeted Miao Mingji and the others in the front row. The battle intensified. Gu Xiuwen, who was standing nearby, also joined in. He raised his hand and flicked out the star compass in his palm. The star compass, originally only the size of a palm, slowly expanded, rising above everyone's heads. A faint silver energy slowly emanated from the star compass, landing on Miao Mingji and the others below. Miao Mingji and the others, who were engaged in fierce combat, immediately felt their spiritual power surging and increasing. Miao Mingji glanced at Gu Xiuwen and nodded. Su Jintang, still hiding nearby, held his breath, crouching low to continue observing the situation. After an unknown amount of time, as the mammoth giant unleashed its full power, one federal branch leader after another was defeated. Soon, only Miao Mingji and the other principals, along with Gu Xiuwen, remained. At this moment, the mammoth giant suddenly stopped, turning its head to survey its surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Miao Mingji and the Clifford Military Academy principal exchanged a glance. The two nodded in unison, and taking advantage of the mammoth giant's momentary lapse in attention, swiftly launched their attack. The mammoth didn't seem to care, casually catching the two attackers with its iron hammer, then turning to scan its surroundings again. Just then, the mammoth saw something, and its vision suddenly lit up. Miao Mingji and the others turned to look. They saw Su Jintang crouching, stealthily moving towards the stadium's safety exit. Miao Mingji knew something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Su Jintang!" His mental energy coalesced, and a large patch of lucky bamboo instantly descended from the sky, blocking Su Jintang's path. At the same time, the mammoth's attack followed. The golden light attack from the iron hammer struck the lucky bamboo almost simultaneously. Crack! The iron-hard lucky bamboo snapped instantly. The golden light attack pierced directly into Su Jintang's head. Intense pain instantly spread throughout her body. Su Jintang's face turned deathly pale, and she bit her lower lip, enduring the agony. "Ice Soul Dragon, you've been hiding for so long, it's time to come out." The mammoth looked coldly at Su Jintang and walked over step by step. Chapter 271. The words echoed, and everyone present froze, turning to look at Su Jintang. Enveloped in golden light, Su Jintang's pain intensified, her face contorted in a near-grossing expression. "Damn it, how did this guy know I was inside you?" For the first time, the Ice Soul Dragon's voice betrayed panic. The golden light penetrated Su Jintang's body, directly assaulting her spiritual sea. The Thunder Dragon King and Jin Xiaobao, who were asleep, were simultaneously awakened by the commotion. What happened? I only been asleep for a short while, and this has already happened. The damage from a pseudo-god level attack was far beyond Su Jintang's tolerance. Her consciousness immediately slipped into a coma. Fortunately, her body had been modified by the Ice Soul Dragon beforehand, allowing her to maintain her current state. The crowd, regaining their senses, looked at Su Jintang with disbelief. Old Miao. The superintendent of Clifford Military Academy leaned close to Miao Mingji. "What's going on?" Miao Mingji shook his head. "I don't know." More than the others' curious inquiries, Miao Mingji's attention was focused on Su Jintang. At this moment, Su Jintang was completely unconscious, her body bound by golden light, her limbs hanging limply at her sides, her eyes closed, suspended in the air. The mammoth-like giant walked unhurriedly towards Su Jintang, clearly not taking Miao Mingji and his companions seriously. At this moment, Miao Mingji, who had been searching for an opportunity, finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Commander Gu, help me." As soon as the words fell, Gu Xiuwen immediately threw out the star compass in his hand. A blinding silver light instantly illuminated the entire arena. Powerful amplifying energy flowed into Miao Mingji's body, and in just a few seconds, her strength surged by several times. Shortly after, Miao Mingji attacked the moving mammoth. The mammoth noticed Miao Mingji's movement, but remained unconcerned, casually raising its iron hammer to block. This underestimation cost it a small price to pay. Amplified by the star compass, Miao Mingji's strength had increased several times over. This full-force attack sent the mammoth flying a considerable distance. The others, regaining their senses, immediately joined the attack. The mammoth had no time to react, and was overwhelmed by the combined forces, its massive body crashing to the ground. Miao Mingji simultaneously shattered the golden light, rescuing the unconscious Su Jintang. The battle continued. Miao Mingji quickly tossed Su Jintang to Gu Xiuwen, and then immediately turned to join the fight. Gu Xiuwen caught Su Jintang, condensing spiritual energy in his palm and slowly channeling it into her body. A gentle silver energy spread through Su Jintang's body, driving the domineering golden light out. Without the torment of the golden light, Su Jintang quickly regained consciousness. The intense pain still lingered in her mind. She shuddered as soon as she opened her eyes. She wasn't dead. This was the first thought that crossed Su Jintang's mind upon waking. "The Ice Soul Dragon is hiding inside you?" A deep voice sounded in her ear. Su Jintang froze, quickly tensing up, and turned warily to look at Gu Xiuwen. "What are you going to do?" Gu Xiuwen's gaze was deep as he stared at her. The mammoth's attack was clearly aimed at it. "If it's really inside you, let it out now." Su Jintang pursed her lips, remaining silent for a long time. The mammoth has absorbed Jing Hongyi's energy and broken through to the pseudogod rank. Even if all of us combined, we have a hard time defeating it. The only breakthrough might be the Ice Soul Dragon, Gu Xiuwen said again. While the two were talking, the battle beside them had ended. Miao Mingji and his companions, who had just been in the lead, were now completely suppressed by the mammoth. Miao Mingji and his group lay heavily injured on the ground, their breaths much weaker. Continuing the fight would only be a waste of their strength. With the obstacle gone, the mammoth turned to look at Su Jintang again. A malicious smile appeared on the burly man's face as he strode towards Su Jintang. "Kid, let the Ice Soul Dragon out, or one blow from my hammer will kill you on the spot." Su Jintang held his breath, staring intently at the mammoth without answering. Miao Mingji and his group lay on the ground, covered in various wounds, clearly having exhausted all their strength. Gu Xiaowen slowly stood up and walked behind Su Jintang. At that moment, the two seemed to become one. The star compass detached from Gu Xiaowen's palm, rose into the air, and gradually grew larger until it completely enveloped them. "Let me handle this," the aged voice of the Ice Soul Dragon suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a powerful force surged from her body, completely taking over her form. From everyone's perspective, a patch of icy blue dragon shadow suddenly appeared behind Su Jintang, its pupils shimmering with blue light, and dragon scales gradually covered her entire arm. The surrounding air temperature plummeted, and a thin layer of frost formed beneath her feet. "A defeated opponent dares to provoke me." A mocking expression appeared on Su Jintang's face. "Ignorant fool." The voice clearly didn't come from her, but from the Ice Soul Dragon that had taken over her body. The mammoth narrowed its eyes, its anger instantly ignited. Years ago, it had fought the Ice Soul Dragon to the death, suffering a crushing defeat. It could be said that if the Ice Soul Dragon hadn't been too lazy to kill it, it wouldn't even be alive today. The long-suppressed hatred within it surged forth, and the mammoth instantly gathered power, a golden light attack even more terrifying than before beginning to brew on its iron hammer. Su Jintang clenched her fist, the dragon blood power hidden deep within her rapidly boiling. Not far away, Gu Xiaowen simultaneously activated his supernatural ability, a massive amplification power descending upon Su Jintang's head, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Su Jintang glanced at Gu Xiaowen, offering her gratitude. The next second, she turned directly to face the mammoth, raised her hand, and the energy within her fist immediately erupted. Simultaneously, they collided with the incoming golden light attack. The impact of the collision sent Miao Mingji and the others sprawling around them. Miao Mingji clutched his chest, his back slamming against the wall, feeling a sharp pain in his internal organs. Meanwhile, Su Jintang had begun a direct confrontation with the mammoth. Since his body was now controlled by the Ice Soul Dragon, Su Jintang's consciousness could only temporarily return to his mental sea. Forming a miniature version of himself, Su Jintang flew around in his mental sea, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Do you think Brother Dragon can win?" Jin Xiaobao and the Thunder Dragon King also awoke. One stood on each side, one with hands on hips, the other sitting upright and composed. They exchanged a glance, both appearing calm. "With Brother Long on the case, even if he can't kill her outright, he can wear her down." "Just wait patiently," said the Thunder Dragon King reassuredly. Jin Xiaobao's attitude became even more arrogant. "If he can't handle it, I take over." Su Jintang finally felt a little relieved. However, she could vaguely sense that her body might not be able to maintain this high-energy state indefinitely. Her heart, which had just calmed down, started racing again. The mammoth was also forced back a considerable distance by the power of the dragon blood. He rubbed his chest, his cold gaze falling on Su Jintang, and said in a low voice, "Again." As soon as he finished speaking, the mammoth launched a powerful charge, quickly gathering its strength to slam into Su Jintang. Su Jintang remained standing, her dragon blood power boiling and erupting throughout her body, creating a layer of energy rising around her. An icy blue light flashed in her eyes as she clenched her fists. Just as the mammoth reached her, she raised her hand and unleashed the energy gathered within her fist. The mammoth's massive body was instantly sent flying, slamming into the arena's mechanical wall. A large dent immediately formed in the wall. The blow to the mammoth was clearly significant. It took him a while to recover, and just as he jumped off the wall, another punch came hurtling towards him. With each punch Su Jintang threw, the dragon shadow hovering behind her grew brighter until it was completely visible. Gu Xiaowen, not far away, stared at the dragon shadow behind her, lost in thought. Miao Ming, lying on the ground, was even more shocked after the others recognized the dragon shadow. "It really is the Ice Soul Dragon. Old Miao, your student has been hiding it far too well. The Federation has been tracking the Ice Soul Dragon for years, and we never expected it to be hiding right under our noses." Outside the arena, the arriving reinforcements had completely surrounded the arena. The captain in charge stood before the security door, his face stern as he gestured, "They're still fighting inside. Everyone, hold your positions, and wait for my instructions." "Yes, sir." The captain's lips were tightly pressed together, his expression completely tense. As far as he knew, all the Federation's top experts were inside. If even these big shots couldn't handle the situation, he would have no choice but to activate the emergency response plan. The captain took a deep breath, calmed himself, and continued to monitor the situation inside. "Ice Soul Dragon, your body probably won't last much longer." The mammoth, knocked down again, wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, braced itself on the floor, and slowly rose. A smug smile played on his lips. Su Jintang stood opposite him, expressionless, raising his hand and gradually clenching his fist, gathering strength. Before I can't hold on any longer, that'd be enough to finish you off. His voice had completely transformed into Ice Soul Dragons. After regaining its footing, the mammoth charged forward with explosive force. Su Jintang clenched her fists, and the dragon shadow behind her soared into the sky. A deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the arena, making everyone's eardrums tingle. Gu Xiuwen raised his hand and summoned the star compass. Silver light shone upon the unconscious students, automatically forming a protective shield. Miao Mingji and the others had already stood up and automatically moved outside the battle circle. Old Miao, the Clifford Military Academy principal, said, clutching his chest, and nudged Miao Mingji, I remember your student is only at the 6th rank. Can her small frame withstand such high-intensity energy from the Ice Soul Dragon? Miao Mingji's brows furrowed with worry. I'm worried about that too. If it really comes down to it, let's go too. We can't let a student take so much danger for us, the Imperial Military Academy principal said, his brows furrowed. That's right. Together, with the power of the Ice Soul Dragon, we can definitely suppress the mammoth giant. The principal of Jingwei Military Academy nodded in agreement. The principals exchanged glances and immediately nodded in unison. The leaders of the federal branch on the other side were even more seriously injured. They leaned against a wall, barely able to support themselves, their breath weak, clearly no longer capable of fighting. Bang! Another clash of forces. Su Jintang was forced back several steps, the energy gushing from his body growing stronger and stronger, threatening to burst his blood vessels. Brother Dragon, are you alright? Su Jintang's question came from his spiritual sea. The Ice Soul Dragon shook his head, his tone heavy, I'm alright, but your body is nearing its limit. Even ordinary 9th-tier experts might not be able to fully withstand his power. Let alone Su Jintang. Chapter 272. After the fierce battle, Su Jintang's meridians were almost stretched to their limit. The mammoth giant seemed to have noticed this. Having just been knocked to the ground, he immediately got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned smugly. What? You reached your limit? The Ice Soul Dragon frowned slightly, not giving him another chance to provoke him, and immediately attacked. A powerful and domineering surge of ice energy erupted from his palm. The mammoth giant immediately composed himself, simultaneously channeling his mental energy. Golden light shot from his palm, rising high into the sky and rapidly expanding, illuminating the entire arena. The frost on the ground froze the arena into a world of ice and snow. The all-encompassing golden light scorched the ice surface, seemingly trying to melt it. Both were powerful, neither giving an inch. The Ice Soul Dragon's eyes darkened, and he increased the injection of mental energy once more. This time, he directly unleashed the dragon bone power hidden deep within his body. An even more powerful and domineering ice force enveloped the entire arena. The mammoth narrowed its eyes, simultaneously activating its spiritual power. The golden light enveloping the arena became even more dazzling, fiercely scorching the ice and snow below. Brother Dragon, I can't hold on much longer, Su Jintang said immediately, feeling the near collapse within him. The Ice Soul Dragon's voice deepened slightly. The mammoth knows I can't hold on much longer, and is deliberately stalling for time. Then what do we do? Su Jintang asked. The Ice Soul Dragon fell silent. If he unleashed all his power, he could definitely defeat the mammoth. But if he unleashed all his power, Su Jintang's body would surely collapse from the strain. Let me handle this. Jin Shiba's voice suddenly rang out. I protect her body and meridians. You defeat your opponent as quickly as possible. Me too, Lei Longwang said simultaneously. As soon as they finished speaking, the two attacked together. With a ding, the tilted scales within her body swayed slightly. Then, the silver energy stored within her instantly poured out, covering her entire body. Lei Longwang's spiritual power also surged forth at the same time, covering Su Jintang's meridians with a thin protective membrane. The vast silver energy surged from Su Jintang's palms, scattering in all directions. The scattered energy sprinkled onto Miao Mingji and the others, like spring returning to the earth. The spiritual power within the previously weak individuals rapidly recovered, and their spiritual power levels began to rise. Miao Mingji, who reacted first, showed a look of surprise on his face. This energy is... The others also sensed the changes in their internal energy, and looked up in astonishment. My mental strength is broken through instantly. Me too. This realm has been holding me back for so long, I never expected to break through so easily. Miao Mingji only came to his senses when the energy within his body stopped rising. These people present were all top-tier 9th level experts, yet the enhancement effect was so significant, this ability was somewhat monstrous. Everyone, don't stand there, attack together. Miao Mingji reacted. The crowd quickly recovered from their shock and began to attack. The mammoth giant gripped his iron hammer tightly, his lips pressed together, his brows furrowed solemnly as he raised his arms. With his exertion, the muscle lines on his arms gradually became clear, and his mental energy began to continuously gather in his palms. At this moment, the dragon bone energy within Su Jintang's body was fully unleashed. The dragon shadow hovering behind her gradually solidified, its sacred dragon might instantly suppressing the entire area. Several leaders with weaker strength immediately felt intense discomfort, their brows furrowing. Attack! Miao Mingji, who was attacking alongside them, shouted. Upon hearing this, the principals who were gathering their strength calmed down and simultaneously unleashed the energy from their palms. At the same time, in the border city of the Central Star region, a great battle had begun. The usually peaceful border city was eerily quiet, with all the stationed military tribes utterly silent. Report. Satellite system detection indicates the Pegasus Beast clan will arrive outside the border city in 5 minutes. All troops are ready for battle. The leader at the forefront, his face stern, surveyed the entire area. The Federation has supported you all for so many years, now it's our turn to repay them. Listen up, everyone. We can lose today's battle, but we cannot retreat. We swear to defend the Federation to the death. We swear to defend the Federation to the death. We swear to defend the Federation to the death. A deafening roar resounded in unison. Inside the League Stadium, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Su Jintang punched the mammoth giant in the chest, instantly forcing it back several steps. Immediately afterward, attacks from Miao Mingji and the others rained down. Overwhelmed, the mammoth giant gritted its teeth, trying to raise its fist to forcefully block the attack. But even after dodging this blow, Su Jintang's attack quickly followed. For so many years, demonic beasts and humans have coexisted peacefully. Why do you want to stir up trouble and deliberately provoke war between us? The Ice Soul Dragon's voice slowly rang out. With a bang, the mammoth was knocked to the ground. He clutched his chest, a flicker of resentment crossing his face. You are a divine beast, of supreme status. How could you possibly witness the suffering of lower-ranking demons? Over the years, humans have either slaughtered us or tortured us to death. Some newborn demons, before they even developed intelligence, were captured and kept as captives, becoming our enemies instead. We endured so much humiliation for so long, all for this day. With that, the mammoth braced itself on one hand, its entire body surging with power. Using its last ounce of strength, it stood up, its body swaying precariously. Even if I die, I will drag you all down to hell. A torrent of hatred and rage erupted from its body. The mammoth's eyes grew cold, its hands clasped together, and its power surged even more violently. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Miao Mingji immediately realized something was wrong. The others' expressions changed, and they quickly surrounded the mammoth. Standing not far away, Gu Xiuwen frowned slightly. Realizing something might be wrong, he immediately activated his supernatural ability. The faint light of the star compass enveloped the entire arena. Warm energy surged into everyone's bodies, quickly forming a protective film around their skin. At this moment, Song Tianqi, who had been unconscious, was suddenly awakened. A miniature vermilion bird phantom lit up behind him. This was his supernatural ability sensing danger and automatically activating its protective mode. What? Confused, Song Tianqi scratched his head and sat up, his expression somewhat bewildered. But everyone's attention was focused on the mammoth, and no one noticed his awakening. 2 seconds later, all the attack beams in the arena slammed into the mammoth, but still failed to stop its self-destruction. Boom! The energy from the self-destruction was fully released, a blinding light illuminating the entire arena, the intense heat threatening to scorch everything around. Just as the energy was about to engulf the entire arena, a chill rose. In a few seconds, the chill rapidly spread throughout the arena. The bone-chilling cold firmly enveloped the self-destruction energy, forcefully forcing it back until it shrunk back into a fist-sized ball of energy. The vermilion bird phantom behind Song Tianqi seemed to sense the summons. Its energy rapidly gathered, and the faintly visible vermilion bird slowly spread its wings, its size continuously increasing. At that moment, all of Song Tianqi's strength was drained, and his consciousness quickly slipped back into unconsciousness. As the white light illuminated the entire arena, Su Jintang's energy was completely exhausted, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier until they closed. Outside the border city of the Central Star region, the once peaceful area had now become a battlefield of inferno. The sounds of battle clanging and banging rang out continuously. Report. Satellite system detected the Skywing Tiger clan and the White Sparrow clan, expected to arrive at the outskirts of the border city in 36 minutes. Reinforcements from other star systems are on their way. Tell everyone not to panic. Yes, sir. Warning lights flashed incessantly, and a buzzing sound filled the air. The commander-in-chief stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the broadcast screen ahead, a serious expression on his face. At the same time, border troops from other star systems began to respond with reinforcements. K-890 star system received reinforcement orders. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th military districts are about to depart for the support site. F-6185 star system received reinforcement orders. C-711 star system received reinforcement orders. Looking at the satellite map from the command center, star systems were lit up one after another, each light symbolizing another reinforcement. The residents of the residential area looked up at the sky, their faces showing worry, as they realized the battle was imminent. Bang! The doors of the League Stadium, which had been sealed, were smashed open. A massive amount of energy shot into the sky like a wisp of smoke, then slowly descended, scattering droplets all around. Inside the stadium. After the battle, the scene was littered with people lying on the ground. The body of the self-destructing mammoth had been pulverized and evaporated without a trace. Gu Xiuwen, the only one still conscious, slowly raised his hand. The star compass floating above his palm spun automatically. After a small amount of energy was injected, the star compass spun faster and then slowly grew larger. Warm energy fell upon the unconscious people, quietly nourishing them. Commander Gu, the captain, who had been guarding outside the stadium, immediately led his team in after the security door was breached, completely unprepared for the horrific scene. Gu Xiuwen glanced at him. Has the medical support team arrived yet? Yes, yes. The captain snapped out of his daze, and quickly gestured for the medical team to come forward. A moment later, various kinds of healing lights shone on everyone. The students who had been unconscious gradually woke up. How did I fall asleep? Damn! How did the venue turn into ruins? Strange, I feel like I've been punched several times. Song Tianqi sat up, scratching his head in bewilderment, and looked around. Where's the class monitor? Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi also woke up one after another. What happened? It must have been the aftershocks of the battle that made us all temporarily unconscious. Shui Zhongqi explained. Jiangxi woke up on the other side, propping her head up with her hand, and gradually regained consciousness after a while. Anyone feeling unwell, please come over here immediately for emergency treatment. The medical team leader shouted. Soon, a group of students hurriedly got up and ran over. When Su Jintang woke up, she heard all sorts of noisy discussions. Her vision gradually cleared from darkness. Class monitor. Are you alright? Song Tianqi's loud voice reached her ears, bringing Su Jintang back to her senses. She turned her head, and her memories gradually returned. The image of the Ice Soul Dragon using her body to fight the mammoth flashed through her mind. Su Jintang rubbed her temples, and replied wearily, I'm fine. Thus, the League venue, which had been sealed off for 3 hours, was completely reopened, and everyone was rescued one after another. The epic battle that shook the entire Federation lasted for more than half a year. Initially, the border cities of the Central Star region fell, followed by the Middle Star region. Due to manpower shortages, even military academy students, like Su Jintang, were urgently summoned to the battlefield. However, their main responsibility was logistics. Good news. Good news. The Federation headquarters has sent word that a temporary ceasefire has been reached with several demon beast leaders. A real ceasefire? Great, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God, please don't let the fighting stop. That afternoon, several demon beast leaders held a meeting with the Federation's leadership. The specific content of the meeting was not disclosed, but the final conclusion brought a sigh of relief to the entire Federation. In the year 1698 of the star calendar, humans and demonic beasts signed a ceasefire agreement, agreeing to coexist peacefully for the next century without interference. Upon hearing the news of the ceasefire, the attacking demonic beast hordes quickly retreated. The armies in the major border defense cities all ceased fighting. The army to which Su Jintang and his group of 5 belonged also simultaneously uttered cries of deep emotion. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Tonight, the captain is treating everyone to a big meal. The smoke of war gradually dissipated. The hazy yellow sky returned to its original azure blue. Su Jintang crossed his arms, raised them high above his head, and stretched, surveying the battlefield ruins as he walked. There were severed limbs and corpses, pitted battle scars, and scorched wild grass and yellow sand. Squad leader, shall we go to the city for the victory celebration tonight? Yin Yuding's clear voice came from behind. Su Jintang stopped, lowered his arms, and turned around. Yes. The setting sun cast its last rays. Su Jintang walked at the back of the group, her hands behind her head. Beside her was Song Tianqi, who kept chattering, "Hey, we're graduating this year. What do you guys think I should do after that?" "I already decided to continue my in-depth research into inscriptions," Shui Zhongqi said, fanning himself with a folding fan, his expression calm yet resolute. Jiangxi gazed at the distant scenery, her tone calm. "I'm a little curious about what it's like for a human to reach the god rank." Yin Yuding turned to look at her. It seems Sister Shi is going to continue pursuing her cultivation path. She then looked away, a hint of uncertainty flashing in her eyes, and sighed softly. "I don't know what will happen to me in the future, but at least it shouldn't be worse than it is now." "Class monitor, what are your plans after graduation?" Yin Yuding turned to look at Su Jintang, who hadn't spoken until now. Su Jintang strolled leisurely, a hint of melancholy flashing across her face. "I don't know what I do in the future. Right now, I just want to have a nice, hot meal. War is truly too hard. She's had enough of drinking only diluted nutritional fluids every day.